Qin Feng just wanted to laze around, but fate gave him a wealth god system with insane rules. 1 RMB, 10,000 system credits that Patek Philippe watch? Just 50 for him. Catch. Money can only be spent on women and only those rated 90 in looks. Now, his life becomes a non-stop spree of luxury gifting. The campus queen in fishnet sobs, begging to bear his children. A top streamer flies cross-country to meet him IRL. An A-list actress risks her career to publicly propose. But Qin Feng panics. I'm just a skinny guy. How can I handle these tigresses? Worse, his harem descends into chaos. Catfights. Hair-pulling. Slap battles over his attention. Chapter 1. A slap from the campus belle. In a quaint neighborhood, a foot massage parlor had recently opened its doors. With its yellow neon sign and soft pink lighting, the entrance was partially concealed by a curtain, creating an alluring atmosphere. Inside, a few beds awaited patrons where several young ladies, clad in revealing attire and black stockings, lounged, sprawled, or reclined on massage tables, engrossed in their phones flaunting their enticing figures. As a man entered, they would dutifully rise, offering warm smiles. Regardless of whether it was a first-time visit, they would tenderly bring forth warm water to wash away the grime of the world. Playful and charming, they would inquire about your well-being. Who could resist the allure of a skilled masseuse who demanded no thing, no car, no house, and no dowry? Though the session lasted merely an hour, within that fleeting moment, one could experience warmth and care, shoulder massages and back rubs, all while harboring unspoken desires. Yet, as time flowed, the ephemeral affection would wane. Upon exiting the establishment, Qin Feng wore a melancholic expression, lighting a cigarette as he sat at the entrance, lost in thought. His gaze was vacant, as if he had been hollowed out. Adult relationships are fleeting. They arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. Today, the skilled masseuse, known as Technician Number 8, was absent. Rumor had it she returned to her hometown to marry. Tears welled silently in Qin Feng's eyes. Just as he resolved to muster the courage to mend her wounded heart, she vanished from his life. There was no greater anguish than this. Technician Number 8 was strikingly beautiful, bearing a resemblance to a girl he had long pursued. Just days prior, he had inquired about her services, which were priced at a mere 298 yuan, igniting a spark of hope within him. Why not indulge and seize the day? He thought. By day, he toiled to earn money, and by night, he spent it frivolously, never bringing home a single cent. After all, he had no intentions of marriage or home ownership, and there was no need to burden himself unnecessarily. His father had passed away early, and his mother had remarried. With no one to impose restrictions, he lived as he pleased, reveling in his freedom. Yet, this realization dawned on him only at the age of 26. Previously, he had been entranced by a superficial woman, striving tirelessly to provide her with happiness, working 2 jobs by day as a security guard to intercept delivery drivers, and by night as a delivery person to evade security. He had been at odds with himself until a fateful night when he delivered food and spotted the girl of his dreams nestled in the car of a balding middle-aged man, sharing intimate moments. His heart shattered. He messaged her on WeChat, only to receive no response. The following day, she replied, claiming she'd been too busy at work to notice his message. Qin Feng spent a sleepless night, his eyes red and swollen, wanted to voice his frustrations but unable to, for she was not his girlfriend. Thus, her choices were her OWN in despair. He contemplated succumbing to temptation at the foot massage parlor, seeking to experience the thrill of being a rogue. Yet, with Technician Number 8 gone, his heart ached. After finishing his cigarette, he gazed around aimlessly, uncertain of what to do next. Just then, the door swung open behind him that a moderately attractive girl emerged, crouching beside him, shaking her hand, holding a cigarette, and said, "Hey, handsome, could I borrow a light?" Her smile was radiant, and her figure was alluring, igniting desires within those who beheld her. In an instant, Qin Feng's confusion dissipated, his thoughts turning to less than innocent pursuits. He produced a lighter, leaning in to ignite her cigarette, the flame illuminating her colletage. As she lit her cigarette, she glanced at Qin Feng, noticing his dazed expression, and burst into laughter, teasing, "What's wrong? Didn't you just want Technician Number 8? Qin Feng mumbled, "I just wanted to find closure." The girl, perceiving the delivery boy's naivety, took a puff and playfully exhaled smoke into his face, chuckling, "Closure? You men are so dramatic. Now that you're here, why hesitate? Come inside with me, and let me give you a full-body massage. Surely, I can offer you a discount that don't dwell on technician now. Hey, let me tell you, she has a host of issues. Clients have caused a scene over her, and she was driven away by our manager. We told the world she went to get married, but the truth is, she's off to seek treatment. Stunned by her gossip, Qin Feng was taken aback. He could hardly believe that the woman he'd longed for was entangled in such troubles. At that moment, another girl sidled up, pressing her assets against his hand. Hey, handsome, I'm new to this, and I'm very clean. Want to give it a try? Qin Feng felt a surge of heat as he hesitated, contemplating whether to take the plunge and ascertain her cleanliness. Suddenly, a chime rang in his mind, followed by a cascade of code flashing before him, culminating in a small line of text. Auxiliary scanning function activated. Astonishment washed over him, soon followed by elation. Could this be the fabled system he had heard whispers of? Was he now granted the ability to elevate his existence? The thought of becoming extraordinary filled him with anticipation. Please spend on an individual with a charm value of 90 or above to activate this system. Before Qin Feng could fully comprehend, a blue scanning window appeared in his vision, able to be summoned or dismissed at his will. With a thought, he turned his gaze toward the girl beside him. To his astonishment, several lines of information materialized above her head. Name: Wang Tsuifan. Age: 31. Charm: 72. Number of relationships: 349. Note: the number of relationships can be understood as the count of those who have fallen. As he processed the details about the girl beside him, he was rendered speechless. She had been with 349 individuals and dared to claim she was new to the profession. One encounter a day would mean she had been at it for nearly a year. Had it not been for the system, he would have nearly been deceived. Alarmed, Qin Feng excused himself, hastily departing. With so many past encounters, it was only prudent to assume she harbored some form of contagion. Determined not to take any risks, he rose, firmly declining her invitation. Casting a glance back into the establishment, he noted not a single girl exceeding a charm value of 80, and without further ado, he mounted his bike and sped away. He remained, indifferent to Qin Feng's desperate attempts to keep him close. Activating the system was of utmost importance. He could not afford to squander time in such trivial matters. As he traversed the streets, he incessantly scanned his surroundings in search of a beauty scoring 90 points or above. However, the late hour rendered the streets nearly deserted, with only a few ordinary girls passing by. After some exploration, he discovered that the scanning function could retrieve information about a person as long as their appearance and figure were visible. An idea struck him. He pulled out his phone and opened his photo gallery, selecting a picture of a beautiful woman. Employing the scanning function, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the allure score was displayed even for the photograph. He swiped through the images until he halted at a particularly stunning one. The information revealed: name: Xia Ting. Age: 25. Charisma: 93. Number of relationships: 1. She was a classmate from his university days, universally acknowledged as the campus beauty, a celestial vision of beauty and grace, the goddess in the hearts of every male student. She was indeed breathtaking, captivating to the point of making one pause in admiration. Qin Feng had never dared to harbor any improper thoughts towards her, believing any relationship with her to be impossible. Unexpectedly, the activation of the system instilled in him a newfound courage to confront this enchanting woman. This time, he resolved to take the plunge, determined to activate his precious system at all costs. He retrieved the long-saved contact number, searched for her in his friends list, and sent a friend request. A verification question awaited him. What is my name? Xia Ting. After sending the friend request, Qin Feng sat anxiously in his car, his foot trembling uncontrollably. He had never felt this nervous in his life. He worried that Xia Ting might reject his request, that the system could vanish, or that it might be utterly useless. He had read countless novels, but had never encountered a system that required manual activation by the host. Most systems simply activated with a chime and commenced immediately. There was never a need for expenditures on the opposite sex to trigger activation. Was this system, perhaps, a form of servitude? Lost in his thoughts, Xia Ting accepted his friend request and sent a greeting. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement, casting aside his chaotic musings. If this was indeed a transaction, then a red envelope should suffice. He opened the red envelope feature and entered 1 yuan. After a moment's reflection, he hesitated, fearing that such a meager amount might be perceived as stingy. What if she looked down upon him? After much deliberation, he made a bold decision and added a 0, sending 10 yuan instead. Almost immediately, the envelope was accepted, and he heard the most delightful sound in the world. Ding! Transaction successful. Activating the sycophant system. Expenses incurred on beauties with a charisma score of 90 and above can be settled using the sycophant fund. Current fund balance. 0.1 yuan can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan in sycophant funds. Raising the goddess's favorability to 80 infatuation will result in a full cash refund of the funds spent on her. Raising the goddess's favorability to 100 utter devotion will yield a reward. How absurd! He was indeed a sycophant. Moreover, he was required to spend money. He had always played games for free, even reading without spending a dime. The notion of having to pay felt like an affront. Were it not for the voices echoing in his mind and the sudden appearance of a golden card, he would never have believed in this sycophant system. Following the system's prompt, he hesitantly deposited 10 yuan. Ding! System balance. 100,000 yuan. Just like that? How casual. There wasn't even a welcome package. It felt reminiscent of a low-quality web game. He grimaced, uncertain if he could even utilize this sum. He proceeded to bind the newly appeared golden card to his WeChat account. Just then, Xiaoting responded with a message. Who are you? You think sending 10 yuan is acceptable? Chapter 2. Is a meeting worth it? Upon reading Xiaoting's query, Qin Feng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Desiring to regain some dignity, he suddenly received a notification for a red envelope. Opening it, he found it was a 20 yuan envelope sent by Xiaoting, accompanied by the message, Hey, race your money back. Goodbye. This felt like a slap in the face. Qin Feng distinctly heard the sound of bills smacking against his cheek. While 20 yuan was not a significant amount, it stung nonetheless. Considering the numerous suitors vying for her attention, it was indeed a meager offering. Fearing being blocked, he hastily typed, Wait. Then, he initiated a transfer, entering a 1 followed by 5 zeros, and sent it off. He wanted to test whether this system was reliable. After all, his balance was just over 10,000 yuan. If he exceeded that, the transfer would fail. Yet, to his astonishment, the transfer was successful. He stared at his WeChat screen, where it clearly stated, 100,000 you initiated a transfer. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. The system's balance could truly be converted into cash? When he pressed those 5 zeros, he thought it was a joke. In his entire life, he had never saved up to 100,000 yuan. To transfer such an amount left him feeling as if he were being sliced with a blade. He wished fervently that this money could return to his bank account. No, he was thinking too small. What was 100,000? He should aim to deposit 1 million. Then he could negotiate with the campus beauty to extract the money, splitting it 80-20, and they would pocket the entire sum. Ding! Requesting funds from the goddess is considered cheating. Friendly reminder, please play sensibly. All forms of cheating are prohibited. Violators may face a ban of up to 200 years. What? Oh bon. My apologies, I was mistaken. Upon hearing the word ban, Qin Feng immediately backed down. He realized that the gameplay revolved around spending on women to enhance favorability in order to realize gains. The thought that reaching a favorability score of 80 would allow him to convert the sycophant funds back into cash reignited his enthusiasm. He quickly deposited 5,000 yuan into the system. Gazing at the 8-digit figure in the fund, he counted it repeatedly, excitement making him slap his thigh. To be honest, with that money, he could charm her in any manner imaginable. The only uncertainty was whether the campus beauty would respond to such tactics. If she regarded wealth as trivial, he might need to switch targets. During his university days, he had heard that she often arrived at school in a luxury BMW, suggesting she belonged to the same social strata. However, his impatience grew as the recipient had yet to click on the transfer. Meanwhile, in a modest apartment, Xiaoting was left speechless after reviewing the transfer amount. After receiving a 10 yuan red envelope, she had assumed the sender was a loser. Typically, when unfamiliar individuals send her red envelopes, they were at least 100 to 200 yuan, sometimes even 520 or 1314. Who would be so stingy as to send a mere 10 yuan? After sending back 20 yuan, She was about to screenshot the interaction to mockingly share it on social media when the unexpected transfer of 100,000 yuan left her utterly dumbfounded. Is this a new scam tactic? She calmly inquired. What do you mean by that? Qin Feng replied. Nothing much, just wanted to get to know you again. Xiaoting opened the other person's moments to see who they were. However, it displayed that posts were only visible for 3 days, and there were no photos of anyone, just images of feeding stray cats. After pondering for a moment without any clues, she straightforwardly asked, Who are you? The other party quickly responded with 2 words, Qin Feng. Qin Feng, Xiaoting thought carefully. Finally, from the recesses of her memory, she recalled that he was a classmate from university. An ordinary-looking, financially struggling boy. Could it be that he has become successful now? Looking at the tempting transfer information, she hesitated. She wanted to accept it directly, but feared it would make her appear materialistic. After some contemplation, Xiaoting cautiously sent a voice message. What do you want? Upon hearing the goddess's melodious voice, Qin Feng's heart raced. Emboldened, he sent a simple reply. I want. Xiaoting recognized the implication and felt a blush creep on her cheeks. Faced with such unabashed flirtation, she was quite annoyed. Typically, she would block someone so frivolous. However, considering that he had initially transferred her 100,000, Xiaoting was willing to give him another chance and typed. Why did you transfer me money? This is just a token of my goodwill. Consider it a meeting gift. No additional conditions? Absolutely none. Xiaoting became suspicious. Was there truly someone who would use 100,000 as a meeting gift? What kind of person would dare to be so extravagant? She had encountered numerous wealthy, second-generation heirs, but never had anyone thrown out 100,000 right from the start. Confronted with such a massive transfer, she felt cautious. Having previously experienced a situation where money was taken back, she solemnly asked, Is it a voluntary gift? She received a straightforward answer. Yes. After scrolling through the chat history multiple times and finding no issues, she excitedly clicked to accept. Hearing the sound of coins dropping into her account, she eagerly opened her WeChat balance and, as expected, saw an additional 100,000. A radiant smile blossomed on her face. Qin Feng, you are quite generous. Have you struck it rich lately? Qin Feng did not reply. He was engrossed in studying the information that had appeared in his mind. Goddess database updated name. Xiaoting age, 25 height, 165 centimeters weight, 53 kilograms charm, 93 occupation, cosmetic sales characteristic, French kiss affection level, 15. Acquainted number of relationships, 1 strategy reward, extraordinary physique amount spent. 100,000 after reading it, Qin Feng exclaimed, Goodness! The goddess truly lived up to her title. Her characteristics were unparalleled. The strategy reward was also impressive, and extraordinary physique sounded quite formidable. Yet, he wondered if a few thousand would suffice. Regardless, he decided to test the waters with 1,000,000 to see how deep it ran. After all, 1,000,000 was equivalent to a mere 1,000. Qin Feng's resolve solidified as he replied, I made some investments recently. Are you still in Jiangsheng? Yes, I'm working in Jiangsheng, earning a meager salary, not comparable to you big entrepreneurs. As long as she was still in Jiangsheng, it would be manageable. Qin Feng took the initiative. Are you free tomorrow? Shall we meet up? Xiaoting hesitated. Just the 2 of us? Qin Feng joked. If you're worried I'll eat you up, you can invite more people. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoting glanced at the transfer record, as if making a firm decision, replied, All right, where shall we meet? You decide. Then let's meet at Wana Plaza. I happen to work nearby. Nice. He didn't expect it to be so easy to arrange a meeting with the campus beauty. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly, feeling that this game might not be too difficult after all. He secretly thrilled at the prospect. In the past, even if he managed to arrange a meeting, he would have hesitated to actually meet. But now, looking at the many zeros in the system, he felt an unusual confidence. As the saying goes, money gives courage. He was not a hero, but his confidence was indeed soaring. Returning home, it was already past midnight. His rented place was a dilapidated apartment of less than 40 square meters. It was unrenovated, entirely in its raw state, with bare cement floors. The walls were so worn that the red bricks were visible. There was not a single piece of decent furniture. However, the monthly rent was quite affordable. Qin Feng had worked tirelessly all day and was utterly exhausted. Lying on the hard bed, he stared at the system in his mind, chuckling foolishly. With this new tool, why would he continue as a mere security guard? Wouldn't it be more delightful to spend time with a campus beauty? He envisioned a better life and soon drifted into slumber. The next day, upon confirming the system was still operational, he hurriedly fired his boss. He took off the security uniform, a symbol of his former servitude, and tossed it into the trash. Then he rode his electric scooter to Wanda to find Xiating. Though it was a weekday, the mall was still bustling with people. Qin Feng parked his scooter and made his way to the agreed meeting spot. From a distance, he spotted the goddess he had long admired, standing by the fountain in the plaza. Xiating was dressed exceptionally alluringly. She wore a neck-white long-sleeve shirt, slightly translucent under the afternoon sun. The lace trim peeked through, accentuating her full and upright figure, which made her attire appear somewhat snug, failing to conceal her slender waist. Her lower half showcased a black miniskirt, her fair, smooth legs clad in black stockings, accentuated by high heels that elongated her silhouette. Her face bore a delicate touch of makeup, enhancing her stunning features with a touch of maturity. Her once lively and beautiful eyes now held countless charms. Only her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, swaying gently in the wind, just as it once did. Qin Feng gazed, momentarily entranced. This striking beauty stood out too much in the crowd. Passers-by, especially men, couldn't help but glance her way. Some, bold enough like Qin Feng, stood still, openly admiring her. Qin Feng. Xiating turned, instantly recognizing the unchanged Qin Feng from years ago, calling out to him. Awakened from his reverie, Qin Feng quickened his pace, approaching her with a beaming smile. Xiating, it's great to see you again. You're as enchanting as ever. For some reason, despite feeling a bit nervous after acquiring the system, he didn't show any signs of apprehension and spoke with remarkable composure. Thank you for the compliment. Xiating smiled faintly, subtly examining the man before her. He stood about 1.78 meters tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, somewhat handsome, and his smile was warm like springtime. However, his clothing appeared rather shabby, increasingly resembling a 9.9 Yuan two-piece from Taobao, and when she glanced down at his slightly worn sneakers, her expression became somewhat unnatural. This person's attire did not give the impression of a wealthy individual. How could he possibly present her with 100,000 as a token of their first meeting? She found it utterly incomprehensible. Even if affluent individuals do not prioritize their appearance and adopt a more casual style, it was inconceivable for him to embody such a threadbare demeanor. From head to toe, he was adorned in inexpensive attire, just as before. Moreover, glancing at his bare wrist, devoid of even a watch, how could he afford to bestow such a lavish gift? In an instant, a ludicrous thought struck her. Could it be that this 100,000 was all his possessions, merely to arrange a meeting with her? This was simply too absurd. Chapter 3. The enthusiasm of the campus belle is simply overwhelming. Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware that the campus beauty regarded him as an unwitting fool. Gazing at the stunningly radiant girl before him, he beamed. You appear even more beautiful now than you did in school. Although his skills in wooing women were somewhat lacking, his words were imbued with genuine sentiment. Back in school, the campus belle often donned skirts that left her legs bare, exuding an innocent charm. Now, having entered society, she adorned herself with black stockings, which not only accentuated her maturity but also instilled a delightful blend of purity and desire. Is that so? Xiating responded, her heart fluttering at such unabashed flattery, yet her expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger and feigned nonchalance, inquiring, I don't believe I've seen you drive here. Qin Feng hesitated to reveal the truth. He was driving a second-hand yachty, which, having had its battery replaced, could reach a speed of 80 kilometers. Admitting this would surely invite disdain, so he mumbled evasively, I saw it was nearby, so I walked. Oh. Xiating regarded him skeptically, but chose not to press further. After all, directly inquiring about someone's mode of transportation upon first meeting could come across as rather rude. To shift the focus, Qin Feng asked, do you work here? Yes, Xiating replied naturally. I sell skincare products on the second floor of the mall. Concerned about interrupting her work, Qin Feng probed further, is it all right for you to be out like this? She waved his concern aside, it's fine. There are others in the store. Their conversation dwindled, and silence enveloped them for a moment, faced with such an exquisite goddess standing before him. Qin Feng felt a twinge of nervousness, unsure of what to say next. To alleviate the awkwardness, he suggested, shall we take a stroll around the mall? After a brief hesitation, Xiating decided to accept his invitation. She had already prepared herself for a shopping date, having changed into a new outfit and applied makeup. However, she was taken aback by his casual attire, which seemed to indicate a lack of seriousness regarding their meeting. Lowering her gaze, she pondered the potential embarrassment of being seen with someone she perceived as beneath her social standing. Yet, she felt conflicted, after all. He had bestowed upon her a significant sum of 100,000 yuan, equivalent to her annual salary. It would be unreasonable to treat him with disdain. Ultimately, she resigned herself to the situation, rationalizing it as merely accompanying a client. Earning money was paramount. Even if she spent a day with him, the money was non-refundable. Resolute in her decision, she forced a polite smile and replied, "All right." Qin Feng reciprocated with a smile. "If there's anything you wish to buy, just let me know. And I'll treat you." "Really?" Xia Ting's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized him anew. His demeanor lacked any sign of insecurity. Instead, it radiated confidence and pride. "What? You don't believe me?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "No, it's just that I feel we aren't particularly close yet. And it doesn't seem right to spend your money," Xia Ting replied, her gaze flickering. They had known each other for years, yet she felt a distance between them. Qin Feng teased, "We may not be close, but we've known each other long enough." Despite his unassuming appearance, his words exuded an unusual self-assuredness, prompting Xia Ting to question her initial judgment. Could he be hiding his true wealth beneath a facade of modesty? Was this a peculiar trait of the affluent? After some internal deliberation, she steeled herself and linked her arm with his. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a gamble worth taking, especially considering the substantial monetary gift he had provided. "Let me show you where I work," she said, her smile radiant. Qin Feng's heart raced at her sudden display of affection. Wow, she's so forward, he thought, feeling enveloped by an unfamiliar warmth as he glanced at her delicate hand intertwined with his. The sight of her slender fingers, akin to tender green shoots, captivated him, and he felt his cheeks flush with a hint of excitement. Bystanders could not help but admire the striking couple. The girl, adorned in a manner that exuded both allure and innocence, contrasted sharply with Qin Feng's disheveled appearance, which seemed almost comical. Observers could hardly comprehend how such a beautiful girl could be with someone who appeared so unremarkable. As they passed, men cast envious glances at Qin Feng, their expressions tinged with resentment. "Why can't I have someone like her?" they mused, their jealousy palpable. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Ting reveled in their attention while pretending not to notice. She had meticulously prepared herself to capture the gaze of passers-by, relishing the thrill of being the center of admiration. Upon ascending the escalator, Xia Ting, unable to tolerate Qin Feng's unabashed stare, playfully pinched him. "Have you seen enough?" she teased. "Sorry, I can't help it. My eyes have a mind of their own," he chuckled. Xia Ting shot him a playful glare, her expression a mix of mock anger and amusement, yet she made no move to release his arm. Qin Feng found himself utterly entranced by her captivating allure. The subtle fragrance of her perfume intoxicated him, and as they walked, he felt as though he were floating. He had never anticipated such warmth from her on their first encounter, and her choice of attire, though cool in the air-conditioned mall, left her slightly chilled, prompting her to clutch her arms tighter. Qin Feng, a novice in matters of romance, found it nearly impossible to resist such temptation. She was like a flame, igniting a fervor within him. Xia Ting, noticing the warmth radiating from his arm, curiously inquired, "Qin Feng, why are you so warm?" Caught off guard, Qin Feng could only manage a flushed response. Fortunately, they soon arrived at her workplace, marked by a striking English logo, Helena Rubinstein. The store, though modest in size, was adorned with opulent decor, with various lights illuminating the cosmetics that sparkled enticingly. Within stood a lone attendant, clad in a pristine white uniform reminiscent of a nurse. Upon seeing Xia Ting with a stranger, she greeted them warmly. "Ting Ting, have you brought a friend?" "Yes, this is my old classmate, Qin Feng. This is Yuan, who has been very supportive of me," Xia Ting introduced them. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, taking in the woman before him. She appeared to be in her 30s. Relatively attractive, yet her heavy makeup reflected an unnatural sheen under the bright lights. He quickly averted his gaze, not wishing to linger on her overly adorned appearance. Chapter 4. Where is the promised show of bravado? Yuan was the store manager and had known Xia Ting for quite some time. Observing Qin Feng's attire, it appeared rather unrefined, and his gaze had taken on a peculiar quality. Summer Ting had encountered a few men beside her, but she had never seen one so slovenly and casually dressed. She knew Summer Ting well. She was a girl of high aspirations, exceedingly selective when it came to men. Logically, she should have dismissed someone of such a lowly appearance. What was going on today? Puzzled, she managed to maintain a polite smile and said, "There are sofas over there. Please make yourselves comfortable." Qin Feng expressed his gratitude but did not sit on the sofa. Instead, he began to peruse the myriad of cosmetics on display in the store. There were creams, priced at 5,800 yuan, and serums listed at 4,800 yuan. He picked up a small bottle, weighing almost nothing, yet astonishingly priced over 3,000 yuan. It was somewhat alarming. Sister Yun at the counter noticed Qin Feng's careless handling of the store's treasures and instinctively opened her mouth to caution him. However, out of respect for Summer Ting, she restrained herself. Summer Ting's delicate skin was her signature, and many customers came to purchase skincare products solely because of her. Thus, she dared not offend Summer Ting easily. Though her gaze towards Qin Feng grew increasingly disdainful, a country bumpkin, clumsy and reckless. if you were to break something. It was uncertain if he could afford to pay for it. Summer Ting, seeing Qin Feng toying with the expensive items, quickly warned, "Be careful, that's very pricey." Qin Feng smiled. For him yesterday, these items were indeed costly, yet now the system had lowered their prices to a mere 30 cents. He was completely unfazed. Qin Feng inquired, "Do you like them?" Summer Ting, following his lead, replied with a smile, "I do. Will you buy them for me?" She had begun to harbor certain expectations towards Qin Feng. Despite his shabby attire, the 100,000 yuan in his mobile phone was no mere illusion. Qin Feng said, "I'm not well versed in cosmetics. Which ones do you like? I can pay for them all." Summer Ting was taken aback by his boldness, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Really?" Qin Feng felt a flutter in his chest under her adoring gaze, and he couldn't help but boast, "Of course, you can empty this store if you wish." A rough estimate put the total at a few million yuan, which was within his means. While it was somewhat extravagant, if it could enhance Summer Ting's affection for him, it would be a worthwhile investment. Sister Yuan, overhearing Qin Feng's bravado from a distance, could not contain her laughter. She found his audacity amusing, pondering whether he was merely joking. Yet, when Qin Feng caught her gaze, Sister Yuan immediately offered an apologetic smile, even bowing her head slightly. She maintained a lowly demeanor, as if the laughter had merely been a reaction to an amusing jest. In her role as a service provider, she dared not engage in conflict with a customer. Causing a scene would surely lead to the company siding with the client, regardless of their financial status. Over the years, there had been few reports of store employees looking down upon customers from major brands. Even when such incidents did occur, they were rare and often regarded as exceptions. Meanwhile, Summer Ting pretended not to hear Sister Yun's laughter and exclaimed to Qin Feng, "Wow, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy now." Upon hearing her words, 1,000 questions flooded Qin Feng's mind. Had they mixed up their scripts? This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. Summer Ting skillfully approached the counter and bent down to retrieve a larger set, saying, "May I get a new Year S set? It costs 38,000 yuan." She intended to test Qin Feng's financial capabilities by deliberately selecting the most expensive set. If he truly had the means to say he could empty the store, then he must possess some degree of wealth. Summer Ting discreetly observed Qin Feng's expression. If he showed any sign of discomfort, she would promptly switch to a cheaper item to save face. However, Qin Feng was taken aback. Only 38,000 yuan. Had she lost her mind? If the foreigner next door saw this, they might think he couldn't afford it. "I'll take 10 sets. One for each of us." Fearing Summer Ting would deny him the opportunity to show off, he urged, "Is one box enough? Should we get a couple more?" Delighted by his nonchalant attitude towards spending, Summer Ting jumped with joy, exuding an adorable charm. "One box is plenty. It can last me half a year." "Thank you, brother Qin Feng." Qin Feng's eyes followed her every movement, utterly captivated. She even called him brother. Her voice was soft and sweet, reminiscent of summer ice cream, refreshing and delectable. He yearned to savor a taste. As Summer Ting clutched the box in her arms, she beamed at him sweetly. Summer Ting's affection level increased by 5 at that moment. Qin Feng was utterly smitten, his smile so wide it could hold a water bottle. He genuinely wished to empty the store as a gift for Summer Ting. "Are you sure you don't want anything else? Look around and see if there's anything you fancy. Don't be shy." Most of the items in the store were included in the set, and Helena's skincare products were among the pricier options, unattainable for the average person. "All right. Let us check out other stores," Qin Feng remarked, sensing her satisfaction and feeling a twinge of regret for not insisting on purchasing more. Winning a girl's heart is a psychological game. Spending money recklessly could detract from one's appeal. He pulled out his gold card and waved it in front of the dazed Sister Yuan, reminding her, "Miss, it's time to swipe the card." Sister Yuan finally snapped back to reality, taking the card with both hands, flustered. Oh, right. She had been contemplating who Qin Feng truly was. Spending over 30,000 yuan on skincare as casually as one would purchase groceries. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Was he genuinely affluent? As the transaction concluded and the machine began to print the receipt, she cast a deep glance at Qin Feng. It made sense, with such high standards. How could her friend be interested in a pauper? Chapter 5. Why are you blushing? Qin Feng watched Sister Yun's expression, hoping to catch a hint of mockery. Hadn't she been laughing loudly just moments ago? If she could now utter a sarcastic remark, it would be quite satisfying. One could naturally exclaim the classic line, "Everything here is on me." He had long harbored a sense of regret for not having the opportunity to flaunt his prowess. Thus, he quietly observed Sister Yuan, hoping she might grant him a chance. However, after a moment of watching, he noticed her gentle smile suddenly turn into a perplexing blush, which startled Qin Feng. What on earth? Why is she blushing? Seeing Qin Feng leaning against the counter, gazing at her with a sideways smile, Sister Yuan mistakenly assumed he had developed an interest in her. She casually tucked a stray hair behind her ear, glanced at Xia Ting beside her, who was busy packing, and with a knowing smile and a soft voice, remarked, "Mr. Qin is truly bold. He and our Xia Ting make quite the pair." "Sister, could you refrain from sounding so frivolous when you say that?" Qin Feng grimaced slightly. Just moments ago, her gaze had been one of condescension, but now, with him spending money, she smiled like a blooming flower. Who knows what thoughts were swirling in her mind? He offered a perfunctory smile and reached for the gold card she handed him, only to suddenly feel her fingers gently graze his palm. When he looked up, her enchanting eyes were filled with a teasing glimmer. What does this mean? Am I being flirted with by an older woman? Qin Feng was utterly taken aback. His throat constricted with disbelief. Sister, surely you jest. He glanced at her figure, which paled in comparison to the alluring Xia Ting, and noticed her makeup was as thick as putty. Instantly, he shook his head resolutely, not uttering a word, fearing any misinterpretation. He understood the significance of his choices. He wouldn't want to lose something substantial over something trivial. Moreover, Sister Yuan's profile indicated she was 39 years old, with a charm rating of 67 and 59 romantic encounters. Quite the socialite, indeed. Sister Yuan felt her smile falter. How could he be the one to send flirtatious signals only to so coldly reject her? Was it perhaps a form of revenge for her earlier laughter at his expense? Her frustration simmered, and she shot him a furious glare, thinking him a tasteless man. Qin Feng noticed her furrowed brows and feared her makeup might crack under the pressure, prompting him to make a hasty retreat. Xia Ting, oblivious to their exchange, turned to Sister Yuan and said, Sister Yuan, let us leave our things here and explore elsewhere. Sister Yuan forced a smile. Sure, you two enjoy yourselves. Xia Ting naturally linked her arm with Qin Feng's and asked, where shall we go next, Brother Qin? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng replied, wherever you wish to go. Xia Ting felt a tinge of embarrassment. She desired to visit Chanel, but taking an old classmate to such an upscale location might come off as materialistic. However, an opportunity like this might not come again. After some inner conflict, she timidly suggested, I'd like to see the Chanel bags. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng consented, and Xia Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, he was a genuine big shot. With such prowess, it would be a shame to settle for a one-time encounter. The approach should be gradual, she thought, examining his attire. An idea struck her. But I've always been the one buying. Don't you want anything for yourself? Qin Feng feigned indifference. I don't mind. I'm not keen on spending money on myself. Xia Ting tugged at his shirt. That one do. Look at your shirt. It's turning yellow from wear. It's only proper that I buy you a few nicer pieces. Feeling a bit shy, Qin Feng pondered. You've spent so much on me. It's only right I reciprocate somehow. Xia Ting, experienced in the art of persuasion, understood the importance of showing genuine concern rather than being overly demanding. With no reason to refuse her goodwill, he accompanied her into the Armani boutique. Xia Ting, unreserved in her spending, was emboldened by Qin Feng's financial support. She confidently outfitted him from head to toe, and when the bill arrived, it came to just over 4,000. Men's clothing is indeed quite affordable. At that moment, Qin Feng appeared remarkably dapper, donning a fitted black cotton short-sleeve shirt paired with casual denim trousers and a pair of height-increasing sneakers. He seemed revitalized. And with a height of 178 centimeters, his new shoes elevated him to 182 centimeters. Walking down the street, the air felt fresher. The adage holds true. Clothes make the man. The once ordinary Qin Feng, who would have barely passed at 60 points, now reached an impressive 80 with his new attire. More and more young women smiled at him as they passed. Xia Ting was equally pleased with the transformed Qin Feng, walking beside him. She felt no fear of being looked down upon, and her feelings for him grew stronger. As they reached the 22nd hour of their acquaintance, Xia Ting adjusted his collar and casually inquired, Brother Qin, don't you have a girlfriend to dress you up? Even Qin Feng, dim-witted as he might be, grasped her question about his relationship status. Without a moment's hesitation, he answered, no, I've been busy with work. It's only now that I've made a bit of money that I thought about such things. Xia Ting believed him, as in her mind. Successful men were always too engrossed in their careers. The realization that he sought her out now that he had money brought a confident smile to her face. She playfully poked his chest, asking with mock seriousness, so what made you think of looking for me? Qin Feng replied sincerely, because I always thought you were beautiful. Xia Ting, caught off guard by his directness, beamed brighter. Were you secretly in love with me back then? Perhaps a little, Qin Feng admitted candidly. Xia Ting playfully punched him lightly, her strength akin to that of an ant. How naughty. I remember you had a girlfriend in school. Qin Feng quickly clarified. I didn't have a girlfriend in college. I did pursue a girl for 3 years, but alas, I never succeeded. This was a past he preferred not to revisit. For like every good woman who has been hurt by a scoundrel, every good man has an unattainable love. When love fades, it is as if it never existed. He believed that if he were to meet that woman again, he would feel no emotional stirrings. Seeing his mood dampen, Xia Ting comforted him. She just didn't have the eye for you. Don't take it to heart. Qin Feng nonchalantly responded with a soft hum observing his demeanor. Xia Ting decided to take his hand and suggested, let us explore them all. To be honest, I haven't shopped much since starting this job. Qin Feng inquired. I recall you were quite popular before. How come you have no one to shop with now? Xia Ting vented her frustration. Don't even get me started. They're all just showpieces. Recently, I encountered a superficial guy who rented a sports car to show off. When it came time to pay, he fumbled around with his phone, claiming someone was looking for him. Chapter 6. Oh dear, I'm practically an old aunt now. Xia Ting continued her tirade as she led Qin Feng into a boutique. Approaching the two individuals, I took a moment to observe them closely. The young man exuded an air of confidence, while the young woman radiated charm, her smile growing even more inviting as she warmly inquired, "Welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I assist you?" Shouting replied, "We're just browsing, thank you. Of course, please take your time. If you need anything, just call for me." The attendant said with a smile, standing aside. The sales associates in luxury boutiques are often referred to by their professional title. Abbreviated as sales consultant, these individuals not only need to possess striking appearances and refined dispositions, but they are also typically required to have completed a university degree, with proficiency in English being a significant advantage. Their emotional intelligence and understanding of social nuances make it difficult for anyone to harbor resentment towards them. Shouting strolled over to a display case of handbags and retrieved a black bag, draping it over her shoulder. She turned to Qin Feng and asked, "Brother, do I look good with this bag?" As a straightforward man, Qin Feng could not discern the aesthetics of the handbag. Without batting an eye, he responded, "It looks great. Buy it." His response startled both Shouting and the attendant. He had not even glanced at the price before declaring his intent to purchase. It is worth noting that some handbags are extravagant and exceedingly costly. Shouting's gaze towards Qin Feng shifted, and she leaned closer, softly cautioning him, "Brother, this one costs over 60,000. When it came to spending money, Qin Feng's expression remained somewhat aloof, as if $6 were even worth mentioning. He smiled gently at Shouting, stating, "As long as you like it, I will buy it for you." He had contemplated this line for quite some time, and now he relished the opportunity to express it in front of everyone, delighting in their astonished expressions. Qin Feng felt an indescribable thrill. It was no wonder that so many people splurge extravagantly to elicit a smile from a beloved. He could empathize with their motives. Shouting observed his lavish demeanor, her eyes becoming entranced. In that fleeting moment, she perceived a radiant aura about Qin Feng, one filled with masculine allure. Captivated by his increasingly handsome profile, she found herself inexplicably rising on her toes to plant a soft kiss on his cheek, bashfully exclaiming, "Brother, you are wonderful." Qin Feng was taken aback by her boldness. Feeling a gentle electric current run across his face, he covered his cheek, eyes wide in disbelief. The campus beauty had initiated such an advance. Watching her cheeks flush, he too felt a longing to savor the sweetness of the forbidden fruit. Having spent 200,000, he had already achieved such progress. He could only imagine what might occur with 1,000,000. Just the thought made his heart race. At that moment, the system notified him, Shouting's affection level, 5. This sudden surge of happiness left Qin Feng somewhat dazed, overwhelmed by the intensity of his feelings. As he contemplated the possibility of further developments, a smile involuntarily spread across his face at the thought of Shouting's unique charm. Shouting, who had previously been focused on the handbag, caught sight of his increasingly fervent expression from the corner of her eye. With a flirtatious glare, she signaled for him to refrain from any inappropriate thoughts. However, Qin Feng found it impossible to think of anything else. Noting Shouting's furrowed brow, he understood that haste would lead to mistakes, prompting him to wait patiently. After a considerable time, they finally settled the payment. With the attendant bidding them a warm farewell, they exited with the bag in hand. After meandering through the mall and purchasing a few fragrances, they arrived at an upscale women's clothing boutique. It was September, still lingering at the tail end of summer. The racks were adorned with vibrant little dresses and an array of refreshing attire. Shouting selected a floral sundress and entered the fitting room. When she emerged, Qin Feng's gaze was transfixed. The dress accentuated her figure beautifully, the fitted waist highlighting her graceful curves, while the flowing hem added an ethereal quality to her presence. The delicate straps rested upon her alluring shoulders, and her collarbone was a sight to behold. Having shed her stockings, Shouting revealed her long, fair legs, standing gracefully. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Ting Ting, you look just like you did back then." Shouting twirled, lifting the hem of her dress, glancing down at it. "Really? I think it's a bit too youthful." Qin Feng replied earnestly, "But you are youthful at heart." Shouting's affection level, 5, surprisingly. A simple compliment seemed to boost her affection level. "Flattery will get you nowhere. I'm already 26, and several of my friends have children. It would be embarrassing to dress like a little girl," she retorted, though her eyes remained fixated on the dress. If Qin Feng failed to grasp her unspoken intentions, he would have wasted years reading novels. He called over the sales associate, instructing her, "Please package her original outfit. We'll take this dress." He then turned to Shouting, saying, "Young women in their 20s should wear something vibrant." The attendant smiled, adding, "Sir, you have great taste. Your girlfriend looks stunning in that dress. It truly enhances her figure. Just look at her slender waist. It's enviable." Regardless of whether her compliments were sincere, Qin Feng affirmed, "Indeed. She is far more beautiful than those Korean celebrities." Shouting felt a swell of joy at their praise, prompting her to heed his advice and remove the dress tag. She exited wearing it, once again linking her arm with his. Their skin brushed against one another, devoid of the barriers of long-sleeved shirts. Shouting sensed an unusual tension, her gaze darting uncomfortably elsewhere. Qin Feng felt a growing heat within him, his eyes fixated on her as if he were a wolf eyeing a delicate rabbit. He leaned in slightly, inhaling the fragrant scent wafting from her neck, his expression revealing a hint of infatuation as he playfully remarked, "Ting Ting, how is it that you smell even better in this outfit?" Shouting, with a playful flourish, pinched the fabric of her dress and sniffed it, puzzled. "I don't notice any difference." Her gesture inadvertently revealed a glimpse of her exquisite collarbone to Qin Feng, leaving him momentarily speechless, his words tumbling over one another. Realizing he had been caught staring, Shouting stomped her foot and huffed. Pervert. She immediately withdrew her arm and turned away, feigning anger as she walked ahead. Qin Feng quickly followed, recalling how, in romantic dramas, this would be the moment to embrace the female lead and offer a gentle apology. He raised his arm, wrapping it around Shouting from behind, but halted just shy of her shoulder. Chapter 7. Where to touch, you fool. This was Qin Feng's second time attempting to embrace a woman, and he felt a wave of nervousness. He wondered if this encounter would end as awkwardly as the first. The memory of a woman he had pursued for 3 years lingered in his mind, leaving an indelible impression. He recalled the spring day he had saved diligently to buy her an exquisite necklace. Her radiant smile upon receiving it was a cherished memory. As they strolled through the blooming campus, the air was thick with the fragrance of budding romance, igniting in him a sense of opportunity. With newfound courage, he attempted to embrace the woman for the first time, only to be met with a look of disdain that he is yet to forget. She sternly told him, "What you're doing is quite disrespectful. We agreed that you could only touch me after we are married." The sound of her voice haunted him, echoing in his mind during sleepless nights. This experience cast a shadow over his interactions with women, leaving him fearful that Xia Ting might share the same sentiments. His hand froze, hesitant to move, even retreating slightly. Xia Ting, slightly puzzled, had already caught a glimpse of Qin Feng's hand. The fact that she did not hastily distance herself indicated her consent to his touch. Their earlier exchange, where he had stolen glances at her, seemed trivial, a mere accidental indulgence. She felt no anger, merely adopting a demeanor that suggested she needed some coaxing. She withdrew from his grip, partly because she felt he had deliberately deceived her into lifting her collar, finding his approach somewhat cunning, in contrast to his previously straightforward demeanor. Concerned that he might be more adept than she realized, she pondered whether his earlier innocent fade was merely a guise. Yet, regardless of whether it was an act, he had no reason to hesitate now, especially since she had made her intentions clear. With that thought, Xia Ting couldn't help but glance back at him, attempting to decipher his meaning. To her surprise, she found him staring blankly, seemingly lost in the memory of some unpleasant experience, a flicker of fear crossing his face. What could possibly invoke such fear in a simple embrace? A question arose in her mind. At that moment, he appeared rather pitiable, akin to a dog that had been kicked, yearning for closeness yet paralyzed by timidity. The more she observed him, the more she suspected he was playing a game of hard to get, feigning a rejection he had never truly experienced, hoping she would take the initiative to draw closer to him. Perhaps he had been reading too many novels, she mused, a smirk forming on her lips at the absurdity of wealthy men's peculiarities. With a silent sigh, she resigned herself to the necessity of indulging him, for he was indeed the one in control. Regaining her composure, she adjusted her smile and slowed her pace, leaning back against him, welcoming his arm. The moment they made contact, she felt him tremble slightly. Xia Ting rolled her eyes discreetly. He was quite the actor. She nestled closer to him and sweetly asked, "What are you thinking about, big brother?" Qin Feng, feeling her smooth shoulder beneath his touch, suddenly lost his composure. He had been lost in thought, unaware of how he had enveloped her in his embrace. Stammering, he responded, I was thinking about anything." With a teasing smile, Xia Ting remarked, "You seem so nervous. Could it be that this is your first time embracing a beauty like me?" Realizing she had accurately discerned his situation, Qin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of how to respond. Xia Ting, sensing his discomfort, thought he was merely putting on an innocent act. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she placed her hand on his, causing him to flinch, mistakenly believing she intended to remove his hand. He hastily prepared to apologize. But before he could articulate his thoughts, he felt her fingers glide down from his shoulder to his waist, leaving him utterly bewildered. Gazing at Xia Ting's radiant smile, enchanting and captivating, he heard her playful comment, "You know, it feels rather odd for you to drape your arm over a girl's shoulder." Qin Feng, taken aback by her unexpected boldness, found himself at a loss, asking foolishly, "What is so odd about it?" Xia Ting shot him a glance. "Only boys do that among themselves. Do you want me to see you as a brother?" Listening to her soft, playful tone, and inhaling her faint fragrance, he was struck by how much more appealing Xia Ting was compared to the girl he had once foolishly adored. He had been blind, pouring his heart out for someone who ultimately regarded him as nothing more than a tool for her whims. He resolved to no longer be a submissive admirer, but to take charge. Xia Ting's audacious actions filled him with newfound confidence. He tightened his embrace around her, drawing her closer, and boldly proposed, "How about you become my girlfriend?" Xia Ting, taken aback by his sudden confession, lowered her head shyly and replied slowly, "But we've only exchanged a handful of words during our time at university. Isn't this a bit too fast?" Qin Feng replied earnestly, "I believe a slightly accelerated pace is quite favorable." Xia Ting hesitated, "But I hardly know you. I don't even know where you live." After saying this, she discreetly observed his reaction, curious about his response. In truth, she preferred the narrative of a domineering CEO falling for her rather than a slow burn. Moreover, given Qin Feng's wealth and attractiveness compared to older, balding men, she had placed him at the top of her list. If his assets, including property and vehicles, exceeded 8 figures, she would seriously consider a relationship. Upon hearing her mention of a house, Qin Feng's demeanor shifted. He suddenly felt grounded. He currently resided in a modest rental, less than 40 square meters, and feared that revealing his humble living conditions would deter her from even glancing in his direction. He understood Xia Ting's subtle implications. She likely wanted to gauge his capabilities. Unfortunately, he had little to show for himself. Besides the 50 million in the system, he had nothing of substance to present. He contemplated risking it all to impress her, envisioning a scenario where he could make a grand gesture only to find it unrealistic. The possibility of losing his money without significantly increasing her affection loomed large, and he knew that genuine relationships required time and gradual development. They had only known each other for less than half a day, making it unwise to rush. Shifting the topic, Qin Feng suggested, "You'll find out soon enough. Where shall we explore next?" Noticing Qin Feng's evasive response in the flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, Xia Ting felt a twinge of curiosity. A man who was so generous should not be living in subpar conditions, yet she kept her thoughts to herself, choosing not to pry further. Checking the time on her phone, she noted it was past 5. "Are you hungry, big brother?" As they ambled along, Xia Ting's striking beauty made him forget his fatigue. Now reminded of his hunger, he rubbed his stomach and exclaimed, "I'm starving. I could eat a whole cow." Feeling a bit guilty for having dragged him around all day without considering his needs, Xia Ting proposed treating him to dinner. Qin Feng promptly declined, joking that he could cover the cost himself, as it would be more economical to pay for a lavish meal together rather than have him foot the bill. He led Xia Ting to a high-end seafood restaurant, ordering the most expensive dishes: king crab, geoduck, giant conch, Australian lobster, and sea urchin scrambled eggs. He had long desired such a feast but had never dared to order for himself before. At someone else's wedding, I had the chance to taste Australian lobster. But before I could truly savor it, it was gone after just a single bite. This time, however, my wish was fulfilled. By the end of the afternoon, including WeChat transfers, I had spent a total of 250,000. Summer Ting's fondness for me increased rapidly, reaching a familiarity level of 42 points. Chapter 8. My mother calls me home. This seafood restaurant, though somewhat pricey, with a minimum spending of 2,800 for a couple's private room, offered exquisite dishes. The primary allure lay in the visual experience. They displayed live video feeds from the kitchen in the private dining rooms, allowing guests to witness the preparation process. Every ingredient was shown on camera to ensure they were all fresh seafood. The enormous conch was shattered with a hammer, its flesh still quivering, a sight to behold. When sliced and stir-fried, even when simply paired with scallions, the aroma was intoxicating. The conch meat was remarkably firm, tender, succulent, and extraordinarily flavorful, with a delightful chewiness. The two of us could hardly contain our praise. The difference between live and dead seafood was stark. When the king crab was presented, it was a vibrant red and came in a massive bowl. Qin Feng was taken aback. Hearing others speak of king crab was one thing, but seeing it on the table made him realize just how substantial it was. Each crab leg was meticulously cleaned and drizzled with crab roe. The red and yellow hues were visually appetizing. The first bite revealed tender, flavorful meat, imbued with a unique freshness, seemingly enhanced with salted egg yolk, offering a slight graininess on the tongue. Not only was it delicious, but the quantity was overwhelming. One person could hardly finish it. Summer Ting, on the other hand, ate only slightly more than a cat, merely sampling each dish. After just a few bites, she set down her chopsticks. Qin Feng felt disheartened, lamenting that he either couldn't afford to eat enough or would end up overindulging. He ordered a bottle of red wine named Benfu for 7,500. Initially, he intended to splurge on a more expensive Lafite, but fearing it would come off as pretentious and turn off Summer Ting, he opted for a more modest choice. The waiter brought the wine, showed them the label and bottle, then opened it, pouring a small glass for Qin Feng to taste. He found the flavor lacking. Inferior to Yang Chuang, yet he feigned approval with a slight nod, pretending it was satisfactory. The waiter then poured wine into elegant glasses for both of them. Summer Ting had no intention of drinking, aware that it could give boys an opportunity. However, seeing Qin Feng order such an expensive wine, she lost her resolve and clinked her glass with his. After dinner, a slight haze clouded Summer Ting's eyes. Her cheeks flushed, rendering her stunningly beautiful. As they exited the restaurant, noticing her unsteady steps, Qin Feng instinctively wanted to embrace her. Unexpectedly, she wrapped her arms around his, resting her head on his shoulder. Qin Feng's heart raced, and he found himself losing composure. The city at night, illuminated by flickering neon lights, cast a vibrant glow on the delicate white skin of the campus beauty, making her even more enchanting. A refreshing breeze rustled her skirt, adding a touch of springtime allure. Qin Feng softly murmured, "Ting Ting, shall I book a room for you to rest?" His words seemed to awaken a sleeping beauty. Summer Ting regained a sliver of clarity, the dreamy look in her eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a hint of wariness. She was aware of her alcohol tolerance. A little red wine merely brought a flush to her face and posed no real issue. She knew she had purchased everything she needed in the afternoon, and tonight was the time for the girl to reciprocate. However, before discerning Qin Feng's true intentions, she was reluctant to surrender too quickly. Therefore, she pretended to be tipsy and planned to escape. Summer Ting lifted her head, forcing a smile. I can't. My mother insists I return home tonight. Qin Feng, realizing he had been a bit too hasty, chuckled and clarified. What are you thinking? I merely meant to find a place to sit and let you sober up. Summer Ting smiled, aware that her little ruse was transparent. Are you sure it's just to sit? Qin Feng replied earnestly. Absolutely. Trust you? That's a stretch. She shot him a flirtatious glance. Qin Feng was momentarily struck speechless, his mind filled with impure thoughts. Noticing his silence, Summer Ting assumed she had displeased him by declining his invitation and felt it necessary to show concern for such a remarkable catch. She suggested, let's take a stroll in the park across the street to help digest our meal. Qin Feng replied absent-mindedly, and they walked along the winding stone path into the refreshing park. Towering trees flanked them, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze. The air filled with a light fragrance of flowers and grass, invigorating the spirit. Yet, Qin Feng felt increasingly restless, for the dimly lit environment made it easy to succumb to temptation. A few steps onto the grass by the roadside allowed them to escape the feeble glow of the streetlights, and Summer Ting's cheerful demeanor constantly challenged his resolve. At last, he could no longer restrain himself. Without a word, he stepped in front of Summer Ting, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and gazed into her eyes. Seeing the playful glimmer in her gaze, which showed no signs of resistance, he summoned his courage, leaned down, and kissed her. Just as he was about to connect with her soft lips, a delicate finger halted him, pressing against his mouth. In that pivotal moment, who could endure such a blockade? Qin Feng, annoyed, opened his mouth wide and playfully bit down on the offending finger. Summer Ting was taken aback, never expecting Qin Feng to be so brazen. The situation she had thought she was in control of crumbled instantly. Hey, don't do that, she exclaimed, attempting to withdraw her finger, but Qin Feng held her arm firmly, rendering her immobile. With no room to maneuver, she shyly protested, You're so annoying, let go. Only a fool would let go, he replied, resolute. Summer Ting lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. If you keep this up, I might have to scream pervert. At that moment, the park was bustling with people, including several night joggers. As they passed by, they noticed the couple intertwined but thought little of it. Parks are known for romance, and such displays of affection are commonplace. However, seeing the beautiful Summer Ting being courted by someone else incited a flurry of silent curses from onlookers. Qin Feng, with his thick skin, knew how to endure the stormy weather of life. He had to be resilient in his line of work. With her fingers still between his teeth, he mumbled, So are you still going to block me? Seeing his relentless demeanor, Summer Ting first offered him a playful smile and then suddenly stepped on his foot. As he yelped in pain, she seized the opportunity to pull her finger free, push him away, and dart off, leaving behind a trail of melodious laughter. Qin Feng hopped on one leg, nursing his foot, but once the pain subsided, he quickly gave chase. The enchanting girl had offended him, and she couldn't hope to escape. Chapter 9. My wish to buy a car. Though Summer Ting was tall, she was wearing thick-soled sandals, making it impossible for her to outrun Qin Feng, who was in sports shoes. Within moments, he caught up to her, enveloping her in his embrace and playfully dominating her, having claimed a rather delightful victory. Shouting withdrew her hand from beneath her clothing, turning to glare at him with irritation. If you continue like this, I won't pay you any attention. The former Qin Feng might have been intimidated by such words, retreating in fear. However, the current him had liberated himself. With wealth at his disposal, he felt no anxiety. There are countless stunning women in the world. If one fails, there is always another. With money, who fears the inability to find a woman willing to tolerate him? Raising his other hand behind shouting, he playfully patted her thigh amidst her surprised gasp, admonishing, Let us see if you dare to tread on my foot again. Shouting huffed, You were the one who started it. Qin Feng silently marveled at the exquisite feel of the school beauty's hand. Such a remarkable girl, he longed to possess her. Yet, lacking experience in romance, he was unsure how to win her over. Remembering that books often claim bars are the easiest places to meet women, he stepped closer, attempting to wrap an arm around her waist, softly suggesting, All right then, it's my fault. How about I treat you to a night out at a bar? Shouting dodged his embrace, disdainfully responding, Humph, you just want to get me drunk, don't you? Observing her firm rejection, Qin Feng refrained from pressing further. Adopting a contrite tone, Honestly, I've never been before, I just want you to show me the world. Shouting scrutinized him, skepticism evident in her eyes. Sounds nice, but you certainly didn't look like a good person earlier. Qin Feng replied earnestly, I truly mean it. I've been too busy to go out. Regardless of the truth, Shouting's earlier demeanor suggested there would be no opportunity tonight. Turning on her heel, she walked away. A bar visit was out of the question. She had already given him enough of a taste. Fish must be fed gradually. If one dumps all the bait at once, they will no longer swim to the surface. Shouting was experienced in this regard. With a slight frown, she awaited his return with gifts tomorrow, considering whether to continue dating him based on that. Qin Feng quickly followed, urging, Don't be upset. Let us talk things over. Shouting continued her pace, turning her head away to ignore him. With a smile plastered on his face, he walked beside her. According to his readings, if a girl was genuinely angry, she would typically not respond. Her dismissive humph indicated she wasn't truly angry, merely in a minor mood. If words failed to soothe her, perhaps gifts would suffice. Pondering, he suggested, Ting Ting, please don't be mad. How about I grant you one wish within my means? Intrigued by his words, Shouting slowed down, looking at him with suspicion. What do you mean by that? With genuine remorse in his gaze, Qin Feng replied, I shouldn't have treated you that way earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Seeing his sincerity, Shouting's curiosity deepened. So, you'll fulfill one of my wishes? Anything I want? Confidently, he affirmed, yes, as long as it's reasonable. He emphasized the word reasonable, fearing she might propose something outrageous. Shouting laughed at his definition of reasonable. Her wish was for a sports car. Did that count as reasonable? It was laughable. Initially hopeful upon hearing him speak of fulfilling her wish, she now felt insulted by the added qualifier. She could easily find such trivial desires fulfilled by any middle-aged man. Why would she need him for that? With a dismissive attitude, she quickened her pace. The term wish felt belittled, leaving her slightly displeased. Perhaps her mood would improve by tomorrow, but at present, she had little desire to converse with Qin Feng. Puzzled by her sudden coldness, Qin Feng wondered what had gone awry. He had merely been cautious of her potentially bizarre request, recalling various absurd scenes from Stephen Chow's films. Why did she seem upset? He chased after her, asking, just tell me your wish. As long as it's not absurd, I will certainly fulfill it. Shouting, now irritated, responded defiantly, I want a Porsche 911. Can you afford it? This was her biggest wish at the moment. Although Qin Feng appeared wealthy, she doubted he would buy her a car worth millions. Hearing her wish, Qin Feng sighed in relief. Was that all? He could buy her two without issue. If she found that excessive, she could always gift him one. However, he hesitated. Unsure if such an act would be considered cheating, so he abandoned that risky thought. Calmly taking Shouting's hand, he smiled confidently, agreeing, all right. Shouting's eyes widened as she reevaluated this man. He smiled with such composure, as if she had merely requested a $100,000 Mercedes. This was a car worth millions. His ease in agreeing made her wonder if he was joking. Covering her mouth in disbelief, she asked, are you serious? Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. No tricks? She pressed. Lying to you would be beneath me, he replied earnestly. Shouting studied his eyes closely, searching for signs of deceit, but found only unwavering confidence shining back at her. She had a knack for discerning the truth in a man's words. Qin Feng exuded sincerity and calmness, reminiscent of the composure he displayed when buying her a bag earlier that afternoon. At that moment, Shouting felt an instinctual realization. Missing out on this man would mean missing out on the Porsche 911. Was there a condition for this purchase? She seemed to recall something. Glancing at Qin Feng's new pants, her cheeks slightly warming. What if he intended to negotiate terms? Should she agree or not? If it was merely that, it could be considered. Yet, the thought of him saying he would buy it after she had a child made her uneasy. Wealthy men often had exceedingly stringent demands. As she had learned from experience, Qin Feng gently squeezed her delicate hand, flashing a charming smile. I'll buy it for you tomorrow. It's just a few $100s, a slight pinch to my wallet, but worth it to make you happy. Shouting gasped, tomorrow? That's too outrageous. You mean tomorrow? Qin Feng responded, puzzled. Of course, the store closes early today. Shouting, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly believe his words. Is that true, brother? Her voice trembled, the term brother slipping out. Am I joking? Not at all, Qin Feng reassured her. Shouting, in a flurry of excitement, stammered, but this is a Porsche 911. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. What is the big deal? If you like it, I'll buy it for you. Brother, I adore you so much. Shouting exclaimed, throwing her arms around Qin Feng and showering him with kisses. Affection level with Shouting. 20, Chapter 10, there are plenty of dogs in the bar. Qin Feng, left with a face full of lipstick marks, smiled widely, not wanting to wipe them away. He anticipated that before even purchasing the car, his affection level would increase by 20. Women, it seemed, were indeed creatures of emotion. No wonder some could ensnare women simply through deceit. Some even fell for financial scams, ultimately lending money to men with unwavering devotion. It was utterly absurd. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with emotions. Xia Ting was eagerly anticipating Qin Feng's performance. Judging by today's display, it was evident that Qin Feng's financial resources were boundless. She wrapped her arms around his neck, hanging on him, and tenderly said, brother, didn't you want a drink? Let me accompany you for a little while. Qin Feng teasingly replied, didn't you say there wouldn't be an opportunity? Xia Ting pouted. I suddenly feel like drinking again. Is that so wrong? Qin Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. After indulging in their affectionate exchange for a while, they hailed a cab and arrived at a bar that exuded a distinct charm, named Dragon Bay. The venue was spacious, featuring a standalone structure adorned with vertical blue neon lights that dazzled the eyes. Upon entering the bar, a marketing attendant greeted them. Casting an appreciative glance at the beautiful Xia Ting, his smile deepening. Typically, the more attractive the woman accompanying a man to such venues, the greater the expenditure. Good evening. Sir and madam, do you have a reservation? Would you like a table? As this was Qin Feng's first visit, he looked to Xia Ting for guidance. She confidently instructed, let us opt for a cozy booth with a pleasant ambience. Very well, we have a premium booth available. Would you like to proceed? Qin Feng, aware that such booths tended to be expensive, inquired curiously, how much? The premium booth is our finest area, with a minimum expenditure of 6,000 yuan. Just 6,000? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, that works. The marketing attendant, noting his ease in making such a decision, felt a surge of excitement about their potential spending capacity. He promptly led them to booth number 3, positioned slightly elevated on the second floor, allowing them a panoramic view of the entire bar. The booth was draped with sheer curtains, surrounded by dry ice, and the ascending mist obscured the surroundings just enough to create an ethereal ambience. The bar was dimly lit, yet the illumination was striking, with an array of stage lights, spotlights, and neon signs casting a dreamlike glow, enhancing the atmosphere. A band performed popular melodies on stage. Perhaps due to the early hour, the music was relatively mellow and not overwhelming. The marketing attendant seated them and presented the drink menu for their selection. After perusing it for a moment, fearing a costly choice might displease Qin Feng, Xiaoting suggested, "Let us go with the 800 yuan mixed package. That should cover the booth fee." Upon hearing this, the attendant's expression shifted slightly. The premium booth, by protocol, required him to remain attentive to their needs throughout the evening. If they only ordered the minimum, his commission would be disappointingly low. Qin Feng glanced at the menu. Noticing the little dragon at 38,000 yuan and the supreme dragon at 88,000 yuan. Unfamiliar with such offerings, he asked Xiaoting, "What is this supreme dragon?" With patience, Xiaoting explained that as the ace of spades, the pinnacle of champagne. The little dragon is available in 3 colors, while the supreme comes in 5. Along with a bottle of black gold, something most can hardly afford. Qin Feng responded with an "oh" and inquired, "Have you tried it? How does it taste?" Sensing his interest in the luxurious drink, Xiaoting recalled her limited experiences with the little dragon, finding its flavor unexpectedly delightful, smooth and fruity with hints of peach and vanilla, leaving a memorable impression of opulence with each sip. However, she was reluctant to order such an expensive beverage now, not wanting to overspend and jeopardize her plans for a sports car the following day. Feigning indifference, she remarked, "It's just okay, quite similar to regular champagne." The attendant, overhearing the man's inquiries, noted his apparent lack of sophistication regarding the bar's renowned little dragon. This led him to assume that Qin Feng might be somewhat naive, and he felt a pang of sympathy for Xiaoting, who deserved better than this. "Sir, are you sure you wish to proceed with the 800 yuan mixed package?" The attendant prompted. Qin Feng, curious about the ace of spades, asked Xiaoting, "Is it truly unpleasant?" Xiaoting hesitated, sensing Qin Feng's desire to try it. She feared that claiming it was unpalatable might dampen his spirits. After a moment's thought, she answered, "It's not bad, but let us not be extravagant. This will suffice." Qin Feng pondered for a moment, mentally consulting his system about whether he could reimburse the expense if Xiaoting declined to drink. The system confirmed. All expenses during the date can be settled using the fund. With newfound confidence, he was about to order the supreme dragon to discover its taste when the attendant interjected, "Then the mixed package it is. It seems suitable for you." Noticing that Xiaoting was accommodating Qin Feng by suggesting a less costly drink, the attendant felt a surge of irritation at his indecisiveness. This prompted him to express his disdain subtly. Xiaoting sensed the attendant's tone was off. Perceiving a hint of sarcasm directed at them, concerned Qin Feng might take offense, she stood up and questioned, "What do you mean by that?" The attendant smirked, thinking her inability to see his goodwill was unfortunate. Trying to clarify, he apologized, "I'm sorry, miss. I can be a bit clumsy with words. Please don't take offense." While his demeanor was technically polite, there lingered a sense of insincerity, leaving an unpleasant taste in the air. Xiaoting, disliking the attendant's tone, felt conflicted. Although he had apologized, maintaining her composure felt essential, so she sat back down, slightly exasperated. Qin Feng, accustomed to such disdain from others, recognized the attendant's contempt. It seemed the lesser order had upset him, but he would not allow anyone to make Xiaoting upset. If she was displeased, her desire for drinks might vanish, leaving him with a mundane evening. Determined to assert himself, Qin Feng calmly stated, "Please summon your supervisor." The attendant scoffed internally, feeling unperturbed. He had maintained decorum throughout, and even if the supervisor came, he anticipated a similar attitude towards Qin Feng's modest expenditure. Muttering under his breath, the attendant left with an air of arrogance, still bearing a hint of pride. Qin Feng smiled at Xiaoting, reassuring her, "Don't be upset. I'll handle this." Xiaoting felt a twinge of guilt, her thoughts consumed by the sports car, which led her to choose a less expensive drink, inadvertently causing Qin Feng to appear less impressive. "It's all right, brother. Perhaps we should just skip the drinks," she suggested meekly. "No way. I'm determined to make a statement here. No one can stop me," Qin Feng declared with conviction. After a day of restraint, he finally found a place worthy of indulgence, realizing that bars were indeed the perfect setting for showcasing one's flair. On the other side, a marketing fellow arrived at the bar's backstage and sought out the floor manager. The manager, named Shifuya, was a striking beauty with an alluring aura of sophistication. It was rumored that she had a formidable background. Upon seeing her, the marketing guy immediately complained about a table of customers who were both cheap and picky, dawdling without ordering any drinks. He suspected they were merely there to flaunt their wealth and take photos, now discontent with his demeanor and urging her to intervene. Shifuya cast a disdainful glance at him. She felt a twinge of aversion towards this slacker who often resorted to cunning antics. This was not the first time he had received complaints from customers. Were it not for his connections with a couple of affluent young masters who frequently spent considerable sums here, she would have long since dismissed him. With a sigh of resignation, Shifuya accompanied him to Qin Feng's booth. Chapter 11. Her commanding presence, Shifuya possessed a quintessential oval face, with exquisite and ethereal features. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and the slight upward tilt of her eyes lent her a captivating, fox-like charm. Her chestnut curls cascaded sensually down her back. She wore a simple yet elegant white shirt, its collar slightly open, revealing an alluring neckline. The fabric was sheer and form-fitting, accentuating her figure, while the slightly rolled cuff showcased her delicate wrists, blending casualness with attention to detail. A fitted pencil skirt elegantly outlined her curves. Its smooth and lustrous material paired with black stockings, emphasizing her long legs and imparting a sense of poise. Qin Feng found himself momentarily entranced, perceiving her as a striking figure who had stepped out of a comic book, exuding an icy yet regal demeanor. Her confident posture and indifferent gaze transformed into warmth with her smile, reminiscent of snow melting and life rejuvenating. Utilizing a scanning feature, he took a brief glance at her profile. Name, Shifuya. Age, 27. Charisma, 90. Romantic encounters, 2. Only 2? This seemed implausible. In such an environment as a nightclub, could there truly be such an innocent maiden? How could she maintain her purity working in such a place? Qin Feng felt a mix of surprise and skepticism. Upon entering the bar, he had surveyed the surrounding women and noted that many were indeed stunning, with a handful scoring above 90. Yet, their romantic histories were often lengthy, with most in double digits and some even in the triple. The most astonishing was a beauty with a charisma rating of 86 who had supposedly charmed 1,000 suitors. Unfathomable. How could she achieve such feats before 30, allowing so many to experience her allure? Qin Feng could hardly fathom it, nor did he dare to pursue these women, especially not in front of Xia Ting. He felt it prudent to wait until he had cultivated a robust physique before daring to engage. Noticing Qin Feng's unabashed gaze, Shifuya felt a flicker of curiosity. She had encountered many men with lustful glances or appreciative stares, but the way he seemed to see through her was unprecedented. His eyes filled with wonder as if gazing upon the extraordinary. She quickly glanced down at her attire, ensuring everything was in order, having checked her reflection before arriving. Her makeup appeared flawless. Puzzled, she approached Qin Feng, suppressing her curiosity, and smiled, saying, "I apologize, gentlemen. I am the manager here, Shifuya. I sincerely regret that our service has not met your expectations. Please forgive us." With a slight bow, she adhered to the principle that, regardless of circumstances, an apology is never unwise in the service industry. Shifuya was quite experienced. She continued, "As a gesture of goodwill, we would like to offer you 2 complimentary specialty cocktails. How does that sound?" Her demeanor was impeccable, yet the marketing fellow behind her wore an expression of impatience. Qin Feng, seated on the sofa, replied nonchalantly, "No need. I did not come to request drinks." "Then what do you mean?" "I intended to order the Supreme Dragon set, but that fellow informed me that I could only choose a mixed drink. I believe there is an issue with your service, and I wanted to discuss it with you." Shifuya was taken aback by Qin Feng's request for the dragon set. Observing his attire and the beautiful woman beside him, she felt a flicker of belief. However, upon hearing his complaint about the marketing guy's refusal to serve, her irritation flared. This fool always looked down on others. Previously, he had mocked a table of customers, sending them to sit in the common area, claiming the booth was reserved for his friends. Ultimately, the patrons at the common table spent 20,000, far exceeding the minimum consumption of his friends. Shifuya resolved that if this man truly ordered the dragon set, she would promptly dismiss this incompetent employee. "I sincerely apologize, Shifuya. I assure you we will enhance our staff training to provide you with exemplary service. I hope you can forgive us this time." She bowed once more, this time with a deeper inclination, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin from the open collar. Qin Feng was momentarily captivated but had no intention of pursuing anything further. He merely wished to voice a complaint. Why should one worker make things difficult for another? Just then, he heard the marketing fellow scoff derisively, muttering, "What a farce. With someone like you, ordering the dragon set must be a joke." He had no belief that these 2 paupers could afford such luxury and refused to demean himself before them. Although his voice was low, everyone present heard him. Shifuya's expression darkened. This fool had insulted a customer in her presence, clearly disregarding her authority. She was running low on patience and turned to him coldly. "You're fired. Pack your things and leave Royal Dragon Bay." The fellow protested. "On what grounds?" "I'm merely stating the truth. Someone like him wouldn't even know what the dragon set is. How could he possibly order it?" Shifuya shot him a look of disdain. No wonder there were complaints about poor service at their establishment. It was this fool causing the trouble. She didn't want to waste any more time and took out her phone, preparing to call security to remove him. The fellow, realizing her determination, lashed out angrily. "You better think this through. My friends will never patronize your establishment again." Shifuya, still focused on her phone, coldly instructed, "Send over a few strong men. Make it quick." She held considerable authority in the bar. Everyone operated under her command. Summoning a few burly men was a matter of moments. Seeing her resolve, the fellow erupted in a tirade. "You vile witch, firing me over a cheapskate. Damn you." With a sharp slap, Shifuya struck him across the face. He stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend her audacity. Qin Feng and Xia Ting were equally taken aback. shocked by her fierce demeanor. Xia Ting had just been contemplating whether this was all an act to trick her brother into spending money, but the slap dispelled any doubt. What bar would go to such lengths for theatrics, especially when her brother hadn't even shown any inclination to spend? At that moment, several imposing men in uniforms rushed in, standing before Shifuya, awaiting her command. She coldly instructed, strip this fool of his clothes and throw him out. The burly men seized the marketing fellow by his arms, lifting him effortlessly. With his slender limbs, he dared not protest, glaring at Shifuya with venomous resentment. Shifuya caught his gaze, furrowing her brow as she added, leave nothing behind, remember to record it. Observing the woman's decisive demeanor, Qin Feng swallowed hard, suppressing any thoughts of pursuing her. Chapter 12. Ting Ting, I wish to marry a Remy Martin. After dealing with this troublesome matter, Shifuya felt a sense of exhaustion. These youngsters, without proper guidance, had no understanding of the world. Regaining her composure, she offered Qin Feng a faint smile and politely remarked, I apologize for the inconvenience. Everyone has their own opinions, and we cannot impose restrictions. Qin Feng graciously dismissed her concerns and, with curiosity, inquired, how much did his friend spend here? Shifuya replied nonchalantly, approximately over 100,000. Understanding the implication, Qin Feng smiled and suggested, then please serve me 2 sets of the Supreme Dragon to somewhat compensate for your losses. At this, Shifuya looked up in surprise, taking a moment to assess Qin Feng. His lean yet resolute face, with sharp features, thick black eyebrows, and gentle eyes, presented a somewhat handsome visage, albeit with slightly thin lips. The way he spoke of spending such a large sum so casually, without a hint of ostentation, conveyed an air of entitlement. He must be a scion of a wealthy family. Given the stature of such a high-profile client, she dared not be remiss. Shifuya changed her address, softly reminding him, brother, we require upfront payment for such expensive drinks. Qin Feng nodded in understanding and promptly swiped his card for 180,000. True to his frugal nature, he added, use any extra to get some peanuts or sunflower seeds. Shifuya initially thought he was jesting. After confirming the transaction with the printed receipt, she realized he was indeed a big shot and quickly presented her business card, smiling, brother, next time you come, just reach out to me, and I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. Qin Feng scanned the QR code on her card and added her as a friend. Watching Qin Feng at another woman, Xia Ting immediately clutched his arm, casting a possessive glance at Shifuya. Understanding the unspoken sentiment, Shifuya smiled gently, inquiring about Qin Feng's name before excusing herself to arrange drinks for the two. Xia Ting leaned close to Qin Feng, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered, brother, why are you compensating her? The warmth of her breath sent shivers down Qin Feng's spine, stirring both his ears and heart. With Xia Ting's body pressed against him, their proximity was intoxicating, the softness of her shoulder almost overwhelming. The unique fragrance of the school bell enveloped him, momentarily entrancing him, leaving him dizzy with desire. Noticing Qin Feng's dazed state, Xia Ting playfully twisted her body, teasing, are you interested in that woman? Snapping back to reality, Qin Feng hurriedly denied it, saying, no. It's simply a matter arising from my actions. I must show some acknowledgement. Xia Ting huffed lightly, but there is no need to spend so much. One would suffice. Qin Feng generously replied, oh, it's nothing, just a small sum. Xia Ting's eyes lit up at his words. The fact that he could so easily spend over 100,000 on drinks showcased his substantial financial resources. If she played her cards right, securing a sports car tomorrow seemed almost certain. With this thought, Xia Ting grew excited, snuggling closer to Qin Feng until she noticed him blushing from her affectionate antics. She considered being bolder but hesitated, fearing he might think her too forward. Just then, the music in the bar shifted dramatically, adopting a pulsating beat. The thumping bass reverberated through the venue as a group of alluring women donned with rabbit ears emerged, holding glimmering Black Spade gift boxes, each containing a dazzling bottle of Black Spade champagne. They swayed their hips and began to circle the bar, and the atmosphere erupted with cheers. The patrons recognized the show of extravagance, realizing that the boss had ordered Black Spade champagne. The excitement reached a fever pitch, with shouts ringing out in celebration. Congratulations to young Master Qin for acquiring 2 sets of the Supreme Dragon. May your wishes come true. A flock of bunny girls gracefully approached the table, placing the Black Spade on the surface. They danced around the sofa occupied by Qin Feng and Xia Ting, expertly pulling confetti cannons, showering the area with faux currency and golden paper. The lights illuminated Qin Feng, and amidst the swirling bills, he experienced the true essence of indulgence. The women downstairs, upon noting that the one ordering the Supreme Dragon was a handsome man, erupted into high-pitched cheers, showering him with kisses from afar. Overwhelmed by the collective adoration, Qin Feng felt his head spin. Was this the sensation of spending tens of thousands? Was this the lifestyle of the affluent? Honestly, it was exhilarating, leaving him somewhat euphoric. For Xia Ting, it was her first experience being the center of attention, and her emotions mirrored his excitement. Previously, she had only shared such moments in the company of other women, occasionally envying couples who enjoyed intimate moments together. Now, standing beside Qin Feng, she felt like the center of the universe. Looking at him, tears of gratitude welled in her eyes. Favorability of Xia Ting. 5. Qin Feng received a system notification. Glancing at Xia Ting's profile, her favorability stood at 57, familiar. Total expenditure, 420,000. At that moment, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained an air of nonchalance. Ting ting, I noticed at the bottom of the list, there's a bottle of something called Remy Martin Louis XIII. Would you like to try it? Xia Ting gasped. Such a drink cost as much as gold, priced between 2 to 300,000. She had witnessed the grandeur of such bottles being presented, akin to a wedding procession, with a group of ladies holding lights followed by muscular men carrying a palanquin. The sight of the Remy Martin Louis XIII Black Pearl was stunning, its aura commanding attention. It was a spectacle that could ignite a frenzy. Xia Ting genuinely felt that indulging in such extravagance was unwarranted. Brother, please don't order it. We have more than enough drinks to last us. Worried about his expenditure. She wished to save him some money, hoping he would allocate those savings to her instead. Qin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. He yearned to order more drinks to elevate his favorability, but realizing that pushing his luck might backfire, he relented. After a lively commotion, the guests gradually departed. A few women softly inquired if they should stay and keep him company, to which Qin Feng shook his head in refusal. One by one, they failed to impress him. Falling short of even an 80 in his estimation, their attempts at allure seemed painfully contrived. It would be better to seek out that striking beauty who had been casting flirtatious glances at him earlier. She had genuinely captivated him, had Xia Ting not been present. He suspected she would have approached him already. Qin Xiao, let me open a few bottles for you to enjoy, and I will save the rest for you. Shifuya said with a smile as she brought over peanuts, sunflower seeds, and a fruit platter. Qin Feng, captivated by Shifuya's stunning beauty, felt an urge to delve deeper into her details. However, the system prompted him that he needed to spend on the target to update the goddess's information. Qin Feng chuckled. Gifting money was a simple task. Chapter 13. 10 men in black exclusively adore me. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng said, no need to save it. If we can't finish it, just give it away. You can take 2 bottles. This was the first time Shifuya had heard someone order alcohol only to give it away. Taken aback, she asked, is this a gift for me, Qin Xiao? Had Qin Feng suggested she drink it, she wouldn't have found it surprising. But a direct gift intrigued her. As the bar manager, receiving alcohol was equivalent to receiving cash. Although her annual salary was substantial, who would ever turn down more money? The price of the black label at the bar was around 10 to 20,000 per bottle, with the black gold being even pricier. Qin Feng nodded and said, you can take 2 bottles when you leave. They are for you. Xia Ting's jealousy was palpable as she clung to Qin Feng, glaring at Shifuya in silence. Shifuya, observing Qin Feng's girlfriend beside him, yet still daring to be friendly, couldn't help but smile, suspecting that he might want her to accompany him for drinks. Thus attempting to charm her with money, she felt a favorable impression towards Qin Feng's candid demeanor. She opened 2 bottles of wine, poured for the 3 of them, and raised her glass, saying, then I shall thank Qin Xiao for this generous gift. May the boss thrive and attract wealth. With that, she downed her drink with gusto. At that moment, Qin Feng heard the system's voice. Update on goddess database. Name, Shifuya. Age, 27. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Charm, 90. Occupation, bar manager. Traits, judo. Favorability, 5. Stranger. Number of romantic encounters, 2. Strategy. Reward, 10. Biohuman bodyguards. Amount spent, 30,000. Qin Feng, intrigued by the strategy reward, inquired about biohumans. The system explained, they are high-tech clones with exceptional intelligence, proficient in various skills, and their combat ability is comparable to elite special forces of Xia country. They possess no emotions, no pain receptors, no gender, and hold legal status in Xia country. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was astonishing. Sending them out to work, each could earn at least 10,000 a month. 10 individuals would yield 100,000. That was effortless profit. If such a thing had reached the previous emperors, they would surely have laughed themselves to death, rendering eunuchs obsolete. After finishing her drink, Shifuya noticed the fervent gleam in Qin Feng's eyes, reminiscent of a wolf spotting a rabbit. She speculated he might think she was like those other barmaids, easily swept away. Shifuya chuckled softly, choosing not to clarify her distinction from those women. After all, he hadn't explicitly asked, and being overly eager to assert her propriety would appear foolish. However, to encourage his frequent visits, a bit of pretense was necessary. Why aren't you drinking, Qin Xiao? Shifuya inquired with a playful tone. Qin Feng took a sip of his drink and replied, please, don't call me Qin Xiao. It sounds rather beastly. Shifuya giggled. Then may I call you Qin Zong? Qin Feng found the title slightly outdated but acceptable, nodding in agreement. Xia Ting, observing Shifuya bending to open wine, deliberately displayed her neckline, internally cursing her for being so brazen. Yet, she maintained a cheerful facade, attempting to ingratiate herself. Sister Xia, managing such a large bar must be quite challenging for you. Shifuya smiled in response. Not at all. It's all trivial. If you all come to enjoy yourselves regularly, that will support my work. After opening the wine, she handed a piece of watermelon to Qin Feng, then instinctively adjusted her skirt, sitting naturally beside him, with Shifuya on one side and Xia Ting on the other. Both smiled broadly, subtly probing his background. Qin Zong seems rather young, yet generous. I suspect your family is quite remarkable, Shifuya commented. A charming fragrance emanated from Shifuya. Sweet and intoxicating, akin to fine wine. Qin Feng breathed it in, inadvertently speaking his truth. There's nothing much to say about my family. We're all about serving the people. This was a line he had heard from other security guards trying to embellish their status. While it sounded noble, it was a euphemism for being a watchdog. Shifuya, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of surprise. It turned out this man was not merely a wealthy heir, he was a red second generation. Only someone with a family and power would humbly claim to serve the people. Noticing he didn't appear to frequent such establishments, she speculated that his family likely had strict rules, leaving him little opportunity for leisure. No wonder the marketing team had mentioned he was unfamiliar with the nuances of their environment. Her gaze towards Qin Feng shifted entirely. Shifuya favorability 5, current favorability 10, acquaintance. Qin Feng was perplexed. How had his favorability increased? Xia Ting, oblivious to the deeper implications, noticed Shifuya's peculiar gaze and felt a twinge of wariness. She quickly sought to capture Qin Feng's attention, fearing he might be drawn to that brazen woman. Brother, I toast to you. Thank you for the many gifts. I am truly touched. Qin Feng was bewildered by Xia Ting's sudden warmth. The atmosphere had shifted rather quickly, with one side beaming and the other exchanging glances. He wondered what had transpired. Shifuya discerned that Qin Feng's girlfriend was showing off and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She dared not entertain any special thoughts about Qin Feng. His background was far beyond what ordinary folk could aspire to. As long as this noble young man brought a few friends to enjoy themselves, she would be quite content. Lifting her glass, Shifuya proclaimed, Qin Zong, I toast to you as well. Tonight's lively atmosphere is thanks to you, and I am immensely grateful. Qin Feng was not adept at refusal, so he drank from both sides, and with the previous wine, he felt a pleasant buzz. The pulsating music and vibrant ambience enveloped them, while a lively crowd danced under the energetic lights, and a DJ led the rhythm from the stage. She held her microphone, one hand gesturing to the ceiling, dancing and waving in sync with the beat. Such a passionate environment could easily stir one's emotions. When Xia Ting noticed Qin Feng's inclination to move, she took his hand and led him to dance. Their booth had a small, private dance floor adjacent. Xia Ting danced boldly in front of Qin Feng, raising her hands high, swaying her body left and right with exaggerated motions. Although Qin Feng was not a skilled dancer, with the energy in the air, he had no choice but to join in, moving clumsily yet enthusiastically. Xia Ting guided his hands to her waist, helping him sway along. This carefree dancing required little skill, and soon Qin Feng began to grasp the art of it. Shifuya chose not to join in but sat back, grinning as she watched Qin Feng fumble. It felt amusing to corrupt the innocence of a privileged young man visiting for the first time. After a while, Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration. While embracing a stunning beauty, he couldn't indulge, leaving him somewhat discontented. He released Xia Ting and returned to the sofa, seeking solace in conversation and drinks with Shifuya to regain his composure. Xia Ting observed the displeasure etched on his face and mistakenly assumed she had offended him in some way. She hurriedly approached Qin Feng, clinging to him as she asked, Brother, what's wrong? Don't you enjoy dancing? Although Qin Feng had a fondness for dancing, he found it difficult to engage fully, feeling an inexplicable sense of restraint. He hesitated to express his true feelings to Xia Ting and merely replied, It's all right, just feels a bit meaningless. Shifuya shot a glance at Xia Ting and mischievously suggested, Is it because there aren't enough people to make it interesting? This remark sparked a realization in Xia Ting. She recognized the truth in Shifuya's words, which man wouldn't he desire the company of numerous lovely ladies? Perhaps Qin Feng felt restrained by her presence and couldn't he summon the courage to invite more girls to liven things up, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. Understanding this, Xia Ting resolved to be more gracious, hoping to ensure his enjoyment. After all, his happiness could lead to her dreams coming true. With that thought, Xia Ting hesitated briefly before impulsively offering, How about I call a few of my girlfriends to join us for drinks? Upon uttering those words, she caught sight of Shifuya's sly grin and instantly realized her folly. She scolded herself for being foolishly led astray. What kind of woman would invite other girls for her man? What if Qin Feng developed an interest in someone else? Xia Ting felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Hearing Xia Ting's suggestion, Qin Feng felt elated, envisioning a scene of being surrounded by beautiful women, perhaps even being fed grapes by them. What man hasn't he fantasized about such a scenario? He hadn't anticipated Xia Ting would be so generous. However, noticing her forced smile, he quickly understood that she wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea. Indeed, what girl could bear the thought of her partner mingling with others? Yet, his intention for the evening was not merely to have fun, but to engage with women and earn rewards. After a brief contemplation, he decided with a gentle smile, No need, I prefer being with you. As soon as he spoke, he received a notification from the system, Xia Ting's affection level 5. This was hardly a challenge for him. Seeing the happiness radiating from Xia Ting's face, Qin Feng felt a swell of pride. As he grew more accustomed to interacting with women, his confidence blossomed, and his flirtatious banter flowed effortlessly. Xia Ting's affection level had risen to 62, intimate, in just one day, and Qin Feng was exceedingly pleased. At this rate, reaching an affection level of 80 wouldn't be too difficult, and perhaps even a perfect score of 100 could be within reach, granting him that exceptional physique. Speaking of exceptional physiques, it seemed that the beautiful women rated at 90 points had corresponding rewards. In the bar, there were two such beauties. Despite having had numerous romantic encounters, there was an old adage: cherish the good girls, and don't waste time on the bad ones. Qin Feng was eager to explore the rewards associated with these two women. Thus, he turned to Shifuya and said, Sister Ya, since we can't finish all this alcohol, could you help me distribute it? Shifuya, familiar with the trope of sending drinks to charm women, playfully remarked, Are you treating everyone to champagne, President Qin? Should I announce that tonight's expenses are on you? Qin Feng quickly waved his hands, pleading, No, please don't. That would be so embarrassing. Such behavior was only for the truly foolish. Even if one were wealthy, there was no need to flaunt it in such a manner. Shifuya chuckled softly, understanding the awkwardness. Having worked at the bar for 2 years, she had witnessed such scenes before. When the atmosphere was right, a wealthy individual, intoxicated, would announce a round of drinks for everyone, leading to cheers and a flurry of expensive orders. Ultimately, when the bill arrived, the host would be left in tears, only managing to pay after a discount. It was quite a spectacle. Qin Feng agreed. Everyone wants to save face when they go out to have fun. If I show off like that, it wouldn't necessarily make them happy. Shifuya inquired, So how will we distribute the drinks? Qin Feng stood up, glancing around, and casually pointed out, That table over there, number 06, and the 3 girls at that scattered table, just send a bottle to each. Shifuya looked at Xia Ting and cheerfully asked Qin Feng, Shall we invite them to join us? A bottle of wine costing over 10,000 was certainly enough to entice the ladies. Xia Ting pouted, shaking Qin Feng's arm, expressing her displeasure. Qin Feng promptly responded, No need to invite them. He was mindful of boundaries. He wouldn't dare act too recklessly until Xia Ting's affection level reached its peak. Shifuya, perceptive as she was, noticed the 2 stunning girls at the tables Qin Feng had indicated and quickly grasped his intentions. Then, she caught sight of Qin Feng unconsciously turning his phone, hinting that he desired the contact information of those 2 women. Shifuya gave him a knowing look and remarked, I understand. She filled a cooler with 4 bottles of champagne, including 2 for herself, and went off to carry out the task. Once she departed, Qin Feng noticed Xia Ting still swaying beside him and pulled her onto the sofa, comforting her. Ting, what's wrong? Xia Ting shot him a playful glare. You seem to be enjoying sending drinks. Why not go drink with those girls? Qin Feng found her jealousy endearingly adorable. In his life, no girl had ever felt jealous over him before. He chuckled. Don't be upset. It's just some drinks. We can't finish them all anyway. If you don't like it, I want to do it again. Humph, sweet talker, pretending to be honest and deceiving me, she retorted. I'm not deceiving you. I truly haven't gone out much before. I promise that if I come to such places in the future, I will listen to you about everything. Is that fair? Qin Feng assured her earnestly. Xia Ting felt warmth in her heart at his sincerity, regardless of whether it was truth or flattery. His attempts to appease her signified that he cared. Leaning against Qin Feng's chest, she traced circles with her finger, adopting a slightly proud tone. Then you can't sneak off to the bar without me. I'll take you wherever I go. Trust me, Qin Feng replied, wishing he could keep her by his side at all times. Until he reached a full affection level, he could only access his funds through Xia Ting. Naturally, he longed to be with her constantly. Xia Ting was uncertain whether he spoke the truth. However, his sweet words were undeniably captivating. She found herself lost in his handsome profile. The music in the venue was loud, requiring them to speak close to each other's ears. After straining to hear for a while, Qin Feng turned to see what was amiss. As he turned, their noses first brushed against one another, followed swiftly by their lips. Their lips met as if drawn together by magnetic forces, gently pressing together. In that instant, both their heartbeats quickened, and they found themselves embracing, their breaths mingling. This was Qin Feng's first kiss, taken unexpectedly by Xia Ting. He felt a pang of reluctance, yearning to savor the sweetness of her lips further. This instinctive skill of drawing close was innate to men. Xia Ting, breathless from the kiss, felt her body weaken, overwhelmed by the electrifying sensation that compelled her to respond to Qin Feng. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted, connected by a delicate silken thread. At this moment, Qin Feng knew he needed to say something sweet. That evening, he found himself in a state of anticipation. He rummaged through his thoughts, attempting to recall how the male protagonist in a novel would express himself in such a moment. Yet, at this crucial juncture, his mind drew a blank. Before him stood a radiant visage, a face pale yet flush with color, sparkling eyes, and luscious red lips. The proximity was so intimate that he could feel the warmth of Xia Ting's breath. They exchanged glances for what felt like an eternity. Qin Feng, at a loss for words, found himself speechless. Just as he contemplated bluntly proposing a rendezvous, Xia Ting broke the silence. Brother, I've had a bit too much to drink and feel a little dizzy, she confessed, turning her head slightly away, her bashfulness apparent. Even a fool could decipher the implication of her words. I'll take you to rest. Qin Feng stammered in response. Xia Ting bit her lip, feigning shyness, and timidly asked, Shall we go to your place? To a hotel, Qin Feng interjected, taking her hand without waiting for her agreement, eager to lead her to a room. He was no saint of abstinence. With Xia Ting being so forward, retreating would be nonsensical. He had no intention of letting his few remaining inhibitions linger. The system had already provided its offerings to the audience, and any potential restraint seemed futile. Upon hearing that they wouldn't go to his house, Shouting shot him a mildly reproachful glance, her heart simmering with indignation. Did she truly seem so unworthy? Even if his parents were at home, her appearance would not diminish his standing. It felt as if he were hiding her away. You insufferable man. Despite her displeasure, she recognized that something was destined to transpire that night. Qin Feng had already spent an extravagant sum, upwards of 300,000 to 400,000. Even the most modest accommodation could cover a down payment. Such a distinguished gentleman was an opportunity not to be missed. Shouting rose to follow him. Glancing back at their table out of habit, after ensuring she had her phone and other belongings, she noticed 6 unopened bottles of wine left behind. She grabbed Qin Feng's arm, lamenting, "What about these wines?" Seeing her reluctance, Qin Feng smiled. "How about I get you a membership card to store them for you?" Shouting's face brightened at the suggestion, wrapping her arms around his neck and gazing at him with longing. Qin Feng perceived the desire in her eyes and took the moment to refresh their kissing techniques. After several passionate exchanges that left her cheeks flushed and breathless, he finally released her. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Shifuya. The first item was a candid photo, featuring 3 girls at a nearby table, with one strikingly beautiful young woman circled in red, accompanied by a string of digits. Following that was a text indicating that the 2 men and 2 women at booth 06 had declined Qin Feng's offering of drinks, hence the absence of the girl's number. Qin Feng chuckled, not particularly concerned with their refusal. It would have been somewhat disrespectful to offer drinks in the presence of other men. He appreciated Shifuya's meticulousness. Everything was laid out plainly. The 3 girls had accepted his drinks, and he received a system notification confirming this. Update to Goddess Database. Name, Tang Yao. Age, 29. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 41 kilograms. Charm, 90. Occupation, voice actor. Specialty, versatile voice types. Affection level, 0. Stranger. Romantic encounters, 49. Strategy reward, top tier combat skills. Amount spent, 20,000. This particular girl possessed an intriguing talent, capable of mimicking various voices, from childish tones to mature, commanding ones. It certainly seemed promising for a playful encounter. However, the number of romantic encounters was disheartening, and the reward was less than appealing. In contemporary society, what use was top-tier combat skills? Would he be fighting in a ring? While it was beneficial to possess such abilities, social standing and influence held greater weight. One could always hire a bodyguard if necessary. After all, a team of 10 bioengineered individuals would be far more advantageous than any combat skills. As for the other girl from booth 06, Qin Feng casually glanced her way, noting her charm rating of 93 and a staggering 96 romantic encounters. He decided against pursuing that line of thought. He wasn't overly fastidious, but the prospect of courting someone so likely to betray him felt off, even if it were solely for the sake of rewards. Deceiving someone's genuine affections did not sit well with him. If one were to tread the path of insincerity, they ought to do so with a semblance of dignity. Shouting and Shifuya both seemed infinitely preferable to the more superficial temptresses around. He sent Shifuya a message requesting her presence to arrange the membership card. Obediently, she arrived shortly thereafter. After securing the wine, Qin Feng, in front of Shouting, proceeded to deposit an additional 200,000 into the account. His display of wealth left Shouting exhilarated, leading her to embrace him even tighter. It also resulted in a slight increase in Shifuya's affection toward him. As her respect for him deepened, it was difficult for women not to be drawn to a man of wealth, influence, and good looks. Hand in hand, Qin Feng led Shouting out of the bar, leaving behind the admiring gaze of Shifuya. They soon found a 4-star international hotel, swiftly making their way to their destination. A 5-star establishment was too far. Immediate gratification was paramount. Upon entering the hotel, they selected a presidential suite, originally priced at 38,000, now available for 9,800. The suite came with a dedicated butler, ensuring attentive service. Qin Feng's butler was a woman in her 30s, elegantly attired in a cheongsam, exuding grace and poise, with a charm rating exceeding 70. Inside the elevator, she inquired warmly if they desired a late-night snack or a massage for relaxation, while also outlining the various amenities available on different floors, such as a basketball court, gym, swimming pool, and game room. Qin Feng was indifferent to all of these. His sole concern was the size of the bed. Upon reaching the top floor and opening the door, the suite was nothing short of breathtaking. Beyond the grandeur of the bedroom, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows captured one's attention. Through them, the view revealed a skyline unencumbered by other structures, offering a panoramic vista of Jiangqing's enchanting nightscape. The interplay of dazzling lights and stars created a dreamlike tableau. The suite itself was vast, approximately 200 square meters, featuring a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout. The living area was lavishly decorated, accentuated by ostentatious sofas that exuded opulence. Outside, a grand terrace awaited, complete with a modest swimming pool. In September's temperate weather, it was the perfect time for a swim, neither too hot nor too cold, allowing them to enjoy the scenery and the gentle evening breeze in peace. However, Qin Feng had little time to admire the view. Once he had locked the female butler outside, he eagerly embraced Shouting, showering her with kisses. The convenience of her sundress made it easy for him. With a simple push, her straps slipped aside, causing her garment to cascade to the floor. Though his movements were somewhat clumsy and inexperienced, he overcame every challenge with her gentle guidance. Half an hour later, Qin Feng lit a cigarette, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his initial performance. Yet, nerves had made it difficult to maintain control. Meanwhile, Shouting was in the bathroom, her silhouette faintly visible through the frosted glass. The sound of water cascading from the shower head echoed with an urging tone. Qin Feng took a moment to gather himself on the bed, extinguished his cigarette, and joined in. "What are you doing here?" a shocked voice exclaimed. It was Xia Ting, her demeanor slightly bashful. The two of them then indulged in a shared bath in the lavish bathtub, which consumed an hour. Chapter 16. It turns out you are a married woman at the Yulong Bay Bar. Tangya was still lost in thought, gazing at the now empty booth 03. She had been captivated by a man upstairs who had ordered 12 bottles of Ace of Spades. He appeared slightly younger than herself. Yet his eyes carried an unexpected depth that belied his age, and he was strikingly handsome, even amidst a throng of women. He exuded a certain awkwardness that was simply endearing. For a woman nearing 30, such a charming young man held an irresistible allure. Most significantly, his ability to afford 2 sets of the premium drink indicated his wealth. Tang Yao's heart raced with the desire to approach him, confident in her appearance. She rarely faced rejection from men. However, upon noticing that the handsome young man was accompanied by 2 equally attractive women, she hesitated. Indeed, good men were often surrounded by many suitors. Having endured enough heartache, she had no desire to compete with the younger, bolder women, just as she resigned herself to the belief that she had lost her chance with the young man. He summoned someone to deliver the Ace of Spades and specifically requested her number. Elated, she felt that her beauty had captivated him, sparking an instant attraction. Amidst the envious gazes of her 2 companions, she confidently shared her number, fantasizing about how he might initiate conversation. Uncertain whether to play the role of the demure girl or the understanding older sister, she sat in anticipation, clutching her phone, eagerly awaiting a call. Occasionally checking WeChat for new friend requests. Her 2 friends descended to dance and flirt with men, while she remained in her daze, waiting. During this time, several suitors approached her, but she dismissed them all, wishing to present a composed fade to the young man from booth 03. After a lengthy wait, she finally looked up only to discover that he had already departed. Staring at the now empty booth, she was taken aback. Who accepts a woman's number and leaves without a word? Disappointed, she pondered if she had merely been the subject of a fleeting amusement. Just then, the woman who had been seated in booth 03 returned, sitting alone and sipping her drink, as if awaiting someone. Tang Yao, hoping the man might return, continued to wait foolishly. After a considerable duration, her friends urged her to join them for barbecue, yet the charming young man had still not returned. And despair began to creep in. After Qin Feng bid farewell to Xia Ting, he returned to the booth to help enliven the atmosphere. He noticed the girl downstairs watching him intently, puzzled by her gaze. As the night progressed in the presidential suite, Qin Feng lay in bed with the bare-skinned Xia Ting, completely unaware of the lingering thoughts others held for him. Inhaling the fragrance of her hair and caressing her smooth skin, they lay closely entwined, their eyes locking in a moment filled with desire. Unable to contain his excitement, they engaged in further playful antics. In a serene moment, they reminisced about their days on campus, with Xia Ting sharing tales of her life post-graduation. She lamented how her mother pressured her into blind dates, describing the men as eccentric and miserly, unlike her brother, who treated her with kindness. Her brother was the best man she had ever known. Her words, laced with warmth, enchanted Qin Feng. However, as she spoke, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she soon fell asleep, perhaps from the day's exertions. Qin Feng, still wide awake, gently withdrew his arm from beneath her neck and stepped onto the balcony, settling into a rocking chair. A table nearby held an assortment of fruits, snacks, and beverages. The night was quiet, the evening breeze cool. He retrieved his phone from the pocket of his robe and browsed through the photographs from the bar, capturing moments of brilliance. The images showcased him amidst a group of glamorous women, all smiling radiantly, while he wore a serene smile that suggested an air of distinction. Selecting a couple of photos, along with one of the night view from his hotel room, he published them on his Moments with the caption, "Transforming from a boy to a man is a tremendous pressure. I wonder if I can withstand it." His WeChat contacts were devoid of relatives, consisting solely of classmates and friends, allowing him to share without restraint. This post held no significant meaning, merely a commemoration of his lost virginity. After posting, he shook his head, chuckling at his own immaturity. From this point onward, he was no longer a boy. He needed to approach matters with more gravity and avoid undue drama. Contemplating his previous actions, Qin Feng opened WeChat, hoping to engage in conversation with Shifuya. The allure of the bioengineered bodyguard was undeniable, and despite her seemingly difficult nature, he was eager to take a chance. He sent a message, "Still busy?" Her response was prompt, "Almost done, not too busy." Qin Feng replied, "It must be tough, working so late every day." Shifuya responded, "It's necessary to eat. One gets used to it." She then inquired, "Isn't President Qin spending time with his girlfriend? How do you have time to message me?" Qin Feng glanced at Xia Ting, who lay on the bed, soundly asleep. He initially intended to reply that she was asleep, but suddenly realized that if he were in her position, hearing such a callous remark would likely lead her to block him. He chose his words carefully, I'm just out here enjoying the breeze. Shifuya smiled slightly, misinterpreting his message as an invitation to meet. Experienced with such intriguing clients, she texted back, "Where are you? I can send a few beautiful friends to keep you company." Qin Feng felt utterly drained. The thought of inviting more women was daunting, fearing he might exhaust himself. Moreover, he could not leave Xia Ting alone in the hotel while he sneaked out for fun. She had drunk too much and was in a deep slumber. The last thing he needed was to return to find her bewildered by a sudden increase in her romantic encounters. He politely declined, saying, "No need. I just wanted to chat with you." Shifuya teased him with a voice message. "Are you secretly messaging me? Your girlfriend won't get upset, will she?" Another woman with a hint of mischief. Qin Feng chuckled. It seemed that beautiful women were inherently skilled in the art of flirtation. He recalled a novel he had read, responding in a rather roguish manner. "She won't mind. She's very well behaved. Only a rogue would be deserving of a green tea girl." Shifuya playfully hinted. "But I'm not so well behaved. If my husband dares to cheat, I'll send him to the palace." Taken aback, Qin Feng asked, "You have a husband?" Noticed that he was continuously sending messages, so she reluctantly joined in the conversation. "Yes, I'm already 28 this new year. Isn't it quite normal to have a husband?" A chill swept through Qin Feng's heart. He merely wished to be a scoundrel, not a villain who disrupts another's marriage. The thought of her having a husband made it impossible for him to act. Only someone like Chao Amon would find excitement in pursuing a married woman. He recalled the rewards of conquest that offered 10 devoted, formidable men, and the thought of losing that opportunity caused him heartache. He felt no desire to continue the conversation. Seeing that she had intimidated him, smiled faintly. Although this high-profile clientess' absence would affect her bar's business, she preferred not to attract the attention of such affluent individuals. They were devoid of humanity, engaging in relationships only to discard them when they pleased. She did not wish to become a mere plaything for them. Furthermore, her husband was indeed real. He had simply passed away nearly 4 years ago. Chapter 17. Do you remember the dreams of youth? Gazing at the multitude of stars, Qin Feng found himself lost in thought. He did not ponder much. He was a man of principles. A married woman was off limits. He reassured himself that the bioengineered individuals were not as significant as they seemed. With sufficient funds, hiring bodyguards was not a challenge. S rewards were not the pinnacle. Perhaps the next woman S rewards would be even greater: immortality, commanding the elements, or moving mountains. Should such possibilities exist, it would be delightful. A mere handful of bioengineered beings were trivial in comparison. After convincing himself, Qin Feng categorized as a mere friend. Casually exchanging messages. "Does your husband mind that you work in a bar?" Frowned, thinking he was still reluctant to let go, and added, "Our daughter is already 5.5. What is there to mind?" Well, she even had a daughter. Hope was utterly extinguished. S profile indicated she had been intimate with only 2 individuals, reflecting her loyalty to her husband. Given her charming appearance, it was likely they shared a loving relationship, working together to raise their child and create a warm home. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. How fortunate. This had once been his dream. However, he was no longer so naive. Even for the sake of the system's rewards, he would have to act like a scoundrel. He would not abandon an entire forest for a single tree. "Well, that is fortunate," replied casually, her smile tinged with bitterness. A widow faced many troubles, and with an additional burden, it was evident how arduous her life had been these past years. Fortunately, her husband had thrived in life, forging connections with many influential figures. The bar was owned by a friend of her late husband, who recognized her capabilities and appointed her as the manager. Yet, as time passed, her husband's memory faded, and the bar owner began to harbor inappropriate feelings towards her. He continuously hinted at wanting to support her in a more personal manner, transitioning from playful banter to unwelcome advances. Possessing a strong sense of pride, refused to become a mistress to a married man. Yet, for the sake of her child, she had to endure her boss's harassment without retaliating. To outsiders, her demeanor suggested an affair with her employer. Did not clarify anything? Staring blankly at Qin Feng's words about happiness. Was she happy? At such a blossoming age, she bore these burdens, long having lost any claim to happiness. Cold texts revealed no emotions. Noticing her reluctance to engage further, Qin Feng made some small talk, suggesting he might visit her bar for a drink. Replied, "I look forward to your visit, Mr. Qin." He closed their chat window, only to receive a message from another woman. Glancing at the red dot next to the profile picture of Jiang Manxua, he smiled. She typically waited for him to initiate contact, so it was unusual for her to reach out first today. He opened the chat. Their last conversation had occurred 6 days ago, where she had explained, "I was too busy working overtime last night to see your message." The latest message read, "Qin Feng, did you go to the bar?" Qin Feng pulled up her photo and scanned it. Charm level, 82. Number of romantic encounters, 21. Seeing the number 21 caused his emotions to fluctuate. He had spent years' worth of salary on this woman, yet she had never reciprocated with affection, insisting she would save it for their wedding day. He had once believed she was as innocent as he was, only to discover she had been intimate with so many others. After 3 years of effort, he found himself left with nothing. Qin Feng felt foolish for having devoted himself so completely. In the end, the devoted lover possessed nothing. How could you go to a bar? Didn't we agree to work hard and save for a house together? How can you justify this? Jiang Manchue's accusatory message sent Qin Feng's blood pressure skyrocketing. He was taken aback by her audacity to scold him, considering he had almost been with another man in a car. Did she have the nerve to say he was in the wrong? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. It was not worth getting upset over such a woman. He replied coolly, I'm not your boyfriend. How am I in the wrong? Jiang Manchue retorted, we both know the nature of our relationship. Do we really need to clarify it? You're not trying to use your bar visits to pressure me into being your girlfriend, are you? She continued. How childish. You say you want to become a man. How disgusting. You've truly disappointed me. Fine, so this is how we're playing it? Qin Feng, infuriated, transformed into a keyboard warrior. Wake up, girl. Take a good look in the mirror and see how to spell disgusting. I do feel dirty even insulting you. You're the type that even garbage collectors wouldn't want. I was blind before, but now my eyes are open. Please don't bother me again. Thank you. To further irk her, Qin Feng added, by the way, I forgot to mention that I won 90 million yesterday, but unfortunately, you're not qualified to spend it. Jiang Manchue was left speechless, staring at her phone, unsure how to respond. She couldn't possibly believe that this loser would win a lottery. Nowadays, lottery companies only cared about making money. How could anyone else win? Furious at his insults, Jiang Manchue contemplated blocking him. With so many fish in her pond, losing one wouldn't matter. However, she reconsidered. It seemed a waste to let him go. Among her many suitors, Qin Feng was the most foolish, consistently showering her with gifts worth several thousand each month. And seeing him dressed so well at the bar, who knew? Perhaps he would indeed strike it rich. Jiang Manchue, suppressing her anger, typed, what is wrong with you? Have you been upset by something? Qin Feng replied with a sarcastic tone, nothing, just suddenly came into some money. And can't share it with you, so I'm feeling a bit down. Jiang Manchue responded, can you speak properly? We were fine before. Qin Feng retorted, as you said. That was before. Now you are you, and I am I. We have no connection. Startled by his resoluteness, Jiang Manchue quickly inquired, have you fallen for another woman? Qin Feng coldly replied, that's none of your business. I'm going to sleep now. Goodbye. Jiang Manchue insisted, come back and clarify, who is that woman? Unable to fathom why Qin Feng had suddenly changed, she could only think of a third party's intrusion. Over the years, she had been quite satisfied with Qin Feng. Compliant and obedient, like a loyal dog. Even on deep winter nights, whenever she craved spicy hot pot, he would rise from their warm bed to satisfy her request. Whenever she lost her temper, he would immediately soften and bring forth a smiling face to appease her. If it weren't for his low income, she might have considered formally recognizing him as her boyfriend. But now, his sudden declaration of their severed ties left her heartbroken. Akin to raising fish for 2 to 3 years only to have them inexplicably slip into another woman's pond. She felt an urgent need to reclaim Qin Feng, bombarding him with messages. Do you even care about me? After all these years, you want to break up with me because of another woman? I wear the necklace you gifted me every day, despite others mocking it as ugly. I wear it because it reminds me of you. And I feel your presence beside me. But look at what you become. Have you forgotten your promises? Chapter 18. Thank you for helping me grow, Qin Feng replied. I'm sorry. Jiang Manchue felt her anger dissipate slightly upon his apology. She surmised that he might have spent too much at a bar the previous night and was in a foul mood. She decided to forgive his earlier rudeness, but unexpectedly received another message from him. After letting you go, I realized the beauty of the world. Thank you for helping me grow. Confused, Jiang Manchue sent an inquiring message, only to see an infuriating exclamation mark preceding her text. That devoted fool had blocked her. Jiang Manchue felt a surge of anger. She also placed Qin Feng on her blacklist, vowing that even if he begged on his knees, she would not let him back into her life. Jiang Manchue was convinced that a man like Qin Feng, with neither car nor house, would soon be discarded by women, and inevitably, he would return seeking her forgiveness. At that time, if he didn't buy her an iPhone, she would never forgive that sycophant. Qin Feng rose from the lounge chair on the balcony, glancing at the time, realizing it was nearly 2 o'clock. Remembering he needed to buy a car for Xiating the next day, he hurried indoors to sleep. He meticulously silenced his phone and laid down beside Xiating, careful not to disturb the sleeping beauty. However, Xiating woke up, groggily sensing someone nearby. After confirming it was Qin Feng, the one who promised to buy her a sports car, she wrapped herself around him like an octopus, nuzzling her nose against his face. Catching a faint scent of tobacco, she murmured, "Smoke less, it's bad for your health." It was undeniable that her unintentional concern was more impactful than any words. Qin Feng softly replied, watching her obedient demeanor, his thoughts a whirlwind. At that moment, the moonlight streamed through the glass, gently illuminating the girl's profile, adding a hazy beauty to her already stunning features, akin to a celestial being. Unable to resist, Qin Feng planted a kiss on her cheek, earning a delicate, sleepy sigh in response. He lay down contentedly, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Xiating awoke early. Checking the time, she noticed it was still early and attempted to close her eyes to continue sleeping, but sleep eluded her. Her mind was filled with thoughts of the Porsche 911. After enduring what felt like an eternity, she finally decided to wake Qin Feng by playfully teasing his hair, but her efforts yielded little response. Pushing him gently didn't work either. He was sleeping like a log, utterly unresponsive. Xia Ting hesitated to wake him too loudly. Fearing he might wake up grumpy and ruin their plans for the day, she sought a gentler approach to rouse him. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. Qin Feng sensed someone calling him and groggily awoke, exhausted from the previous night's activities. He was reluctant to rise so early. However, Xia Ting seemed a bit anxious, insisting that he wake up. After a few minutes, she dashed off to wash her face and brush her teeth. Qin Feng remained still, as if in deep meditation. After refreshing themselves, they dressed up. Xia Ting wore a long black strapless dress that accentuated her fair skin, revealing her alluring collarbone with a generous neckline. The lace accents beautifully highlighted her figure, while the high side slit hinted at her shapely legs, complemented by cool high heels that exuded an air of sophistication. This outfit was also a recent purchase. The more Qin Feng looked, the more he admired her beauty. She was as stunning as the daughters of wealthy families he had seen on television. When we go to the dealership today, we should dress a bit more presentably, Xia Ting remarked, twisting in front of the full-length mirror. There's no need to be overly formal. It's just a car purchase. How significant can it be? Qin Feng wrapped his arms around her waist, their figures looking remarkably compatible in the mirror, with his tailored shirt and trousers complementing her elegance. Xia Ting interpreted his casual tone as if buying a car worth several million was as trivial as grocery shopping, not sensing any boastfulness in his words. The prior night's expenditure of 400,000 to 500,000 had been quite convincing. She naturally helped him adjust his collar, saying, "All right, I'll just do my makeup, and I'll be ready in no time." Seeing Xia Ting still needed to apply makeup, Qin Feng decisively took out his phone and opened a game. When a girl says she'll be ready soon, it typically means at least a half-hour wait. Sure enough, he managed to lose 2 matches before Xia Ting finished. However, it must be said, once Xia Ting completed her makeup, she appeared radiant. Her light bangs curled slightly, revealing her charming eyes and showcasing a fresh, sweet demeanor reminiscent of a neighborly girl, while also exuding an enticing allure. Her soft pink lips were slightly pursed, captivating anyone who looked upon her. Gazing at the stunning Xia Ting, Qin Feng found little to complain about. With everything ready, they headed out and took the elevator down. Upon reaching the first floor, the female concierge approached them to finalize their checkout, then kindly inquired if they needed a car service. Qin Feng nodded, and she promptly summoned a Mercedes-Benz business vehicle. Upon hearing that Qin Feng's destination was the Porsche dealership, the concierge's eyes lit up, realizing the reason they had driven over. It seemed the car was in for maintenance. Building a rapport with such affluent individuals was certainly advantageous. The female attendant swiftly approached the counter, retrieving her business card and offering it to Qin Feng, assuring him that she would be at his service for any future needs. Satisfied with her service, Qin Feng added her on WeChat. The two then traveled to the Porsche dealership, where they were warmly greeted by a beautiful saleswoman, her smile radiating enthusiasm as if welcoming long-lost kin. "Sir, madam, are you here to browse or to test drive?" she inquired. Qin Feng assessed her with a glance, noting her beauty, commendable figure, and meticulously applied makeup, complemented by her tall stature and high heels. With over 40 million in his account, he confidently replied, "Just looking." The saleswoman smiled and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" To which Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Is viewing not allowed without an appointment? She quickly waved her hands in denial. No, I meant, if you don't have a designated salesperson, may I assist you?" Relieved, Qin Feng had initially thought that high-end car dealerships were notorious for their pretentiousness. He scanned her profile in the system. Name, Peng Jinyan. Age, 26. Charisma, 81. Dating history, 7. A commendable background for a Porsche salesperson, indicating she was not one to engage in frivolous behavior. "All right, you shall guide us to the 911. Qin Feng stated nonchalantly. "Certainly, please follow me," Peng Jinyan replied with a smile, extending her hand to lead the way. One can gauge a person's confidence through their manner of speaking. The gentleman before her spoke with calm assurance, and beside him stood a gorgeous companion, increasing their likelihood of purchasing a vehicle. Peng Jinyan's enthusiasm grew as she realized the potential sale. As a luxury car salesperson, her appearance may seem glamorous, but her reality was far from it. The store manager imposed a daily incentive fee of 100 yuan on all sales personnel, which they could reclaim only upon making a sale. This week, she had yet to close a deal, thus she was particularly attentive to Qin Feng. Chapter 19. Driving this car must be exhilarating. Qin Feng and Xia Ting followed the salesperson into the Porsche dealership. Upon entry, they were greeted by 3 stunning female sales representatives who bowed and smiled at them. Qin Feng politely nodded in return. It was rumored that for every Porsche sold, a female salesperson would be lost. The truth of this remained uncertain. Xia Ting noticed Qin Feng's captivated gaze on the saleswomen and huffed lightly, reminding him of her presence. Qin Feng quickly reassured her, claiming curiosity over the all-female staff. Xia Ting shot him a disapproving look, but chose not to dwell on it. The moment was pivotal, and she did not wish to create discord over trivial matters. After all, they were merely browsing. The trio entered the main hall, where 3 vehicles were displayed: the renowned Qian, a Panamera, and the illustrious Porsche 911. Xia Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beheld her dream car up close. She tightly grasped Qin Feng's arm, her grip so firm that her manicured nails began to dig into his flesh. Ouch! Qin Feng winced, suspecting her actions were intentional. She was indeed possessive. Realizing her display of jealousy, Xia Ting quickly softened her demeanor, rubbing his arm and apologizing. I'm sorry. Does it hurt? Though his arm ached. Qin Feng maintained a composed smile, feigning indifference. It's nothing. Internally, however, he was lamenting the pain. He contemplated suggesting she trim her nails. Their length was a liability. Why don't you sit inside and take a look? Qin Feng suggested, enduring the discomfort as he opened the car door. The moment Xia Ting entered the vehicle, she was captivated by the luxurious interior, momentarily forgetting Qin Feng's discomfort. She eagerly explored the opulent details, indulging in the essence of wealth. Seeing her excitement, Qin Feng inquired, Do you like it? Xia Ting, with her mouth agape in awe, nodded fervently. Qin Feng leaned against the car window, raising an eyebrow. Is this the one? Are there no other options you wish to consider? Absolutely, this is the one. Xia Ting exclaimed joyfully. Peng Jinyan, noting their strong desire to purchase, stepped forward to provide a thorough introduction. This 911 is the most iconic sports car in the world, with a sleek and elegant exterior and a minimalist yet sophisticated interior. It features a 3.0-liter engine with a maximum horsepower of 385 and luxurious leather seating. As the salesperson elaborated, Qin Feng settled into the passenger seat, taking in the brown-red interior, which exuded an air of extravagance. The scent of a subtle fragrance added to the ambience, creating an atmosphere of refinement. The steering wheel bore a prominent Porsche emblem, a perfect accessory for both selfies and personal admiration. The plush leather enveloped him comfortably, and at 178 centimeters, he could stretch his legs freely in the front, though the back seat seemed cramped for passengers. Notably, the gear shift was compact and conveniently positioned, allowing for easy movement between the two front seats. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng leaned into Xia Ting's embrace, winking meaningfully at her while subtly gesturing towards her thigh. Understanding the implication, Xia Ting playfully pushed his head away, feigning annoyance. You're such a tease. Qin Feng chuckled, teasing back. I said nothing. What are you upset about? A blush crept to Xia Ting's cheeks as she shot him an embarrassed glare. Feigning sternness, Qin Feng admonished, Young lady, you shouldn't dwell on inappropriate thoughts. Unable to hold back, Xia Ting lightly slapped him and then coiled her arms around his, sweetly asking, Stop it, darling. Are you really going to buy me this car? The term darling sent shivers down Qin Feng's spine, more enticing than their previous night's escapade. He smiled indulgently. If it pleases you, I shall buy it. Xia Ting squealed in excitement. Darling, I love you. Affection level 5. Qin Feng smiled softly. Modern women, upon hearing the words buy, seem utterly defenseless. Even the campus belle was no exception. Coupled with last night's endeavors, Xia Ting's affection had risen to 72 intimate, just 8 points shy of 80 admirer. Reflecting on his relentless efforts, Qin Feng sighed inwardly, realizing the need to bolster his stamina. While others may boast of their prowess, 5 times had left him exhausted. Clearly, acquiring a robust physique was imperative. Meanwhile, Peng Jinyan, standing nearby, observed the couple's playful banter with a twitching smile. To comprehend the matter, it is essential to acknowledge that the vehicle in question is valued at over $1 million. Astonishingly, this man has proclaimed his intention to purchase it for a woman. The lady, while undeniably beautiful, appears rather unremarkable otherwise, exuding an air of naivety akin to that of a sheltered individual. For a mere ornament, such a lavish expenditure seems indicative of a man ensnared by infatuation. Peng Jinyan felt as if she had been force-fed 10 pounds of lemons. Overwhelmed by the sourness of the situation, a roar of frustration echoed within her. Why does this trope of a domineering CEO falling for me only manifest in the lives of others? Excuse me. Is this car available? Qin Feng casually inquired, noticing the salesperson's distraction and gesturing for their attention. Yes, indeed, sir, Peng Jinyan replied, quickly regaining her composure. The base price of the model you are interested in is $1.37 million, and with the purchase tax, insurance, registration fees, and other costs, the total would be approximately $1.6 million. After a brief pause, she continued, May I ask your esteemed surname? If you are satisfied, we can discuss the price further in the consultation room. My name is Qin Feng, he replied, turning to Xia Ting and symbolically asking, Is this the one? Then, shall I proceed with the payment? Without hesitation, Xia Ting nodded. Gazing at the Porsche 911 that was soon to be hers, her eyes sparkled with delight. Even if Qin Feng were to make peculiar requests, she would comply without a second thought. However, Qin Feng harbored no ulterior motives. Handing over his card to the salesperson, he stated nonchalantly, Let us proceed with the transaction. I shall not haggle over the price. Please arrange any fuel cards or maintenance gifts within your authority. Peng Jinyan accepted the card with both hands, her expression one of disbelief. She had never encountered anyone who, within mere minutes of entering, would forego refreshments to directly settle the payment. Observing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. Certainly, Mr. Qin. Would you like to add any features, such as an electric sunroof or surround sound system? Chapter 20. Darling, I want it. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that he had not spent lavishly enough on Xia Ting thus far. Thus far, he had only expended 430,000. The system dictated that a refund would occur once the affection level reached 80. Given the current trajectory, he surmised it would not be long before he achieved this goal. He confirmed with the system whether the refund could only be claimed once. The system replied, a one-time refund of all expenditures on the goddess will occur when she develops feelings for the host. Once the affection exceeds 80. Further investments will not yield refunds. In simpler terms, after surpassing 80, there would be no money returned. Previously, he had been somewhat cautious due to a lack of resources. But now, with victory in sight, it was time to seize the opportunity. With a decisive wave of his hand, Qin Feng boldly declared, add all the features. I want the top configuration. The luxury vehicle options could indeed accumulate significantly. To achieve a fully equipped model would necessitate an additional investment of several $100,000. Ping Jinyan found herself utterly defenseless against such a generous man, whose spending appeared effortless. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed with excitement. Were he to be her boyfriend, she would surely dream of him with a smile. Is that really necessary? I believe this version is quite satisfactory, Xia Ting interjected, hesitantly suggesting, adding features would be unnoticeable. A Porsche emblem suffices without unnecessary expenses. In truth, she desired the upgrades, yet custom options required a lengthy wait. Xia Ting preferred to possess a vehicle she could drive immediately rather than endure a prolonged wait. Misinterpreting her intentions as frugality, Qin Feng magnanimously stated, any money spent on you is not wasted. Xia Ting, playfully wrapping her arms around Qin Feng's neck, cooed, it's fine, let me save you some money. Besides, selecting options is such a hassle, I have difficulty making choices. Peng Jinyan observed Xia Ting's apparent concern for her brother with a hint of disdain, silently cursing her as a pretentious gold digger. Yet, she maintained a smile, advising, Miss, many of our clients customize their 911s. From body color to wheel selection, interior components, and comfort features, every aspect can be tailored to your preferences, allowing you to possess a truly unique sports car. Qin Feng concurred, indeed, adding features makes it distinctive. For a lady, driving a black car can be quite dull. A brighter hue would be more appealing. Xia Ting's hands fidgeted anxiously, her expression conflicted. Qin Feng had a point. Black did seem rather somber. Moreover, to have the opportunity for upgrades yet refuse them appeared rather petty. However, she was reluctant to wait for months. Thus, she looked to the salesperson and inquired, do you have any top configurations available? Ping Jinyan contemplated briefly, then responded. I recall a female client who had ordered a convertible version with luxurious features. Unfortunately, due to financial difficulties with her company, she had to cancel the order. And the vehicle has remained with us. I can take you to see it, but without the keys, you won't be able to view the interior. This particular car had languished in their showroom for months, unsold, due to its eye-catching red color and lavish upgrades, which rendered it somewhat pricey. Qin Feng, possessing little knowledge of vehicles, figured that viewing it would incur no loss, so he replied, let's take a look. Excitedly, Ping Jinyan led the way. Her alluring figure swaying as she held the vehicle's brochure, elaborating on its features. This car is equipped with gray carbon fiber wheels, adaptive sports leather seats with heating and ventilation, illuminated door handles, matrix headlights, a sporty steering wheel with heating, a specially selected chassis, a comprehensive parking assistance system, and Berlin's high-end surround sound. Though Qin Feng was unfamiliar with the terminology, he found it impressive. Upon arriving at the indoor parking area, a car draped in a cover rested quietly, resembling a rose yet to bloom, unassuming and concealed. As the staff approached, donned in gloves, to unveil the vehicle, a dazzling red sports car emerged before them. Its sleek lines and dynamic form showcased exquisite craftsmanship and exceptional quality. The vibrant red exterior paired with a black interior exuded an aura of elegance and restraint, while the radiant finish commanded attention. At first glance, Xia Ting was utterly captivated by this vehicle, instantly finding the previous one lackluster. Cautiously, she reached out, eager to touch the car. However, Peng Jinyan swiftly intervened, stating, I'm sorry, miss, but this vehicle cannot be touched per regulations. Her apology was devoid of sincerity, and a hint of disdain lingered in her smile. She understood that Qin Feng was the true purchaser. Thus, the woman's words bore little weight. Should Qin Feng reach out to touch the car, she would undoubtedly refrain from reminding him of the rules, and might even procure the keys for him to experience it firsthand. The seats were covered with protective film, so it was no issue to sit in them. However, it was evident that Shouting did not possess such privilege. In Ping Jinyan's eyes, Shouting was merely relying on her looks and fortunate enough to have caught the attention of a wealthy man, unworthy of her admiration. I'm just touching it. It's not a big deal, Shouting retorted indignantly. I sincerely apologize. This is a new car, and it's best to admire it from a distance. You wouldn't want handprints from others on your own vehicle, would you? Ping Jinyan replied with a smile. Her words, though seemingly reasonable, left a lingering discomfort. Shouting furrowed her brow, choosing not to respond, reluctantly retracting her hand while gazing longingly at Qin Feng. This convertible, merely by its design, was evidently far more expensive than the previous model priced at $1.3 million. She hesitated to express her desire to purchase it, hoping that Qin Feng would decipher her intentions through her gaze. How much is this one? Qin Feng inquired, perceptively. The agreed price with the previous customer for this model is $3.2 million, Ping Jinyan stated, glancing at the invoice with a smile. Upon hearing the sales price of $3 2 million, Shouting was taken aback. Stealing a glance at Qin Feng's expression, she noticed his hesitation, which suggested he was in a dilemma. Shouting surmised that this car likely exceeded his budget. Indeed, compared to the earlier model, this one was double the price. It was only natural for him to feel conflicted. Yet, her affection for this vehicle was undeniable. The moment the cover was lifted, it evoked a sensation within her as though she were one with the car. Like many, she felt obscured by the world's grime. Unable to find someone who truly appreciated her, relegated to a corner to admire herself in solitude. She was genuinely enamored and longed to take it for a ride. However, Qin Feng's silence left her anxious and uncertain. Qin Feng rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue. He too found the car's design exquisite but was dissatisfied with the price. Over 3 million? Who did they think they were looking down upon? In the circle of affluent individuals, each possessed a Lamborghini. A car costing 3 million wouldn't even warrant a glance from them. Given Shouting's current promising stock market situation, it felt unwise to purchase a luxury car worth over $1 million. Brother, can we buy this one? Shouting bit her lip, pleading. I still have over 300,000 saved up. Could you see how much more I need? If necessary, I can take out a loan. Chapter 21. Life has no shortcuts. Upon hearing Shouting mention a loan, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. It reflected a lack of confidence in him. He was merely concerned about not spending the money wisely, not that he couldn't afford it. He playfully pinched Shouting's nose, prepared to acquiesce to her request. However, seeing her eyes filled with longing stirred something in his heart. Her willingness to exhaust her savings for this convertible indicated her strong desire for it, even to the extent of taking a loan. In light of this, he could easily act as her bank, lending her the money. Furthermore, he could employ her to assist with his daily needs, amounting to 20,000 a month, totaling nearly 240,000 a year. In this scenario, he could enjoy her company for over a decade without any cost. The thought of their future cohabitation brought a broader smile to his face. However, two concerns lingered. One was whether lending money constituted a purchase. The other was the fear that if she couldn't endure it and sold the car to repay him, the system might consider it cheating. Cautious by nature, Qin Feng deliberated and ultimately decided against taking that risk. After all, he had ample funds and saw no need to exploit the campus belle, as they were classmates. A small advantage would suffice. He devised a compromise, stating, I'll require 5 obedience cards from you. Shouting, momentarily taken aback, asked blankly, what is an obedience card? I promised to buy you this car, but in return, you must write me 5 cards indicating your willingness to comply with my requests. Qin Feng lifted Shouting's chin, grinning mischievously. Each time I use an obedience card, you must fully adhere to my instructions. Do you understand what I mean? Shouting was momentarily stunned, her mind clouded with impure thoughts. She suspected that this mischievous man had watched too many movies and was seeking to engage in something peculiar. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a disapproving glare, huffing, that's too much. I don't like that. Feigning innocence, Qin Feng replied, sweetheart. What are you thinking? I meant matters related to daily life, like laundry and cooking. After saying this, he exaggeratedly widened his eyes. You didn't think of anything else, did you? Shouting, now flustered, raised her small fist to strike Qin Feng's shoulder, realizing it caused little harm. Enraged, she disregarded her ladylike demeanor and attempted to bite his arm. Qin Feng hurriedly laughed and begged for mercy. Their playful banter created a warm atmosphere. However, Peng Jinyan observed this scene with discomfort. She reflected on how some women could enjoy a month's worth of housework and still afford luxury, while she had to endure daily work under the scrutinizing gaze of her supervisor, forced to smile at clients. Witnessing the charming interactions between Qin Feng and Shouting, she felt an urge for a shortcut in life, especially after seeing the tenderness in Qin Feng's gaze while he held Shouting. She quietly resolved to seize the opportunity. A man as exceptional as him was worth vying for. It was illegal to pursue someone else's boyfriend. To her, these two hardly resembled a married couple. Married individuals wouldn't engage in such playful exchanges over obedience cards. With a newfound resolve, Peng Jinyan smiled and interjected, Excuse me, Mr. Qin. Are you certain you wish to purchase this car? Preoccupied with his playful dealings with Shouting, Qin Feng waved a hand free to dismiss her, stating, The card is with you. Just swipe it. Then please follow me to sign the contract. I can offer you some special discounts, Peng Jinyan hinted. Eager to take Qin Feng to her office for a more private conversation, hoping to ascertain his interest in her, she held confidence in her appearance, slim waist, long legs, and an attractive figure. Having once modeled and practiced flexibility, she believed she could also write obedience cards for Qin Feng if given the chance. Unaware of her ulterior motives, Qin Feng had little interest in women who didn't meet his standards. He intended to conduct business, halting Shouting's antics, taking her hand, and gesturing to Peng Jinyan. Shall we proceed? Peng Jinyan smiled, as long as the purchaser is here to sign. I'll assist this lady in applying for a car key so she can experience the vehicle's craftsmanship. Shouting felt a surge of excitement, though she knew the car was already in her sights and wasn't in a rush. However, witnessing the saleswoman's flirtatious smile made her uneasy about Qin Feng being alone with her. No need. I'll accompany you both to take a look. Qin Feng pointed at Shouting, questioning Peng Jinyan. Isn't she the owner? Doesn't she need to sign? Ping Jinyan was slightly taken aback. Are you suggesting that the car be registered in her name? She had assumed the vehicle was merely for a woman to drive. It was vital to note that once the vehicle was registered, its ownership would legally belong to her, thus carrying significant implications. Who would spend over 3 million just to woo a woman? The man's nonchalant demeanor suggested that the money at stake was trivial, akin to a mere drop in the ocean. Ping Jinyan's gaze towards Qin Feng grew increasingly infatuated. Initially, she had intended to transfer money to him for her own purchase. But the inconvenience of large transactions made her apprehensive about whether she would have to wait. Qin Feng, with a playful smile towards Xia Ting, remarked, "Why the rush this morning, then? You're so annoying." Xia Ting retorted, playfully reaching to pinch him, uninterested in their earlier antics. Peng Jinyan felt a twinge of disappointment at not having his undivided attention. "Very well, please follow me. I will assist you with the paperwork," she said, leading the two back to the reception room of the dealership. Once there, she instructed her staff to serve tea and presented the vehicle purchase contract. After outlining the perks, including lifetime free maintenance, exquisite gifts, and a 20,000 yuan fuel card, Qin Feng promptly made the payment. Upon the successful transaction and completion of all paperwork, Xia Ting felt as if she were in a dream, clutching the pen tightly, unwilling to release it for fear that her new car might vanish. She never imagined her first car would be a fully equipped Porsche 911, entirely her own. As she stepped out of the reception room, the sales staff lined up, bowing and smiling, proclaiming, "Congratulations on becoming a distinguished Porsche owner. May the Black Horse Golden Shield guard your noble life." The sales manager initiated applause, and the room erupted in joyous celebration. Xia Ting stood there, bewildered and overwhelmed. It was only when the sales representative, who had been admiring her man, bowed before her and presented the keys that she snapped back to reality. Trembling, she accepted the keys, basking in the envious glances of those around her, feeling elated. Yet, she was acutely aware that all of this was a gift from Qin Feng. Unable to contain her emotions, she turned and embraced him, pressing her face against his chest, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Brother, is this real? Am I dreaming?" "Indeed, if it were a dream, you would have awakened the moment you asked that question." Qin Feng replied with a warm smile. At that moment, Xia Ting felt a profound sense of security and gazed at the handsome man before her, unable to resist asking a timeless question. "Darling, why are you so good to me?" Chapter 22. She really resembles my mother. This was an easily answerable question, akin to the childhood dilemma of choosing between whether one preferred their mother or father. The clever child would say they preferred their mother in her presence, while the honest child would voice the truth, and the rebellious child might retort with disdain. Qin Feng, a somewhat reserved and sincere individual, was well-versed in the classics and knew the appropriate response. "You are so beautiful. You deserve my kindness." Upon uttering these words, a notification from the system confirmed his success. A smile graced his lips as he felt elated. This was tantamount to answering correctly. He noted that he was merely 3 points away from reaching an 80-point favorability rating. Observing Xia Ting's radiant happiness, he surmised that it would not be long before he reaped the rewards. He pondered how to spend more money to expedite this process. While embracing Xia Ting, he contemplated where they might go to indulge in further expenditures. Meanwhile, Xia Ting, feeling exhilarated by his compliment, affectionately nuzzled against his neck, inhaling his scent as if she were a cat affirming its owner's presence, gazing up at his confident and striking face. Anxiety crept in as she worried about losing him to another woman. "Darling, you won't leave me, will you?" Unbeknownst to her, in just 2 short days, she had deeply etched this man into her heart. Although she was aware that Qin Feng would not say no, she yearned to hear his assurance. "Rest assured, I will never leave you, even if the sky were to fall," Qin Feng replied, smiling to comfort her. Satisfied, Xia Ting boldly rose on her toes and planted a sweet kiss on his lips in full view of the onlookers. The bystanders averted their gazes, not wishing to witness the display of affection. The supervisor, seeing that their business was concluded, instructed everyone to return to their duties. A group of female sales representatives huddled together, whispering, "Yanzi, did that man buy the car for that woman outright?" One asked. "Wow, he must be incredibly wealthy. Perhaps a scion of some noble family. It's infuriating. That woman isn't even more beautiful than us. How did she get so lucky with such a handsome and affluent man? If you're envious, why not try your luck? They don't seem married. You might still have a chance," another suggested. "I'll go ask Yanzi for his number," came the reply. "I envy you single ladies. You can pursue who you want. Meanwhile, I have no freedom as a married woman. Even a minute late returning home results in an argument. Your husband seems rather possessive. If I were you, I would have left him long ago." Zhao Jia's husband is quite attentive, always checking in on her. It's evident he cares deeply. But what good is sincerity if it doesn't come with gifts? I wouldn't mind if he played around, as long as he could buy me nice things. Peng Jinyan, standing nearby with various documents in hand, felt like an outsider while eavesdropping on their conversation. After a lengthy wait for the couple to part, she seized the moment to interject. "Excuse me, may I interrupt? The vehicle registration will take some time. The earliest it can be ready is the day after tomorrow. Would you like to arrange for a temporary license plate?" Qin Feng released the exuberant Xia Ting, bowing slightly to conceal his weapon, and replied, "No need for trouble. Please handle it, and inform me when it's ready." We will return to collect the car. All right, I will contact you in the afternoon regarding the license plate selection. Also, I just informed the original buyer of the vehicle. She requested your number. May I provide it to her? Ping Jinian inquired. That's fine, Qin Feng replied indifferently. Xiating opened her mouth to speak but held back, casting a forlorn glance at Qin Feng. He, oblivious to her expression, was busy confirming details about the new car with Ping Jinian. Once they wrapped up, she took the materials to submit. Turning back, he noticed Xiating pouting, her face clearly displaying her displeasure. What's wrong? He asked, puzzled. Did I do something wrong? Qin Feng scratched his head, confused. Xiating replied. You mustn't give your number to other women, understood? Are you jealous? Qin Feng chuckled. Of course I am. You can't give other women a chance. Xiating asserted seriously. All right. I promise not to, he reassured her, and seeing her soften, she didn't press the issue further. It would be foolish to provoke a man of such stature. After concluding their vehicle purchase, the couple exited the dealership, discussing where to have lunch. Peng Jinian followed them outside. As Qin Feng prepared to hail a cab, she interjected, Sir, didn't you drive here? Would you like me to give you a ride? Xiating quickly declined. No thank you. We prefer to take a taxi. She was uncomfortable with the way the woman looked at her man, sensing an overtly flirtatious intent. As a fellow woman, Xiating could easily discern the yearning in her gaze. There's no need to worry. You can use the company car, Ping Jinian smiled. It was the height of noon, and Qin Feng, standing by the roadside, was reluctant to wait. Just as he was about to agree, he noticed Xiating's unwilling expression, prompting him to quickly change his mind. No need to trouble yourself. You go ahead with your work. Ping Jinian, unfazed by the rejection, responded cheerfully. All right then. I won't be a third wheel here. I wish you both an enjoyable time. And she gave a slight bow, her demeanor exceptionally gracious. Xiating cast her a knowing glance, while Peng Jinian met her gaze with equal boldness, a hint of appraisal flickering between them. In terms of beauty, she might be at a disadvantage, yet she was confident in her advantages, such as her playful demeanor and alluring poses, which surely surpassed those of the more reserved young women. Some charms could win a man's affection more effectively than mere beauty. She firmly believed that no man could resist temptation. Given a chance, she was convinced she could captivate Mr. Qin. As Ping Jinian turned to leave, she encouraged herself internally. Qin Feng watched the alluring saleswoman sway away, lamenting the missed opportunity. She possessed an admirable figure, perfectly proportioned, a true beauty. Yet he noted that without a score of 90 in charm, there would be no rewards from the system. Pursuing her would require a substantial investment, far from worthwhile. However, he sensed her interest in him. Perhaps he could exploit the situation to his advantage. He decided to wait until the cashback arrived to act. As he was reluctant to burden her with expenses, stop staring at her. Xiating snapped, shaking off Qin Feng's hand in irritation. It suddenly dawned on him that he had a companion beside him. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was just admiring her silhouette. As he scrambled for an excuse, an idea struck him. She resembles my mother. Yes, that's it. Xiating was taken aback by a shameless excuse, momentarily forgetting her anger. She had never encountered such a brazen man who would use his mother as a shield. She couldn't help but wonder, does your mother walk like that too? Chapter 23. How about I gift you a phone? Seeing Xiating's astonished expression, Qin Feng feared she might not believe him and hastily explained. The last time I saw my mother, she walked just like that and dressed similarly. Though skeptical, Xiating picked up on the underlying significance of his words. Where did your mother go? I don't know. It's all a blur from my childhood, he replied. Xiating scrutinized him closely, sensing he wasn't lying, and tentatively asked, So, were you raised in a single-parent household? No, Qin Feng chuckled. Xiating breathed a sigh of relief, speculating that perhaps his father had remarried, leading to a blended family. She refrained from pressing further, worried that Qin Feng might find her inquisitive nature annoying. If their relationship continued to strengthen, the truth would naturally emerge in time. Qin Feng, wishing to keep his orphan status private, was grateful for Xiating's discretion and chose not to elaborate. A palpable silence fell between them. He pulled out his phone to check the ride's arrival, but to his dismay, it froze, unresponsive. Damn, what a lousy phone, he muttered. Curiously, Xiating inquired. Why are you using such a phone? This question had been on her mind for quite some time. Upon their first encounter, she noticed he was using the cheapest model, appearing somewhat worn, leading her to initially assume he was financially disadvantaged. However, after witnessing his extravagant spending, she gradually came to believe he was affluent. Lost in the allure of his financial prowess, she had forgotten to ask about his phone until now. Qin Feng awkwardly replied, It's a cheap phone. I wouldn't feel bad if I lost it. Xiating scrutinized him, suspecting it might be a gift from an ex, and wondered why he would hesitate to replace it. A man who could casually spend over $3 million on a car surely wouldn't fret over a phone worth $1,000 or $2,000. You could replace it daily and still have a new one after a year, she thought. Well, if you don't care, why not toss it? Xiating probed. Why throw away something that still works? Qin Feng retorted. He was reluctant to part with it. After all, it was functional despite its issues. Buying a new one would cost over $1,000, and he needed to be frugal until the cashback arrived. Xiating, observing his attachment, became more convinced of her suspicion. This man was still holding on to memories of his ex, which irritated her. Yet, she hesitated to snatch his phone away, choosing instead to sulk with her arms crossed. Turning her face away from him. Puzzled by her sudden mood shift, Qin Feng wondered what had gone awry. He had attempted to lighten the atmosphere by referencing his mother. Yet it seemed to have backfired. He placed a hand on Xia Ting's shoulder, turning her to face him. Ting, what's wrong? I don't want to talk to you. She pouted, still avoiding his gaze. Why not? Can you give me a hint? He asked playfully. The beautiful girl's annoyance only made her more endearing, rendering him unable to stay upset. It's about the phone, Xia Ting snapped, glaring at his device. What about the phone? Qin Feng, still oblivious, assumed her impatience was growing. He glanced at the screen, noting, the app says the driver is just a kilometer away. They'll be here soon. Xia Ting shook his hand off, coldly stating, humph. You know what I mean. Don't change the subject. Qin Feng's eyes widened in confusion, utterly lost. Stop pretending. Xia Ting's brow furrowed, her voice firm. Could you provide me with more hints? He asked cautiously. Xia Ting fell silent, feeling that he was sidestepping the issue, perhaps to avoid confrontation. Seeing how much he seemed to value his ex's phone made her heart ache. She contemplated whether clarifying their situation might lead to his displeasure. What if he refused to let go? With a sigh, she decided to let it slide, reassuring herself that a man who was devoted in love was a good thing, as it suggested he wouldn't stray in the future. Ding. The car arrived. Qin Feng took Xia Ting's hand, noting her token resistance, yet he held on firmly. Let's get in the car. It's hot out here, he said with a smile. Xia Ting remained aloof, wordlessly following him into the vehicle. The driver, ever professional, donned white gloves as he closed the door for them, reminding them to buckle up and informing them of the complimentary water available. The air conditioning inside was refreshing, providing a welcome respite. Qin Feng politely thanked the driver, then fastened Xia Ting's seatbelt before neglecting his own. Leaning closer, he coaxed, Darling, please don't be upset. If you have any requests, just let me know, and I'll do my best to fulfill them. Such sweet talk, Xia Ting replied, her tone tinged with sarcasm. You clearly have no intention of following through, you insincere man. Why not share your desires with me? How can I know if you don't tell me? In the cool atmosphere of the car, their proximity felt less stifling compared to the outside heat. Enclosed in this private space, Qin Feng found himself unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch her. One hand encircled Xia Ting while the other indulged in her softness. The driver, understanding the situation, subtly adjusted the rearview mirror to obscure the view and remained silent. The car glided smoothly along the road. Xia Ting, feeling flustered, gently resisted Qin Feng's advances by grasping his hand. You're the one who wanted me to say it, she said, her gaze fixed on Qin Feng's phone. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, I will give you the latest flagship phone, and you must promise to use only the one I provide. Is that agreeable? Both Qin Feng and the driver were taken aback. What was this? A gold digger? How impressive. Upon entering the car, the driver had noticed the cold demeanor of the stunning woman, while the handsome young man appeared overly eager to please. He had assumed they were a classic case of a sycophant and a goddess. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a sycophant and a god. The driver couldn't resist glancing at the rearview mirror, hoping to catch a glimpse of this intriguing pair, only to find that the angle had been adjusted, revealing only the car roof. He shook his head in resignation, lamenting the loss of such a fine woman to another man. He felt an urge to slam the accelerator and toss the man out. When Qin Feng heard Xia Ting was gifting him the latest phone, his heart soared. He had coveted that model for quite some time, yearning to purchase it to showcase his patriotism. However, its price rendered his nationalistic sentiment unattainable. Moreover, during that period, he was preoccupied with a woman whose demands were incessant, be it gifts for friends' birthdays, cosmetics, or her frequent ailments requiring monetary consolation. He had unwittingly spent a fortune on her over the years, the exact amount lost in the haze of his infatuation. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets. Life necessitates its lessons, and he considered the money spent merely a tuition fee. Compared to marrying her and enduring a lifetime of torment, he felt fortunate to have financially severed ties. On the contrary, Xia Ting was not only stunning but also obedient, considerate, and perceptive. Upon hearing his complaints about his sluggish phone, she offered to buy him a new one. Qin Feng gazed at her, increasingly enamored. Darling, you are breathtaking, he exclaimed, leaning in for an intimate kiss. Xia Ting, however, pushed him away gently, insisting, You haven't agreed to my terms yet. I promise to use only the phone you provide. Qin Feng replied earnestly. That's more like it, Xia Ting said, wrapping her arms around his neck with sparkling eyes. Her gaze filled with affection as she leaned in to offer her tender lips. Chapter 24. Please, let me drive for a while. The confined space ignited primal desires. Seated in the cramped back seat, their kisses escalated from innocent pecks to passionate embraces. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Xia Ting's chest heaved, her breath quickened, and her face flushed, resembling a perfectly ripened peach, tantalizing to behold. Beneath her long, curled lashes, her captivating eyes blinked with longing, exuding an irresistible allure. Qin Feng, unable to restrain himself, reached out, but she resisted fiercely. Be good, relax, he whispered seductively in her ear. Hearing her soft protest, no, only fueled his desire further. As he pressed on, he shifted his focus from her lower body to her upper half, soon disheveling her attire. It was only when Xia Ting looked at him with pleading eyes, signaling him to cease, that he paused his advances, though his hands continued to explore, eliciting soft gasps from her. The driver, hearing the muffled sounds of their playful struggle, regretted having ears. Most of the affluent clients he transported had their fair share of women, engaging in all sorts of indiscretions in his vehicle. Yet, a woman as exquisite and bashful as Xia Ting was a rare sight. Her moans stirred a sense of temptation within him. Wang Gang, the driver, felt an overwhelming envy. Desperately wishing to intervene, yet he remained silent for the sake of his earnings. Typically, those who indulged in such antics in his car were generous with tips, often compensating him tenfold for any mess created. He had previously received tips from certain bosses that nearly equated to the fare itself. Meanwhile, Xia Ting was blushing furiously. Leaning against Qin Feng, her body soft and pliant. Observing her worn yet alluring appearance, Qin Feng murmured, "You are utterly irresistible. I can barely control myself." Maintaining the last shred of her composure, Xia Ting resisted. "No, we can't do this here. After all, modern rides often come equipped with cameras. If their antics were captured and shared online, it would spell disaster for her. This in-between state is unbearable," Qin Feng lamented. Xia Ting, sneaking a glance, noted his genuine discomfort. "You brought this upon yourself," she retorted. Qin Feng, inadvertently causing a mess in the backseat, decided to be forthright. Knowing the fare was reimbursable, he generously offered the driver an 800 yuan cleaning fee. Given that deep cleaning a vehicle was only about 500 yuan, he felt it was worth avoiding further discussion. To his surprise, the driver was remarkably accommodating, expressing gratitude and handing Qin Feng a business card, assuring him of future availability. Despite his imposing physique and rugged appearance, his demeanor was unexpectedly gentle. Glancing at the card, Qin Feng learned the driver's name was Wang Gang. With a trustworthy face and a calm presence, he had shown a thoughtful side by discreetly adjusting the rearview mirror. This piqued Qin Feng's interest in potentially hiring him. He considered that having a bodyguard would be wise, especially with a beauty like Xia Ting by his side. The mere presence of a bodyguard could deter unwanted attention. Furthermore, Wang Gang's tough yet tender persona aligned perfectly with Qin Feng's requirements. Plus, his driving skills would facilitate any future escapades with Xia Ting. The only concern was whether Wang Gang could be trusted. As Qin Feng's desires subsided, he pondered the matter carefully. He resolved to approach Wang Gang with a proposal. After all, in this world, everyone seeks profit, and monetary compensation should alleviate any concerns. However, he needed Xia Ting's consent for the system to reimburse him. Taking Xia Ting's clean hand gently into his, he softly suggested, "What do you think about hiring Brother Wang as our exclusive driver?" Xia Ting, puzzled, replied, "Didn't you just buy me a 911? If you don't want to drive, I can be your chauffeur. Why involve someone else?" Qin Feng explained, "Occasionally, it's necessary to have someone with us. Driving alone can be exhausting, and having more people around provides an additional layer of safety." Noticing that Xia Ting was about to ask further, he smiled and interjected, "With your beauty, what if some fool decides to harass you? Do you want me to confront him?" Xia Ting recalled a few instances from her past when she had been teased, but felt it was not a significant issue. Those individuals were usually timid, merely whistling or making a few comments, easily ignored. They would not dare to escalate things, especially since fighting has become costly and violating a woman's will is a serious crime. Her primary concern was Qin Feng's wealth. What if a criminal targeted him for his money? Having more protection was certainly beneficial. Thus, she nodded in agreement. With Xia Ting's consent, Qin Feng smiled. He called out to the driver, "Wang Gang, Brother Wang, how much do you earn driving a private car for a month?" Their conversation was not hushed, and Wang Gang could hear them. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement. Did that woman imply that this man gifted her a Porsche? Regardless of the veracity, being acknowledged by someone like him was a significant endorsement. Wang Gang quickly responded with humility, "Just call me Xiao Wang. I don't deserve to be addressed as Brother Wang." After his polite introduction, he continued to answer Qin Feng's question. "This job relies a bit on luck. Sometimes the platform assigns me a few airport runs, and I can earn over 10,000 in a month. If I work extra hours at night, I can occasionally make around 20,000. However, Wang Gang was not entirely truthful. The private car business is not as simple as food delivery, which only requires 2 wheels. The investment is substantial, with costs for maintenance, insurance, fuel, and platform commissions significantly reducing profits. If he could net around 10,000 a month, it would be considered fortunate, especially since a decent vehicle for this kind of work costs at least 200,000. Furthermore, he had to contend with the platform's unappealing rules and unpleasant customers, enduring situations like a woman urinating in his new car for a mere 500 yuan. Each profession has its challenges, while a monthly income of 20,000 seems appealing. It often pales in comparison to more laborious jobs. "Although I can cook, I'm not a gourmet," Wang Gang added. "Have you considered changing jobs?" Qin Feng casually inquired. "I would like to, but driving every day has caused some strain on my lumbar spine. I'm not very articulate and struggle with social interactions." Wang Gang chuckled awkwardly. Hearing Qin Feng's apparent interest in hiring him made him quite eager. A person like Qin Feng, who readily pays 800 for a car wash, would likely offer a generous salary. "You heard what we said. We think you're quite capable and would like to hire you as a driver and bodyguard." The hours might be late, requiring you to be on standby all day. How much do you think a suitable salary would be? Qin Feng stated. Wang Gang was taken aback that Qin Feng would let him suggest a salary, leaving him momentarily flustered. He first drove smoothly to their destination, then pondered in silence. Qin Feng did not interrupt, understanding the importance of the decision. He and Xia Ting engaged in soft conversation. Oblivious to Wang Gang's inner turmoil over what salary would be appropriate, too much might seem greedy, while too little would not be desirable. Although he had known Qin Feng for less than half an hour, he was not overly concerned that this might be a scam. As he was resolute in his principles, if someone pays him, he will work. If he has to pay, he will walk away. He disregarded any entry fees or registration costs people often demanded, remaining unfazed by their promises. His only concern was that someone might take advantage of his car, which he had purchased recently for 280,000 and had driven less than 10,000 kilometers. After much deliberation, he hesitantly asked, "Do you often need me to use my car for transportation?" Qin Feng promptly declined. "No need. I will provide you with a more prestigious vehicle." He planned to acquire a car adorned with a logo of 2 wings, as he had heard that wealthy individuals typically drive such vehicles, which would undoubtedly enhance his image. Wang Gang felt somewhat relieved that Qin Feng only required him and not his car, considering the modern harmonious society. He doubted Qin Feng would resort to selling him off in northern Myanmar. Wang Gang thought carefully and concluded that Qin Feng did not seem to be financially constrained. So he mustered the courage to propose a salary he deemed ideal. "How about 20,000? He paused and quickly added, "I used to be a soldier, and I still run and practice military boxing every day. I can easily handle 2 or 3 ordinary individuals. And I not only drive but also have experience as a chef, having traveled to many places." Qin Feng was pleased with Wang Gang's character but found the proposed salary insufficient. 20,000 per month was inadequate. Human nature cannot withstand temptation, especially for roles like a bodyguard or driver. If someone were to accept bribes and drive the car to an abandoned building, the consequences could be dire. Such closed positions require substantial compensation to ensure loyalty. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "All right, we will go with your figure of 20,000. But it will be a trial period for 1 month." Wang Gang was instantly elated, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss. I will do my utmost to meet your expectations." For him, 20,000 a month would double his income. He had every reason to accept the bodyguard role, regardless of the increased labor, danger, or loss of dignity. "I am Qin Feng, and she is Xia Ting. We entrust our safety to you, Brother Wang." Qin Feng addressed him with great courtesy. Wang Gang quickly responded with a smile, saying, "Just call me Xiao Wang, Boss Qin." Qin Feng chuckled, finding this thoughtful bodyguard far more engaging than a soulless automaton. However, he did not relent. "You seem older. It's better to call you Brother Wang. There is no need to fuss over titles. What matters is doing a good job." He continued, "There is no need for a contract. I'll pay you this month's salary up front, 2,000 for the trial period." As he transferred the funds, he noticed Wang Gang's expression of surprise and added, "Once you become a regular, your salary will double. If you perform satisfactorily, I will increase your salary by 1,000 each month for 5 years. If you can prove your loyalty, there will be a significant year-end bonus." Wang Gang was stunned into silence. Double the salary? An additional 1,000 each month? What was happening? Had he stumbled upon a windfall? He turned to Qin Feng, realizing he was not joking. His heart raced with excitement. When he saw the notification of 20,000 yuan in his Alipay account, he believed it, but felt somewhat dazed. Confirming, "Boss, are you serious?" "Of course, the better you perform, the higher your salary," Qin Feng replied with a smile. Wang Gang was so overwhelmed with joy that he felt foolish, his mind racing with gratitude, contemplating kneeling to express his thanks. Was this not a stroke of fortune? As long as he performed well, an increase of 1,000 each month? He had never heard of such an arrangement in his life. Calculating quickly in his mind, he realized that with a doubling of his salary, he could earn nearly 600,000 in a year. What would that amount to over 2 years? It was unfeasible. After enduring a prolonged bout of exertion, his mind was somewhat sluggish, nearly ablaze. Yet, it undoubtedly exceeded 1.2 million. Achieving over 1 million in 2 years may sound simple, but for someone with a less agile mind like his, even with utmost effort, it would be a formidable challenge. Presently, an opportunity lay before him. Wang Gang was overwhelmed with emotion, his voice faltering. With 2 children gradually growing up, their modest home of less than 100 square meters felt excessively cramped for 6 people. He contemplated selling their current residence to acquire a 4-bedroom apartment. However, with an existing car loan and the responsibility of supporting his parents and children, their combined income barely sufficed, leaving them incapable of taking on a mortgage. Wang Gang sincerely believed that disregarding his family's objections and purchasing a 280,000 yuan car to drive for ride-hailing services was a gamble worth taking. Only by associating with affluent individuals like Boss Qin could life improve. If he could truly work for Qin Feng for 2 years, a larger home would be within reach, accommodating the entire family comfortably. "Boss Qin, whatever you need me to do, I will do it. I would risk my life to ensure your safety," Wang Gang proclaimed, thumping his chest with fervor, his hometown accent surfacing in excitement. Xia Ting leaned against Qin Feng, gazing up at the man across from them, who appeared so fervently elated over a few thousand yuan. He seemed somewhat simple-minded, as if he had never seen much of the world. One could only wonder how he would react if he knew that his boss Qin had purchased a car worth over 3 million yuan that very morning. He might faint from shock. However, a touch of simplicity could be endearing, instilling a sense of reassurance. Xia Ting nudged her chin against Qin Feng's chest and said to Wang Gang, "Rest assured, we are quite secure. There's no need for violence at every turn." Qin Feng smiled, adding, "Indeed, there is no need for you to exert yourself. As long as you earnestly assist us, leave the fighting to others." Wang Gang nodded, unperturbed by the presence of hired muscle beneath such a prominent figure. "I understand, boss. From now on, I will be loyal to you." "Well then, let us proceed to purchase a mobile phone." Wang Gang promptly exited the vehicle, opening the door for Qin Feng and extending his hand to shield him from bumping his head. Qin Feng, unaccustomed to such service, felt a tad awkward. He was unsure if this was standard protocol for a chauffeur or a gesture stemming from his newfound status as Wang Gang's employer. Having worked in the service industry himself, he felt that such ostentatious displays were somewhat inappropriate. Thus, he requested of Wang Gang, "There is no need for such formalities in the future, unless we are in a formal setting where appearances matter. Otherwise, let us keep things simple." "Understood, boss." Wang Gang replied eagerly. As chapter 26 unfolded, the earnest man simply wished to cling to a benefactor. Xia Ting emerged from the car, glancing at the midday sun, her brow slightly furrowing but saying nothing. Wang Gang perceptively noted her expression, quickly opening the trunk to retrieve an umbrella, which he held aloft to shield them from the sun. He followed closely behind them, grinning like a devoted servant. Xia Ting was quite pleased with Wang Gang's attentiveness. In September, the sun was not overly harsh, yet the distance from the parking lot to the shopping mall warranted protection. Having someone hold an umbrella not only spared her skin from sun damage, but also provided a sense of pampered luxury, giving her a feeling of grandiosity. "Thank you, Brother Wang," Xia Ting giggled. Wang Gang responded with a low bow and a smile. Dressed in a shirt and slacks, complete with white gloves, he presented himself with utmost humility, resembling a servant rather than a bodyguard. The trio strode confidently toward the mall, drawing the attention of many passersby. Observers noted the couple being tended to, some envious, others disdainful, and still others caught in a mix of admiration and contempt. In contrast to Xia Ting's natural grace, Qin Feng felt his cheeks flush under the scrutiny of onlookers. As an ordinary man, he found it difficult to adjust to being catered to, feeling an uncomfortable sense of falseness and formality. After some contemplation, Qin Feng reached out and took the umbrella from Wang Gang, opting to hold it for Xia Ting himself. The gesture of a boyfriend shielding his girlfriend from the sun felt far less awkward than having a bodyguard do so. "Thank you, dear," Xia Ting sweetly called out, mistaking his actions for jealousy, which only made her voice more endearing. "It's nothing," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "You weren't upset, were you?" Xia Ting inquired, subtly gauging his expression. She was aware that some wealthy individuals were particularly sensitive, often misinterpreting interactions with others. Given how joyfully she had smiled at Wang Gang, she feared Qin Feng might be overly concerned. "Upset about what?" Qin Feng asked, taken aback. Xia Ting explained, "I was merely expressing gratitude to Brother Wang out of politeness." "Oh, I see. And then?" he prompted. Once Xia Ting confirmed that Qin Feng wasn't merely feigning indifference, she relaxed. "People might think you were jealous since you didn't say a word while taking Brother Wang's umbrella." Qin Feng, at a loss for words, sighed. "I just found it a bit ostentatious and felt uncomfortable," Xia Ting teasingly remarked. "As long as you're not worried about Brother Wang, that's all that matters." "Haha." Qin Feng offered a faint smile, choosing not to engage further. Recalling their first meeting, Xia Ting suddenly remembered how Qin Feng had appeared in worn clothing, blending in with the crowd like an ordinary person. It was hard to believe that such a young man could possess immense wealth. Indeed, wealthy individuals often knew how to maintain appearances. Xia Ting felt fortunate that she hadn't hastily blocked him the previous night. She couldn't fathom how she would forgive herself for missing out on such a man. The thought of the 20 yuan red envelope she had sent him the other night made her feel embarrassed to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Wang Gang, realizing that his boss did not particularly favor superficiality, felt a sense of relief. Having served in the military, he was a man of unwavering principles who had never been one for flattery, which led to his current situation. The previous display had made him uncomfortable, akin to lowering himself beneath others' feet. Yet for the sake of financial gain, he had to humble himself, akin to what he had seen on television. This, he believed, exemplified maturity. He had thought he would have to continue this way indefinitely, but was pleasantly surprised that his employer was considerate of his dignity. How many bosses were both supportive of their subordinates and willing to offer raises? Wang Gang resolved that he would cling to Qin Feng's coattails with unwavering determination, never letting go. The fact that his boss had emphasized sincerity twice indicated that loyalty mattered more than mere appearances. However, Wang Gang felt that loyalty alone was insufficient. It required diligent, earnest work to secure his place by his boss's side. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng was entirely unaware of their thoughts. He simply felt awkward. Having never experienced wealth before, he believed that once he acquired riches, he would inevitably become corrupt. The trio arrived at Entai Plaza. Qin Feng entrusted the umbrella back to Wang Gang for safekeeping. Checking the time, he turned to Xia Ting and said, "Let us have a meal first." "All right." Xia Ting nodded. The restaurants within the mall were generally not overly expensive, with an average cost of 1 or 200 yuan per person at most. However, establishments like Heideleo might be a bit pricier. Qin Feng had been fortunate enough to dine there a few times. Not only was it costly, but the overly subservient service had also deterred him. The smile was so artificial it sent shivers down his spine, reminiscent of uncut braids atop one's head. Qin Feng found no joy in it. The two of them meandered a bit before casually selecting a well-decorated restaurant called Fengmenting. Qin Feng and Xia Ting found a 4-person table in the lobby, only to realize that Wang Gang was standing rigidly beside them. It was peak dining time. Wang Gang stood slightly taller than Qin Feng, nearly 2 meters, with a robust physique. His towering presence could easily be deemed the brightest in the room. "Brother Wang, please take a seat and join us. Don't be shy. The food will definitely be filling," Qin Feng urged. "No need, boss. I've already had lunch." Wang Gang politely declined. "Look at your stature. You can certainly manage another meal. Please sit down. Standing there is rather inappropriate," Qin Feng insisted, rising to invite him to join. It seemed unkind for him to work while missing out on a meal. Wang Gang had never witnessed a bodyguard dining with clients. And as he was a mere third wheel in a couple's outing, he felt it would be absurd to intrude. Realizing he was too conspicuous, he quickly said, "I'll just sit outside," and without a backward glance, he made his way out, settling on a small bench to observe the scene through the glass. Qin Feng shook his head in resignation. He ordered a beef fried rice for the towering figure, leaving it to fate whether Wang Gang would eat it or not. Xia Ting paid no heed to these trivial matters, engrossed in the menu. After scanning the QR code on her phone, she ordered scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried yam with black fungus, spicy kidney stir-fry, garlic seafood vermicelli, including oysters, braised loach, chestnut chicken soup, and scallion lamb. As the dishes began to arrive, Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. What was the meaning of this? Had he not performed well last night? "Woman, you are playing with fire." Qin Feng glared at Xia Ting, whose face bore a sly grin, reminiscent of a cunning fox. He felt an overwhelming urge to take her right then and there. "Brother, you should eat more to replenish your strength," Xia Ting said playfully, placing an oyster in Qin Feng's bowl with a cheerful smile. Qin Feng let out a dismissive grunt. Retorting resolutely, "You'd better not regret it tonight." His mouth was currently the only part of him that felt strong. After such a wild night followed by 2 encounters this morning, he was beginning to feel depleted. Rubbing his waist, he thought, "Once I attain a physique beyond measure, you will see. I'm worried about your well-being with your lack of restraint these past few days. Let us keep it simple tonight. You need to recover," Xia Ting said without a hint of embarrassment, finding Qin Feng's determined expression particularly amusing, which made her giggle uncontrollably. "There is no need for that," Qin Feng replied while swallowing the oyster, his voice booming. Xia Ting laughed so hard she could hardly contain herself. After their meal, the pair casually strolled through the mall. Whether it was the oysters working their magic or not, after just half an hour, Qin Feng felt rejuvenated. He cast a provocative glance at Xia Ting, who met his gaze with an equally defiant smile. He was tempted to pull her into the car for a showdown, but halted at the thought that she still needed to buy his phone. Realizing that the matter at hand was of utmost importance, his phone had become excessively sluggish. Douyin would only allow him to scroll through 5 videos before he faced a lengthy wait. Live streaming was even more cumbersome. He was now capable of tipping. And the thought of all the lovely live streamers waiting for him to discover them filled him with urgency. How many 90-point streamers were there? And what were their reward strategies? Would an investment of 10 million create a stir? What special gestures would the streamers make upon receiving payment? Qin Feng was filled with anticipation. Yet he understood the need for patience. Xia Ting was about to receive a cashback reward, and winning her over was the best course of action. He accompanied Xia Ting through the mall with composure. Their first stop was Starbucks. He inquired if Wang Gang, who had been trailing them, wanted a milk tea, but was met with a firm shake of the head. He ordered a strawberry white chocolate frappuccino for Xia Ting, but refrained from getting one for himself, feeling it inappropriate for a man to indulge in such a dainty drink. However, the alluring whipped cream atop the frappuccino tempted him. Fortunately, as he accompanied Xia Ting shopping, there would be plenty of opportunities for milk tea. In a small accessory shop, while Xia Ting tried on hairpins, Qin Feng seized the moment to hold her frappuccino, pretending to take a casual sip. The sweetness overwhelmed him, causing his eyes to squint in delight. No wonder milk tea is a shopping essential, he thought, feeling a surge of happiness with each sip. Unfortunately, the medium size didn't tea last long, and he silently resolved to get a large next time. At that moment, Xia Ting reached out to reclaim her drink from him, only to find it empty. In mock anger, she playfully smacked his arm and scolded, "You're insufferable, stealing my milk tea." With a cheeky grin, Qin Feng replied, "It was just too delicious. I couldn't resist." "Humph," Xia Ting pouted adorably, giving him a playful glare. To make amends, Qin Feng bought her a pair of sunglasses and a beige sun hat. The hat exuded a sense of luxury, with its pleated design and bow lending Xia Ting an air of youthful charm. When she donned it, her small face appeared even more delicate. With a brim reinforced with metal wire, she could shape it to her liking. Xia Ting arranged the hat into a few shell-like pleats and paired it with a particularly flattering black dress, resembling a pure beauty ready for a seaside vacation. Her fair complexion captivated Qin Feng. "Do you think it looks good?" Xia Ting asked, The hat was reasonably priced, yet Qin Feng's unwavering gaze filled her with joy. Absolutely. Qin Feng nodded vigorously. Given your honesty, I'll forgive you, Xia Ting declared with a giggle. Let us go by the phone. She packed her items and handed them to Wang Gang, linking arms with Qin Feng as they made their way to the Huawei Experience store. At that moment, the importance of having a bodyguard became evident. Having someone to carry her things made the outing far more convenient. If only he had had a bodyguard yesterday, he wouldn't have had to deal with the hassle of having items delivered back and forth. Upon arriving at the Experience store, Xia Ting asked the staff if they had the most expensive Huawei Porsche model. Receiving a positive confirmation, she wasted no time in requesting a black one. Swiftly scanning to make her payment, her decisiveness impressed Qin Feng greatly. This model was said to be endorsed by Huawei's spokesperson and was considered a financial asset in the smartphone realm, highly valued over time. As Qin Feng drooled, he unwrapped the packaging, revealing the sleek design. The rear camera was an octagonal star diamond, and the combination of metal and ceramic materials gave it an exquisite and recognizable feel. Upon powering it on, Qin Feng was instantly enamored with the phone. Its smoothness and vibrant colors far surpassed the subpar models he had previously owned. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. It was exceptional. Do you like it, brother? Xia Ting noticed his deep affection for the phone and eagerly approached him, her face radiating a desire for praise. This device cost over 10,000 yuan previously. She might have felt a pang of regret upon such an expenditure. However, now, she felt no such remorse. Setting aside the genuine Porsche from earlier that morning, she had yet to exhaust the generous 100,000 yuan gifted by Qin Feng 2 days prior. Essentially, she had spent nothing, purely benefiting from his generosity. As long as Qin Feng recalled that the phone was a gift from her, it would be a tremendous gain. I really love it. Thank you for the gift. Qin Feng expressed joyfully, gently holding Xia Ting's face. If you like it, then you must part ways with your old phone, he teased. Xia Ting lightly grasped his hand, halting his playful banter. With this new phone, how could I possibly use my old, broken one? Qin Feng dismissed her concern nonchalantly. Who knows what goes on in the minds of men? Xia Ting replied with a scoff, her tone laced with sarcasm. Once I finish transferring my data, I'll sell my old phone, Qin Feng assured her. Xia Ting opened her mouth, wishing to insist he discard the old phone in front of her. Yet she feared being too forceful might provoke his irritation. Instead, she let out a playful hum and quipped, that old phone is worth at most 200. Why not sell it to me? Qin Feng, taken aback, questioned, what would you want with my old phone? Xia Ting stared silently into his eyes. He felt a tinge of embarrassment under her gaze, smiling sheepishly. Just moments ago, he had entertained a rather unwholesome thought, selling the new phone and purchasing a more modest model for 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, thereby pocketing an extra 7,000 or 8,000 yuan in cash. After all, a 3,000 yuan phone would suffice. The surplus could be added to his system, enabling him to unleash a lavish gifting spree for female streamers. However, he quickly reconsidered. Xia Ting's affection was paramount. What if she became upset upon seeing him with a different phone? Better to have one bird in hand than 100 in the bush, he mused, regaining his composure. With victory already within his grasp, he could now employ his ultimate move to elevate Xia Ting's fondness for him. He had meticulously planned this financial strategy during his earlier car purchase. He exuded confidence, believing that once executed, it would exponentially enhance his appeal to most women. Even men would willingly bow to him in submission. Xia Ting, are you currently living with your parents? He inquired, his tone deepening. Chapter 28. Wealth does not equate to license. Xia Ting, puzzled by his abrupt change of topic, sensed a flicker of concern in his eyes. Yes. My mother disapproves of me renting a place on my own, insisting that girls should maintain propriety, she nonchalantly replied, casting a glance at Qin Feng. It's not like I'm cohabiting with another man. I merely wish to live with my best friend. They refuse to agree. And I have to report in if I'm late returning home. It's utterly exasperating. Your mother's perspective is quite reasonable. Nowadays, many girls living independently lead chaotic lives, their routines disheveled, resembling lost souls, Qin Feng consoled her. His experiences delivering food at night had exposed him to the alarming realities faced by women living alone, pale and haggard, their homes resembling scenes from a crime drama. Disorganized and filthy, often overflowing with instant noodle boxes. He found comfort in the notion that a gentle girl like Xia Ting was better off with someone to care for and guide her. How could I ever be that kind of girl? Xia Ting retorted, her tone sharp. If you believe my mother is correct, would you also agree to her demand that I must be home by 10 tonight? Qin Feng faltered, momentarily speechless. He realized the weight of her mother's rules did not impact him directly, making it easy to voice opinions without consequence. He had intended to indulge in the luxurious experience of a 5-star presidential suite that night, with no intention of sending Xia Ting home. Recognizing the conversation was veering off course, he quickly redirected. I didn't mean it that way. I was merely asking if you would like to own a place of your own. Upon hearing the word house, Xia Ting's expression transformed. He wished to buy her a home. This was all happening far too quickly. She felt utterly unprepared. They had only been together for 2 days. And now they were discussing the prospect of a marital residence? The realization startled her, sending her heart racing. Are you serious? She asked, her voice trembling. Yes. Do you have a particular property in mind? Qin Feng casually inquired. Xia Ting's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief at his nonchalant question, interpreting it to mean, do you have any favorite outfits? I'll get you a couple of sets. In that moment, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. As if she were on the brink of discovering love. Just one final push would shatter her reservations, and she would fall for him unconditionally. Affection level. Xia Ting too. Qin Feng clenched his fist, secretly elated. This was splendid indeed. He had initially worried that his words might catapult Xia Ting's affection to an overwhelming 80. Instead, he had retained just enough to keep things balanced. Once he purchased the house, he could further elevate her fondness and effectively recoup a substantial sum. Let us seize the opportunity this afternoon and make the purchase, he declared eagerly, noticing Xia Ting's dazed expression. Her affection level of 79 felt precarious. One misplaced word could easily tip the scales in his favor, potentially costing him a house. He aimed to act decisively and pay outright. Xia Ting, taken aback by his sudden enthusiasm, stammered, "Are we really going today?" She held no doubts about Qin Feng's capabilities. Her hesitation stemmed from the rapid pace of their relationship. What girl could withstand the whirlwind of buying a car in the morning and a house by afternoon? Such monumental life events compressed into a single day felt overwhelmingly exhilarating. The future seemed unbearably delightful. After all, the car was a Porsche, and surely the house would be a villa of some sort, right? Xia Ting's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yes. Do you have your heart set on a specific property? Qin Feng encouraged her with a smile. Indeed. There's a stunning villa I came across previously, Xia Ting replied without hesitation, pulling out her phone to search for the exquisite standalone villa she had seen on social media. It was a garden villa within the same city, priced at 8 million yuan, urgently for sale. The owner had originally paid 10 million and had spent over 200,000 on renovations. With 3 stories. The villa boasted an area of 420 square meters, showcasing a traditional Chinese architectural style, complete with a 180 square meter garden. What lingered in her memory was the expansive 60 square meter master bedroom on the 3rd floor, featuring a magnificent 8-meter floor-to-ceiling window that offered breathtaking views of lush flora. The terrace was equally grand, adorned with various plants and 2 lounge chairs, creating an atmosphere of serenity and leisure. What do you think of this one? Xia Ting presented her phone, showcasing the video with a sense of pride. It's quite nice, though the surrounding area appears rather desolate. Lacking the vibrancy of life one might expect, Qin Feng commented objectively. Unlike his modest flat, where he was often bombarded with questions from elderly neighbors while shopping for groceries, he preferred a more tranquil living environment. Now that I have come into wealth, I must announce to the world that today, not only did I purchase broccoli and potatoes, but I also acquired a Porsche. It has always been my dream home, and upon seeing this villa, I imagine living here with someone I adore, willing to sacrifice even 5 years of my life for it. If only I could live without the burdens of work, free from worries, spending my days doing yoga, tending to flowers, and caring for dogs, all while awaiting my beloved's return home, engaging in light-hearted gossip with friends in the villa. With children being cared for by a nanny, I would find joy in a life of ease and freedom, content if I could reach the age of 70. But now, a man has offered to gift me this villa? My goodness, is fate conspiring against my longevity? Lost in thought, I stared blankly, observing my fascination with the villa. Qin Feng decided to act swiftly and secure the property. With a budget of over 8 million, along with the previous 300,000, if the cashback were successful, it would grant him ample opportunity to indulge for a while. He reached out to the agent using my phone, inquiring about the property, eager to arrange a viewing. Fortunately, the agent was available, with the keys in hand, ready for us to visit. Confirming the address, Qin Feng cheerfully said, "Let us embark on a journey to your future home." I leaped with excitement, nearly wrapping my legs around him, but refrained in public for propriety's sake, instead expressing my joy by pecking his face repeatedly. "Brother, I adore you," I exclaimed. "Not so fast, let me secure the house first," he modestly replied. "Just how much money do you possess? What company do you invest in?" I queried, curiosity piqued despite knowing I should not pry. Yet, seeing his calm demeanor stirred a tempest of intrigue within me. "No need to inquire. I can procure whatever you desire, as long as it isn't too extravagant," he asserted confidently. "The value of 1 million is but a fraction of a fortune. While I am not wealthy enough to rival nations, I can certainly afford to buy gifts that please you. The shimmering diamonds and pearls, regardless of their cost, are within reach." With a wave of his hand, he called over Wang Gang from a distance to return to the parking lot. The confidence he exuded made my heart flutter anew, and I found myself captivated by his impressive demeanor. My gaze lingered on him, biting my lush lower lip, my eyes brimming with unabashed affection, controlling my excitement. I settled into the backseat of the car, fully willing to comply with his wishes. At that moment, even if he were to act inappropriately, I would not be offended. Rather, I might even take the initiative. I gently refused the seatbelt he offered, leaning against him, wrapping my arms around his neck, gazing up at him with doe-like eyes filled with longing. Chapter 29, The Love of the Innocent, Distant Yet Unattainable Yet. Disappointment washed over me as Qin Feng did not reciprocate my feelings. Instead, he rolled down the window and called to Wang Gang, who was standing outside, avoiding us, saying, "Wang, what are you doing? Get in and drive." Wang hesitated, Having observed my enthusiastic demeanor earlier, he assumed we were engaged in something private and did not wish to intrude. Upon hearing Qin Feng's call, he reluctantly climbed into the front seat, mentally preparing himself for the frequency of such scenes in the future, convincing himself to remain composed. "I'll use your car for a couple of days, and then I'll arrange for a new one for you," Qin Feng said, ignoring my longing glances, pretending to chat with Wang Gang. "Which do you prefer, a Bentley or a Mercedes?" Now that Qin Feng had composed himself, he realized the need to take it slow. No matter how youthful one may be, one cannot indulge excessively. Previously, he had felt drained, as if afflicted by some ailment, but he dared not display weakness before me. Summoning Wang Gang was merely a pretext to divert my attention. Wang Gang, perplexed, answered dutifully, "When I was in the army, I thought the Hongqi was the most prestigious. But now I prefer spacious RVs that allow for travel anywhere." Qin Feng's interest peaked at the mention of RVs, recognizing their potential for adventure. "How much do good RVs cost?" he inquired. "A decent one is around 700,000 or 800,000. The more luxurious ones can range from hundreds of thousands to millions, depending on the modifications," Wang Gang replied. Having already secured a vehicle, I grew weary of Qin Feng discussing cars with others. Noticing his lack of attention, I playfully twisted in his embrace, like a siren seeking his focus. I then shifted the conversation back to real estate. "Brother, will this house be in both our names?" Qin Feng paused, and after receiving a response from the system, he sighed and replied with resignation, "Only your name will be on it." His expression struck me as peculiar, yet I thought little of it. Upon learning that the house would be exclusively for me, my heart raced with excitement. In that moment, Qin Feng appeared to me as a radiant treasure, gleaming with golden light, impossible to ignore. I harbored no doubts regarding his ability to afford the $8 million property. Given his earlier words in the mall, I imagined his savings might well exceed 9 figures. Perhaps we should put both our names on it. After all, this will be our home, I suggested politely. The significance of this home far surpassed that of a mere vehicle. Having one name on the deed would imply that I was merely after his possessions. "Just use your name. I wish to provide you with a sense of security, allowing you to feel at ease caring for me at home." Qin Feng fabricated a heartfelt rationale, spinning a web of falsehoods. Even though he desired his name on the deed, the system forbade it, insisting that the goddess must possess absolute autonomy. How infuriating. The system truly knows how to pander. I chose not to press further. His words were sufficient to quell my concerns. However, the thought of cohabiting with this man filled me with trepidation, worrying I might not meet his expectations. Hesitantly, I added, "I can be rather lazy, and I wouldn't want to handle the cleaning of such a large house alone. Could we perhaps hire a housekeeper?" Given that he pays his bodyguard a monthly salary of 50 to 60,000, hiring a housekeeper for 10,000 should pose no problem. Yet, I felt a touch of embarrassment uttering such a request, as it might imply I was merely a woman seeking leisure, living off someone else's efforts. Like a dreamless fish, idly basking in comfort, she worried that Qin Feng might look down on her, which caused her cheeks to flush and her ears to turn a rosy hue as she made her request. "Of course, I will provide everything for you. Cooks, gardeners, personal doctors, personal trainers, and so on. As long as you are happy and joyful in the future." Qin Feng painted a beautiful picture of the future for her. He yearned for these things too, but only if the cashback success was achieved. Xia Ting was momentarily dazed by Qin Feng's grand visions. After years of graduation, she had encountered countless individuals. The harshness of reality gradually led her to relinquish her dreams of marrying a super-rich man and becoming a wealthy wife. As she aged, at 26, she had lowered her standards for a partner to a 7-figure savings requirement, with the additional stipulation that there could be no more than a 3-year age difference, and that he must show her sufficient care. Xia Ting believed her qualifications were not lacking, and her demands were not excessive. Surely, she could find a husband. Yet, reality delivered a harsh slap across her face. The few young, affluent heirs she dated were gamblers, pleasure seekers, and even foodies. The older gentlemen she encountered were excessively frugal, proclaiming that money was meant to be displayed to women, not spent on them. Such outrageous statements could land one in a pigpen within her social circle. There was one potential candidate. Young, decent-looking, albeit not wealthy, he was stable as a public servant. After dating him for several months, he expressed concern that her beauty might lead him to infidelity, and thus, he ended the relationship. How frustrating. She only aimed to catch one fish at a time. Her close friend, who was neither as attractive nor as fit as she was, and possessed a small-minded disposition, managed to secure a husband worth 9 figures. Despite being 2 decades her senior, yet, Xia Ting found herself still unable to meet a suitable man. Some time ago, she heeded her mother's advice and began blind dating. Almost every man who saw her would question why someone with her qualities was resorting to matchmaking. That look in their eyes, filled with suspicion and unspoken thoughts, made her want to explode. The suitors were all peculiar characters, mama's boys, immature men, reclusive types, and sleazy individuals. Her bizarre blind dating experiences could fill a 1,000,000-word novel. She initially thought that after a year or 2, she would have to lower her standards yet again. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon her. A classmate who once harbored a crush on her had become incredibly wealthy and treated her exceptionally well. Xia Ting felt moved to tears. With a quivering nose and misty eyes, she gazed at Qin Feng and asked, "Darling, will you love me for a lifetime?" Women are inherently emotional creatures, and when feelings arise, they become uncontrollable. She yearned to hear a heartfelt confession from Qin Feng, but was taken aback by his nonchalant response, Xia Ting immediately retracted her tears, feeling disheartened as she lamented, "You are not being sincere at all." Qin Feng knew the correct answer, but feared that saying it would only add pressure. After all, they had yet to purchase a home. Fortunately, this emotional state was fleeting. With no system notification received, Qin Feng relaxed and smiled reassuringly, "I love you. I love you. Look, I'm planning to buy you a house. Isn't that a demonstration of my love?" It seems that, at some point, modern notions of love have become somewhat distorted. A single house can now serve as proof of love. In the past, he would have never dared to speak so calmly about loving a woman. But times had changed. With the aid of the devoted system, he could endlessly prove his affection. Chapter 30. Even if I die, even if I jump from here, I will never be your mistress. Seeing that he was buying her a house, Xia Ting felt it was inappropriate to sulk any further. Although she did not receive the answer she desired, she could discern his fondness for her through his gaze. The thought of soon having a home of her own, coupled with the fact that her partner was both handsome and gentle, with ample wealth to indulge, filled her with excitement. She even felt a bit impatient with the slow pace of their progress and wished to hasten it. Her entire focus rested on Qin Feng. As she playfully poked his chest with her fingers, insinuating, "So, brother, does buying me a house carry any special significance?" Qin Feng, solely focused on improving their rapport, had not considered anything beyond that. Unprepared for the question, his gaze drifted as he replied casually, "I just want you to have more freedom without family constraints." Xia Ting sensed that this was not the answer she sought, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "Oh, so you only want to buy a house for us to live together? Well, we need a place to stay before discussing anything further, right?" Qin Feng scratched his head and chuckled. "However, I will definitely have to inform my parents about our cohabitation." Xia Ting stared intently at Qin Feng, her expression earnest as she asked, "What if they want to meet you? Will you go?" Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. He understood Xia Ting's implication. Meeting the parents would inevitably lead to discussions of marriage. After finally accumulating some wealth, he was not ready to plunge into the depths of a romantic entanglement. "That's not going to work," he diplomatically deferred. "Of course I will go, but we should wait until we have had more time to adjust to each other. After all, we have only been together for 2 days, and we still have many habits to learn about one another." After Qin Feng spoke, he noticed Xia Ting stiffen, as if she had frozen in place, silent and unresponsive. He curiously inquired, "What's wrong?" Xia Ting seemed to suddenly recall something, raising her head to give him a complex look. Yet, she remained silent. She released his neck, shifted her seat, and sat apart from him, deliberately creating distance between them, reminiscent of their cold interactions during their university days. Xia Ting's affection level -1. Xia Ting's affection level -1. Xia Ting's affection level -1. Qin Feng was taken aback. He had never anticipated that her affection level could actually decrease. The system notification indicated that her affection level plummeted from 79 to 69. Observing Xia Ting's expression, which was as icy as a snow-capped mountain, he broke into a cold sweat, feeling a surge of anxiety. He hastily approached her to salvage the situation. "Baby, please don't be like this. I was just a bit nervous when I mentioned meeting your parents later. Don't be angry." Seeing her remain unmoved, he gritted his teeth and conceded, "You can make the arrangements. I promise I will meet your uncle and aunt tomorrow." Yet, Xia Ting continued to maintain her silence, her gaze frosty as she regarded him, as if scrutinizing a scoundrel. Qin Feng, under her penetrating stare, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. He couldn't fathom why she was upset. He had bought her a house and a car, yet his affection level was still dropping. Frustrated, he raised his voice slightly. "What more do you want from me? Just tell me, and if it's within my capabilities, I will do it." Unexpectedly, Xia Ting let out a cold laugh and, out of spite, declared, "I demand that the house be under both our names." "Can you do that?" Qin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that her demand would be an impossible task. How could they move forward? While he desired to have his name on the deed, the devoted system would not permit it. Furthermore, why not just write her name on it exclusively? Growing anxious, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and fell silent. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy and oppressive. "What's going on?" Qin Feng exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "At this rate, my affection points will plummet." He scratched his head anxiously, feeling a sense of urgency he hadn't experienced even when he had been searching for the right location the previous night. Suppressing his agitation, he asked in a low voice, "Is adding a name truly that significant?" Xia Ting, overwhelmed with emotion, clung to the issue of the name, retorting, "Are you brave enough to add it?" Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. In the past, if someone had offered him a villa, he would have treated them like royalty. But with Xia Ting, not only was his affection dwindling, but she also presented him with seemingly impossible conditions. With the prospect of a reward so tantalizingly close, he was genuinely reluctant to let it slip away. Despite his mounting irritation, he chose to endure, hoping to salvage the situation. "I can't add my name to this property, but I can for the next one. Surely that will suffice?" Xia Ting's heart ached. She longed to shout, "So you want me to wait until you divorce before adding your name, right?" But she refrained. This man had not uttered a single promise, leaving her with no right to criticize him. She felt utterly wronged. Tears welled in her eyes, trickling down her rosy cheeks, leaving damp trails before falling onto her chest. How foolish she had been, believing there was a man in this world who loved her like an angel. The truth was, they were all devils from hell. It was high time she awakened from this dream. Stop the car, Wang Gu. Xia Ting's voice quivered as she sobbed. Startled, Qin Feng, who was deep in thought about how to navigate the situation, softened upon seeing her tear-streaked face. He enveloped her in his arms, murmuring, "Darling, please don't cry. I promised to add my name, didn't I?" Xia Ting struggled to push him away, her voice trembling with indignation. "Get away from me, you scoundrel." She yearned to declare that even if no one wanted her, she would never settle for being his mistress. Wang Gu, sensing the commotion from the backseat, cautiously pulled the car to the right side of the road. However, he did not stop, merely taking precautions against Xia Ting's potential outburst that could lead to an accident. Qin Feng's temper flared. The woman's unreasonable behavior was infuriating. After investing so much, she dared to label him a scoundrel. Can we discuss this rationally? What have I done to deserve such accusations? Silence enveloped the car, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. Xia Ting lowered her gaze, her expression one of anguish, as large tears cascaded down her face, staining her clothing. After a prolonged silence, Xia Ting gradually regained her composure, fixing a cold, emotionless stare at Qin Feng. At that moment, she felt as though her dreams lay shattered. She should have anticipated this. When she had suggested visiting his home, he had hesitated. When she inquired about his investments, he had been evasive, and he had shown reluctance to meet her parents. Even in their intimate moments, he had failed to make any promises. Now, he wouldn't even dare add his name to the property, fearing exposure. What did this indicate? If he had nothing to hide, why would he shy away from such a simple act? And what was this about adding a name for a second property? How many homes did he intend to acquire? Xia Ting was increasingly convinced that Qin Feng was indeed a married man, seeking to buy her a house to keep her as a mistress. Much like the scenarios depicted on television, the thought made her tears flow anew. System, you are a pathetic host. After 30 chapters, you still cannot handle a simpleton. Xia Ting, influenced by the portrayals of mistresses in dramas, had never considered becoming one herself. She believed it was far better to work honestly than to be an unacknowledged mistress, devoid of legal protection. Children born from such unions would be illegitimate, hidden away from the world. Moreover, her partner would have no authority over her. Most critically, if discovered by the legitimate partner, the consequences could be dire, ranging from public humiliation to violent retribution. Acid attacks. The mere thought of such brutality sent Xia Ting into a frenzy. Qin Feng, mark my words. Give up on that notion. I, Xia Ting, would rather perish in poverty than be your mistress. Wiping away her tears, she called out again to Wang Gu. Stop the car. Wang Gu, caught in a dilemma, had never encountered a scene like this between a boss and a lover and was unsure whether to comply. Observing Xia Ting's fervor and seeing that his boss did not intervene, he cautiously slowed down, eventually coming to a halt at the roadside, silently observing from the driver's seat. Qin Feng finally grasped her thoughts, bewildered. Who said anything about you being a mistress? Seeing him attempt to deny it, Xia Ting pressed on with her inquiries. Then why won't you tell me where you live? Why do you care so much about that worthless phone? Why won't you write our names together? Faced with her barrage of questions, Qin Feng fell silent. Xia Ting, with reddened eyes, reproached him in a sorrowful tone. You clearly have a wife. So why do you pursue me? Unable to respond to her accusations, he pulled out his ID, offering it as proof. You can check my ID to see if I have any marital ties. Xia Ting was momentarily taken aback by his forthrightness. Her despair began to flicker with hope as she stammered. You truly have no wife? Qin Feng spread his arms, affirming, I do not. Believing she might have misjudged him. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Yet, seeking reassurance, she gently pressed, You promise I'm your only girlfriend? No hidden fiancé, ES, or other women, in a bid to win her over. Qin Feng earnestly replied, I swear, I absolutely have no other girlfriends. Elated by his sincerity, Xia Ting, emboldened, ventured further, then promised there won't be any in the future. Qin Feng hesitated, gazing into her doe-like eyes, her tear-streaked face evoking a protective instinct within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and soothe her distress. However, being a man of integrity, he refrained from making promises he could not keep. Money and affection were within his power to give. Yet a vow of exclusive love for a lifetime was beyond his capacity. He did not wish to forsake everything for Xia Ting nor deceive her. If she could not accept his other relationships, then perhaps it was best to part ways. Although he had not secured the reward, he had shared an intimate night with her, and he considered the luxury car of fair compensation. There were countless beautiful women in the world, many of whom would appreciate wealth. If she was not the one, there would surely be another who could tolerate his nature. He embraced Xia Ting, gently stroking her hair. Without answering her question, in silence, he intended to allow her to come to her own understanding. He planned to give Xia Ting the autonomy to make her choice. Continuing to follow him would yield no results, and certainly, there would be other women involved. Xia Ting, filled with joy, awaited his affirmative response, yet it never came. As seconds ticked by, her heart began to plummet. She realized that this man was subtly conveying to her that she would not be the sole woman by his side in the future. After all this time, she would still be relegated to the role of the mistress. How could she, the renowned belle of Jiang University, descend to such a state? A pang of self-pity washed over her. Tears streamed down her face as she clung tightly to the man before her, burying her face in his embrace and emitting muffled sobs. Her tears soaked his shirt, and she even wiped her nose on him. Qin Feng felt a surge of guilt, allowing her to act as she wished. How many girlfriends will you have? Xiating choked out. I don't know, Qin Feng answered honestly. What a scoundrel. Xiating scolded, yet she recognized that such men indeed possess a magnetic allure for women. She pondered this, at such a young age, with wealth and good looks. Why should he exclusively favor her? This was not a youth idol drama. Nevertheless, Xiating could not suppress her sorrow. It was the first time in her life she had encountered such a remarkable man, and she did not wish to relinquish him so easily. After weeping for what felt like an eternity, she finally composed herself. Lifting her head, her makeup smeared, she resembled a weeping kitten, her eyes slightly swollen. In a sobbing voice, she asked, what if your girlfriend comes and splashes acid on me in the future? Xiating imagined the worst-case scenario. That won't happen. I will arrange for you a highly reliable bodyguard, Qin Feng replied earnestly. What good is that? If she secretly sprays it, no one can stop her. Xiating trembled with fear. On one side was the allure of the villa, on the other, the threat of acid. She was at a loss as to what to choose, wishing she could bite down on the scoundrel's shoulder to make him understand the turmoil she felt. Let me calm down and think this through, she said, forcefully pushing him away, hastily wiping her face, and opening the car door to exit. Qin Feng grasped her hand, asking, where are you going? Xiating broke free from his hold, coldly retorting, home, where else? Qin Feng forced a smile, saying, I'll drive you. I don't want to see you right now, scoundrel. Xiating slammed the car door shut with a resounding thud, causing Wang Gang, who was in front, to wince in pain. Seeing her so resolute, Qin Feng let out a helpless sigh and said to Wang Gang, you take her home, I'll catch a cab. Understood. Boss, Wang Gang replied. Qin Feng exited the car, watching Wang Gang decisively turn around and chase after Xiating, honking and exchanging a few words with her. He saw Xiating shoot him a glare before obediently getting back into the car. As they passed by him, Xiating did not lower the window, and Qin Feng smiled and waved at her, standing by the roadside until the vehicle disappeared from view. Only then did he shake his head with a wry smile. A man who cannot lie truly loses points. He should have been audacious enough to deceive her into believing she was worth an 80. Securing the return before revealing the truth. He silently vowed to become a heartless scoundrel in the future. As Qin Feng walked along the road, he constantly reflected on himself, unbothered by the afternoon sun beating down on him. After a while, he regained his composure. He looked up, uncertain of where to go next. Glancing around, he recognized the scenery along the street. He recalled visiting this bustling area while delivering food, with many shops lining the streets. Not far away were a CAF, a hair salon, an internet CAF, and a boutique foot massage parlor. His attention was drawn to the foot massage shop, fixating on its flashy sign. Yet he resolutely walked into the internet CAF. It was that he couldn't afford the foot massage parlor. Rather, the internet CAF offered better value for enjoyment. The choice between $3 for an hour of fun versus $298 was self-evident. With only $5,000 or $6,000 in cash left, Qin Feng continually reassured himself. Upon entering the internet CAF, Qin Feng confidently grabbed a bottle of cola and topped up his internet fee with $10. After receiving a sweet smile from the cashier, who scored him a 69, he settled in the $3 hall area. While waiting for the computer to boot up, he took out his newly purchased phone to check. There were 3 new contacts on WeChat, all female. Qin Feng clicked on the first girl's moments. Her post featured selfies that looked somewhat familiar, and the system awarded her an impressive score of 81. Upon further inspection, he noticed that, besides her, the photos often displayed the Porsche emblem on the steering wheel, accompanied by some motivational quotes. Remembering the Porsche from earlier that morning, he realized this was the attractive saleswoman, Peng Jinyan. Qin Feng accepted her request. Shortly thereafter, she sent a greeting. However, Qin Feng was momentarily disinterested in the saleswoman, leaving her hanging for the time being. The second girl had a WeChat name that was rather plain. Her moments contained few posts, just a couple of landscape photos paired with reflections on life. Her note indicated she was the owner of a Porsche. Qin Feng recalled her as the female owner of the car he had ordered. He felt a flicker of interest and clicked to approve her request, bluntly messaging, "Beauty, send me a selfie." After his encounter with Xiating, he had grown bolder, unafraid to say anything. Requesting a selfie was also a way to save everyone's time. If she scored below 90, there would be no further conversation. He simply wouldn't have the energy to spare on other women. The third contact was Jiang Manchue, whose request note read, "What were you doing at the Porsche dealership?" Qin Feng had posted a couple of photos of the Porsche on his moments that morning, garnering over 20 likes and comments teasing him about buying one. It seemed this woman had learned about his visit to the dealership from one of his classmates. Qin Feng smiled slightly, feeling his mood lift. He initially considered adding her back and mocking her with a comment like, "Why do you care?" But then thought better of it. After all, he was a man with an ID card. There was no need to flaunt superiority before a woman like her. It would seem as though he still cared. He decisively clicked reject and blocked her. Indifference was the most cutting form of communication, much like her earlier disregard for him. Only those who have suffered such violence can truly comprehend its horror. the feeling of molten lava trapped within a chest encased in layers of ice and snow. Qin Feng wished for her to experience that as well. After handling these matters, he casually set his phone on the table, revealing the octagonal star diamond camera. Amidst the envious gazes of nearby friends, he launched the game League of Legends. After all, one must first indulge in a few rounds of pleasure at the internet CAF before seeking out a girl in a live stream. He had played this game intermittently for 7 or 8 years. His skills were not particularly impressive. He only knew how to employ a few flashy tactics. However, the new version was filled with variety, perfectly suited for a player like Qin Feng. The game commenced, and he chose a champion known as Will Mother. His first item was the Hydra, followed by the Heart of Steel, which allowed him to mercilessly assault the opposing Lion Dog, leaving it questioning its very existence. In the current meta, damage is overwhelmingly high. Even supports can engage with reckless abandon. There is no need for caution. Simply building tanky to draw fire and clinging tightly to the mid and jungle carry suffices. This is indeed the quintessential way to enjoy this thrilling game. Qin Feng, after acquiring a plethora of top lane items, boldly positioned himself in the enemy's mid lane to push the wave. With his seemingly frail physique, he lured the enemy mid laner, Yasuo, into an ambush. He withstood Yasuo's ultimate and was relentlessly pursued across nearly half the map, yet he remained alive. By the time Qin Feng's teammates arrived to encircle Yasuo, the latter was still intent on landing a final blow on Qin Feng. His ability to draw aggro was exemplary. With a numerical advantage, the team initiated a dragon fight. In a pivotal moment, Qin Feng utilized a magical claw to snatch the ambushing Lion Dog from the brush. He faced it head-on without flinching. After expending all its abilities, the Lion Dog was horrified to discover that Qin Feng still had half his health remaining. Once his teammates focused their fire, the Lion Dog was swiftly eliminated, expressing confusion with repeated question marks. Qin Feng, alongside his allies, secured the dragon, eliminated foes, and demolished towers, culminating in a decisive victory. What a delightful experience. This current version feels like a paradise. Previously, one had to tread cautiously, managing positioning, damage output, and skill dodging. Now, one can merely build tank items and act as a utility player, remaining unaffected by the game's outcome. In the later stages, even tower pushing requires minimal damage output. This newfound ease brought Qin Feng immense comfort. Mother, you need not worry about me being taken down in one fell swoop anymore. As he contemplated another match, a call from Wang Gang interrupted, informing him that he had safely returned Xiating and inquiring about Qin Feng's whereabouts to come pick him up. Qin Feng declined, preferring to continue his game. Feeling it would be odd to have such a robust man standing behind him, he informed Wang Gang that he would be heading to a bar later that evening and suggested he find somewhere to relax in the meantime. Wang Gang, under the impression that the job required 24-hour companionship, had prepared himself for a night of sustenance and vigilance. He was incredulous that after merely 2 hours of work, he was already told to take a break. Is this job truly that easy? He pondered, gazing blankly at his phone while in the car. Qin Feng ended the call, planning to visit the bar to confide in Shifuya about his heartbreak, while also hoping to meet a suitable companion for the night. He assured himself he would not engage with anyone beyond a platonic arrangement. After experiencing the comforts of a 4-star bed, he was reluctant to return to his modest 40-square-meter abode. At that moment, his phone vibrated. The female car owner he had recently conversed with sent a message, Mr. Qin. Pleased to meet you. Noticing her reluctance to share a photo, Qin Feng initially considered ignoring her. But boredom during the champion selection phase led him to casually inquire, what's up? She replied, I believe our tastes align. I would like to get to know you better. Qin Feng responded, no picture, no conversation. In her office, Subeishi stared blankly at her phone, believing that a man attracted to the car she chose would share similar taste. To her surprise, his first request was for a photo, and his demeanor struck her as presumptuous, akin to an overly confident fool. Subeishi prided herself on being magnanimous, recognizing that judging someone based solely on a single remark was hasty, and decided to learn more about him before forming an opinion. However, after exchanging 3 messages, she concluded he was either a loser or the foolish son of a wealthy family. Initially, she had no intention of engaging with such an uncultured man. Yet, given her own attractive appearance, often likened to that of a princess, she felt compelled to send a photo rather than seem as though she lacked the confidence to do so. After a moment's thought, she took a selfie, capturing her beauty, and sent it. Upon sending the photo, Qin Feng's reaction was immediate, prompting a smirk from Subeishi. She held a certain confidence in her beauty, feeling she now possessed the upper hand in their conversation. Shall we continue chatting? Qin Feng, engrossed by her photo, was captivated by her delicate features, luscious red lips, and enchanting double eyelids. Her face, reminiscent of a blossoming flower, complemented by her fair skin and cascading golden hair, was indeed striking. Concerned it might be a filtered or artificially enhanced image, he activated his scanning function to verify her identity. Name, Subeishi. Age, 25. Charm, 92. Romantic encounters, too unbelievable, she is indeed a goddess, he mused. Without hesitation, he initiated a transfer of funds, declaring, let us see those legs. Having learned from his previous experience with Xiating, Qin Feng understood that wealthy individuals approach relationships with a straightforward mentality, money talks. He decided to invest in multiple romantic interests, believing that with his substantial wealth, at least one would find him appealing. This sum of 10,000 was a mere test of her desire for financial gain. A woman capable of affording a Porsche was likely affluent herself. If she was not interested in his monetary gifts, then it was best to part ways early. Conversely, upon receiving his brazen request to show me your legs, Su Beishi's expression darkened slightly. However, the allure of the 10,000 yuan made her reconsider her inclination to block him. In the past, she would have dismissed such a request without a second thought, but her circumstances had changed drastically following her father's incident, which severely impacted her restaurant business. With negative publicity surfacing and clients demanding refunds, her financial situation had become precarious, and she was on the brink of closure. 10,000 yuan was not a fortune, but it could alleviate her immediate crisis. After a moment of resolve, Su Beishi lifted her phone, photographing her smooth, fair legs, and sent the image. Feeling a surge of embarrassment as her cheeks flushed. Upon receiving the sight of her long, shapely legs, Qin Feng grinned lewdly, reveling in the successful transaction. Update on Goddess database. Name: Su Beishi. Age: 25. Height: 167 centimeters. Weight: 50 kilograms. Charm: 92. Occupation: restaurant owner. Features: devilish figure. Affection level: 5. Indifferent. Romantic encounters: 2. Strategy. Reward: understanding a woman's heart. Amount spent: 100,000 yuan. The strategy reward seems quite impressive. If one could truly hear the voices of women's hearts, navigating through other romantic pursuits would undoubtedly become effortless. As for that devilish figure, while it is indeed captivating, my career must take precedence for now. Matters of the heart can wait. Once I have gathered my resources, I shall delve into the mysteries of this alluring physique. Yet, a pressing concern arises. Su Beishi's affection level is inexplicably negative, which perplexes me. Could it be that my generous gift of 100,000 yuan has diminished her regard for me? This predicament is quite troublesome. Reflecting on my earlier insistence for her to pose for a photograph, I feared it may have displeased her. I hastily attempted to redeem my image. My apologies for my earlier impertinence. It's quite all right. Thank you for the red envelope, Mr. Qin. No need for thanks, Miss Su. Your photograph is truly stunning. Thank you for the compliment. Su Beishi felt disdain for the man who, upon seeing her image, feigned decorum. The system notification read, Su Beishi affection level 5. Qin Feng was taken aback by the system's alert. How could my arrogance cost me her affection? Despite my cordial attitude, her regard has still diminished? Very well, if the game is to reduce affection, I shall cease my pretense. He clicked to transfer another 200,000 yuan. Miss Su, my earlier purchase of your car was rather presumptuous. May I invite you to dinner to express my apologies? This time, Qin Feng intended to communicate face-to-face, employing wealth to win her over and showcase his financial prowess. Su Beishi stared blankly at the 200,000 yuan, hesitant to accept it. She felt a twinge of panic. A stranger casually offering such a sum. Was he a foolish scion or an ostentatious nouveau riche? Regardless, he was certainly affluent. Such individuals can be amiable when in good spirits but can become exceedingly troublesome when displeased. She had initially sought Qin Feng not only because she found their tastes aligned and wished to forge a friendship, but also in hopes of borrowing some funds to navigate her current difficulties. However, this lavish spender made her wary. She feared that accepting his money would lead to being exploited. Gazing at the shimmering 200,000 yuan, Su Beishi resisted temptation and replied, I'm sorry, but I have prior engagements this evening. Engagements are no obstacle. Please keep the money. Since you own a restaurant, consider it as my dining expenses. How could he possibly know her profession? Su Beishi was startled. While it was surprising he knew her name, likely disclosed by the restaurant, she had never shared her occupation. Could this man have uncovered her identity and profession through a mere photograph in mere minutes? He was not to be underestimated. With heightened alertness, she responded, Mr. Qin, you jest. A meal hardly warrants 200,000 yuan. Dining with a beauty such as yourself is worth every penny. Haha, Mr. Qin knows how to flatter. I prefer to be pragmatic. Should you find it insufficient, I can certainly increase the amount. That's more than enough. Mr. Qin, please don't take offense. I truly have an engagement tonight. With a wry smile, Su Beishi realized she was ensnared. If he continued to increase the offer, who could say if he might pay someone else and lead them to mischief? 30,000 yuan was already a figure that could tempt many to flirt with the law. Now, with no other options, she could only type, can we meet tomorrow evening? I'll be at Zui Xianlu. That works for me. After a moment's reflection, Qin Feng added, may I inquire if your restaurant has accommodations available? He recalled that Zui Xianlu was a high-end establishment. As its owner, she should be able to arrange suitable lodging for herself. The system chimed. Su Beishi affection level 10, current affection level 20, contempt. Qin Feng scrutinized his words, realizing they could be misinterpreted. Excellent, she misunderstood. He was merely suggesting a simple, platonic arrangement with no intentions toward her alluring form. Though he felt a desire to clarify, he decided against it. Let her hold her contempt. After all, she had reduced my affection level despite my generous offerings. Quite the challenge. With his mind muddled, he chose not to dwell on it. If it was Tia's approach that was flawed, then perhaps it was her character that warranted scrutiny. Su Beishi held her phone, her chest rising and falling rapidly with indignation. her eyes reddening. She instinctively clenched her phone tightly, consumed by anger, contemplating returning the money and blocking him on WeChat. At worst, she could retreat for a few days, pretending she had never crossed paths with this man. Yet, the looming crisis at her restaurant weighed heavily on her mind. Chapter 34. I didn't expect you to be such a live streamer. Su Beishi sat quietly in her chair, deep in thought. After several minutes, she let out a gentle sigh. Ultimately, she chose to endure. She would feign ignorance of his implications. If he came for dinner tomorrow, she would find a way to ply him with drink, perhaps even set him up with a couple of girls to divert his attention. She resolved to keep the money if possible. Having operated her restaurant for several years, she had learned a few tactics for dealing with men. With her resolve firm, she switched off her phone screen, composed herself, and tidied her appearance, preparing to leave for her engagement. Tonight, she was to meet her boyfriend of 2 years, who had recently returned to the country and expressed a desire to discuss something important. His tone during their phone conversation had hinted at gravity, leading Su Beishi to suspect the nature of their discussion. Misfortune tends to arrive in overwhelming waves. She was accustomed to it. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, an internet CAF, donned his gifted Bluetooth headset and opened Douyin, searching for attractive streamers. He wished to explore how much affection could be garnered from a woman by spending 300,000 Yuan. Surely, it could not yield a negative outcome? He scrolled through various live streams, discovering that every female streamer was exceptionally beautiful, with not a single one lacking in allure. Each face was breathtaking, adorned in alluring attire, some in high-slit kipeos, others in snug yoga pants, and still others in short skirts paired with vibrant stockings, or adorned with red garters on their smooth legs, all showcasing the beauty of femininity, especially in the multi-person dance streams. 5 young ladies, each possessing a unique charm, take turns dancing gracefully, adorned in vibrant attire that exudes allure and elegance. As you present gifts, they continue their captivating performances in a mesmerizing loop. The stage is set against the backdrop of a colossal moon, with the enchanting maidens appearing as ethereal beings, bestowing a delightful experience of song and dance upon the ordinary spectators. Qin Feng finds himself overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes fixed in awe. It is no wonder that beautiful women seem scarce on the streets. They have retreated to the realm of live streaming. Initially, he believed that among such a multitude of beauties, he might discover a few divine figures rated above 90. However, upon utilizing the scanning feature, it was as if he wielded a mirror to reveal their true selves, and one by one, their actual allure was unveiled. In a popular dance live stream ranked among the top 10, the first dancer on the left garnered a charm score of 68. It remains uncertain whether her makeup was skillfully applied or if her beauty filter was excessively high. But she appeared less enchanting than a front desk attendant at an internet CAF, yet in the live stream, she resembled a breathtaking beauty, clad in a cerulean cheapao. Her graceful posture exuded elegance. Her waist, delicate enough to seem unable to bear the weight of her bosom, moved rhythmically, prompting an instinctive urge to assist her. Nevertheless, upon seeing her score below 70, Qin Feng felt a mix of intimidation and curiosity. The second dancer, rated at 79, also wore a similar cheapao, yet she exuded a more sensual allure. Occasionally, she would turn to reveal the contours of her thighs, casually brushing the hem of her dress against her curves, subtly accentuating her captivating silhouette. The third lady stood at a high system rating close to 100, reflecting her romantic experiences, though her actual charm was merely 82. While her appearance was commendable and photogenic, prolonged observation revealed a somewhat artificial quality to her visage, as if her features had been meticulously sculpted, akin to a wax figure of a star. She was stunning but not suited for extended gazes, as it could evoke the illusion of observing a robot. Among the 5 maidens, none achieved a score of 90. Nonetheless, the audience was plentiful, exceeding 10,000 viewers online. Qin Feng found himself intrigued, continuing his search for a genuine goddess worthy of investment. After several minutes of scrolling, he encountered numerous streamers whose appearance had been excessively altered, skin smooth, faces slimmed, and an unnaturally fair complexion. The number of individuals engaging in live streaming had surged, with the aid of beauty technology. Even a man donning a wig could appear strikingly alluring in a live stream, let alone those with even a hint of attractiveness. The ladies adorned their faces with layers of makeup, employing various shades of powder, highlighting, and contouring techniques to create an illusion of depth. Their lips gleamed with vibrant gloss. Double eyelids were enhanced, and heavy false eyelashes adorned their eyes, presenting themselves like celestial beings before the camera. They engaged in flirtatious antics, seeking to entice both wealth and admiration. In contrast, those who were genuinely beautiful often struggled to attract attention, hampered by either their unrefined speech or an inherently aloof demeanor. Their popularity paled in comparison to the more animated and humorous ordinary girls. After a day's efforts, they might earn a modest sum, enduring the crude remarks of viewers, leading to a waning confidence in live streaming, resulting in their scarcity. Qin Feng, employing the scanning feature, felt increasingly fatigued from his search. After clicking through dozens of live streams, he found none that were remotely satisfactory, with most hovering around the 60 to 80 range. His spirits sank lower until, just as he was about to surrender, a youthful and adorable round face captured his attention. With a small mouth and a petite nose, her eyes were strikingly large, accentuated by a charming beauty mark at the corner. Her lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, while long bangs obscured her eyebrows, giving her an innocent and somewhat naive appearance. She wore a simple white crewneck shirt on top, modest and unassuming, paired with a blue skirt that reached her knees, revealing only a glimpse of her fair, delicate calves. This conservative attire set her apart from the more flamboyant streamers. Her name was Zhong Wanjun, age 21, charm score 95. Romantic encounters, 0, a miracle. Qin Feng was elated. Not only had he discovered a goddess, but her romantic history was also non-existent. His arduous search had proven worthwhile, indeed. Diligence begets reward. At that moment, Zhong Wanjun appeared lost in thought. Upon noticing a newcomer in her stream, she casually remarked, "Welcome to the live stream, White Payer Sage. Please consider following to show your support." Qin Feng was taken aback to find himself addressed by the streamer, promptly complying by clicking the follow button. He had seldom engaged in live streaming before, never having been acknowledged by a host nor spent money, as his primary intent was companionship, determined to remain a free viewer. "Would you like to join the fan club? It's only 10 cents, Zhong Wanjun suggested. Upon seeing someone had followed her, a flicker of joy lit her eyes, and she attempted to muster the modest smile she had learned the previous day. Qin Feng, however, was preoccupied with making a monetary contribution. Charging 5,000 at once on Douyin was a bit cumbersome. For such an exceptional beauty, 10 cents would hardly suffice. He intended to make a significant gesture. Zhong Wanjun observed the new viewer's silence and lack of gifts, noting the prefix white payer in their name, and her smile faded slightly. Many viewers were rather rational. Even if affluent, they refrained from frivolous spending. The mere act of following was commendable enough. She chose not to comment further, her gaze dimming a little. In the live stream, a high-level viewer spoke up. 55 Super Love Cilantro. Host, dance a little sexy dance. If I enjoy it, I'll send you a sports car. Though at level 55, their tone was quite discourteous. Zhong Wanjun's expression stiffened as she awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm not a dance streamer." She truly could not dance, and given her ample chest, any attempts would be ungraceful. 42 Wandering Slipper, isn't dancing a basic skill? How can you call yourself a streamer if you can't do that? This remark incited a response from another viewer. 10 Elegant Grace. Our bunny is a pure beauty streamer. She doesn't perform those suggestive dances. Wandering Slipper. Hilarious. What era are we in, still claiming purity? Elegant Grace. If you want to see suggestive dances, go elsewhere. We focus on creating a serene atmosphere here. Wandering Slipper. You think you can just kick me out? Elegant Grace. Bunny Streamer. Those two are in cahoots. Let us ignore them. Zhong Wanjun furrowed her brows lightly, lowering her head in silence. The lack of decorum exhibited by certain affluent individuals online was disheartening to her. Super Love Cilantro. Why the sour face, host? You don't want the sports car? Zhong Wanjun had been streaming for over a week without significant audience engagement or earnings. However, she was unwilling to compromise her integrity for financial gain by dancing to appease such unpleasant viewers. Thus, she pretended not to see the message, hoping that in time, this person would lose interest and leave the stream, as she had dealt with many unruly individuals in the past in this manner. However, to her surprise, the exchange escalated further. "I'm truly fond of cilantro. Is there something wrong with that woman's gaze? Upon encountering individuals of our esteemed caliber, she fails to approach us proactively. Wandering Slipper. Indeed, she dresses so excessively, resembling a rustic bumpkin. I'm truly fond of cilantro. Look at her foolish expression. She seems oblivious to what she's waiting for." Wandering Slipper. Perhaps this streamer is anticipating a fan light board from that freeloader, the great saint, huh? I'm truly fond of cilantro. She doesn't even know how to capitalize on her wealth. What a pathetic streamer. Wandering Slipper. Maybe she enjoys being freeloaded by a level 1 account. Level 1 freeloader saint. Qin Feng has toiled tirelessly to accumulate 2 million and accidentally stumbles upon someone mentioning freeloading. He shifts over and scrolls up and down, only to find himself inexplicably ridiculed. He expresses confusion. How can he be mocked when he hasn't uttered a word? Is it inappropriate to have the username of freeloader saint? He slowly types a question mark. I'm truly fond of cilantro. Level 1 account. Refrain from speaking, freeloader saint. Wandering Slipper. Do you even have the right to question, freeloader saint? Qin Feng's expression darkens, suspecting these two might be mentally challenged. Unable to contain himself, he types, "Can one not speak while watching a live stream?" Wandering Slipper. Just obediently be your freeloader and don't seek attention. I'm truly fond of cilantro. Heh, demanding money without a word of gratitude. Zhong Wanjun, sensing the situation escalating, timidly interjects, "Could you please refrain from arguing?" Her voice is soft and lacks persuasive power. I'm truly fond of cilantro, whose real name is Zhou Qirue. Considers himself a person of status. He dislikes conversing with level 1 plebeians, finding it tiresome. To avoid seeing Qin Feng's comments, he gives a Porsche worth 120 yuan. I'm truly fond of cilantro, sends a golden sports car. This marks the 6th car he has gifted today, hence the golden special effect. The ordinary sports car is red. I'm truly fond of cilantro. Streamer, grant me a moderator, so I can clear out the trash audience. Zhong Wanjun quietly expresses her gratitude. Despite her discontent with his attitude, he has indeed gifted her 60 yuan, and she feels obliged to thank him. However, she does not appoint him as a moderator, merely weakly advising Qin Feng, Freeloader brother. Let us not quarrel with them anymore. Let us discuss something else. Wandering slipper. Oh, this streamer is quite generous. She calls you brother without even gifting. Call me brother too. A hint of disdain flashes in Zhong Yuan's eyes. Her displeasure is almost palpable. She considers asking this person to leave. But it seems that Wandering Slipper is acquainted with cilantro, causing her some inner conflict. At that moment, a magnificent special effect bursts forth. Pink cartoon blocks spread across the bottom, piano keys rotate in a circle, supporting a giant bass speaker-like stage, with several individuals adorned in peaking opera costumes beating drums below. At the top, the neon letters Carnival spin continuously, showcasing its dazzling value. This is TikTok's most precious gift, worth 3,000 yuan. Freeloader Saint sends a carnival. Zhong Yuan is momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the gift effect. With wide, astonished eyes, she gazes at the screen in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to express her gratitude. This is her first time receiving a carnival. When the effect appeared in the live stream, she thought she was hallucinating. It wasn't until the chat exploded with messages from lurking viewers that she realized it was real. Brother, don't do this. Fenghua, wow my brother. Are you that easily thrilled? Chalima, is it really that intense? I love monster girls. Chapter 36 Zhong Yuan regains her composure and softly says, thank you, brother, for the carnival. Rabbit bows to you. Zhong Yuan's live stream is called Lucky Rabbit, hence she refers to herself as Rabbit. She mimics other female streamers. Standing up with her hands clasped in front of her legs, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle towards the camera, though it is the same bow. Her demeanor is different from those exuberant streamers. She stands upright, head bowed, eyes downcast, resembling a bashful girl receiving a red envelope, unable to express her excitement. Lacking the enthusiastic cheers, her inability to provide the desired feedback leaves the atmosphere somewhat serious. Yet, Qin Feng finds this silly little girl charming. After successfully gifting, the system updates the information. Qin Feng glances briefly. Goddess database updated name, Zhong Yuan age, 21 height, 160 centimeters weight, 45 kilograms charisma, 95 occupation, university student traits, gentle voice, delicate physique affection level, 10, acquainted, number of relationships, 0 strategy reward, revive once total amount spent, 30, 000 yuan Qin Feng, not mentioning traits. Merely discussing this strategy leaves one at a loss for words. It could be deemed impressive, yet it bears no impact on current life. To decry it as worthless would be inaccurate. Everyone covets life. If this were to be sold, it would undoubtedly fetch a high price, as billionaires would be willing to pay handsomely. Strictly speaking, those billionaires might not even be qualified to compete for it, as prominent figures from various countries would also be interested. This alone highlights its preciousness. However, placed in Qin Feng's hands, it seems trivial. It's akin to wearing a resurrection armor. At most, it merely boosts one's courage. It diminishes reservations and actions, possibly facilitating romantic pursuits. A wealthy and handsome individual willing to sacrifice for you, who wouldn't feel fearless? The live stream is abuzz with excitement, as numerous viewers are drawn out by the carnival, fervently engaging in conversation. It's not that they haven't witnessed others gifting carnivals before, but witnessing someone gift a carnival amidst a dispute with the host is exhilarating. The common folk are indeed keen on such spectacles. Viewers eagerly voice, brother, that was a direct confrontation, impressive. It's perfectly normal for the young and passionate. If they aren't satisfied, they confront directly, even if it means eating steamed buns this month. Host, shouldn't you promptly grant that freeloader brother a moderator? Cilantro boss. They VE gifted a carnival. What are you waiting for? I'm truly fond of cilantro. Zhou Chirue scoffs disdainfully upon seeing the freeloader saint send a gift. Observing others urging him to send gifts, he types a message in the public chat. I'm truly fond of cilantro. I hold no regard for such a streamer. She neither dances nor speaks endearingly. Her expressions are foolish. Aside from being somewhat attractive, she possesses no redeeming qualities. Moreover, I wonder if that face is enhanced by filters. There are far more beautiful female streamers in other rooms. Zhou Chirue genuinely looks down on this coy streamer. His earlier gift of a sports car was merely an attempt to oust that level 1 account. Qin Feng initially intended to gift 10 carnivals. However, having been delayed by the goddess information, he now sees this individual ridiculing his goddess and immediately types in defense. 30, freeloader saint. If you find her unappealing, could you kindly leave? After spending 3,000, his level reached 30, and his status transformed into a prestigious golden hue, no longer confined to the humble blue frame. Super fond of cilantro. This is hilarious. You're just flaunting your salary by spending money, really? Wandering slippers. Ha ha. This fool seems to be getting agitated by our comments. Wandering slippers. You dare to spend 3,000? I'm impressed. Ha ha ha. Fenghua, buddy, don't get too carried away. A single huazi is quite expensive. Zhong Yuan. Upon hearing them mention the possibility of the generous saint spending his salary on gifts, grew anxious. Thank you so much for your gifts, saint brother. But please don't squander your salary. Qin Feng, initially slightly irritated by the antics of the two jesters, couldn't help but smile upon hearing Zhong Yuan's concern. This girl really is a bit naive. White pay saint, don't worry, it's just a small amount. Wandering slippers, you start showing off after sending just one carnival gift. Super fond of cilantro. What level are you to act so grand? White Pay Saint. Sent a carnival gift 1. White Pay Saint. Sent a carnival gift 2. White Pay Saint. Sent a carnival gift 3. Qin Feng smiled faintly, then began to unleash a barrage of carnival gifts. He was curious to see what the two jesters would say after he sent 100 huazi. It was merely money. After all, in the presence of stunning women, he had no shortage of funds. Sliding his thumb, he swiftly sent out gifts. As the dazzling carnival effects illuminated the live stream room, everyone stared in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before them. The audience gasped collectively, witnessing the gifts flashing across the screen like a vibrant display, each worth 3,000 in real currency. Questions and exclamations flooded the chat, while some quick typists attempted to boast about their boss. However, the carnival effects entirely obscured the chat, making it impossible to discern what others were saying. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Wandering Slippers, whose real name was Pang Pin and was a subordinate of Shou Qirue, was momentarily stunned. He usually tried to gauge his boss's mood and would speak up to reprimand anyone who upset him. As a pianist from Yuan, he typed with remarkable speed. He had just crafted a comment about how someone flaunted after sending a single carnival gift, but upon witnessing White Pay Saint's generosity, he hesitated. He had not expected this low-level account to be so extravagant. Deleting the one he had typed, he wanted to see just how powerful this individual was. However, as the count of carnival gifts climbed from 10 to 20, then 30, a serious expression crept onto his face. When it reached 40, 50, and 60, fear began to take hold of his gaze. He decisively erased his earlier comment. He was not foolish enough to provoke someone capable of such generosity. It was wiser to keep a low profile. Chapter 37. Zhang Wanwan was utterly bewildered. In the live stream, the female host Zhang Wanwan stared, her eyes wide as saucers. Her dark, bright pupils resembled those of a startled deer. Her rosy lips parted slightly, and like the other viewers, she gazed at the screen in disbelief. Holding her breath in tension, she felt her hair stand on end, frozen in place, unable to process what was happening. Upon receiving the first carnival gift, she felt elated yet worried that White Pay Saint was spending his salary recklessly. To her astonishment, he continued sending carnival gifts at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, White Pay Saint sent out carnival gifts 71, 72, 73, as if money were burning a hole in his pocket. This sudden influx left her at a loss for how to respond. Influenced by her dormitory mates, she had tried live streaming, but after a week, her earnings barely totaled 100. After today's broadcast, she felt reluctant to continue. Yet unexpectedly, a benefactor appeared, showering her with such wealth. Today, she witnessed what true affluence looked like. Her gaze grew vacant, her mind racing as she pondered how to express her gratitude. After Qin Feng sent 100 gifts, he finally paused, feeling satisfied with his rapid sending. Scanning the lively chat, he sought to see if the two jesters had spoken up yet. With gifts worth 30,000, the live stream's popularity surged, drawing in hundreds of viewers and a flurry of comments. Boss is confused. Weather child, rich daddy, do you need leg accessories? Not buying Maybach, Saint. You're awesome. Invincible big pineapple, what is going on? Is it New Year? Delightful you. I'm just as lost. I got swept up in the crowd. Charming one, the low-key tycoon is showing off. Don't panic everyone. Shinshin, brother, check your private messages. There's a special surprise for you. I want 2/3 of a bowl of rice. This host is adorably naive. Qin Feng, not finding the two fools' comments, assumed they were intimidated. He slowly typed a question mark. White Pay Saint. This query, reminiscent of his previous one, darkened Zhou Qirue's expression, igniting a fierce ire in his eyes. His mood soured, feeling like he had become a stepping stone for others. The audacity of this so-called White Pay Saint to flaunt himself infuriated him. It was merely 100 huazi. He could easily match that. Even 200 or 300 would not be a problem for him. Super fond of cilantro. Heh, you like to show off, do you? Super fond of cilantro. Just wait and see. After sending his message, Zhou Qirue left the live stream, followed closely by Pang Pin. Qin Feng. Hearing their parting words reminiscent of a wolf, couldn't he help but chuckle. He cared little for their intentions, focusing on the matter at hand was more crucial. At that moment, the host's cherry-like lips parted in a look of astonishment, a charming sight that made one want to tease her. White Pay Saint, host. Aren't you going to thank me for the carnival gifts? Having joined the fan club before sending rockets, his intimacy level was quite high. His comment stood out distinctly from the rest. Zhang Wanwan, upon seeing the barrage of messages, was still contemplating how to express her gratitude. Nervously covering her mouth with her hands, she stammered, "Thank you, brother, for the carnival gifts. White Pay Saint, is that all?" Zhang Wanwan felt her response lacked sincerity. But she was at a loss for words, her face flushed crimson. Suddenly, she recalled her roommate's words of gratitude towards their boss. In a moment of urgency, without much thought, she blurted out, "I want to bear a monkey for the boss." The room fell silent. No one typed the word. And the comment section of the live stream seemed to freeze. No one anticipated the streamer would utter such words. The impact of such a phrase from a pure-hearted girl was undeniably striking. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Ecstatic, he sprang from the sofa, quickly typing, "Are you serious?" Zhang Wanyuan's face instantly flushed, her beauty unable to conceal the radiant blush. After speaking, she felt a twinge of regret. She had heard her roommates in the dormitory say this phrase repeatedly during their live streams, and in a moment of absent-mindedness, she had let it slip. Now, seeing that Qin Feng seemed earnest, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her eyes darting nervously, torn between believing he was joking and fearing he was serious. Her conflicted expression elicited involuntary smiles from the audience. Soon after, the live stream erupted with extravagant carnival animations. The freebie sage sent out carnival gifts 1, 2, and 3. Qin Feng, overwhelmed with excitement, could only express his exhilaration by showering gifts. This left Yuan, who had intended to clarify her earlier comment, momentarily dumbfounded. She never imagined her single utterance could lead to such a grand display from a big spender. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze fixed in astonishment. Qin Feng, with even greater speed, sent the carnival gifts to 97, 99, and 100, completely absorbed in his admiration for her. Yuan remained dazed for over a minute. The live stream was devoid of music or the shrieks of a female host, only featuring a somewhat adorably daft rabbit. Observing the gifts continuing to ascend, the audience could no longer restrain themselves, flooding the chat with messages. Rich Daddy, do you want a son? This is absolutely insane. After so long in live streaming, this is the first time I've seen such generosity. Oh great father, I bow before you. Is the female streamer stunned by the money? Why isn't she moving? Of course, how could she not be stunned by such an onslaught of gifts? Yuan gradually regained her senses, rubbing her eyes, which had grown sore from staring. With a timid voice, she managed to utter, "Thank you for the gifts, sage brother." She appeared both nervous and bewildered, her voice trembling slightly, reminiscent of a frightened little rabbit, adorably endearing. Qin Feng's heart fluttered, prompting him to continue his fervent gifting. The freebie sage sent out carnival gifts 100, 101, and 102. At that moment, Pan Fugui, seated next to Qin Feng, returned from the restroom, shaking his hands as he prepared to sit down and resume his online activities. Noticing Qin Feng grinning while engrossed in his phone, he leaned over to take a look. Realizing he was rewarding the female streamer, Pan Fugui scoffed inwardly, thinking, what money could someone in an internet CAF have to gift a streamer? Perhaps just a few flowers or hearts. However, as he focused on the gifts Qin Feng was sending, he was taken aback. He saw someone sending carnival gifts in rapid succession, and the count had already reached 178, 179, 180, and it was still climbing. This was inconceivable. Pan Fugui momentarily failed to process the information and instinctively glanced at Qin Feng, whose expression was one of sheer delight, effortlessly showering gifts. Suddenly, it dawned on him, this must be a fake TikTok. It surely belonged to some obscure live streaming platform mimicking TikTok. The carnival gifts must cost mere pennies, otherwise this guy wouldn't be so exuberant. Proud of his deduction, Pan Fugui nudged Qin Feng and asked, "Bro, where did you download this live stream? Recommend it to me?" Qin Feng removed his headphones and glanced at him. The guy was roughly his age, with an appearance that was somewhat disheveled, his front teeth slightly protruding. Smiling like a weasel. "Brother, you don't know TikTok?" Qin Feng retorted. "I know it, but a normal carnival costs 3,000 yuan. You're making it seem like it's free." Pan Fugui pointed at Qin Feng's phone, puzzled. "You've sent almost 200 gifts. If this were a real carnival, how much would that cost? Even if you had a Porsche phone, you couldn't possibly send that many gifts." Pan Fugui thought to himself. Having never seen anyone wealthy enough to sit in an internet CAF, lavishly gifting others tens of thousands. It had to be fake. Not much, just a little. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Pan Fugui noticed that Qin Feng was unwilling to share and pretended to be oblivious. He chuckled and returned to his seat, secretly speculating that it might be a non-public platform, likely a membership-only arrangement, with only acquaintances allowed to join. He imagined that the female streamers were probably the type from foot massage parlors, open-minded and unrestrained. He had heard that some skilled girls could even open beer bottles with their mouths. However, such circles require frequent visits to massage parlors for one to have a chance to engage. Pan Fugui shook his head, dismissing any envious thoughts. He considered himself a respectable person and would never venture into such places. It was more important to focus on his work. He opened a game, ready to continue his monster-slaying endeavors. Nevertheless, the images from Qin Feng's phone kept flashing in his mind. The live stream appeared so real. Even the female streamer's name was crystal clear. It seemed to be Lucky Rabbit, who looked pure and beautiful. In Lucky Rabbit's live stream, the carnival gifts continued to surge. In the blink of an eye, the count reached 201, 202, and 203, showing no signs of stopping. The audience activated their screen recording functions, eager to capture the moment and share it online, informing all the aspiring girls still chasing their dreams in the live streams that this was how a big spender presented gifts. "Sage brother, please stop. That's already more than enough." Yuan exclaimed anxiously, seeing Qin Feng surpass 200 gifts and still going. She felt incredibly tense. If converted to money, this person had gifted 300 carnival items in just a few minutes, equating to an astonishing 900,000 yuan. Who would he be frightened by that? In her village, such money could marry 5 wives. If this continued, would she truly have to bear him a monkey? The thought of 2 emotionally detached individuals meeting for money and mixing together left Yuan feeling bewildered. Qin Feng was quite receptive to advice. If she said no, he would cease. If she urged him to stop, he would comply. If she said to take it easy, he would heed that as well. This matter could wait for another day. His back felt slightly sore, and although he was eager to slay the proverbial dragon, he felt powerless. At that moment, he yearned for the rewards from Xiaoying's strategy. Reaching a total of 210 gifts, Qin Feng finally paused his fingers. By now, he had become a level 50 high-ranking warrior. The elliptical icon next to the name transformed into a deep crimson hue, while the emblem above appeared extravagantly ostentatious, resembling a multifaceted gem. After scrolling for a considerable duration, the notifications in his private messages had accumulated to several dozen. Qin Feng opened them briefly and discovered that the majority of the avatars belonged to strikingly beautiful women, their names suggestively alluring. They sent their WeChat IDs and phone numbers. A few female streamers even shared their live stream room numbers, expressing hopes that Qin Feng would come to watch. Some audacious young women outrightly stated, 1,000 for a nationwide flight, wealthy patrons seeking to provide support. Just one carnival, and I'll send you abalones to replenish your vitality. Boss, would you like a bubble bath? For a moment, Qin Feng felt a twinge of temptation. However, he quickly regained his composure. Engaging in online encounters bore risks. What if an elderly woman showed up? He certainly did not wish to hear the words, then I shall take my leave. Moreover, the embodiment of beauty was right before his eyes. Seeking an unknown older woman would be an act of folly. He adjusted his settings to prohibit private messages from those he did not follow, and then sent a message to Zhang Wanwan. Subsequently, he proclaimed in the public chat, streamers, check your private messages. Upon opening her messages, Zhang Wanwan saw that he was requesting her contact information, speculating that this benefactor might wish to meet her offline. After a brief hesitation, she ultimately decided to share her number. The notion of online tipping and then transitioning to an offline rendezvous was something Zhang Wanwan had only heard about. She had always thought it was far removed from her reality. Yet, it had unexpectedly transpired so suddenly. She was left wondering about the appearance of her counterpart. Was he stout or slender, tall or short, old or young? The thought of a balding, greasy uncle sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to refrain from further contemplation. She cautiously queried, brother, I was merely jesting. You wouldn't truly want me to, would you? Chapter 39. The non-dancing streamer hearing the female streamer backtrack. The audience in the live room found amusement in her antics. Playfully teasing, my heart aches for the boss. After dropping a fortune, the streamer reneges. This 5-minute spectacle with 300 carnivals is utterly legendary. It deserves to be etched in history. I never anticipated you to be such a streamer. Others generously tip you, and you retaliate by suggesting childbirth? If the boss were to shower me with those 90,000, I wouldn't mind being locked up to perform monkey tricks. If you desire a child, just tell me. Although I'm male, I can play the role. Get lost. You are unworthy to converse with my father. Zhang Wanwan read the audience's comments, her eyes welling with tears. Unsure of how to respond, Qin Feng was not taken aback by Zhang Wanwan's playful evasion. After all, she was an inexperienced girl, and feeling bashful about childbirth was entirely understandable. It was crucial to ease her defenses to have an opportunity. I was merely jesting as well. Casually gifting. Do not feel anxious, he replied. Zhang Wanwan was taken aback, thinking, is this what casual gifting means? However, it seemed there was no expectation for her to bear a child. She exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a mix of joy intertwined with an inexplicable emotion. Did the revered benefactor hold no interest in her? She was not unattractive, after all. Shaking her head, she dismissed such thoughts, regardless. He had genuinely bestowed nearly 1 million in gifts, and she ought to express her sincere gratitude. Zhang Wanwan warmly wished, you are truly kind, dear benefactor. May you have a prosperous future and an abundance of blessings. System notification, Zhang Wanwan's favorability increased by 10. This girl was genuinely innocent, earning such high marks consistently that Qin Feng felt a twinge of guilt for teasing her. I spent 900,000, and this is all you say? He inquired. What should I say then? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Wanwan felt a surge of apprehension. Even at this moment, she could hardly believe she had received over 300 carnivals. Unsure how to express her gratitude to this super-rich benefactor, she felt determined to do her utmost in whatever capacity she could. The audience was enthusiastic, proactively offering her advice. Tell him, I love you, dear husband. Silly girl. Isn't the streamer supposed to wish for herself and the boss to have children soon? You all are too lewd. The streamer appears so innocent. Those in the upper chat must have unhealthy thoughts. I suggest they be thoroughly investigated. Zhang Wanwan felt a bit bashful from the audience's teasing, casting her gaze down at her fair, delicate legs, too shy to meet their eyes. Observing her bashful demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't resist teasing. Why not call me master for a moment? Zhang Wanwan lifted her gaze and saw Qin Feng's message, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she repeated, master? She uttered the word without much thought, entirely in an unconscious state. Yet, that soft utterance of master pleased Qin Feng immensely. Growing bolder, he made another request, be a dear, and dance for me. Zhang Wanwan's face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated Qin Feng's audacity, demanding she call him master and then dance. The thought of her roommates dancing wildly made her feel aggrieved as she replied, Rabbit only knows how to sing. I've never danced before. At this, the entire chat erupted with teasing about the streamer's naivety. The boss has invested so much. As a streamer, how can you not dance? The audience felt sympathy for the boss, while simultaneously ribbing Zhong Wanwan. Feeling somewhat guilty, Zhong Wanwan pondered, considering the boss had generously gifted 90,000. Her casual acknowledgement of him as master seemed rather insincere. After some internal conflict, she shyly suggested, if you wish to see Rabbit dance, I can learn while performing. But if I am not good, you mustn't laugh at me. Qin Feng assessed her physique. Although the girl wore loose clothing that concealed her form, it was evident she possessed a remarkable figure. Without substantial assets, one could hardly maintain such curves. At times, she revealed her slender waist and playful navel. Qin Feng envisioned the streamer bouncing around. He swallowed hard, eagerly tapping on his phone's keyboard. Just do a simple pendulum dance. A little sway is beneficial for your health. The boss is generous. Brothers, we have a treat. I adore watching streamers who cannot dance. This young lady has quite an appealing figure. Hurry up, with the boss's investment. How can the streamer be so hesitant to dance? Zhong Wanwan bit her lip, resigned to her fate as she searched for a pendulum dance tutorial online. As the video played, her face grew increasingly flushed. The dancer in the video opened her arms above her head, gently cradling the back of her head. With elbows spread wide, she swayed rhythmically to ethereal music, her flowing short skirt rising gracefully with her movements, exuding an alluring demeanor. The enchanting expressions in her eyes left Zhong Wanwan, a girl, utterly spellbound. It was too captivating. The mere thought of performing such a dance made her cheeks burn, and her ears felt as though they might ignite. She hesitantly opened her mouth and said, "Brother, can we switch to singing instead?" The audience was displeased. Singing held a certain charm, while dancing provocatively was the true essence of live streaming. Besides, wouldn't it be more entertaining if her classmates joined? After all, with the wealthy patron present, they could all dance together. It was far better to share joy than to revel alone. In an instant, comments flooded in, urging her to dance quickly. However, Zhong Wanwan disregarded the audience's clamor. Her gaze solely fixed on her beloved brother, the great sage. Blushing fiercely, she cast aside her shame and mustered the courage to plead, "I beg you, great sage brother." Upon hearing this endearing title again, Qin Feng felt as if his soul had been rejuvenated, soaring to celestial heights. Moreover, he had showered money not for the sake of witnessing her embarrassment, but rather to cultivate his fondness for her. The thought of the girl he admired showcasing herself in the live stream felt somewhat peculiar. Surely, when they were alone in a room, it would be far more delightful to request her to dance just for him. At that moment, he could ask her to wear less and reveal the true essence of her charm. All right, I'll let you off this time, he thought to himself. System notification, Zhong Wanwan's affection level. 10. Thank you, brother. Then I'll sing my favorite song, A Journey of Blossoms for you, Zhong Wanwan exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy from the narrow escape. A radiant smile revealing her adorable little tiger teeth illuminated her face. Hastily, she opened her music app, selected the song, and began the accompaniment. As the music filled the air, her sweet, pure voice resonated throughout the live stream. The evening glow over the sea resembles a youthful painting, spread across the sky awaiting the seagulls to carry it away. Her voice possessed a unique charm, innocent and melodious. It was akin to walking home from school with a childhood friend, enveloped by the carefree and light-hearted humming of a girl beside her. This simplicity evoked a sense of serenity, lifting the spirits of those who listened. Qin Feng, lost in the enchantment, felt his impure thoughts dissipate. Zhong Wanwan's petite face exuded a youthful beauty, her slightly naive demeanor complemented by a figure that defied convention. In his heart, Qin Feng had already bestowed upon her a perfect score. Lolas are indeed treasures of the world. The only flaw in Zhong Wanwan's singing was her lack of a professional sound card or microphone, which diminished the quality of her otherwise lovely voice. While her singing was delightful, it paled in comparison to the polished performances of professional singers. Holding a pair of inexpensive headphones, her sound quality was vastly inferior to that of those equipped with high-end audio gear. Consequently, the audience's interest waned. Stop singing and get up to dance. Well, the boss really has money to burn, spending 900,000 for a female streamer to sing a song. I'm out. I expected something extraordinary. The singer's performance is so lackluster, devoid of passion. The internet is often a platform for venting frustrations. The remaining audience members deemed Qin Feng's expenditure unjustified, viewing him as a fool. Their remarks grew increasingly impolite, and some, envious of his apparent wealth, took to a moral high ground to criticize him. Why waste 900,000 when you could donate it to impoverished children in the mountains who cannot afford education? How can you spend your parents' money like this without a twinge of conscience? Showing off with a bit of money is truly disgusting. Now endowed with administrative privileges, Qin Feng swiftly dealt with personal attacks against him, banishing offenders from the live stream without hesitation. Why should I account for my spending? Even Jesus doesn't oversee my actions. Fortunately, the majority of the audience held a reasonable perspective. Upon witnessing someone insult the boss, they rallied to defend him. If the boss wishes to give gifts, let him. Why are you so bitter? Why did my phone emit a golden light? Is there a bodhisattva chanting? The jealousy exhibited by some was truly amusing. Ignore them, streamer. As the lively discussions continued, Zhong Wanwan, in the midst of her song, felt her voice falter upon reading the distasteful comments. She felt guilty for accepting such generous donations while failing to deliver a captivating performance or dance, believing she owed something to her great sage brother. Yet, seeing messages about Qin Feng removing troublesome individuals warmed her heart. Great sage brother, consider this money as a loan. Once I start working, I will repay you gradually. Zhong Wanwan stated earnestly. This was her only way of expressing gratitude without resorting to compromising her integrity. Qin Feng, amused by her innocent yet naive gaze, couldn't help but chuckle. How adorable that a streamer would return what was given to her. He decided to send 3 more gifts, hoping she wouldn't repay him. The singer's voice is absolutely enchanting. I adore your songs. Really? Zhong Wanwan, initially burdened by guilt, felt her spirits lifted by Qin Feng's words. The acknowledgement from someone she cherished illuminated her eyes once more. Then allow me to sing 7 Mile Fragrance for you. Indeed, for every song you sing for me, I shall shower you with gifts, he replied. No need to send so many gifts. This is already more than enough. Zhong Wanwan hastily shook her head in refusal. Gifts symbolize affection. You cannot deny me the right to express my fondness for you. System notification. Zhong Wanwan's affection level 10. Zhong Wanwan was taken aback by his playful banter, her eyes widening as her slightly trembling eyelashes revealed her inner turmoil. Her delicate hands fidgeted, unsure of where to rest. At just 21 years old and in her 2nd year of university, she was undeniably beautiful, yet her natural, unadorned appearance, with long hair obscuring her face and black-framed glasses to prevent nearsightedness, had deterred many suitors. Moreover, her reserved nature often led her to abruptly ignore others, giving the impression of being aloof and difficult to approach. Few dared to flirt with her, believing her demeanor to be unapproachable. Yet, Zhong Wanwan was not truly cold-hearted. She simply struggled with social cues. When overwhelmed, her brain would trigger a protective mechanism, causing her to zone out. With her petite stature, a slight bow of her head would make her eyes invisible, leading others to misinterpret her dreamy expression as aloofness. Thus, she remained without a boyfriend. When someone generously gifted over 300 carnival items, professing their affection and a desire to hear her sing continuously, Zhong Wanwan felt a flutter in her heart. Yet she feared that this great sage might be an elderly man, and upon meeting, she might not feel the same spark, leading to an awkward encounter. Thank you for your affection, brother. I will strive to improve, Zhong Wanwan shyly replied, quickly resuming her performance, using her song to mask her nervousness. The sweet melody of a young girl's voice soon filled the live stream again. Outside the window, sparrows chattered on the power lines, evoking a distinct sense of summer. Qin Feng listened with a smile to the girl's innocent tone, occasionally sending 314 little hearts to show his support. He found himself increasingly enamored with this adorable, natural girl. With a spending of 930,000, his fondness for her surprisingly reached 40, familiar. A few exchanged words brought forth affection. He pondered that this girl might very well become the first goddess to grant cash back. With a blissful smile, he contemplated how to win her over. Suddenly, an inhospitable voice emerged on the live stream's public screen. Super love for cilantro. The host isn't brave enough to respond. Zhou Chirui sought out a familiar female streamer, inviting her to engage with the lucky rabbit. Yet, despite multiple requests, she was continuously rejected by Zhong Wanwan, even going so far as to disable the function entirely. Zhou Chirui swiftly entered the live stream, mocking Zhong Wanwan. Your big brother has sent 100 carnivals, and you still don't dare to respond? What a cunning game you're playing. Upon seeing this remark, Zhong Wanwan furrowed her brow. She realized why there had been several requests during her singing. It was this annoying person pulling strings. She held disdain for such antics, irrespective of who initiated them. Although she understood that accepting could yield greater benefits, she couldn't abide the penalties involved, such as the humiliating ones like pouting or running squats, to avoid disrupting her performance. She attempted to expel the cilantro enthusiast, but was astonished to find she couldn't. The backend indicated, this user is a distinguished super member, possessing privileges against being kicked or muted. At a loss for how to proceed, she could only lower her head and feign concentration on her singing, ignoring the comment. Unexpectedly, the great sage stepped in to defend her. Freebie great sage, brother, you're a grown man. Don't always drag your mother into it. Super love for cilantro. What? Are you teaching me how to behave? Freebie great sage, yes. Super love for cilantro, darn it. Qin Feng chuckled at this. The fellow couldn't even curse properly. Feeling the urge to teach him, he decided to demonstrate himself. Freebie great sage, fool. Freebie great sage, idiot. In Zhong Wanwan's live stream, new viewers were excited to witness a confrontation involving a big shot. They enthusiastically fanned the flames, reveling in the chaos. The cilantro boss is high-ranking. I think yes, right. How thrilling. It's my first time seeing 2 level 50 bosses argue. 2 wealthy patrons, hurry and throw money. The loser must shout dad. Just a reminder to the cilantro boss. The great sage just sent 210 carnivals. You've got it wrong. The great sage initially sent 100, totaling 314. My goodness. Was the freebie boss S level 52 just recently achieved? Zhou Chirui's previously irritated expression turned serious upon reading the comments. Over 200 carnivals indicated some strength, warranting a serious response. Super love for cilantro. Dare to engage. Freebie great sage? Qin Feng laughed at the challenge, relieved that he finally had an opportunity to present a gift, as the girl's shyness prevented her from accepting money directly. He hadn't anticipated that this fool would give him such a chance. Freebie great sage. Don't cry if you lose, kid. Super love for cilantro. Darn it. Let your girl come. Freebie great sage. Rabbit, let us play around with him. Don't worry, we'll definitely win. Zhong Wanwan, though disinclined, understood that when men displayed their bravado, it was best not to contradict them. They needed to save face, and refusing would feel like conceding. I've opened it. Great sage, don't fall into their trap. Winning or losing doesn't matter. At worst, I want stream, she quietly advised. She was already content with the 30,000 earned today and didn't want Qin Feng to waste money out of impulse. Freebie great sage, don't you trust me? Rabbit? It's not that I don't trust you, I just don't want you to act rashly. Money shouldn't be spent frivolously. It could be used for more meaningful pursuits. Zhang Wanwan expressed her concerns. Spending money for you is the most meaningful thing I've ever done. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng noticed Zhong Wanwan freeze, abruptly falling silent. With her chin resting on her hands atop the table, she stared blankly at the screen, her eyes growing increasingly vacant, as if she might drift off into space at any moment. No way. Did a single line leave her speechless? Qin Feng chuckled to himself, finding the girl utterly adorable. Her capacity for bearing such flattery seemingly nil. He mused that in more intimate moments, she might faint from such sentiments. System notification, Zhong Wanwan's affection level increased by 10. Against this endearing girl, whose affections grew incrementally, Qin Feng felt utterly defenseless. Even if she didn't provide a revival token, he resolved to pursue her wholeheartedly. Zhou Chirue, witnessing someone dare to flirt openly in front of him, was instantly enraged. Super love for cilantro. Damn it, playing with a female streamer and being so affectionate. What gall you have. His words stirred the live stream, prompting onlookers to mock. This freebie great sage might be new to live streaming, unaware of the depths of this realm. Perhaps the two bosses should make the host turn off her beauty filter as punishment, just to enlighten us all. There was a rush of people into the live stream. Qin Feng, feeling quite jovial, paid them no mind. Freebie great sage, are you still playing Super love for cilantro? Super love for cilantro. I accept. Ru Mei Mei. Zhong Wanwan, somewhat dazed, found Ru Mei Mei's invitation and clicked to agree. The live stream split in two, revealing a quintessential internet celebrity, a girl with large eyes, a pointed chin, and rosy cheeks clad in a red strapless mini dress that highlighted her long legs, exuding femininity. However, her expression was fierce, pointing accusingly at the camera. I demand to know who dares to disregard my cilantro boss. It's you, this little imp who hasn't even grown up yet. Why hide? Think you can act wildly without consequence? You shameless thing, pretending to be innocent. Hurry and apologize to my big brother, or I'll ensure you can't survive in the streaming world. Her brazen demeanor startled Zhong Wanwan. Qin Feng could hardly withstand such a fierce woman and quickly urged Zhong Wanwan, Rabbit, mute the opposing voice. Lacking experience. She was scolded for a full minute before locating the mute button, causing a significant portion of the audience to leave the live stream. Qin Feng was bewildered by her audacity to speak so brazenly. He activated the scanner to assess the opponent's rating, only to be astounded by the presented information. Name, Shi Hongyan. Age, 42. Charm, 50. Number of relationships, 6. Good grief. Andy, at 42, is it too much to be streaming? The frequency of romantic encounters is rather pitiable. This live stream truly allows anyone, human or ghost, to participate. After applying beauty filters, the appearance seems merely average, yet alluring. Without the scanning feature, he would have been utterly oblivious. Freebie saint, is this lady your woman? How can you even consider it? Absolutely love cilantro. Mind your own business. Just get started. Freebie saint, how do you want to play? Absolutely love cilantro. Let us make it a winner takes all. The loser must change their name to I am a fool. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng's mind conjured a bold idea. Freebie saint, if I lose, I shall change my name, but if you lose, you need not do so. Just ensure that your streamer turns off the beauty filter, appears barefaced, and declares her love for you in the live stream. Freebie saint, after all the money you've spent on her, this should be a simple task. When he realizes how many gifts he has given to an older lady, his expression will undoubtedly be priceless. He may never dare to enter a live stream again. In a sense, he believes he is aiding a misguided youth, thereby making a significant contribution to society. Qin Feng felt a swell of pride in his moral integrity, as if the red scarf on his chest had grown even more vibrant. Zhou Chirue remained oblivious to any issues, although he had never seen his streamer in person. He had video chatted with her on WeChat, and she looked much the same, fair-skinned and with a sharp face. It is widely acknowledged that WeChat video calls cannot deceive. Absolutely love cilantro. Fine. If you don't change your name upon losing, I will come find you in reality. Zhou Chirue then entered the opposing live stream room, prompting his beautiful streamer to commence. The lovely older lady was aware that her boss had a vendetta against the gentleman across the way, so she was eager to unleash a torrent of financial support, her excitement palpable. With calculated cunning, she selected a 10-minute match. Live stream durations can be 5, 10, or 15 minutes long. She initially contemplated the longest duration but opted for a compromise to avoid revealing her intentions. 10 minutes would suffice for the bosses to load up their accounts and shower gifts. As the countdown commenced, a red and blue health bar appeared in the center of their screens, with the score at 0, 0. In the left corner, the red health bar represented Zhong Yuan, while the blue bar belonged to the opponent. The gifts from fans would convert into soundwave points, augmenting each streamer's health bar. Taking the initiative, Shou Qirui unleashed a 3,000 yuan gift, summoning a grand dragon into the beautiful lady's live stream, instantly boosting her score to over 30,000, crushing Zhong Yuan's health bar. Zhong Yuan, momentarily taken aback, noticed her health bar being overwhelmed and felt a flicker of concern. She was not worried about losing, rather, she feared that her generous benefactor might impulsively squander his money, akin to others who had bought cars and houses for female streamers. She pondered whether she should refund him if he ended up with no money for food. No, she couldn't return it. His impulsive nature would likely lead him to waste it again. As long as she ensured he had food and shelter, that would suffice. However, did that imply she was essentially supporting him? Lost in thought, Zhong Yuan's gaze became distant, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Qin Feng failed to notice her expression. He had already warmed up his fingers, ready to unleash his fervor. Freebie Saint, sending out carnival gifts. The points surged quickly, and their health bars soon caught up and surpassed the opponents. A few minutes later, Lu Fugui, seated nearby, casually detonated a weapon worth 200 yuan, cheerfully ordering instant noodles from the net CAF staff. As he stretched and moved about, he spotted Qin Feng still engrossed in the carnival livestream. Amused, he leaned over for a closer look at the phone, realizing that Qin Feng had been in this lucky rabbit's room for quite some time, indicating a scarcity of female streamers in their vicinity. Suddenly, he felt no envy towards Qin Feng. The 200 yuan he had just earned lifted his spirits, and he hummed cheerfully as he approached to observe the female streamer. Are you not tired, my friend? You seem to be showering gifts continuously. Are you on a mission? Oh, just playing, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. You're quite fierce. Their speed seems comparable to yours, Lu Fugui remarked, glancing at the score. His side had 360 sound waves, while the opponent had 340, a close match. Indeed, they insist on challenging me. My thumb is growing sore, Qin Feng complained. Noticing Qin Feng's thumb indeed appearing stiff, Lu Fugui chuckled. How about I help you out? While my right hand is in motion, my speed can surpass light. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He was indeed feeling fatigued, and sliding gifts upward was physically demanding. Plus, he had been distracted by charming conversations with Zhong Yuan, having held his need for the restroom for too long. Gratefully, he handed his phone over to Lu Fugui, saying, Please, take care of it while I use the restroom. He felt no apprehension about Lu Fugui running off with his phone. The internet CAF was increasingly regulated, requiring not only identification but also facial recognition to log on. With so many cameras around, anyone daring enough to steal a phone worth thousands would face immediate consequences. Lu Fugui took hold of the sleek device, admiring its feel before swiping the screen to send carnival gifts. Instantly, he was captivated by its smoothness. This phone is impressive. I must get one when I have the money. Freebie Saint, sending out carnival gifts. His right hand moved swiftly, quickly widening the score gap. Meanwhile, he found time to appreciate the two ladies in the live stream. His side S streamer appeared somewhat lackluster, while the opposing one exuded fiery enthusiasm. Though he could not hear the audio, her fervent gestures indicated she was nearing a peak of excitement. As he gazed at the interface, identical to the real Douyin, Lu Fugui chuckled, finding it quite amusing. However, upon reading the audience's comments, he sensed something amiss. Boss, you're incredible. Why isn't the streamer saying anything? Do you realize you're almost topping the Douyin popularity chart? How absurd. The boss is so incensed. He has already gifted over 200 yuan and shows no signs of stopping. Tomorrow, he will certainly make headlines. Everyone, hurry over to hear the streamer shout daddy. It's exhilarating. That call is more affectionate than from a biological father. Great Saint Daddy, when will you acknowledge me as your son? There were over 5,000 viewers in the live stream. The public screen was inundated with a flurry of new messages, some flattering the boss, others soliciting his patronage, and still others expressing a desire to bear his children. These sycophantic comments incessantly reminded him that this live streaming room might indeed be authentic. The brother beside him could potentially be a true magnate. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Pan Fugui's forehead. If the carnival he was engaging in was indeed worth its weight in gold, then the 2 million audio waves he had just contributed would translate to a tangible sum of 200,000 yuan. When did his fingers become so precious? Pan Fugui was inwardly alarmed. To ascertain whether this was a Douyin live stream, the verification was simple. He could search for the live stream on his phone. He grabbed his device and, multitasking, entered the name of the stream, clicked search, and found the Lucky Rabbit's live stream. The popularity of this stream had already reached the pinnacle of the local scene, ranking within the top 20 of all Douyin. With trembling hands, Pan Fugui clicked enter, only to be greeted by a dazzling carnival effect that nearly blinded him. The host above was the somewhat dazed young woman. Upon glancing at the names of the prominent figures continuously appearing, he saw the great freebie, gifting carnival tokens 302, 303, and 304 in his right hand. He clutched the phone of the great freebie, who was incessantly bestowing gifts of carnival tokens. Holy smokes. This is for real. Pan Fugui was so startled that he sprang to his feet, fearful of soiling Qin Feng's seat. The realization that a true tycoon was sitting here rendered him utterly bewildered. His mind raced with 3 profound questions. Who is he? What does he want? Does he need a son? After finishing in the restroom, Qin Feng leisurely returned to his seat, noticing that his brother had already helped him amass 6 million audio waves while the opponent remained at 5 million. He smiled in gratitude, saying, "Thanks, brother." Pan Fugui stammered, "No problem, thank you, big brother." Qin Feng was puzzled, wondering who was thanking whom. He thought little of it. Exchanged a few pleasantries, took his phone, and continued gifting. Bro, they've stopped gifting on the other side. There's no need to waste more money, right? Pan Fugui, still in a daze but with his fingers never ceasing their dance, urged him. Glancing at the cessation of gifts from the opponent, he too had halted. Had they continued gifting, his speed would have already racked up 9 million audio waves by now. "Oh, I'm just guarding a tower," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. With the magnate's words hanging in the air, Pan Fugui nearly gasped for breath. What kind of celestial brother was this? Leading by 1 million yet still guarding his position, was there no respite? He looked down at his phone, witnessing the great freebie starting to gift again from one. His jaw dropped in astonishment, his eyes darting towards Qin Feng, feeling that even the instant noodles brought by the internet manager had lost their appeal. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to ingratiate himself with this illustrious figure, contemplating what words might touch the heart of such a magnate. Qin Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable under his fervent gaze, which brimmed with longing, reminiscent of a provocatively dressed woman beneath a street lamp. The intensity of his stare made Qin Feng think the fellow was signaling for a tip. As Qin Feng's eyes flitted to the instant noodles on the table, he pondered for a moment before rising to purchase a sausage from the counter, handing it to him and saying, "Brother, thanks, let me treat you to a sausage." Pan Fugui was taken aback. What did this mean? What was he trying to imply? In an instant, clarity dawned upon Pan Fugui, and he felt he understood the magnate's subtle hint. He exclaimed loudly, "Woof." Then, he took the sausage in his mouth and squatted down. Looking up at him with an innocent expression, Qin Feng was startled. Was this fellow insane? The intensity of his gaze sent shivers down Qin Feng's spine, prompting him to quickly rise and switch to a seat further away. Pan Fugui watched him leave, feeling a heartache deeper than being dumped by a girlfriend. At this moment, only 4 minutes remained. Unexpectedly, the opponent had quickly ceased their contributions, leaving Qin Feng alone in his gifting, feeling rather odd. Zhong Wanwan had been in a stupor for nearly 5 to 6 minutes now. The scene felt as if it had frozen in time, with the livestream room enveloped in a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Only the lively chatter on the public screen persisted, with numerous individuals bubbling forth with comments. "I can't take it anymore. Great one. Please cease your divine powers. A live stream in a stupor, earning millions daily? Great one. I just turned 18. Please private message me. The opponent has stopped gifting, and you're still at it? Are you perhaps laundering money?" The opposition was too wild. The female host was putting in considerable effort for gifts, shouting about feeding the boss mouth to mouth. Is that so? Let us go check it out. Intrigued by the comments, Qin Feng too clicked into the opposing live stream, hearing the female host cheer with fervor. "Brother Xiaoxai finished his milk. Hurry up, we can't let them look down on us. Life is about fighting for this breath. If I were you, I'd de-sell everything to regain my pride. If you back down this time, you'll never regain your face." Other prominent figures in the live stream were also encouraging gifts to show what a real man should be like. Welcome the 58th level great freebie. Big brother, please come help us. This match is crucial. We cannot afford to lose. The background music in this live stream was loud and energetic, while the female host's expression was fierce and commanding. Her voice was slightly hoarse, giving off a sense of hysteria. The great freebie declared, "I am the older brother of Rabbit. Come see what's happening with your big brother." Upon recognizing that a prominent figure from the opposing side had arrived, the host, Mimi, instantly donned a charming smile and exclaimed, "Oh my, big brother, your blows are so heavy, you've left me bruised and battered. Don't you feel guilty for not giving some medical fees?" Qin Feng sent over a token worth a mere dime. This money was from a previous red envelope snatched by a weasel, requiring no expenditure on his part. He anticipated that this host would soon find herself in dire straits, so he sent a gift as a token of goodwill. The great freebie inquired, "Is your big brother still around? Please ask him if he can still engage." The host, Mimi, immediately responded, "Absolutely, he can engage. My big brother is wealthy. This amount is nothing. Brother Xiangcai, your big brother has come to you. What are you hesitating for? Hurry and show them what you're made of." At this moment, Zhou Chirue was frantically calling his friends for assistance, having no time to respond to the female host. Seeing that her boss remained silent, the host, Mimi, assumed he had conceded and lamented, "Brother Xiangcai, you've put me in quite a predicament. Which female host can go live without beauty filters? You might as well send me to my demise." She was acutely aware that if she appeared without makeup, her live streaming career would be over. Thus, she resolved to avoid this punishment at all costs or simply shut down the stream. Losing one boss is certainly preferable to losing them all. The enthusiastic admirer, nicknamed Coriander Lover, implored the streamer to continue without hesitation. The exuberant Zhou Chirue not only rallied his friends, but also contributed a substantial sum of 1 million. A sum he had persuaded his father to part with under the guise of launching his own entrepreneurial venture. Initially, he had envisioned establishing a gaming company, yet now, spurred by a competitive spirit ignited by Qin Feng, he cast aside his original plans. After all, he could always approach his father for more funds. Coriander Lover generously gifted Dragon Knight 1 and 2. When Mei Mei spotted her benefactor, a flicker of hope ignited within her. If circumstances permitted, she too wished to retain this generous soul who had lavished nearly 1 million in donations. Such a benefactor, willing to spend without even a face-to-face meeting, would be hard to come by again. She reopened the battle song and fervently rallied the crowd. With a racing heart and trembling hands, let us follow our leader. I am grateful to heaven and earth for a brother who is both valiant and loyal. May our brother's pockets never lack for offerings, and if you remain steadfast, I shall be eternally loyal to you. Our brother is the greatest. The atmosphere in the live stream was electric, with the female host's cries echoing as if to lift the very roof. The supportive members of her guild began to flood the chat with comments, wholeheartedly praising their benefactor, exalting his generosity and prowess. Let us unite to support our boss. The scores are nearly equal, and we shall turn the tide. They rallied for Mei Mei, urging her to vanquish the opposing team's obnoxious player. Indeed, some were swept up in the fervor and joined in the commotion. This streaming room was alive, with a captivating host who was both beautiful and uninhibited. I shall send the host a token of affection, one admirer declared. Mei Mei, I adore you, but I've already spent 10 luxury cars worth of donations this month, and my living expenses are dwindling. Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head, feeling a sense of futility for them. Upon returning to the streaming room, the atmosphere had shifted to one of tranquility. Despite the audience nearing 100,000, each individual spoke with measured rationality, devoid of the earlier fervor. There was no impassioned host, only a dazed rabbit, seemingly lost in thought. Zhong Wanwan appeared groggy, as if just awakening. Qin Feng teased her with a message. My dear, it's time to wake up. Wanwan, attentive to his words, was roused and responded absent-mindedly, Noticing her acceptance of his address, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. As the opposing team began to intensify their efforts, he swiftly opened the gift menu and clicked on Carnival, pushing forth for the final surge. Chapter 44. The Summer Ting you requested has arrived. Summer Ting stood before her home, lingering at the entrance for a moment. After wiping away her tears and taking a deep breath, she finally opened the door. Upon entering, she was greeted by the glamorous figure of her mother, Ming Mei Wei, seated on the sofa engrossed in the television. You little rascal, you finally decided to come home, the striking woman exclaimed. Approaching 50, her skin remained flawless, smooth, and luminous, showing little sign of aging save for a faint trace of crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Her features were exquisite, reminiscent of Summer Ting, sharing the same oval face, elegantly arched brows, and rosy lips. Particularly captivating were her lively eyes, which bore no resemblance to those of a middle-aged woman. With a quick glance at her returning daughter, she continued her admonishment. Where were you last night? You are nearly 30, yet you behave so irresponsibly, gallivanting outside and refusing to engage in proper matchmaking. Mom, please stop, Summer Ting interjected, her patience wearing thin. She slipped off her shoes, donned her slippers, and stormed towards her room, clearly annoyed. What's wrong with me scolding you? Look at the company you keep. None of them are worth your time. That last boy got caught by the police for slurping noodles, and only then did you come to your senses. You really are quite foolish. Ming Mei Hui's forehead creased with disappointment as she continued her lecture. It was exasperating to witness her daughter disregard decent, honest suitors in pursuit of wealthy men. Do you think rich men are so easy to find? I was once the belle of the village, yet after years of searching, I ended up marrying a humble school teacher. Let me tell you, I've set you up with a young man introduced by Aunt Wang for tomorrow evening. He is quite respectable. I'm not going. Summer Ting replied coldly, dismissing her mother with 2 curt words as she entered her room, preparing to shut the door. Suddenly, her mother stood up and commanded. Stop right there. Summer Ting scoffed, but did not dare close the door, lowering her head in anticipation of a reprimand. However, to her surprise, her mother softened her tone. What is wrong with your eyes? Why are they so red? A mother's intuition revealed itself, as Ming Mei Wei quickly discerned that something was amiss with her daughter. She approached Summer Ting, lifting her chin to examine her face closely. Those inherited large eyes were evidently swollen from tears. Fuming, Ming Mei Wei demanded. Which scoundrel has dared to bully you? I shall confront him. No one is bullying me, Summer Ting replied weakly, retracting her neck. Don't try to lie. After all these years, I know your every move. How could I not know if you've been mistreated? I haven't tea, I swear. Don't think that just because you've been crying, I want to discipline you. Speak up. If you lie, I shall resort to familial punishment. Summer Ting bit her lip, glancing at her mother. Though her mother's stance appeared fierce, she understood that her mother genuinely cared for her and was reluctant to see her harmed. Tears welled in Summer Ting's eyes once more, and she lowered her gaze, striving to suppress her quivering voice as she murmured, No one is bullying me, it was my choice. Ming Mei Wei understood immediately. Her daughter had undoubtedly become infatuated with some young master, eagerly approaching him, only to discover he was not worth her affection, resulting in her tearful return. Prodding her daughter's forehead with her finger, she scolded, You foolish girl. How could I have given birth to such a dimwit? You're wasting your beauty on these men. This always happens. You have no discernment. After a few harsh words, she noticed her daughter's shoulders shaking and felt a pang of compassion. Quickly, she enveloped her in an embrace, gently stroking her hair as she reassured her. It's all right. It's all in the past. All wealthy men are not worth your time. Open your eyes and seek a sincere man who loves you, just like your mother did. Life passes swiftly. And you are still young. Summer Ting could no longer contain herself and cried out. But I am not willing to give up. Why should I? What is wrong with me? My dear child, luck is a fickle thing. Sometimes it's yours, and sometimes it isn't. That's perfectly normal. But I really like him. I don't want to relinquish him so easily. Clinging to someone you cannot have will only deepen your wounds. You are already 26. How many more years do you think you have to squander? Ming Mei Wei patiently advised, when you look back after your youth is past and find yourself with nothing, you will realize that you may not even have the tears to cry. After a brief bout of tears, Xia Ting's emotions began to settle, and she stammered. I want to be left with nothing. He promised to buy me a villa, and if he were to leave me when I grow old, I could simply sell the villa and travel across the country. Ming Mei Wei scoffed derisively, grasping Xia Ting's shoulders and pulling her from her embrace. She taunted. A man's words can be deceiving. Do you think your mother has heard such promises before? He is merely dangling a carrot in front of you. My naive girl. Ming Mei Wei scrutinized her daughter with concern. You didn't sleep with him last night, did you? Did you take precautions? Xia Ting's gaze faltered momentarily. She hadn't yet had the opportunity to buy any medication. You are driving your mother to madness. Ming Mei Wei exclaimed in exasperation, reaching to pinch Xia Ting's arm while muttering. You brought this upon yourself, becoming infatuated with him. Stop. Xia Ting cried out, unable to bear the pinch, and hurled her shoe away before retreating to the bed defiantly. He will definitely buy me the villa. Fine, 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 Ming Mei Wei said, hands on her hips and pointing at her foolish daughter, repeating the phrase thrice. She then turned to leave the room, preparing to retrieve the disciplinary tool she had set aside for 2 years. Mom, listen to me. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Ting quickly jumped down and wrapped her arms around her mother's waist, explaining, he is a decent man, and he keeps his promises. Yesterday, he agreed to buy me a Porsche, and this morning he actually did. The contract is in my bag. Ming Mei Wei paused, turning to face her daughter with skepticism. Are you sure he really bought it from a legitimate Porsche dealership? It wouldn't be some charade financed by another? Come on. Do I seem like that sort of naive girl? Xia Ting nestled back into her mother's embrace, twisting her body playfully and pleading. Let me show you the contract. If he dares to forge a purchase agreement, I will go to the police and report him for fraud. Ming Mei Wei raised her voice, firmly unconvinced. Such an extravagant gift was something she had only seen on television. Chapter 45. She must have magic. Xia Ting quickly rummaged through her bag, retrieving the purchase agreement, the transfer receipt, and various insurance documents, and handed them all to her mother. Ming Mei Wei inspected the contract, first glancing at the official seal of the Porsche dealership, and asked, how much is the car? 2 million. Xia Ting held up 3 slender fingers. What? Ming Mei Wei gasped in disbelief. 2 million. Xia Ting pointed to the total written in large characters on the contract, speaking earnestly. Ming Mei Wei flipped through the contract, her eyes wide with disbelief as she asked, is the car registered in your name? Yes. When can you pick it up? The day after tomorrow. Ming Mei Wei fell into deep thought. After a considerable pause, she snapped back to reality, gazing at her daughter with a complex expression. How old is he? What does he look like? He can't be older than your father, can he? Mom, how can you doubt my judgment? Xia Ting stomped her foot, breaking free from her mother's embrace, and retorted, he is a classmate from university, over 6 feet tall, incredibly handsome. And he has always been a good person who secretly harbored feelings for me. He has recently become successful and wants to date me. Ming Mei Wei leaned closer to Xia Ting, feeling her forehead, puzzled. You're not running a fever, are you? What nonsense is this? It's true, Mom, Xia Ting exclaimed, waving her hands in frustration and stomping her foot. So, you come back crying just to boast that your boyfriend gifted you a Porsche? Ming Mei Wei's temper flared again as she tossed the contract onto the sofa and scanned the room for something to use as a weapon. This girl needs a good talking to. I was worried when I saw her tear-streaked face, thinking something serious had happened, only to find out she was overwhelmed with joy. Curse it. If you weren't my daughter, I would have already turned my back on you, Ming Mei Wei thought to herself. That is not it. He. Xia Ting's voice trailed off as she recalled that Qin Feng was a cad, her tone dropping. Ming Mei Wei noticed her daughter's change in demeanor and frowned, an unsettling thought crossing her mind. After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously inquired, is he impotent? Xia Ting was taken aback. What a scandalous accusation. No, no. Don't wish that upon him. Xia Ting blushed and whispered, he is better than my previous boyfriend. Ming Mei Wei's gaze drifted towards the plastic clothes rack on the balcony. It wouldn't cause any serious injury if used. Oh, he has other women pursuing him. And I'm afraid I won't be able to compete in the end, Xia Ting explained, sensing her mother's rising anger and hastily blocking her line of sight. Is he married? Ming Mei Wei pressed. No, Xia Ting replied. If you truly like him, just go with the flow, Ming Mei Wei advised. If things go further and he refuses to marry you, you can confront him then. Xiaoting stared at her mother, dumbfounded. If he still refuses, I'll go and tear him apart myself. Mingmei Wei declared with fierce determination. But what if another woman gets pregnant with his child first? Mingmei Wei reasoned. How will you know until you try? Don't worry about others. Let him buy you the villa first. Mingmei Wei coaxed gently. Remember, it's best if the house is solely in your name. Do you understand? Xiaoting hesitated. But wouldn't that be inappropriate? Mingmei Wei retorted. What is wrong with that? Otherwise, you might end up like me, settling for a mundane life without any excitement. Seeing her daughter's downcast expression, Mingmei Wei sighed and said, You say you like him, and he likes you too. Rather than worrying about others interfering, why not strive to secure your happiness? Xiaoting's expression softened with contemplation. Noticing her daughter was receptive to her advice, Mingmei Wei smiled with satisfaction. Once you buy the villa, I want to move in too and experience the life of the affluent. Xiaoting's eyes sparkled with mischief. Then you'll have to pay rent. With that, she dashed back to her room and slammed the door shut. Mingmei Wei paused for a moment, rolled up her sleeves, and shouted, I see you're itching for trouble. Open the door. At that moment, in the dormitory of Shanghai Normal University, Zhang Yuan was gradually awakening from the distraction of Qin Feng's messages. She glanced at the figures on her screen. 11. 25 million in sound waves. 7. 95 million in sound waves. She thought she must be seeing things, perhaps miscounting zeros, and rubbed her eyes. Upon re-examination, her mind went blank once again. What on earth is this 8-digit sound wave? Am I dreaming? Zhang Yuan felt a surge of confusion. Previously, she had planned to support him financially when he ran out of money. But a man who could casually give away over $1 million certainly didn't need her to worry about his meals. Zhang Yuan chuckled at her own naive thoughts. Meanwhile, in her live streaming room, a gathering of aspiring female streamers had come together, diligently studying Zhang Yuan as a person. Examining her attire and the angles of the background lighting, I eagerly took up my pen and paper, intent on transcribing the persuasive rhetoric employed by the streamer Zhang Yuan to entice her benefactor into generously bestowing substantial sums. This particular streamer, known as Lucky Rabbit, uttered but a single word throughout her entire performance. Thereafter, she appeared lost in thought, amusing herself with her own musings, exuding an adorably naive charm. The other female streamers watched in bewilderment. It was evident that Lucky Rabbit had not engaged in any extraordinary antics. While undeniably attractive, they too possessed beauty. They could not fathom why one could earn money simply by daydreaming while they toiled tirelessly without recompense. Surely, there must be some secret broadcasting technique they had yet to uncover. Undeterred, they persistently messaged Lucky Rabbit, expressing their eagerness to pay for lessons. Upon concluding her reverie, Zhang Yuan ignored the private messages. Her attention was drawn to another streamer, Rui Mimi, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a mythical serpent, exuberantly dancing and gesticulating. Curiosity piqued. She decided to listen in on how others expressed gratitude to their benefactors, hoping to learn from their approach. She activated the audio just in time to hear, Thank you, Dad Cilantro, for your 200th to Qinglong. I love you, Cilantro Boss. I swear I'll marry you in this lifetime. The raucous background music, coupled with the high-pitched screams, startled Zhang Yuan, prompting her to swiftly mute the sound. Nonetheless, the words resonated deeply within her. Was it true that men enjoyed such adulation? Should she attempt to mimic it? Perhaps addressing him as master would be more fitting. Dad felt too peculiar. Determined, she prepared to call out to her benefactor as brother great sage, but her shyness rendered her voiceless. The words lodged in her throat. With her cheeks flushed and her lips parted in hesitation, she appeared irresistibly endearing. Observing this, Qin Feng intensified his efforts. As time ticked away, the final minute approached. Shou Qirui, amidst the lively music of the streaming room, relentlessly sent over 500 to Qinglong gifts. Only when a notification appeared, urging him to recharge, did he cease his actions. His eyes bloodshot and filled with fury, he fixated on the scoreboard above the stream. The opposing team stood at 25 million audio waves, a figure that felt like a mockery, while his own, bolstered by the encouragement of friends, barely reached 19 million. Everyone was aware that no one would frivolously squander real money just to make a new acquaintance, throwing a mere 30, 000 or 50, 000 as a show of support sufficed without the need for genuine expenditure. In the final minute, his funds depleted, the disparity was stark. He had been thoroughly dominated throughout the encounter, with no opportunity to catch his breath. Zhou Qirui could only concede defeat. The rival had lavishly spent over 3 million for a seemingly simple-minded girl, utterly decimating his wallet. All the money he had saved over the years had been squandered, and he had not secured victory. This time, he accepted his loss gracefully. He entered the Lucky Rabbit streaming room and typed a message. 63 loves eating cilantro. I've already notified her to turn off the beauty filter. Just wait and see. At that moment, Lucky Rabbit's streaming room was brimming with viewers. Within just 2 hours, over 1,000 gifts had been showered upon her, propelling her to the top of the Douyin rankings. The number of online viewers surpassed 1 million, with new spectators continuously flooding in. Many were eager to capture the attention of the affluent benefactor, showering him with flattery and playful banter. A smaller contingent of viewers, drawn by Zhang Yuan's natural allure, found her refreshing amidst a sea of glamorous streamers. They lavished her with affectionate compliments, captivated by her innocent charm. The bustling atmosphere swiftly overshadowed Zhou Qirui's attempts to communicate. His words lost in the cacophony. Concerned that others might overlook his messages, he repeated them several times. Qin Feng engaged in conversation with the audience. Noticed Zhou Qirui's first message, the distinctive emblem of level 63 catching his eye. 64 freebie master, looking forward to your performance. Qin Feng, however, held a higher rank. He urged Zhou Yuan to activate the audio from the rival stream, eager to witness the reaction when the benefactor discovered that the enchanting streamer he had lavishly supported was, in fact, a middle-aged woman. While it felt somewhat unethical to undermine the rival streamer's livelihood, was it truly moral for her to deceive viewers under the guise of beauty? Moreover, the 2 million he had sent her could surely be considered sufficient compensation for her to explore other ventures. Streaming should be left to those in financial need. Older women ought not to encroach upon the opportunities of younger ladies. Qin Feng sought various justifications to soothe his conscience. Before long, he observed the older streamer receiving a phone call, her expression darkening upon her return. Cilantro Daddy, please don't do this. I can accept any other punishment, but I simply cannot show you my bare face. Mimi launched into a tearful plea, explaining that she had just received a call from her guild, demanding she face the consequences of her actions. The guild had connections that could pose problems if she refused to comply. How about this? I'll even perform a striptease if it helps. Please, don't make it difficult for me. We streamers truly have it tough. Her exaggerated performance elicited a reaction from Zhou Yuan, who felt a pang of sympathy seeing her so distraught. Great sage brother, Zhou Yuan stammered, wanting to intercede on behalf of the rival streamer. Yet, she understood that this wager did not involve her, and she had no right to speak up. The rival had invested so much. To voice her discontent would surely invite disdain. While her heart ached, she also recognized the importance of propriety. Qin Feng discerned Zhou Yuan's sentiments, marveling at her purity. If she wished to spare the rival, perhaps he could display generosity, potentially garnering favorable impressions. Freebie master, for my wife's sake, let's let this slide. You two can leave. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Yuan had grown accustomed to being called wife by Qin Feng. Upon hearing his concession, she quickly reassured the rival streamer, Sister Mimi, you don't have to go barefaced. Please stop crying. Unfortunately, the rival had muted her audio and did not hear. The tears continued to flow. I refuse. A loss is a loss, and I can accept it, Zhou Qiruo insisted. He felt no shame in confessing his feelings to the barefaced streamer. They had previously video chatted, but had yet to meet in person due to her claims of potential discomfort in his city. At first, when the great sage proposed the wager, he found it rather puzzling. Now, witnessing Mei Mei's persistent evasion only deepened his intrigue. Thus, he resolutely insisted on seeing her bare face. Zhou Qiruo took out his phone and urged her guild once more. At that moment, nearly 1 million viewers filled the 2 live streaming rooms, with comments flooding in incessantly. If one cannot bear to lose, they should not agree to such bets. Wanting money yet unwilling to face the consequences reveals her true nature. She must be yet another below princess. I can almost foresee the outcome. Feeling a pang of sympathy for the 400 units of Qing Long that the boss has wagered. How malicious these people are. Mei Mei, fear not, I stand by you. Barefaced or not, I have closed my eyes. Now, we are on the brink of witnessing a miracle. Suddenly, 2 men clad in black appeared in Mei Mei's live stream. Without uttering a word, they strode directly to the camera. One reached out to turn off the beauty filter while the other stopped Mei Mei from fleeing. Their roles were distinct, clearly seasoned in such endeavors. Once the filters for slimming, skin smoothing, and enhancing curves were disabled, the true visage of the live-streaming enchantress emerged. Her head appeared significantly larger. Her makeup caked on thickly, akin to being painted. Even this could not mask the large pores and wrinkles on her face. Her eyes were puffy and small, the nose flat as a pancake, and noticeable flabby cheeks adorned both sides. It is cruel to scrutinize those deemed unattractive. For such a woman, even a score of 50 seems generous. Qin Feng was left questioning the system's grading standards. Zhou Qiruo, upon witnessing this, could not help but vomit in disgust. In the live stream, Mei Mei wailed pitifully, pleading with Zhou Qiruo, father of cilantro, you cannot treat me this way. I have acquiesced to all your demands. And during that video, you promised not to force me in the future. Oh heavens, let me perish. With the beauty filter turned off, how shall I show my face to the world again? Her desperate cries resembled a scene from a tragic accident. Zhou Qiruo was taken aback, feeling nauseated and disoriented. Remembering how this woman once declared her desire to marry him, he was so frightened that he hurled his phone out of the window. However, to his surprise, his silly dog, frolicking in the yard, dashed out and retrieved the phone, remarkably unscathed. Inside, a cacophony of cries echoed. You heartless wretch, unable to compete with others. Why take it out on me? I am a respectable girl. Whom have I offended? Zhou Qiruo was on the verge of a heart attack. Giving the tail-wagging dog a kick. After seizing the phone and pressing the power button, the screen dimmed, plunging him into silence. Yet, his mind was anything but tranquil. He knew that a multitude in the live stream was mocking him, and most crucially, his friends were present. Zhou Qiruo wished he could vanish into the ground. Escaping this cacophonous world. How can one spend 2 million to woo an older woman? Ha ha ha, I must share this online. Thus, the world gains another heartbroken soul. I can only guess that this Tutu is yet another deceiving live streamer. Dare Tutu to turn off her beauty filter, allowing our great sage to experience the pangs of heartbreak? Boss, hasten and let the streamer turn off her beauty filter, so we may assess whether your expenditure was worthwhile. Qin Feng chuckled. He had no desire to prove anything to anyone. Nevertheless, men often take pride in showcasing their beautiful women, feeling a sense of pride in their appearance. He instructed Zhang Wanwan to disable the beauty filter, wishing to reveal the true face of a genuine beauty. Zhang Wanwan was still immersed in the aftermath of the previous incident. The older woman's cries were truly terrifying, her tears smudging her makeup into a dark mess. During her struggles, her wig had fallen off, exposing a head full of messy waves. Thankfully, she was quite strong and managed to break free from the man holding her down, swiftly shutting off the computer and ending the live stream. Had she lingered in that scene, it would have left her with lasting trauma. Returning to her senses, Zhang Wanwan saw that the great sage was requesting her to turn off the beauty filter and promptly complied. She had used the filter due to the poor lighting in her dormitory, enhancing the brightness of the stream, but had not activated any other effects. Since everyone expressed a desire to see, she was indifferent. Moreover, she feared that the great sage might mistakenly believe she was an older woman. This is how Tutu truly looks. I am not deceiving you, Zhang Wanwan timidly stated. The stream's brightness diminished slightly. The girl before the camera appeared little changed. Rather, without the cold white lighting, her face seemed more authentic. Beneath her long eyelashes were dark, bright eyes, with slightly deep-set sockets that accentuated her delicate nose, giving her an exotic allure. Her rosy, cherry-like lips bore no lipstick yet remained vibrant and captivating. Her features resembled those of a porcelain doll. And the distinct beauty mark at the corner of her eye confirmed that this was no mere filter trickery. The lighting in her dormitory was indeed poor. After the beauty filter was disabled, it felt as though one had traveled back 2 decades, chatting with a charming girl encountered online. The dim surroundings contrasted sharply with her clear, pure face, which radiated brightness. How beautiful! Is this truly a beauty encountered once every 5,000 years? The viewers were captivated, with many expressing their thoughts. Streamer, you have successfully rekindled my memories of first love. Reflecting on such beauty, ultimately bowing before the great sage left me with a heartache. Alas, I felt a flutter in my heart. This streamer appeared petite. Was she truly of age? The sweet nothings from millions of viewers rendered Zhang Wanwan dizzy with joy, smiling foolishly. However, given the advanced beauty technology of today, even in darkness, one could maintain a beautiful appearance. Many skeptical viewers doubted the existence of such a Barbie doll, flooding the comments section with inquiries about her looks. Impossible. She must have only turned off the brightness. Surely, she has not disabled all effects. I believe this woman is definitely still using beauty filters. Streamer, dare you cover your left face with your hand and let us see the details up close? Use a sheet of paper to cover the upper half of your face, including your eyes. Let us see if your nose and mouth distort. You all are too old-fashioned. Just show your ID. Why bother with such verification? The final comment from an older viewer garnered unanimous agreement from the audience. The live stream's comments erupted with requests for her to present her ID, forming various formations of the 4 characters. At that moment, at least 1,000 such comments flooded in. Everyone seemed like a well-tuned parrot, insisting that the female streamer show her identification. Zhang Wanwan sensed nothing amiss and obediently stood up to fetch her documents, concerned that she might inadvertently reveal her ID number. Qin Feng sent her a WeChat message to remind her. After obtaining the necessary item, Zhang Wanwan quickly returned to her seat, holding her ID up to the camera while covering the lower portion of the document, revealing only her likeness. Now, do you believe me? Zhang Wanwan had lost her ID card once and had recently reissued it, the photo being quite recent. Her facial features had not changed significantly. However, during the photo shoot, she had followed the police officer's advice and slicked her hair back entirely. Coupled with her petite stature and the downward angle of the shot, her forehead appeared unusually wide and shiny in the photograph. There is an idiom that aptly describes it. The heavenly court is full. My dear, looking at your visage, it seems fate has decreed that you lack my presence. This petite head of yours exudes intelligence at first glance. Truly, you are a stunning beauty. By heavens, the boss has struck gold. Such an exquisite girl. I have followed you. Tutu is so adorable. I wish I could snatch Tutu away. Think twice, dear upstairs. Her elder brother squandered 3 million this afternoon. You cannot afford to play with that. The live streaming room buzzed with excitement, with conversations flowing freely. Although Qin Feng felt exhilarated, he was also apprehensive about Zhang Wanwan being led astray by the audience, prompting him to urge her to end the broadcast via WeChat. It was time for him to embark on his offline pursuit. Zhang Wanwan behaved obediently, bidding farewell to the viewers in the live stream. The audience implored her to stay and inquired about her next broadcast. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wanwan replied, I don't know. Now that she had money, the necessity of streaming had diminished. She merely thought that perhaps her elder brother would like to hear her sing, hence her vague response. Seeing her prepare to leave after gaining a benefactor, the audience lamented, another beauty is about to exit the live stream. Over 3 million in a single afternoon. A couple more appearances, and she could reach the pinnacle of life. With a benefactor supporting her, it's pure bliss. Oh, why can't I be a girl? Just lying down would suffice. Bro, do you not know that boys can lie down too? Zhang Wanwan ignored the banter and decisively clicked to end the stream. The room with over 100,000 viewers shut down in an instant, and she quietly awaited Qin Feng's message. Chapter 48. The spicy hot pot of Jiangcheng is exquisite. As dusk approached, Qin Feng's stomach growled with hunger. He first messaged Wang Gang to come and pick him up for dinner at a bar. Then he turned to Zhang Wanwan and asked, "I'm going for dinner. Would you like to join me?" Zhang Wanwan, holding her phone, was momentarily stunned. Was it finally time to meet? Her eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes filled with panic. After a brief pause, as if stealing her resolve, she replied, "I'm in Modu." Seeing that the distance was not too far, Qin Feng thought that with a swift drive, it would take just over 2 hours. "I'm in Jiangcheng. Will you come? I'll treat you to spicy hot pot." Zhang Wanwan quickly typed back, "I'm not hungry." What a pity. Our spicy hot pot is sweet and absolutely delicious. However, I have class tomorrow and can only go out on weekends. All right then, how about Saturday? Will you come? Qin Feng pressed on, fearing the rabbit he had in hand might escape. Today was Tuesday, leaving 4 days to let things settle. Zhang Wanwan hesitated. "Qin Feng, what is wrong? Don't you want to meet me?" "No," Zhang Wanwan replied. Her expression conflicted. "I'm just wondering what my brother looks like. I've heard that wealthy individuals lead a life of luxury, sleeping after every meal." She was concerned that the person on the other end might be a 300-pound pig. Without hesitation, Qin Feng took a selfie and sent it, saying, "I can't help my looks, given to me by my parents. If I'm not handsome, there is nothing I can do." Zhang Wanwan enlarged the image and saw a strikingly handsome individual, with sharp features, a high-nosed bridge, and an imposing presence. He was indeed handsome, though his lips were somewhat thin. People often say that men with thin lips tend to be cold-hearted. She wondered if that were true. However, he was 1,000 times better than the image of a balding, portly uncle she had conjured up in her mind. Relieved, she replied, "You're very handsome. I like it." Qin Feng chuckled and flirtatiously replied, "Well, I like you too." Zhang Wanwan, caught off guard, simply smiled foolishly without replying. System notification, Zhang Wanwan's affection level. 10 goodness, over 3 million spent, and it's worth it. Qin Feng pressed on, "Shall I book you a plane ticket?" Zhang Wanwan hesitated, feeling a twinge of fear about Qin Feng's intentions. Although she did not dislike him, the idea of meeting someone she had only known online for a few hours and immediately yielding to his desires felt overwhelming. "How about I come find you?" Qin Feng texted with a mischievous grin. With a 60 affection level and a plethora of gifts as a foundation, he could hardly imagine she had any valid reasons to refuse. Surely she wouldn't cite her menstrual cycle as an excuse. Before Zhang Wanwan could gather her thoughts, her roommate returned. "Wanwan, who are you chatting with?" Laughing so lewdly. Xiaoli rushed over, noticing the adorably naive goddess in their dorm giggling at her phone. With experience, she recognized that this was the unmistakable smile of someone engaged in flirtation. Eager to uncover who had managed to charm her friend, Xiaoli dashed over. Zhang Wanwan, not wanting her roommate to know she was chatting with a wealthy stranger online, hurriedly attempted to hide her phone. "Hey, let me take a look. I'll give you some advice." Xiaoli boldly snatched the phone from her, opened the chat history, and hurried to a corner with her other roommate, Junjun, to peruse the messages. "Give it back." Zhang Wanwan's face flushed crimson, and she tiptoed to retrieve her phone. But Xiaoli held it too high for her to reach. Seeing Qin Feng's messages, Xiaoli exclaimed, "What kind of loser is this, inviting you to spicy hot pot?" Junjun, stroking her chin, commented, "I think he shows sincerity at least. P.S. offering to cover the plane ticket. Wanwan, don't be fooled by him. You can't handle a man who would only offer you a bowl of spicy hot pot." "Oh, there's a photo? He looks decent, dressed in Armani. Seems like quite the rich guy." "Rich guy? Did you not see that his background is a net CAF? How could a rich man be found there? Could it be possible that he is the owner of the net CAF? Owner? Wanwan, shall I reply for you and invite him over? That way, we can keep an eye on you." Though Xiaoli claimed to be seeking Zhang Wanwan's opinion, she had already sent a message. "All right, see you Saturday. I'll be waiting for you." Their dormitory had just 3 residents, with one having moved out to live with her boyfriend. Xiaoli, unwilling to let her sweet and innocent friend fall prey to deception, resolved to follow them wherever they went, even if it meant being a third wheel. To ensure her safety, Zhang Wanwan, finally regaining her phone, hurriedly attempted to retract her message, only to see that the other party had already sent a thumbs-up emoji. She resigned herself and lowered her head, feeling a hint of unease. Junjun, misinterpreting Xiaoli's impulsive agreement as a source of displeasure for Zhang Wanwan, consoled her. "Don't be upset, little Wanwan. If you don't want to meet him, you can still back out. Just say you suddenly remembered that you'll be on your period this weekend. I guarantee that guy won't pursue you further." Xiaoli protested, "We're helping you here. Some things can only be assessed in person. Everything said online is just smoke and mirrors." Zhang Wanwan whispered, "I'm not blaming you. It's just that Zhang Wanwan felt conflicted, worried that if they met, her elder brother might make inappropriate demands. She was not mentally prepared to leap into that realm so suddenly, leaving her feeling somewhat anxious. Junyan observed her hesitance, smiling mischievously as she approached, bending down to look up at her. Upon catching a glimpse of her evasive gaze, she exclaimed with excitement, "Wow. You remind me of a shy young maiden from ancient times, full of bashfulness and a hint of confusion about the future." Xiaoli frowned and inquired, Has our Yuan's heart fluttered? Confess honestly, how did you meet? Is he from our school? Zhong Wanwan replied candidly, we met online. No way. You trust someone from the internet? Yuan exclaimed incredulously. We met in a live stream where he sent me many gifts, Zhong Wanwan added, recalling the over 3 million she could withdraw. Her eyes momentarily glazed over at the thought. Gifts? Did he send you a carnival? Yuan teased, look at you. So easily enchanted by a mere carnival. Speaking of live streaming, Wanwan, I think you'd be better suited for online tutoring. You're not as outgoing as Yuan, who isn't afraid to say whatever comes to mind, Shally advised. Shally, who came from a well-off family and had dabbled in live streaming for a few days, had formed a rather negative impression of it, perceiving it as a space filled with peculiar individuals who lacked decorum and would undoubtedly lead young girls astray. Wanwan was a serious and well-behaved girl, destined to be a wonderful teacher in the future. Shally wished to shield her from the potential taint of the live streaming world. That he sent me 1,146 gifts, Zhong Wanwan recalled with certainty. Despite appearing dazed during the live stream, her mind had subconsciously registered everything her eyes observed. This uncanny ability had accompanied her since childhood, so her excellent academic performance and admission to a prestigious university in the metropolis was hardly surprising. Yuan, in disbelief, asked, Are you talking about little hearts or roses? Zhong Wanwan emphasized, No, it was the carnival. Chapter 48. Teaching by example, Shally instantly became agitated. This girl never lied. If she spoke, it was the truth. Where? Let me see. Knowing Zhong Wanwan streamed from her computer, Shally hurriedly fetched her laptop. Upon opening the screen and witnessing the live stream's earnings, she was instantly taken aback. The numbers displayed were staggering: 35, 9 million in sound waves, 670,000 new followers, and 1.05 million viewers, surpassing the 999th ranked streamer. Shally knew that one sound wave equated to 0.1 yuan, meaning the girl had received over 3 million in gifts. Her eyes widened as she pointed tremulously at the figure, incredulous. Wanwan, is there a mistake? Did they add an extra 0? Zhong Wanwan lowered her head shyly and succinctly summarized. I didn't tee up classes this afternoon, so I streamed for a bit. A big brother got into a bet with someone and told me to play, sending me all these gifts. To Yuan's ears, this sounded like thunder from a clear sky. She couldn't help but exclaim, What? You received over 3 million just for playing this afternoon? Yuan felt utterly astounded. After working diligently for over half a year to learn various techniques, join a guild, and invest considerable resources, she had managed to earn only around 100,000 yuan. Yet, Zhong Wanwan had made the equivalent of 20 years' worth of earnings in less than a week of streaming. Who could she possibly argue with about this? It was that brother you were just discussing, Zhong Wanwan said, pulling out her phone to show Qin Feng's picture. Yuan felt a pang of jealousy, nearly moved to tears, her words tumbling out in disarray as she struggled to express herself. The thought that this young girl had such fortune, encountering a generous benefactor on Douyin and transforming into a little millionaire, made her eyes well up. Nothing was more disheartening than witnessing someone close suddenly striking it rich. Yet, Yuan also recognized that in terms of looks and figure, Zhong Wanwan was far superior to her. It was merely her habit of keeping her head down and her long hair covering her face, coupled with her timid nature, that had kept her from being noticed by affluent suitors. Once she blossomed and dressed attractively, perhaps even donning white stockings, she would inevitably become a rare gem, eventually attracting the attention of wealthy men. Yuan had anticipated this, though she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. She felt a twinge of sadness but acknowledged there was little she could do. As the saying goes, one cannot change what is given by birth. Envy was futile. Shally, after a moment of excitement, gradually calmed down. She was not the type of girl who would be ensnared by money. A sum of 1 or 2 million did not faze her. Taking Zhong Wanwan's phone, she scrutinized Qin Feng's picture and browsed through their chat history, concluding, This man is clearly a seasoned player in the game of love. He likely wants to seduce you. What does he think of us women? Mere commodities. 3 million, huh? If it were me, I'd gladly accept it, Yuan said, her mouth watering at the prospect. Zhong Wanwan stared blankly at them, unsure of what to think. Wanwan, now I must accompany you. Wealthy men are rarely good people, Shally stated earnestly. My dear lady, you have no idea of the struggles of us poor folk. It's easy to speak when you're standing. Yuan turned to Zhong Wanwan, adding, Wanwan, let us share this fortune together. Take me along when the time comes. Her tone carried a hint of flattery. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan's attitude towards Zhong Wanwan had shifted to one of newfound respect. Okay, Zhong Wanwan nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, feeling quite pleased, closed the chat with Zhong Wanwan. Once in Wang Gang's car, he called Shifuya to inquire about any food options at the bar. Even instant noodles would suffice. Shifuya, at home preparing dinner for her daughter Yi, heard the phone ring, wiped her hands on her apron, and stepped out to answer. Seeing Yi had strewn her toys all over, she elongated her voice, calling, Yi. Uh-huh? The 5-year-old girl replied, her expression one of confusion as she looked at her mother. You need to tidy up your things, do you understand? Shifuya gently instructed. But I haven't played enough. Yi protested in a high-pitched voice. Put away what you're not playing with. Look at that Ultraman in the corner. Its head is all twisted off. As Shifuya spoke, She picked up her phone. Upon realizing it was Qin Feng calling, she felt a bit surprised. She had assumed that after moving out with her daughter, he would have been frightened off. Yet here he was calling again. Its head was eaten by a monster. He exclaimed as she ran over to show her mother the toy. "Mommy, look. It has no energy left." Shifuya raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and then answered Qin Feng's call. "Hello? Is this Sister Xiaya? Are you at the bar?" Qin Feng asked. "Mr. Qin, you're here at the bar this early for a drink?" Shifuya replied with a smile. "Yes. I have nowhere else to go, so I might as well sit at your place," Qin Feng lamented. "Huh. We don't open until 8 o'clock. There are still 2 hours to go. Oh, does that mean I can only eat instant noodles then? How miserable. Isn't that tragic? Didn't the girl you brought yesterday cook for you? She called me a scoundrel and dumped me," Qin Feng complained. "How pitiable it is. Should I introduce a charming and obedient young lady to comfort our wounded General Qin?" Shifuya teased. "I have an abundance of lovely ladies on my side." Qin Feng's heart soared at the prospect, and just as he was about to agree, a tender voice came through the phone. "Mama, I am also a charming and obedient young lady." The voice sounded like that of a child. Realizing that Shifuya was already married with children, Qin Feng quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for disturbing your rest during your off hours. General Qin, it's customary for us in marketing to invite clients during this time," Shifuya replied. Finishing her conversation with Qin Feng, she covered the phone and turned to her daughter, saying, "Dear, you mustn't interrupt Mama while she is working." "Oh, can I go comfort the uncle over there?" asked, her innocent, wide eyes filled with curiosity. At 5 or 6 years old, she was at an age of boundless wonder. Having seen in cartoons that Mei Yangyang would comfort Shi Yangyang, she volunteered to assist her mother. Shifuya was startled by her daughter's suggestion. Her expression darkened, and she tightened her grip on Yi's arm, her voice rising slightly. "Who taught you to say such things?" "I heard Mama say it. I want to help Mama," Yi replied with a pitiful tone. Realizing her own words had inadvertently prompted the response, Shifuya stood momentarily stunned. Moments later, she heard Yi's pained cry, "Mama, it hurts." She had unconsciously gripped her daughter too tightly. Quickly, she released her hold, apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Though Yi's arm was sore, she understandingly nodded, forgiving her mother. Yet her expression was one of hurt, evoking sympathy. Shifuya felt a wave of distress at how her work affected her child, but maintained a gentle tone as she advised, "From now on, you mustn't say that again, do you understand?" "Why not?" Inquired, ever obedient. "You just can't say things like comforting uncles, do you hear me?" Shifuya's mood soured, and her tone was more severe than intended. Yi's eyes filled with tears, looking up at her mother with a hurt expression. She couldn't understand why her mother could say such things, yet she could not. Feeling a sense of injustice but wanting to avoid upsetting her mother, she turned her face away stubbornly. Seeing her daughter's distress, Shifuya grew anxious and frowned, raising her voice. "Did you hear me?" Startled by her mother's outburst, burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mama is a bad person." The sound of her cries brought Shifuya back to her senses. Realizing she had wronged her daughter, guilt flooded her heart. She pulled into her arms, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, it was Mama's fault. I promise I won't say those things in front of you anymore." Yi cried even louder. I want daddy. After a while of comforting, and seeing her still upset, Shifuya felt utterly drained. Thinking to distract her with some time on her phone, she picked it up only to discover the call was still active. Instantly feeling more exhausted, she said, "General Qin, I apologize for the inconvenience. My child is rather mischievous. I need to take her to her grandmother's. I will hang up now." Without waiting for Qin Feng's consent, she abruptly ended the call. As Qin Feng listened to the busy signal, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Every family has its struggles. It seemed Shifuya was so consumed with work that she neglected her child's education and communication. Hearing the little girl's cries had tugged at his heartstrings. He considered sending Shifuya a substantial sum to afford her more time with her child. After all, it was merely a small amount, and it might even enhance his rapport with her. Even without physical interaction, the mere emotional connection held potential for affection. Yet, as an outsider, it would be inappropriate to offer her money. Regardless of her willingness, her husband would surely be displeased if he found out. Moreover, he wondered what kind of father he had, that he was not home helping care for their child at such a late hour. With a sigh, Qin Feng recognized that one of the couple must prioritize their child. Leaving the elder to care for the child consistently could undermine the child's confidence. He resolved to inquire about this when he saw Shifuya later, his heart heavy with concern. He texted, "Please inform me once you resume work," then reclined his seat and closed his eyes, gradually slipping into slumber. Time passed, and soon it was 8 o'clock. As night fell, the dim streets transformed into a vibrant spectacle of lights and revelry. The Yulong Bay Bar, situated in the city center, was bustling with activity, surrounded by jewelry stores, luxury boutiques, beauty salons, and hotels, all gleaming with enticing lights to attract patrons. The area was crowded, with cars navigating through the congested roads. In this prime location, the bar had a surprisingly spacious parking lot, capable of accommodating around 50 vehicles. However, the parking fees were exorbitant, with a sign stating 30 yuan per hour. At this moment, Wang Gang had parked his domestic vehicle there for nearly 2 hours. He had never used such a high-end parking facility and felt a wave of anxiety. Every few moments, he glanced at the time, calculating the cost. 5 jiao per minute, meaning 10 minutes had already cost him 5 yuan. If the boss decided to indulge in drinks for 2 hours, the parking fees would surpass 100 yuan. Who could afford that? Although the boss would ultimately pay, it seemed unnecessary to squander money in this manner. The parking lot was filled with luxury vehicles, with even the least impressive being a BMW 5 Series. His modest car stood out like a sore thumb amid such opulence. As the clock struck 8, he promptly woke Qin Feng as instructed. Qin Feng, lost in dreams of roasted chicken, awoke with a start, irritated by the interruption. Upon realizing it was a burly man standing before him, his anger dissipated. Recognizing Wang Gang, who had diligently waited in the car for 2 hours, Qin Feng politely remarked, "Wang Gu, thank you for your efforts." "Not at all." Wang Gang replied with a hearty laugh. Checking his phone, Qin Feng noted that Shifuya had messaged him earlier, indicating her arrival at the bar around 7. He intended to enter the bar to chat with Shifuya and perhaps share a meal. As he placed his hand on the door handle, he spotted a graceful figure approaching from a distance. Squinting to see clearly, he confirmed that it was indeed Shifuya. Once again, she donned a form-fitting skirt paired with a crisp white shirt, her chestnut curls cascading elegantly, and her captivating fox-like eyes enchanting all who beheld her. The sole distinction this time was the absence of black stockings, revealing her smooth, ivory legs to the open air. In her high heels, those long, graceful legs appeared particularly pert and rounded. 2 similarly attired young women trailed behind her. What was her purpose in the parking lot? Was she perhaps there to fetch someone? Qin Feng pondered narcissistically. Hastily, he opened the car door, ready to approach her, when a sleek Maybach glided into view, coming to a halt before Shifuya, thus obstructing the space between her and Qin Feng. 2 individuals emerged from the vehicle, clad in matching attire of black short sleeves and camouflage cargo pants. Their robust physiques exuded strength, their expressions icy, and their gazes sharp, scanning the surroundings with an electric intensity. Upon spotting Qin Feng, they scrutinized him openly, assessing him without reserve. Once assured of his non-threatening presence, their attention shifted to Wang Gang, remaining fixed upon him. They were likely bodyguards, Qin Feng surmised. Wang Gang, maintaining his composure, merely followed Qin Feng out of the vehicle, avoiding any eye contact with the intimidating duo. The last to alight was a middle-aged rotund man. Dressed in a floral shirt and beach shorts, adorned with a chunky gold chain around his neck, his bald head devoid of even a single strand of hair. Clenching a cigar and clad in flip-flops, he resembled a villain straight out of a television drama. As soon as he exited the vehicle, his greasy laughter echoed, "Sister-in-law, I told you not to come out to greet me. Look at you, still so formal." "Young Master Qin has come to play," Luo Yinhua said with a melodious tone. "Lao Gu returns home. How could those of us working under you not come to greet you?" Shifuya responded with warmth, though a hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. She had initially intended to take the day off to accompany Yi at home, but her boss insisted on visiting the bar, compelling her to leave Yi in her mother's care and come to welcome her boss. Luo Yinhua, her husband's sworn brother, rarely graced the establishment with his presence. His occasional visits were merely to check the accounts and oversee operations, while also indulging in personal gains. You just love to make things difficult for yourself. When you could simply rest in bed," Luo Yinhua remarked with an insinuating smile, stepping forward to embrace Shifuya's slender waist with an overt familiarity. "Alas, the fortune teller foretold my fate to be one of toil," Shifuya replied with a cheerful demeanor, not shying away from his touch, but instead maintaining some distance with her hands. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, yet it was expertly concealed, unnoticed by anyone. "Sister-in-law, I speak sincerely. This month, I plan to divorce my wife. Regardless of what others say, if you agree to be mine, I will gift you this bar," Luo Yinhua asserted, his hands wandering unceremoniously from her waist downwards. Alarmed by his boldness, Shifuya urgently pushed him away, stepping back to extricate herself from his unwelcome advances. "Lao Gu, if you're feeling spirited, should I call the girls to attend to you?" she suggested awkwardly. "You know I'm rather dull. Preferring to attend to serious matters, I truly cannot fulfill your desires. Sister-in-law, heed my words. After all these years, you should let go. He cannot grow up without a father." Luo Yinhua pressed on, drawing closer once more, wrapping his arms around her again with a serious tone. "As long as you are with me, I cannot offer you a legal title, but I assure you that he will have everything other children possess." Shifuya's mood soured considerably. Her patience waned. A rebellious impulse surged within her mind. After enduring his advances one too many times, her expression hardened, a chilling glare emanating from her eyes that could freeze the very air, as she contemplated diplomatic words to part ways amicably with this man. Given his past kindness over the years, she deemed it unwise to sever ties completely. Their conversation, unguarded and audible, did not escape the attention of Qin Feng, who stood nearby, utterly dumbfounded. So, Shifuya was a widow. No wonder he yearned for a father figure. Were it not for this encounter, he would remain oblivious to her struggles as a single mother. Qin Feng's impression of Shifuya deepened. She possessed a decisive character, appearing gentle, yet executing her duties with unwavering resolve. Her demeanor was neither overly familiar nor distant, always courteous, yet she acted decisively when necessary, demonstrating remarkable acumen and managing the bar efficiently. His admiration for her grew. But how could the shameless man, Luo Yinhua, dare to harass a widow with a child? This thought ignited a sense of righteousness within Qin Feng, compelling him to intervene on behalf of the alluring widow. He strode purposefully toward them. But before he could close the distance, the two bodyguards rushed to intercept him, blocking his path with an air of arrogance, signaling him to halt. Their disdainful gazes and haughty demeanor conveyed a clear message. He was not to approach their boss. Wang Gang followed closely behind Qin Feng, his expression solemn and eyes cold, towering over the bodyguards with an imposing presence. He was unafraid of confrontation. After all, he had earned third place in mixed martial arts during his military service. Though the bodyguards appeared formidable, their unsteady footing and labored breathing suggested a lack of recent training. Their intimidating physiques would not translate into agile combat. He could easily subdue them within a minute. However, the repercussions of a brawl loomed large, whether from the public security forces or from the intimidating figures like Luo Yinhua. While he could protect Qin Feng from harm, initiating violence posed a dilemma. Compensation would be necessary. Brothers, step aside. I need to discuss business with your boss. Qin Feng declared with a calm smile directed at the bodyguard. Not happening, the bodyguard replied curtly. Do you think you can speak on behalf of your boss? Qin Feng's voice rose slightly, a cold inquiry escaping his lips. His demeanor remained composed, as if he genuinely had matters to discuss with his superior. This confident attitude momentarily stunned the bodyguard. The commotion soon attracted Shifuya and Luo Yinhua's attention. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Shifuya's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Qin, what brings you here? Luo Yinhua's brow furrowed, displeased at the interruption. He quietly inquired, who is he? Shifuya whispered in introduction, he was a guest here yesterday. Ordered 2 cocktails, and even gifted me 2 bottles. As she spoke, a thought struck her, prompting her to add, his family seems to be in public service. Luo Yinhua's frown deepened. Surname Qin? The same Qin as the first emperor? Shifuya confirmed. Yes, there are no prominent figures named Qin in Jiancheng. Could he be from outside? Luo Yinhua muttered to himself, recalling that he had seen this man emerge from a domestic vehicle and had initially dismissed him as a mere passerby. Upon hearing Shifuya mention that this individual had ordered 2 sets of divine dragons, I was taken aback. Could a wealthy patron, capable of casually ordering divine dragons for ladies, truly be seated in such a vehicle? Perhaps he was merely a low-key heir from a prominent family? Then I noticed the imposing bodyguard behind him. His disdainful demeanor suggesting a lack of concern for his 2 protectors. Such a confident posture could only stem from an assured disposition. In an instant, Luo Yinhua had an epiphany and promptly donned a sycophantic grin, hurrying toward Qin Feng with a bow. Before he even arrived, his laughter echoed. Ha! Pushing aside the bodyguard blocking his path, he grasped Qin Feng's hand vigorously, exclaiming, Mr. Qin, how do you do? I am Luo Yinhua, the owner here. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. The young man earlier was quite short-sighted. I hope you'll overlook his rudeness. Greetings, Mr. Luo. I am Qin Feng. Came the reply, as he regarded the rotund man, who was considerably shorter than himself, with a faint smile. The earlier comment from the corpulent figure about escorting Shifuya to the bar triggered a realization in Qin Feng. With Shifuya now bereft of a husband, he could bestow upon her whatever he wished. Currently, devoid of wealth and influence, he was in desperate need of a tangible business that could generate a steady income. Why not seek a clever and sensible goddess and present her with a bar? A wise young woman would surely not require him to drop hints. She might even proactively share the profits with him each month. As long as she held the title of owner, he could transfer a few million to her for her to take over the establishment. Without uttering a word, the system would be powerless against him, wouldn't he it? With this thought, Qin Feng's smile grew warmer. Beckoning, let us proceed to the bar to discuss further. His demeanor suggested that the bar was already within his grasp. Please, after you, Luo Yinhua said, bowing and gesturing for him to enter. Chapter 51. Bring me the 12 beauties. Luo Yinhua, a man of the underworld, inherently harbored a degree of trepidation toward authority. He had learned early on that might dictates the rules. In this realm, he could challenge anyone, except for those esteemed sons of influential families dedicated to serving the populace. Though his affairs were currently thriving, he sensed the tightening grip of regulation from above. Many of his enterprises were either in need of transformation or relocation. A feeling of constraint began to envelop him. The only viable path forward lay in cultivating connections with the affluent. Otherwise, he risked being swept away in a net. At that moment, although he had not confirmed Qin Feng's status, he was aware that the renowned Qin family was at the pinnacle of the 4 illustrious families of the capital. Observing Qin Feng's tranquil smile, Luo Yinhua perceived an air of authority, as if he were poised to acquire the entirety of Shanghai. The swagger was undeniable. Thus, he treated Qin Feng with utmost courtesy. Mr. Qin, what would you like to indulge in tonight? I assure you, I will make the arrangements to your satisfaction. Luo Yinhua turned to a young man behind him and instructed, please make a call and summon our 12 beauties from Jiacheng to accompany Mr. Qin for drinks. Qin Feng politely declined. No, I am a respectable man. I cannot handle those girls. Just like yesterday, having Sister Xiaoyao with me is more than sufficient. Respectable man? That is precisely what one would expect, Luo Yinhua thought, yet suspicion crept in. Did this individual harbor intentions toward Shifuya? He held a genuine fondness for her. She was astute, capable, and strikingly beautiful, significantly boosting his bar's revenue upon her arrival. Who would not desire a competent woman by their side? However, her fiery temperament made him wary of forcing her hand, fearing her potential retaliation should he push too hard. He had patiently awaited the moment she might willingly come to him. To his surprise, it seemed a powerful figure had taken an interest in her. Reluctant to relinquish such a gem, he pondered his options. However, if a powerful man truly desired her, resistance was futile. One cannot contend with a titan. Furthermore, in Luo Yinhua's mind, women were akin to clothing, abundant and easily attainable. If one possessed wealth and influence, women would often gravitate toward them without a second thought. Only a rare few, like Shifuya, clung to what seemed worthless. Sister Xiaya, you must ensure Mr. Qin is well looked after this evening, Luo Yinhua grinned, addressing Shifuya. Of course, boss, she replied, forcing a smile towards Qin Feng, her eyes betraying a hint of regret. She planned to privately resign from her position shortly, intending to leave Qin Feng to her boss while she returned home alone. The parking lot was dimly lit, and Qin Feng remained oblivious to Shifuya's gaze as he casually walked alongside the two men toward the bar. Upon entering, they were followed by a handful of attendants, and the lively group ascended to the VIP area on the second floor, table 03, once again. The music was soothing, and the crowd sparse, providing an ideal setting for conversation. As they settled onto the sofa, the others found standing spots outside their booth. Luo Yinhua initiated the dialogue. Mr. Qin, what would you like to drink tonight? We have a limited edition bottle of Louis XIII that we typically do not offer for sale. Would you care to sample it? The liquor he mentioned was the globally limited Louis XIII, with only 786 bottles released, each marked with a unique number, fetching around 800,000 at auction. Truly impressive. By presenting such an expensive bottle, Luo Yinhua aimed not only to forge a bond with Qin Feng but also to subtly indicate his ability to provide financial support. With a mere nod from Qin Feng, he would have successfully established this connection. Qin Feng was indifferent. He was not particularly knowledgeable about or fond of alcohol. Such extravagant drinks lacked any extraordinary appeal. He shook his head and turned to Shifuya, asking Sister Xiaya, what do you enjoy drinking? It's on me. Shifuya paused, surprised by the attention. After a moment's thought, she replied, I think a bottle of Ace of Spades would be delightful. Would you like me to bring you the one you had last time? Qin Feng hesitated to touch the bottle belonging to Xia Ting, knowing that if she discovered he had secretly visited the bar, she would surely be displeased. Let us not use the last one. If you enjoy Ace of Spades, I will buy a new one, he asserted. I'm fine with anything. It's up to you, she responded, and Qin Feng continued his casual conversation with her, seemingly oblivious to Luo Yinhua's stiffening smile. Taken aback by Qin Feng's disregard for his authority, Luo Yinhua's conviction that Qin Feng was indeed a person of distinction intensified. After all, in Jiangqing, few dared to dismiss his words and overtly court his woman in his presence. Luo Yinhua interjected, Mr. Qin, feel free to order anything you desire. Don't hold back. Understanding the implication behind Luo Yinhua's words, Shifuya stood up, preparing to fetch that coveted bottle of Louis XIII. Sister Xiaya, please also order some beef, spicy chicken feet, and pig's head meat to accompany our drinks, Qin Feng instructed. Shifuya blinked in surprise before responding, certainly, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin truly shares my disposition. He is a man of character, Luo Yinhua exclaimed, rising to clap his hands in delight. Whether red or white, I have a penchant for these distinctive delicacies, duck intestines, beef tongue, pigtails, and the like, far superior in taste to those trivial foie gras and escargot. Qin Feng chose these dishes out of hunger, though deep down, he longed for fried rice. However, dining on fried rice at a bar does not present a particularly appealing sight, especially when one is engaged in conversation. Observing Boss Luo's physique, it is evident he has indulged in such fare frequently, Qin Feng remarked with a faint smile. In life, one must embrace the pleasures of food and drink, Luo Yinhua responded jovially, probing, seeing how accomplished you are at such a young age. May I inquire where you are currently employed? The unemployed Qin Feng grinned, his tone betraying a hint of pride. Naturally, if one has money without working, wouldn't your mouth break into a smile? Luo Yinhua, unable to discern the depths of Qin Feng's status, subtly steered the conversation towards the capital. However, lacking familiarity with the capital, Qin Feng opted for silence. This demeanor only reinforced Luo Yinhua's belief that Qin Feng was indeed connected to the esteemed Qin family from the capital, a mere local landlord. If he could catch the eye of the Qin family, would find himself untroubled in Jiangqing henceforth. Luo Yinhua felt a surge of excitement. Eager to cultivate a closer bond with Qin Feng, he ordered 7 or 8 young women to dance for entertainment by the booth's dance floor. Each lady was adorned in vibrant makeup and flamboyant attire, their figures and faces striking under the dim, sultry lights of the bar, undulating sensuously to capture the attention of the two men seated on the sofa. After scrutinizing them with a discerning eye, Qin Feng chose to focus on the delectable dishes that Shifuya brought over, engaging her in light conversation about her daughter. Noticing Qin Feng's apparent disinterest in the frivolous women, Luo Yinhua mused that it was no wonder he hailed from a prominent family, possessing quite the discerning taste. He had initially planned to invite the 12 beauties. But seeing Shifuya and Qin Feng in amiable discourse, he deemed it unnecessary to squander his money. After all, the cost for those 12 ladies was not insignificant, surpassing even that of the bottle of Louis XIII. Luo Yinhua opened the limited edition liquor, filling Qin Feng's glass, then raised his own in a toast. He deliberately lowered his glass slightly below Qin Feng's, adopting a humble posture. No one would suspect that a man with hundreds of subordinates, who owned 3 casinos, a spa, and a bar, as well as some candy business abroad, would show such deference to a young man. Chapter 52. Unable to maintain appearances. Where shall I place Brother Luo's dignity? Qin Feng did not recognize Luo Yinhua, believing him to be merely an ordinary wealthy individual. In terms of finances, Qin Feng possessed around 100 million, converted into what he humorously referred to as dog-licking gold. With his height advantage, he felt no inferiority to the stout and short Luo Yinhua, thus he displayed an unrestrained confidence, exuding a semblance of refinement, albeit limited. Qin Feng clinked glasses with Luo Yinhua with ease, then sampled the liquor, savoring its rich flavor and aromatic essence. It was delightful, yet not to his liking. Casually, he set his glass down and discreetly picked up another, filling it with black truffle liquor. Luo Yinhua's heart sank, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Had his counterfeit liquor been discerned? Was the palate of this young scion truly that exceptional? This limited edition Louis XIII had indeed cost him 800,000 in hard cash at auction, though he had consumed it frequently. Whenever he encountered someone of stature, he would present this bottle to impress. Today, however, it appeared someone had seen through his ruse. Luo Yinhua felt a wave of embarrassment. His already flushed face grew even redder, resembling a honey-glazed roast pig. In recent years, he had seldom faced humiliation, but this instance felt particularly stinging. Just then, one of the dancing girls in the booth stumbled and fell. Damn it, if you can't dance, get out of my sight. Luo Yinhua seized the moment to vent his frustration. He hurled the Louis XIII bottle onto the floor, shattering it into fragments, the liquor splattering everywhere. The young women were startled into screams. At that moment, Wang Gang, standing outside the booth, rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Instinctively slipping his hand into his suit's inner pocket, where he had stashed a canister of pepper spray he had bought earlier that afternoon. Thinking it might be useful as a bodyguard, he had also contemplated purchasing a stun baton, but no one at the local market dared sell such items. So he resorted to online orders. Wang Gang appeared quite imposing, tall and robust, with a stern expression, one hand diving into his coat, as if to retrieve something extraordinary. His entrance instantly captured everyone's attention. The girls ceased their cries, and Luo Yinhua fell silent, while his subordinates halted their efforts to expel the girls. They assumed the fallen glass was a signal for something significant to unfold. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Qin Feng was the first to react, smiling. Brother Wang, I'm fine. No need to be alarmed. Wang Gang glanced at the distant shattered bottle and nodded silently before returning to his previous position. At that moment, Luo Yinhua harbored no suspicions about Qin Feng. No wonder he dared to venture out with only one bodyguard. It turned out he carried a weapon. Luo Yinhua possessed similar items, though they remained hidden at home. He dared not carry one openly. In the past, when regulations were less stringent, he had equipped several loyal subordinates with firearms. However, after a mishap during an incident led to the police apprehending them along with their weapons, he had to spend a significant sum to secure a prominent figure to smooth things over and avoid repercussions. Nowadays, the authorities were cracking down hard, and he had no desire to be the one to suffer the consequences. Mr. Qin, I apologize, my emotions often get the better of me, and I inadvertently spoil the atmosphere. Allow me to drink a cup as penance. Luo Yinhua raised a glass of over 40-degree brandy and downed it in one go. After finishing, he puffed out his cheeks, emptying the glass for Qin Feng to inspect. Boss Luo has quite the capacity, Qin Feng grinned, amused by the sight of his cheeks bulging like a frog's. He watched him with a bemused expression, faced with Qin Feng's unwavering gaze. Luo Yinhua helplessly gestured for a nearby subordinate, holding a towel, to step aside. His tolerance for alcohol was commendable. This drink, weighing approximately 3 ounces, wouldn't get him drunk but would surely leave him slightly tipsy. Ah. Luo Yinhua exhaled, genuinely relieved after finishing, letting out a long sigh. He placed a piece of beef in his mouth to temper the effects of the liquor. This foreign wine is truly dreadful. I need to take a breather. As he spoke, Luo Yinhua slumped back onto the sofa, clutching his forehead. With his other hand, he discreetly signaled Shifuya to encourage Qin Feng to drink. A nearby subordinate approached and whispered, Brother Luo, should we retrieve our weapons? Luo Yinhua waved his hand dismissively. The subordinate cast a lingering glance at Qin Feng before retreating. Shifuya had also been somewhat startled by Wang Gang's sudden entrance. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to stand her ground for the final shift. She lifted 2 glasses of champagne and, with a smile, addressed Qin Feng. I apologize, Mr. Qin. Our boss tends to become overly enthusiastic when drinking. I hope you won't take offense. She clinked the 2 glasses together before handing one to Qin Feng, saying, This toast is for you. I'll drink mine, and you may indulge as you wish. Qin Feng, unwilling to let a lady drink alone, promptly rose and declared, I am not one to indulge carelessly. Come, let us drink. With that, he downed his glass in one swift motion. She accompanied him, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she encouraged. Then it shall be a double celebration. Shall we have another? Very well, Qin Feng replied, extending his glass for her to refill. This sparkling wine was of a modest alcohol content, merely a few degrees, making it quite manageable to consume several glasses. Following the second drink, she once again filled his glass. For the third toast, may Mr. Qin enjoy boundless fortune and prosperity. Are you attempting to ensnare me, Sister Xiaya? Qin Feng remarked candidly. A faint blush crept onto Shifuya's cheeks, whether from the alcohol or his forthrightness, she could not tell. Avoiding his gaze, she busied herself with pouring more wine. Do pour me a little less, he suggested as he noted her disregard for his words. He stood to seize her glass, clasping her hand that held the cup, and raised it with purpose. We still have matters to discuss. Let us not rush. We can drink after our conversation. 3 rounds of drinks are necessary before we can discuss business, Mr. Qin. I trust you can handle it, she replied playfully. Shifuya felt a flicker of affection towards this gentleman who offered her drink, yet she had already resolved to resign, believing any conversation he wished to pursue would have no bearing on her life. Moreover, she feared leaving any lingering impressions on him that might lead to awkward exchanges. Thus, she struggled to pour the wine, determined to imbibe him into a state of inebriation. Despite its low alcohol content, 3 glasses could still lead to a slight haze. Qin Feng, preoccupied with his thoughts, was reluctant to drink. As they playfully tugged at the glasses, some wine accidentally spilled, dampening a small patch of Qin Feng's attire. Oh, I'm so sorry, Shifuya exclaimed, hastily setting down the bottle and retrieving a napkin to assist him. The proximity between them was palpable. As Qin Feng inhaled the delicate fragrance of her hair while feeling her gentle movements, his gaze inadvertently wandered to the alluring skin revealed beneath her collar. A subtle stir of reaction coursed through him. Chapter 53. You expect me to be moved by such a lavish bar? Qin Feng intended to utter a flirtatious remark to Shifuya, but upon witnessing the flicker of regret and sorrow in her eyes, he gradually composed himself. This woman possessed the means to live comfortably yet stubbornly chose a path fraught with hardship, enduring the unwelcome advances of patrons and the harassment from her employer, all while striving to provide for her child. He sighed, pitying her delicate beauty. Sister Xiaya, how many years have you been here? He inquired softly. This is my 3rd year. Why do you ask? Shifuya replied, meeting his gaze and nearly succumbing to the pangs of past grievances reflected in his compassionate eyes. Fortunately, her hardened heart, forged through years of endurance, quickly brushed aside the sentiment. With a bright smile, she jested, Mr. Qin, are you suggesting I change my ways? Indeed. Qin Feng nodded earnestly. Shifuya chuckled lightly, turning to dispose of the used napkin. Why do men always feel the need to meddle in others' lives? Although her expression was concealed, Qin Feng sensed the chill in her words. He opened his mouth to respond, but she took a deep breath and turned back to him with a radiant smile. My apologies, Mr. Qin. I may have vented a bit. Allow this drink to serve as my apology. As she raised her glass to her lips, Qin Feng swiftly placed a hand on her arm to stop her. Again, wine spilled, this time soaking Shifuya's collar. The white shirt clung to her smooth skin, glistening with moisture, presenting an enticing sheen. Qin Feng found himself momentarily entranced. Shifuya glanced down, realizing her attire had become slightly revealing, and quickly turned away to adjust herself. Qin Feng, regaining his composure, repeatedly apologized and offered her a napkin. Recalling how she had just helped him, he couldn't suppress a polite offer. Shall I assist you with that? No need, thank you, she replied coolly. Qin Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. Nearby, Luo Yanhua, finally recovering from the scene, observed the playful exchange and contemplated opening a bottle of champagne to join in the fun. However, fearing it might drive Shifuya away and upset Qin Feng, he reluctantly refrained. Mr. Qin, I apologize. Sister Xiaoya has a rather aloof disposition, quite different from the girls in other establishments. I hope you won't hold it against her. Yes, I understand, Qin Feng replied. Sister Xiaoya, please summon the most appealing girls in the bar for Mr. Qin to select 2 for company, Luo Yanhua instructed Shifuya. As she nodded and prepared to leave, Qin Feng interjected, Wait, I would like to discuss a business matter with you first. Please, go ahead. Luo Yanhua encouraged with a grin. Qin Feng wasted no time and directly addressed the matter at hand. I wish to purchase this bar as a gift for Sister Xiaoya. His tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet his words left everyone astounded. Luo Yanhua narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qin Feng. Seeing no hint of jest in his demeanor, a tempest of thoughts surged within him. What does this mean? I have invested 2 million in this bar. If I were to sell it, it would start at 5 million, regardless of whether this man can produce such cash. What does it mean to gift a bar to a woman? Luo Yanhua was taken aback by Qin Feng's nonchalant attitude. Spending millions to woo a woman? Is this for real? Shifuya stood frozen, momentarily unable to comprehend his words. However, she quickly deduced that he likely intended to acquire a bar to establish his own network and influence, wishing to have her as a figurehead while he operated from the shadows. For her, it would merely be a change of employers. Maintaining her composure, Shifuya smiled faintly. Mr. Qin, your ambition is commendable, but this bar is quite costly. I am grateful for your kindness, but I must respectfully decline your offer. Is that so? Qin Feng pondered aloud. Do you no longer wish to work at the bar? Yes, Shifuya nodded, omitting the fact that her decision was influenced by her child. What business do you wish to pursue? I can provide you with some initial capital, Qin Feng enthusiastically offered. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Qin. But I am yet to contemplate my options. I intend to take some time to rest first, Shifuya politely declined. As the conversation began to cool, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, yet another individual grew anxious. Xiaoya, do not be willful. It is rare for Mr. Qin to hold you in such esteem. Luo Yanhua rushed over to persuade her. He was indeed keen to sell the bar. This establishment had been a casual acquisition 3 years prior, a mere pastime for him. And few were aware of it. Recently, following a quarrel with his formidable wife leading to a potential divorce, she had begun investigating his affairs. Thus, he initially suggested giving the bar to Shifuya in the parking lot. If this woman were to stay with him, her money would ultimately still belong to him. It was merely a matter of changing the name on the paperwork to hers. Essentially, he would gain both wealth and resources without spending a dime. The bar's success could largely be attributed to her efforts. However, now that she had caught the attention of a wealthy suitor, it was likely she would soon be whisked away. Rather than allowing the bar to fall into neglect, he thought it prudent to sell it to avoid complications. After persuading Shifuya into silence, he turned to Qin Feng, saying, Mr. Qin, my bar has a solid reputation in Jiangqing, generating an average daily revenue of 1 to 200,000, and even more during holiday events. All necessary connections have been established, making it convenient for whatever you wish to do here. Have you truly considered this opportunity? Qin Feng casually inquired. How much are you asking for the bar? Luo Yanhua extended 6 fingers before Qin Feng, who surmised the price to be 60 million, if the figures were indeed accurate. Such a lucrative venue could recoup its costs in about a year. Qin Feng felt tempted, yet if Shifuya declined, he had no course of action. He sighed with regret. If you find the price steep, it is negotiable, Luo Yanhua said cautiously. The price is not the issue. It's simply that Sister Xiaoya is unwilling, which renders the purchase meaningless, Qin Feng replied indifferently. Chapter 54. Allow us a lifetime of peace. Luo Yanhua, understanding the implication, approached Shifuya, saying, Xiaoya, reflect on how I have treated you over the years. I have always provided for you. Money, people, whatever you needed. Why resign now? Consider the effort you have invested in building this place. Would it not pain you to abandon it for someone else? What else could you do? Is there a higher paying job available? I have consistently shared 5% of the profits with you, along with a salary approaching 1 million. With Yi soon of school age, do you not wish to send her to an elite institution? And your father's health is not robust. It is crucial to plan for the future. Luo Yanhua's earnest counsel was abruptly interrupted by Shifuya's sharp retort, startling him. This foolish woman, now emboldened by someone else's support, had grown brazen. A glint of malice flickered in Luo Yanhua's eyes, but he suppressed it. Presently, he could do nothing to her. Yet he silently vowed to take his revenge when the opportunity arose. Shifuya, perceptive as ever, sensed the fleeting cruelty in Luo Yanhua's demeanor. She understood the temperament of the short, stocky man. He harbored small grievances but was also patient. He could appear as though nothing was amiss, yet once given the chance, he would unleash his ferocity. His brutal methods against adversaries were chilling. Clearly dissatisfied with her defiance, he would likely target her if she persisted in her resignation. While she was untroubled for herself, she could hide a knife in her hair and confront him directly. She could not bear the thought of her daughter being left alone in this world. After much contemplation, she ultimately chose to concede. Very well, I will take the bar, Shifuya declared resolutely. Ah, now that is the spirit. Luo Yanhua beamed, Mr. Qin has gifted you a bar, a stroke of immense fortune. It would be remiss not to celebrate. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Shifuya offered a bittersweet smile as she filled Qin Feng's glass and presented it to him. System notification, Shifuya's affection level. 1. Qin Feng was taken aback. What is this attitude? I am gifting you a bar, not poison. Why the grievance? I never intended to impose. He could not help but ask Shifuya, Sister Xiaoya. Do you not appreciate my gift? No, I am grateful for your recognition, Mr. Qin. Shifuya managed a strained smile. Qin Feng fell into contemplation. 60 million was not a trifling sum for him. His cash reserves were limited. His intention to invest in Shifuya stemmed not only from her competence, but also her integrity as a woman who upheld her principles. A woman with conviction and resilience is deserving of trust. Moreover, as a single mother, she evoked his desire to assist her. However, her reluctance to accept the bar troubled him, indicating something amiss. He resolved to speak candidly, to alleviate her apprehensions with heartfelt words. Let us not rush into drinking, Qin Feng said, taking the 2 glasses from her hands and placing them on the table. He then grasped her hand and continued, Sister Xiaoya, may we speak privately? Shifuya attempted to withdraw her hand gently, but he held firm. She cast him a resigned glance, her eyes filled with unspoken sorrow. Mr. Qin, I am not the woman you presume. Your efforts may be in vain. Luo Yanhua interjected. What are you saying? Mr. Qin's interest in you is a blessing. Do not be ungrateful. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow at Luo Yanhua, perplexed by his sycophancy, as if he were engaging in some inappropriate conduct. Luo Yanhua fell silent under Qin Feng's scrutinizing gaze, awkwardly chuckling. Shifuya sighed. Very well, let us retreat to a private room. It will be quieter. However, fearing Qin Feng might overstep, she considered warning him of her judo training but ultimately dismissed the thought. The new boss was still a superior. Enduring a little impropriety was tolerable, and should it become unbearable, she could issue a warning later. There's no need for that. Let's find a casual spot downstairs. Qin Feng suggested, finding the ambience below agreeable. He led Shifuya downstairs, surveying the bar. It was just around 10 o'clock. The music was soft, the lighting warm and gentle, and the atmosphere was not overly intense, perfect for the early mid-evening transitional phase. Guests were gradually arriving at the entrance. On the ground floor, many men and women were engaged in lively drinking games at small tables, cheering with excitement. Among them were groups of beautiful young women who had been lured in with the promise of free drinks to bolster the bar's atmosphere. The presence of attractive women increased the bar's appeal, drawing in male patrons. Those girls, armed with complimentary cards, reveled in the attention of the men surrounding them. They were undeniably spirited and carefree. Upon encountering handsome young men, their eyes gleamed with excitement and fervor, prompting them to willingly spend money for companionship. Qin Feng, possessing merely a hint of charm, attracts the attention of several young women. Had it not been for the intimate demeanor he shared with the woman beside him, some would have already made their move. In the face of these unabashed gazes from numerous ladies, Qin Feng remains composed and unperturbed. His heart is devoid of thoughts of women, and thus, he carries himself with effortless grace. As he scans the room, he finds these girls, scoring in the 60s or 70s, rather unappealing. He casually settles down at a nearby table with Shifuya, still holding her hand gently. Don't be afraid, I am not a good man, Qin Feng states bluntly. Leaving Shifuya slightly taken aback, gazing at him in confusion. With a warm smile, he continues, you are truly beautiful. When you smile, your eyes curve like crescent moons. And I find great joy in seeing you smile. I confess that I initially harbored inappropriate thoughts upon meeting you. For a girl as lovely as you would stir such feelings in any man. But do you know why I suddenly proposed to treat you to this bar? We have only met twice. What do you think I could possibly see in you? As Qin Feng's words begin to captivate Shifuya, she ponders his meaning, allowing him to play with her hand. Is it because I have the ability to manage this place well? She inquires. Qin Feng shakes his head with a smile. Shifuya's expression darkens, self-deprecatingly remarking, is it because I am a widow without connections, making me easier to handle? Not at all, Qin Feng replies earnestly. I have never wished to control you, and with your beauty, I believe there would be many willing to be your support, should you desire. Shifuya feels a blush from his candid praise, lifting her sparkling gaze to assess the man before her. It can't be that Mr. Qin has fallen for me at first sight, wishing to bestow upon me wealth and a life of peace, can it? Chapter 55. The overbearing CEO falls for a divorced woman with a child. Qin Feng is momentarily stunned. He does wish to offer her a life of tranquility, but not in such a crude manner. In this day and age, love blossoming over time is more favored than love at first sight. He bursts into hearty laughter. How could that be? You women love to dream of such an overbearing CEO falling for you. Shifuya offers a faint smile, her eyes filled with melancholy. Once, she fantasized about a domineering CEO falling in love with her, but those dreams have faded. Her current wish is for an overbearing CEO to fall for a divorced woman like her. Perhaps even dreaming of a time when a CEO might love a 58-year-old woman still possessing charm. She chides herself for her naivety, hearing Qin Feng's playful banter. She breathes a sigh of relief, reassured that his words carry sincerity. Having worked in the bar for a considerable time, she has witnessed many one-night stands. Yet never has she encountered love at first sight. So, what is it that Mr. Qin sees in me? Shifuya cannot help but inquire. Qin Feng pauses his laughter. Speaking slowly, you have a remarkable ability to care for others, reminiscent of a woman I dream of. Who? She asks. My sister, he replies. Shifuya, her tone softening, asks, do you have a sister? I do not, but I have long wished for one, Qin Feng says, tilting his head to gaze at the ceiling lights. His voice becoming somber. From the moment I first saw you, when you stood up for me against that server, I felt a sense of being cared for. Later, your manner and tone while drinking with me mirrored that of the sister I had always imagined. I thought to myself how wonderful it would be if you were my sister. But when you texted me, saying you had a happy family, I did not wish to intrude upon your life, thus burying my feelings deep within. However, upon learning about your situation from your boss tonight, I was filled with indignation. Not because you deceived me, but because someone dared to take advantage of you. I am a possessive man, unable to tolerate my sister being wronged. Even in the parking lot, I wanted to confront that short, plump man. As Qin Feng speaks fervently, he begins to believe his own words. Gripping Shifuya's hand a bit tighter, he gently turns her to face him, his gaze earnest as he declares, Sister, I wish to protect you from other men, ensuring they do not bully you. I want to be the uncle to Yi, so that you no longer have to struggle so hard. This money is willingly given. This bar will be entirely yours. I will merely come by to enjoy myself, without interfering with anything else. Shifuya is momentarily bewildered by this heartfelt confession. Staring blankly at him, she seeks confirmation that he is not jesting. Yet, the man asserts with utmost seriousness, if you doubt me, I can transfer the money to you immediately, so you can purchase this bar yourself. She is left speechless. Her heart skips a beat, feeling lost. As if the world around her has faded into oblivion, her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion, struggling to believe what she has just heard. Time drifts slowly. It takes a while for Fuya to emerge from her shock. She does not doubt Qin Feng's ability to purchase the bar, rather. She is astounded that she resembles the sister he envisioned. No wonder she found his gaze peculiar when they first met. He had seen her as a sister. Mr. Qin, please don't say such things. I am not your sister, Fuya hurriedly protests. This bar is worth tens of millions, regardless of how similar they may look. She cannot accept such an extravagant gift. Whether you acknowledge me as your brother or not, I will always consider you my sister, Qin Feng states firmly. But Fuya stammers, anxious and at a loss for words. Qin Feng halts her with a sincere gaze, gently encouraging. I simply want you and EE to have something to rely on. This could be a hotel or anything else. It must be a source of tangible income, allowing you to save for EE's dowry in the future. The thought of EE overwhelmed Fuya. It was for her daughter's future that she decided to resign. Should she become a bar owner, she would no longer endure being exploited by a boss. And she would have more time to spend with her daughter. Yet, with such a sum of money, she is uncertain about how to repay him. Tears glisten in her eyes as she falters. Mr. Qin, Qin Feng interrupts again. Sister, I want to support this family, to care for you both. In that moment, the once calm waters of Fuya's heart are warmed by a radiant sun, melting away all hardness and coldness in an instant. She finds herself at a loss for how to respond to such heartfelt intentions. Her trembling lips desire to speak, yet in the face of such genuine emotion, they feel powerless. Gazing into his eyes, devoid of desire, she momentarily longs to accept Qin Feng, embracing him as family, and to weep freely, releasing the grievances of the past few years. Yet, the chill of years of human experience has encased her heart in a thick shell, making her wary of accepting anyone easily. Fuya gazes at Qin Feng for a long while, then wipes her eyes with the back of her hand, forcing a smile as she says, Mr. Qin, please, let us not joke about such matters. It is inappropriate to jest with a widow like me. Qin Feng is exasperated. I have spent so long crafting this image, and you dare tell me it's a joke? I never joke around. Sister, if you don't believe me, I'll go up and take out the 60 million for that short, chubby guy right now. With that, he stood up, ready to leave. Wait, hold on, Qin Zong. Fuya hurriedly grabbed his arm, urging, don't be so agitated. I believe you. I'm not agitated. It just pains me a bit to hear you call me Qin Zong so formally. Qin Feng turned back, grasping her wrist, his eyes filled with earnestness. Be good. Be my sister. I can't. Fuya's heart raced, her gaze evasive. Qin Feng had initially planned that if the system were to abandon him, at least he would have a place to eat and drink, and he could boldly ask for pocket money, living as a man who feasts on soft rice. But the atmosphere had escalated to this point. Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion, his voice laced with alluring tenderness. Sister, will you let me give you freedom? Fuya lowered her head, concealing the tears in her eyes. His heartfelt calls of sister melted her inner defenses completely. Qin Feng noticed her bravado faltering. They were just a step away from a joyful bond. He was exceedingly excited within. Who said that affection must only manifest in romantic relationships? Isn't the bond between siblings faster and more stable? At least it wouldn't diminish drastically over a single misunderstanding, unlike with a girlfriend. Besides, they weren't biologically related. And spending every day together would only strengthen their connection, regardless of what might happen. Eagerly, Qin Feng urged, hurry and accept your brother's gift. After a long moment, Fuya finally lifted her head, revealing a faint smile. It was a tear-streaked smile, as beautiful and vibrant as plum blossoms in winter, captivating and poignant. How rare it was for a brother to present a gift to his sister. Seeing her agreement, Qin Feng was elated beyond measure. He couldn't help but step forward and embrace her, exclaiming excitedly, then let this be my New Year's gift for EE. Fuya allowed this big boy to hold her, naturally burying her head in his chest. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, as if afraid he might dissipate like mist. The smile remained on her face, even as her tears dampened his shirt. System notification, Fuya's affection level 60, chapter 56. The unknown is the most terrifying. Qin Feng was taken aback. Initially, while holding Fuya, the softness of her body had stirred something within him. However, upon witnessing such a terrifying level of affection, he instantly recoiled. Combined with the previous 11 points, Fuya's affection level had now reached 71. Goodness, Xia Ting was only at 68, and Zhongwan at 60. A 71 affection level ranked her highest among the 90-point beauties Qin Feng knew. This familial bond was indeed formidable. Once accepted, it nearly catapulted the affection level to its peak. Qin Feng silently rejoiced, relieved that he had not lost control earlier. Otherwise, the affection he had just gained might have evaporated in an instant. There was no rush with romantic matters. The priority was to cultivate affection. Moreover, this woman possessed strategies for 10 elite soldiers, making her all the more enticing. He needed just 9 more points to unlock the cashback. He silently vowed to control himself. And that 60 million? He was determined to spend it. After a while, once he felt sure Fuya's trembling had subsided, Qin Feng reluctantly released her, eagerly wanting to take her upstairs to sign the contract, only to be met with her resistance. This bar isn't worth 60 million based on the current market. That Luo is trying to cheat you, Fuya said, wiping her tears, displeased with his impatience. What? Isn't it supposed to have a daily cash flow of 200,000? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. That's only when a foolish kid like you comes along, showing off. Shifuya poked Qin Feng's arm with her finger, rolling her eyes at him. Usually, this bar only has a revenue of over 100,000. Occasionally, during events, it might be higher, especially when inviting internet celebrities for promotions, which can peak at over 1 million. But overall, the annual revenue is only around 50 million. Plus, maintaining relationships costs a lot. Bribing people alone can run up to 7 or 8 million. There are also rent, equipment, labor, beverages, advertising, and cost for hiring influencers. The annual net profit is less than half. If you had 60 million, we could easily open a new store in a first-tier city. Qin Feng, somewhat muddled, finally grasped the crux of the issue and slammed his fist into his palm. You want to open a new store? Shifuya sighed. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to start all over again. I've gotten used to this place. Qin Feng shrugged. Then just buy it. Shifuya sighed again. But 60 million is just too much. Let's go talk to Lao Luo. Offer 50 million. If he doesn't agree, we'll do it ourselves. Initially, when Qin Feng had mentioned investing 60 million, he felt a bit anxious, given that he didn't have much cash. However, now that he had secured such a high level of affection, he felt completely at ease. If he could successfully get cash back, he could buy countless bars like this in the future. Foolish brother, do you think money is endless? Spending 50 million on something worth 30 million? Qin Feng grinned foolishly. I'm not very savvy with business. So here's the deal. I'll give you 60 million, and you decide what to do with it. Whether to start anew or buy it, I'll support you. Shifuya was taken aback, staring at Qin Feng for quite a while. And upon realizing he genuinely intended to do this, she couldn't help but smile. Her fox-like eyes curved playfully as she teased. Do you trust this unfamiliar sister of yours so much? Since I've decided on you, who else could I possibly trust? Qin Feng replied with resolute confidence. Aren't you afraid I might run off with the money? Shifuya smiled mischievously, sizing him up. I'm more afraid of losing you and having you bullied by others out there, Qin Feng said seriously. Shifuya's heart fluttered at his sweet words. It had been a long time since a man had spoken to her like that. She felt an overwhelming rush of excitement, yet maintained a facade of calm as she lightly laughed. Save those words for charming the young girls. Your sister isn't swayed by such tactics. Those girls aren't as pretty as you. I can't be bothered to waste time on them. Come on, confess honestly. How many young girls have you deceived with that sweet tongue? Qin Feng's eyes darted around, and he confidently replied, just one yesterday. Shifuya's expression turned skeptical, but she chose not to press further. That girl I saw last night seemed decent. Her eyes were quite genuine. What happened? Why do they call you a scumbag? Well, Qin Feng's mind raced. He absolutely could not confess his desire to have a harem. What if she disapproved and stormed off? Shifuya's tone elongated, unknowingly adopting a slightly maternal manner, as if questioning her daughter. Pushed to the brink, Qin Feng vaguely summarized. I bought her a villa, but she insisted on adding my name to it. I refused, and then she left. Why not add your name? Shifuya, astute and clever, quickly pieced it all together. She glanced at this enigmatic young man, wisely choosing not to pry into his family background. Let us ascend and converse with Brother Luo to ascertain the minimum price. Ever since Qin Feng and Shifuya departed, Luo Yinhua has commanded an investigation into Qin Feng. Boss, a colleague reported from Beijing. There is no record of anyone named Qin Feng in the Qin family. That is implausible. Could he be an illegitimate child? However, we did find a local individual named Qin Feng, who bears a striking resemblance to Qin Zong. His background appears immaculate. He possesses no assets and has been delivering takeout since graduating from university. There are even accounts of him donning a security uniform, the colleague continued. Luo Yinhua's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Additionally, that tall figure at the entrance, Wang Gang, is a ride-hailing driver, the colleague added. Are you insinuating that I have been deceived by a mere delivery boy? Luo Yinhua retorted angrily. His subordinate, anxious about the potential misstep, recognized the gravity of the situation. Errors could lead to severe repercussions, and they could be scapegoated if things went awry. Moreover, the demeanor of Qin Feng and Wang Gang hardly suggested they were ordinary workers. Perhaps their identities are fabricated, the subordinate defended. Obtaining a fake ID is simple for people like us. While identities can be forged, money cannot. Investigate the expenditure records of that young man from yesterday and determine the source of his funds, Luo Yinhua remarked disdainfully. If we discover he is a mere lowlife, tonight will be quite amusing. I want him to realize how effortless it is to bring him down. We checked immediately, but therein lies the problem, the subordinate said. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What is it? Luo Yinhua asked lazily. His dragon card has a balance of 43.2 million. But we cannot trace the source of the deposits, the subordinate stammered. Cannot trace? Luo Yinhua exclaimed. Indeed, it seems as if someone has erased the transaction records. Only expenditures are visible, the subordinate confessed, equally baffled. Which bank? Lavishing, the subordinate replied. Luo Yinhua could not contain his surprise. What the hell? That is a world-class bank. Who dares to manipulate it? Moreover, today, Qin Zong spent 6.8 million on a sports car, not registered in his name, the subordinate added. Luo Yinhua fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 57. I truly consider you a brother, yet you are full of schemes. Luo Yinhua was startled by his own imagination. Regardless of who Qin Feng truly was, he must not provoke him at this juncture. Cease all investigations immediately. Do not let him catch wind of it. Luo Yinhua instructed urgently. Powerful figures typically detest scrutiny. It is a grave affront. At that moment, Qin Feng and Shifuya approached hand in hand. Luo Yinhua quickly composed himself, smoothing his face into a sycophantic smile. Congratulations, Qin Zong. Your expression reveals your success, he exclaimed, laughter spilling forth. Seeing his enthusiasm, Qin Feng responded with a grin. My sister has a generous heart and is willing to accept my gift. He lifted Shifuya's hand to display it. Upon hearing Qin Feng refer to her as sister, Luo Yinhua was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, laughing heartily. Qin Zong's sister is my sister as well, Sister Xiaoya. I hope you will take care of me in the future. He clasped his fists together, displaying utmost respect. Shifuya was not surprised by his shamelessness and politely countered, Brother Luo, do not jest. I am merely a verbal sister to Qin Gongzi. It cannot be taken seriously. I will need your assistance moving forward. Qin Feng, uninterested in pleasantries, cut to the chase. We just discussed the minimum price for your bar. Please provide a figure. And if it is agreeable, we shall sign a contract. Luo Yinhua felt the pressure of the situation. If the other party truly possessed extraordinary means to obscure banking information, he could not afford to miscalculate the price. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yinhua offered a base price of 40 million. Below this amount, he was unwilling to sell. Although the bar was a fast-moving industry, and interest waned over time, necessitating renovations and rebranding, he believed it could thrive for another 2 to 3 years. Especially considering the reputation he had built in Jiangcheng, 40 million was already a sincere offer. Qin Feng remained silent, preferring that Shifuya negotiate with Luo Yinhua. Unexpectedly, she too remained quiet, merely pouring him a drink and accompanying him in leisurely sips. Luo Yinhua assumed he had quoted too high, infuriated that Qin Feng was ignoring him. Ultimately, he begrudgingly reduced the price by 200,000, exclaiming that he could not go any lower, or he would rather give it to Qin Zong for free. As a gesture of friendship, after a brief consultation with Qin Feng, Shifuya finally received his nod of approval for the price. After all, this venue required Luo Yinhua's oversight. They discussed the transfer details, and both called in lawyers to draft the contract in the office. Qin Feng, unable to assist, learned that Shifuya's bank account had no limits. He first deposited 5,000 into the system before transferring her 60 million, allowing her to manage as she pleased. Meanwhile, he stepped outside to see if any attractive ladies were visiting the bar. The transfer through lavishing was swift, arriving within minutes. Shifuya stared blankly at the substantial deposit in her account, lost in thought. After a considerable time, she regained her composure and gazed at Qin Feng, who was leaning over the second-floor railing, admiring the women below. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was only then that she completely lowered her guard and began to trust this man. System notification, Shifuya's favorability level, 8. Qin Feng received the prompt. Momentarily pausing in his fidgeting, he glanced at Shifuya's profile, favorability level, 79. Expenditure, 60.03 million. Damn, why is it always just shy of the mark? Is 80 the critical threshold? Must I perform some heartfelt gesture to break through? He recalled the enchanting night with Xia Ting, realizing that each significant event could add a point. Perhaps tonight he could find a way to intoxicate Shifuya and then take her to a hotel. Exerting some effort to see if he could earn that extra point. Leaning against the railing, he propped his elbows on the wooden ledge, his gaze wandering over Shifuya as he contemplated the likelihood of success for this plan. Simultaneously, he was curious about what kind of judo she practiced. The bar's lights flickered, casting erratic beams that illuminated Qin Feng's face, rendering his focused yet mischievous expression alluringly devilish. Shifuya inadvertently met his gaze and was startled by the intensity of his stare. Flustered, she quickly averted her eyes, recalling his repeated claims of sisterhood, and felt a surge of indignation at his brazen gaze. Rising abruptly, she marched towards Qin Feng with an air of confrontation. How dare you look at your sister like that, you audacious little brother? Qin Feng was taken aback, his distractions vanishing as he straightened up, adopting an apologetic demeanor. Hey. It was too dark. I merely wanted to see more clearly, he stammered. Shifuya extended her hands, grasping both sides of Qin Feng's face, playfully tugging him back and forth. Do not presume that your money can allow you to bully your sister. Qin Feng's mouth was stretched open, his speech muffled as he whimpered. Ouch, it hurts, sister. Shifuya found the act of pinching his face quite amusing, pressing her palm against Qin Feng's cheeks, contorting his lips into a fish-like pout. What were you just thinking? She inquired. I was thinking how beautiful my sister is, Qin Feng replied in a hushed tone. Complimenting a girl on her beauty is a universal remedy, applicable in any situation. Upon hearing this, Shifuya's anger dissipated significantly. She genuinely intended to treat him as a younger brother, but Qin Feng's earlier gaze made her suspect that his previous words were mere deceit, aimed solely at seducing her. Now, witnessing his earnest demeanor, she calmed herself and pondered. Seduction did not necessitate an expenditure of 60 million. What extravagant fool would squander so much merely to deceive a woman? Humph, with your silver tongue, do not think that sweet words will absolve you. Should you ever disrespect your sister again, I shall forbid you from calling me sister, Shifuya warned. Then what should I call you? Wife? Qin Feng dared not voice his true thoughts, instead offering a silly grin. I dare not. I dare not. From now on, you are my biological sister. Shifuya's eyes widened in disbelief. Was that how the term biological was used? Biological sister? Is that acceptable? Qin Feng grasped her hands, preventing her from continuing her playful torment of his face. Remember your words. My temper is not easily managed. During my moments of madness, I may unleash my ire upon you. As my younger brother, you must endure and provide me an escape route. Understood? Shifuya spoke with utmost seriousness. Although her expression appeared stern, the glint in her fox-like eyes revealed her cheerful disposition, fearful of losing this brother and thus preemptively patching things up. Qin Feng, puzzled, remarked, Are you acting as a sister or a younger sibling? Why would you have the right to chastise me? Should it not be the younger brother causing mischief while the elder sister frets like a concerned mother? Shifuya felt somewhat embarrassed by Qin Feng's words. And to mask her discomfort, she resumed rubbing his face. I am the sister, and I have the final say. All right then, you are well endowed, you have the right. Qin Feng conceded, but as soon as his words fell, Shifuya seized his ear, prompting him to plead, Ouch, that hurts. I was wrong. Sister has the final say. Let us see if you dare misbehave again, Shifuya huffed lightly. She did not exert much force, yet seeing him feign pain made her smirk. Gently, she massaged his reddened ear and even blew on it tenderly. On the side, Luo Yanhua observed the affectionate exchange between the two, his eyes tinged with envy. He had known Shifuya for 2 or 3 years. She had always been cold and composed, adhering strictly to propriety. She belonged to the type of girl who appeared warm on the outside, yet was frigid within. Regardless of the money spent, she would smile. But her heart remained largely unresponsive. He had never seen her display such tenderness and concern for a man before. He could not fathom what tricks this man employed. He too had lavish gifts on women, yet the disparity was stark. Chapter 58. The bar is under surveillance. You cannot deceive me. Luo Yanhua was perplexed. Yet he did not concern himself too much with women. With money, what woman could he not acquire? He maintained 5 young lovers, including a pair of blonde, blue-eyed twins. Each day felt like an exhausting endeavor, unable to recuperate from the indulgences. He envied the camaraderie between Qin Feng and Shifuya, but was unwilling to exert himself for a fleeting moment of pleasure. Guessing a woman's thoughts was a tedious affair. It was easier to pay and get to work without the unnecessary fuss. Luo Yanhua waved, summoning a bottle of the bar's finest black pearl. Rushing over to share a drink with Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, you truly are a young hero, achieving greatness at such a tender age. Purchasing a bar worth tens of millions without batting an eye, Luo Yanhua praised effusively while pouring wine. Here, allow me to toast you. You must drink. In my life, I have never bowed to anyone, and you are the first. Your audacity has truly opened my eyes. Qin Feng had never experienced such adulation, especially from a wealthy boss like Luo, who drove a Maybach. Flattered by a few compliments, he felt slightly buoyed. Despite his unfamiliarity with such fine liquor, he noticed Luo downed it in one go, prompting him to do the same without hesitation. This foreign liquor was less potent than Baijiu, offering a smoother, more delicate flavor with a hint of fruity sweetness. Upon swallowing, a warmth surged within him, energizing his limbs. Overall, the sensation was pleasant. Mr. Qin, you are indeed generous. Here's to your newfound sister who is wholeheartedly devoted to you, and to our dear Xiaojia for having found such a good brother. I toast to both of you. With that, Luo Yanhua downed his full glass in one gulp, cheerfully raising the empty vessel to signal his satisfaction. Although Qin Feng now enjoyed the freedom to choose whether to drink or not, swayed by Luo's flattering words and the agreeable taste of the liquor, he lifted his glass to his lips. Shifuya, too late to intervene, watched anxiously as he drank deeply, sighing as she took a small sip herself. Luo Yanhua was indifferent to whether Shifuya drank. His primary concern was Qin Feng's consumption. He prepared for a third round, believing this to be his winning strategy, to drink until one of them succumbed. Mr. Qin, I shan't say more. It's all in the drink. After this toast, we shall be brothers. Qin Feng, unfamiliar with the customs of drinking fine liquor, observed that Luo poured full glasses, mistaking it for a lower alcohol content akin to beer. He was accustomed to pairing skewers with a bottle of beer, treating it as mere play. As Qin Feng raised his glass to down it in one go, a delicate hand intercepted the cup. Brother Luo, allow me to drink this on his behalf, Shifuya smiled. This foreign liquor, with an alcohol content exceeding 40 degrees, was manageable initially, but its after effects were substantial. Concerned for Qin Feng's well-being, she stepped in to shield him. Luo Yanhua instantly felt betrayed, having supported her for 3 years only to see her stand against him. He wanted to explode, ordering her to step aside, yet with Qin Feng present, he refrained. His expression darkening as he coolly stated, Very well. The rule of 1 drink standing in for 3 does not need my reminder, does it? Yes, I understand. Shifuya replied calmly, reaching for the glass in Qin Feng's hand. However, having already consumed 2 types of liquor, Qin Feng was clearly feeling the effects. He raised his cup, evading her grasp, and with a playful grin leaned close to her ear, whispering, Sister, do not fuss. 1 drink for 3 is quite the bargain. Once I finish, You can toast him 3 times. United as siblings, we need not fear this old bald donkey. Shifuya felt the warmth of his breath against her ear, causing her earlobe to flush. However, upon hearing the term old bald donkey, she burst into laughter. Assessing Qin Feng's condition and finding him relatively stable, she decided against further interference, merely cautioning, well, just be careful with this drink. It is strong. Qin Feng grinned, unperturbed, and tilted his head back to finish the drink, raising an eyebrow at Luo Yinhua, signaling him to hurry up. Luo Yinhua, seasoned in drinking, could handle 3 cups without issue. He readily finished the 3rd glass and then smiled as he invited Qin Feng to take a seat. Shifuya refrained from toasting Luo Yinhua, aware of her inadequacy. Such gestures might not even be reciprocated. Luo Yinhua took the lead in the conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from the bar and boasting about past glories. As Qin Feng listened, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, inducing a slight dizziness that made the surroundings blur. Shifuya, concerned, offered him warm water, fed him fruit, and wiped his sweat with a damp cloth. Qin Feng felt utterly content, squinting his eyes in blissful delight. At that moment, Luo Yinhua subtly inquired, Mr. Qin. Do you know Qin I mean? The room fell into an abrupt silence, as if even the music from the bar had dimmed. Luo Yinhua fixed his piercing gaze on Qin Feng, hoping to discern any hint of recognition on his face. This was the name of Qin Feng's father. Whether Qin Feng acknowledged or feigned ignorance, any flicker of emotion would suggest something amiss. Shifuya, sensing the peculiar intensity in Luo Yinhua's eyes and the oddity of the question, felt a knot tighten in her heart, her gaze towards Qin Feng brimming with anxiety. That name sounds familiar. Let me think, Qin Feng murmured, furrowing his brow and tapping his forehead as he strained to recall. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation akin to remembering an answer for an exam, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Oh right, that's my dad." Luo Yinhua was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. So it's Mr. Qin's nominal father. My apologies for any presumption. At that instant, all doubts dissipated for Luo Yinhua. Qin Feng's reaction dispelled any lingering suspicion. It was clear that he had simply forgotten the details, taking time to recollect. Little did Luo Yinhua know that Qin Feng's father had passed away during his childhood, and it was only when needing identification that such memory surfaced. Luo Yinhua now genuinely regarded Qin Feng as a figure of significance, fearing that his probing question might provoke displeasure. Thus, he earnestly invited Qin Feng to visit his spa for relaxation and to enjoy an evening of cards or a thrilling live show on a cruise. He generously offered to cover all expenses. Qin Feng felt a yearning to experience more, but sensed a lack of rapport, making it difficult for him to accept. He did not wish to repeat past mistakes, so he resolutely declined, groggily claiming his inability to handle more alcohol, and gradually leaned against Shifuya's shoulder, closing his eyes to rest. Not wishing to disturb the esteemed guest, Luo Yinhua discreetly left a business card, assuring Qin Feng he could reach out anytime. In this part of Jiangqing, Luo Yinhua held a modest reputation, possessing both influence and resources. Qin Feng remained silent, appearing on the verge of slumber. Luo Yinhua, with a courteous smile, quietly took his leave. Once the bothersome figure departed, only Qin Feng and Shifuya remained in the booth. In the dim light, the atmosphere grew intimate. The pulsating music rendered sleep elusive, prompting the man to slowly open his eyes, his gaze hazy with intoxication. The alluring scent of the woman beside him was intoxicating, a blend of sweetness and a hint of alcohol. Unable to resist, Qin Feng leaned closer to Shifuya's neck, inhaling deeply, and curiously asked, "Sister, do you still have milk?" In response, he received a playful tap on the head, delivered by Shifuya's 2 bent fingers. The force was just enough to gauge the ripeness of a watermelon. "Behave yourself, or I shall have someone throw you out," she warned, her cheeks flushed. "Hey sister, you smell so good. I love being with you," he murmured, leaning toward her heated ear. Fueled by liquid courage, Qin Feng's hands instinctively embraced Shifuya, greedily savoring her fragrance. Shifuya, enveloped by the powerful masculine embrace, felt her body stiffen as her heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, he was her brother, and she wished to avoid any semblance of ambiguity in their affectionate behavior. Suppressing her feelings, she furrowed her brow and admonished, "I am your sister. You must not be so familiar." With that, she pushed him away with force. Unexpectedly, he staggered as if caught in a trap, collapsing dramatically. Chapter 59. I am not a cat. I simply wish to provide a home for all beautiful ladies. Feigning intoxication is a skill inherently possessed by men, akin to the way women employ charm. When men drink, they may become unruly, resorting to childish antics. However, true drunkenness rarely leads to indiscretion. When a man is genuinely inebriated, he resembles a sloth. Those who act recklessly while intoxicated are typically only pretending. They engage in various antics merely to take advantage of women. Yet, there are occasions when naive novices, in their attempts to feign drunkenness, inadvertently succumb to sleep. Qin Feng certainly fit the bill as a novice. He took the opportunity to flop onto the sofa, planning to remain there until Shifuya offered affection. However, he unknowingly drifted into slumber, awakening the following morning to an unfamiliar ceiling. The bed was soft, and the covers bore a delightful fragrance. The room's decor exuded a refined elegance reminiscent of a woman's boudoir. A glass of water was thoughtfully placed on the bedside table, As he sat up slightly and surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the absence of a computer, only a vanity adorned with numerous bottles. To the left of the bed was an entire wall of wardrobes, and a mobile clothing rack stood in the hallway, laden with spring and autumn outerwear. On the other side was a little girl, appearing quite adorable. Her big, sparkling eyes were filled with curiosity as they fixed on him intently. Behind her, a window seat was draped with curtains, and sunlight poured onto the little girl, casting a gentle halo around her, resembling a living angel. Wait, is she alive? As Qin Feng regained his senses, he scrutinized her closely. The delicate contours of her small nose and mouth bore a resemblance to Shifuya. Dressed in a miniature pink and white traditional outfit, her hair was braided into butterfly-like bows, with red ribbons cascading down her shoulders. Her bangs were neatly cut, framing her round, fair face, resembling a rosy-cheeked ancient princess, so charming that one felt an impulse to pinch her cheeks. Qin Feng surmised that this little girl must be Shifuya's daughter, and he had been brought home by her last night. He inquired uncertainly. Uncle, are you awake? The little girl chimed sweetly upon seeing Qin Feng's eyes open. Instantly, he was enchanted, his expression softening as he spoke gently, fearful of startling her away. Yes, good morning. To his surprise, the little girl exhibited remarkable boldness, showing no fear of this stranger, and confidently tugged at his hand. Uncle, get up. Uncle, hurry. She grasped his fingers, leaning back in an effort to pull him up. Qin Feng smiled warmly, accommodating her as he slowly sat upright. From the living room, Shifuya's voice rang out. Do not disturb your uncle's sleep. Do you understand? Qin Feng called back. Sister, I'm already awake. You chimed in. That's right. Uncle is awake. He said he wants to play with me. When did he ever say he would play with her? Qin Feng wondered, puzzled by the charming little girl's natural tendency to fabricate. He felt uneasy about the situation and couldn't help but reach out his sinful hand to gently pinch the adorable child's face, smiling as he admonished. Uncle can play with you, but little ones mustn't lie. With unwavering conviction, retorted, I didn't lie. Just now, I asked Uncle, and he didn't deny it. Oh, were you asking while you were asleep? Qin Feng was momentarily perplexed by the child's cleverness. Who talks while asleep? Where did she learn this? At a loss for words. He thought he might need to lock the door when he slept to prevent her from coming in. Xiaofeng, come out for breakfast. Don't mind she's quite the handful, shouted Shifuya. Pouted in discontent, her face resembling a steamed bun, clearly displeased. Qin Feng responded with a smile. How about I play with you after I finish my meal? Really? She asked, eyes sparkling. Of course. Yay. Uncle is the best. Exclaimed joyfully. Can we go out to play? Yes, we can, Qin Feng nodded. Can we go to the mall? Blinked her big, shimmering eyes, filled with anticipation. Upon returning home that morning, she heard her mother mention that her uncle had arrived and had been waiting for him to wake up. She wanted her uncle to accompany her to play on the climbing wall at the mall. She loved climbing high, but her mother was too busy to join her. And her grandmother forbade it. Now that an adult was finally at home, she had to seize the opportunity. No problem, Qin Feng replied with a smile. It seemed that regardless of age, girls had an unwavering obsession with shopping malls. He found this adorable little girl endearing. Ruffling her hair and planning to indulge her with some shopping. Amidst her cheers, they left the room. Upon entering the living room, he surveyed the home of the mother and daughter. It was a high-rise apartment, and judging by the view outside, he estimated they were on a mid-level floor. The layout was 2 bedrooms and a living room, likely around 100 square meters, with about 80 square meters after deducting common areas. One of the rooms was slightly smaller but had a balcony adorned with the girls' clothes. The living room featured interlocking foam mats with a neatly arranged box of toys. Near the kitchen door, there was a round dining table with 2 white bar stools and a children's chair with a ladder. The house appeared small but was filled with the warmth of life. Following Yi's guidance, Qin Feng finished his morning routine in the bathroom and sat at the dining table. A bowl of pumpkin porridge and pickled cucumbers awaited him. Shifuya emerged from the kitchen, her hair casually styled and a bun secured with a hairpin. She wore a loose white tank top, an apron, and home shorts, her feet adorned with open-toed slippers. The orange nail polish on her toes adding a touch of elegance to her fair feet. She held a freshly made egg pancake, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Resembling an elegant and charming young woman, the scene, with both her and the egg pancake, made Qin Feng eager to indulge. He wondered how her cooking compared to the egg pancakes from outside. Shifuya placed the plate down, wiped her hands on her apron, and sat on a bar stool beside Yi, both of them watching Qin Feng eat breakfast with rapt attention, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Surrounded by the mother and daughter duo while eating, Qin Feng felt no embarrassment. Instead, he experienced a warmth he had never known before. Ignoring the heat of the food, he took a large bite of the egg pancake. The pancake was neither greasy nor tough. Instead, it was tender and flaky, with the flavors of egg and sauce swirling harmoniously in his mouth and nose. For some reason, this simple egg pancake, enhanced only with sesame, scallions, and ham, tasted better than anything else in the world to Qin Feng. He devoured it eagerly, giving a thumbs up repeatedly. Shifuya stifled a laugh, reminding him to slow down as both she and Yi had already eaten, assuring him that no one was competing for his food. However, Yi, seeing how delicious it looked, insisted that she wanted to eat as well. Qin Feng, feeling a pang of fondness, used his chopsticks to share a bit with her before quickly finishing his own portion. Indeed, good food was even more delightful when shared. By the way, that girl named Shouting called several times last night, Shifuya casually mentioned. Oh, what happened next? Qin Feng felt a flicker of joy at Shouting reaching out to him but kept it hidden. I think she's quite nice. I answered the phone and comforted her a bit, Shifuya recalled, chuckling at how the girl had gone silent upon hearing her voice. How did you comfort her? Qin Feng inquired, surprised. I told her you drank too much and were sleeping at my place, Shifuya said with a mischievous smile. Oh no. Shouting must think I'm a scoundrel now. Chapter 60. What? I, Shouting, am jealous of everything. So what? Qin Feng felt a twinge of sadness. He genuinely liked Shouting. Not just because her perfect score reward was an incredible physique, but also because she had been his mentor, guiding him toward becoming a true man. Now, knowing she heard he had spent the night with another girl, she must be furious with him. Qin Feng felt a deep sense of loss. Not blaming Shifuya for answering his calls, but feeling as if something precious was slipping away from him. He sighed, resigned to fate, and glanced at Shouting's profile, affection level, 73. Qin Feng was taken aback. It had been 68 before, and now it had increased by 5 points. What had happened? What had they talked about last night? He pressed Shifuya for details, but she evasively changed the subject. So, he decided to message Shouting about the previous night, but received no reply. After some thought, he checked his call log. Wow, he exclaimed, noticing the call lasted an hour and 30 minutes, extending until 2 in the morning. Goodness. He wondered how the two women had discussed him behind his back. Curiosity gnawed at him. However, with Shifuya unwilling to share, he had no choice but to finish his breakfast in silence. He glanced down to see E gently tugging at his shirt hem, her bright eyes sparkling with the unspoken desire for him to take her out to play. Even those unaccustomed to children could see how utterly adorable she was. Setting aside his questions, Qin Feng scooped E up in his arms, playfully rubbing his nose against her little face, making her giggle uncontrollably. Come on, Uncle is taking you to empty them all. Qin Feng declared enthusiastically. Yay, out to play. E kicked her feet excitedly, instinctively wrapping her arms around Qin Feng's neck. Shifuya had scolded E the day before, and to make amends, she requested a 2-day leave. Planning to take her daughter out for a bit of fun, she hadn't expected Qin Feng to appear, offering to look after the two of them. Watching them enjoy each other's company, Shifuya felt a sense of nostalgia. She rarely held E anymore, mainly because she was too heavy to carry. The little girl, though small in stature, weighed 34 pounds the last time that checked. Now, seeing E effortlessly lifted by a man with one hand, Shifuya suddenly thought that finding an uncle for E might not be such a bad idea. How old is E? Qin Feng asked gently. 5. E proudly proclaimed. What is your favorite thing? The giant monster. Why is Qin Feng somewhat taken aback by this answer? Because it can stomp on the kindergarten. E confidently declared. Does E not want to go to kindergarten? No. Those fools cry at the slightest provocation and say that E has no father. E's childish response made Qin Feng realize the impact of a single-parent family on children. Casting a glance at Shifuya, who was quietly tidying up the dishes, Qin Feng felt a pang of sympathy. Don't mind them. If they dare to speak ill of you again, your uncle will teach them a lesson. Qin Feng declared with fervor. If it were elementary school, he would lack the confidence to say such things. Nowadays, children are well-nourished, and it is common to see those towering at 1.8 meters in primary school. However, in kindergarten, he still felt quite assured. 1 punch for each little friend, invincible. E chuckled. After some playful banter, once Shifuya changed her clothes, the three descended in the elevator and drove to the supermarket. Shifuya was driving a second-hand Mazda. E obediently sat in the back seat, buckled her seatbelt, and gazed out the window with excitement. Qin Feng occupied the passenger seat. Shifuya, clad in a black silk tank dress with a light brown outer jacket, donned sunglasses, resting one hand against the car window while steering with the other. Occasionally, she glanced at the rearview mirror, the breeze lifting her long hair as the sun caressed her skin. The aura she exuded was both beautiful and striking, radiating an air of confidence. Initially, Qin Feng was devoid of any distractions. However, Shifuya's frequent glances in his direction ignited a warm flush within him. Such an aloof and enchanting woman naturally evokes a desire for conquest, especially with her mysterious eyes concealed behind sunglasses. Regardless of the meaning behind her gaze, Qin Feng planned to bide his time until after the 80 cashback, devising a way to entice her into intimacy. For now, he needed to maintain his composure. As opportunities would present themselves later, he mustn't alarm the proverbial snake in the grass. As long as he remained shamelessly at her home, he could concoct some excuse of back pain in the middle of the night, requesting her, as an elder sister, to provide a massage. The ensuing narrative hardly needed elaboration. If her fondness for him were to dwindle, he could simply forego her bioengineered bodyguard. Such thoughts swirled in Qin Feng's mind when his phone vibrated, snapping him back to reality. It was a message from Xiaoting. You scoundrel, didn't you say you would only take me to bars from now on? Where were you last night? Xiaoting took the initiative, reproaching him for not keeping his promise. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before crafting a response. I was coerced. A boss insisted on having me discuss business there. Who would believe you? You just met the bar owner's wife yesterday, and today you're staying at her place. Is it because I didn't satisfy you? Facing such scathing remarks, Qin Feng was at a loss for words. He could only think that the campus belle was fearsome. In his memory, Xiaoting had always been a pure, demure beauty who loved to act spoiled. He couldn't fathom how she had suddenly become so audacious. Was it the barrier of the screen? Or had some peculiar attribute been unlocked after their physical intimacy? Qin Feng found himself bewildered. Don't misunderstand. She is merely my newly recognized sister. Ha, Xiaoting chuckled in frustration. The entire afternoon yesterday, she had waited at home for Qin Feng to apologize. However, he had remained silent until the early hours of the morning. Is my girlfriend angry? Are you not willing to soothe her? All it would take was a few sweet words and promises of better behavior, even if disingenuous, to keep her willing to be deceived. Yet, such indifference was puzzling. As her irritation grew, she could no longer resist calling to inquire about his intentions. To her surprise, he did not answer the first call. The second went unanswered as well. On the third attempt, he picked up, but after a lengthy silence, she heard a woman's voice on the other end. Startled, Xiaoting hung up, fearing she had intruded upon a private moment. With her emotions surging, tears began to well up, but just then, her phone rang again. It was the same number. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoting answered, thinking she might as well vent her frustrations. Unexpectedly, the caller introduced herself as Xiaya, whom she had met at the bar the previous day. She explained that Qin Feng had drunk too much and, not knowing his address, had brought him to her home. Inquiring if Xiaoting wished to come and fetch him. While she did want to rescue him, it was rather late, and her father would not permit her to go out. Moreover, even if she did reach him, he was likely already asleep, making an effort to wake him seem unnecessary. Additionally, Xiaya was quite eloquent and presented herself as a widow with a child, which instilled a sense of security in Xiaoting, unbeknownst to her. She ended up chatting with Xiaya for a considerable time, discussing many aspects of Qin Feng's life at school. Hearing that Qin Feng had recognized her as an elder sister, Xiaoting felt somewhat indifferent. However, his recent emphasis made her feel like she was being unreasonable, which fueled her anger. Qin Feng, just how many good sisters do you have? Only this one. And what about younger sisters? None. All right, I'll take a screenshot. If any other sisters or younger sisters appear around you, I will turn this chat record into a poster and hang it at your door. Sensing Xiaoting's rising ire, Qin Feng hurriedly resorted to flattery. My dear, regardless of other women, you will always hold the top spot in my heart. Don't be angry. How about I accompany you to pick up your car tomorrow? The thought of driving a Porsche the next day diminished her anger significantly. Then what are you doing today? She wanted to cling to Qin Feng, albeit in a more subtle manner. Accompanying my niece to the mall. Qin Feng replied honestly. Xiaoting gritted her teeth in frustration. All right. No sisters or younger sisters, but now there's a niece, is there? Chapter 61. Shifuya is about to give birth. Xiaoting knew that Qin Feng was with Shifuya and her daughter. She wanted to find Qin Feng, but her mother advised her not to be overly proactive, suggesting that she shouldn't make herself too available. This would only demonstrate how much she cared for him, making her appear passive. Moreover, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to tag along while they were out as a family. Feeling dejected and conflicted, Xiaoting ultimately decided to disregard her mother's advice. She reasoned that her mother was just an ordinary woman without foresight. Qin Feng was not her husband, so there was no need for urgency. If she didn't take the initiative, what if Qin Feng was swept away by someone else and she had nowhere to cry? I'm at the envied mall. Which mall are you at? Xiaoting texted. Her question was quite skillfully phrased. Asking for their address directly would seem foolish. Instead, inquiring if they wanted to meet at a location coincidentally where she also happened to be was much more astute, despite her currently being at home with unwashed hair. She merely speculated that the envied mall had more amusement facilities for children, which was why Qin Feng might choose to go there. Upon seeing Xiaoting's message, Qin Feng silently cursed his luck. The three of them were indeed headed to the envied mall. Shifuya was on the verge of giving birth, and this was the most critical moment. He did not wish for any complications to arise. If Summerting were to disturb my cashback, causing my favorability to plummet from the previous 79, I truly would not be able to bear it. This is a staggering 60 million. The cash born from it is pure gold. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Feng refrained from replying and instead addressed Shifuya. Sister, let us head to Wanda. Shifuya tilted her head, contemplating, and smiled. Is there something going on at Entai? Qin Feng awkwardly retorted. And no, nothing's going on. Shifuya raised an eyebrow. Oh? If nothing's going on, why not go? EE wants to rock climb, and only Entai has that. EE called out from behind. Today, I want to climb to the highest place. Realizing he couldn't hide the truth, Qin Feng stumbled over his words. Well, Summerting will be there too. I'm afraid you might mind. Shifuya smiled gently. My brother's girlfriend? Why would I mind? That girl is quite innocent. I rather like her. Qin Feng, puzzled, asked. Should I invite her to join us? Shifuya nonchalantly replied. Sure, it's perfect. While we girls go shopping, you can take care of EE. And I'll have a chance to assess that girl. Qin Feng observed her cheerful demeanor, momentarily unsure whether she genuinely did not mind or was merely pretending. He speculated that she might genuinely see him as a younger brother, wanting to assist him in finding a suitable partner. A wave of guilt washed over him. He had just contemplated seducing this generous sister, But now, witnessing her magnanimous attitude, he felt a pang of moral conflict. Nevertheless, it only solidified his inner resolve. Wasn't it all the more thrilling? With a wicked smile, Qin Feng messaged Summer Ting. We are about to head to the children's climbing area. Will you join us? I'll be getting my nails done in a nearby shop for about half an hour, so you all can start playing. Summer Ting's mother, holding her phone, replied. At that moment, Summer Ting was hurriedly washing her hair, doing her makeup, and getting dressed, asking her mother to respond on her behalf. Yes. Call me when you're ready. Setting his phone down, Qin Feng, along with Shifuya and her daughter, exited the car and made their way to the mall. Trailing behind was Wang Gang, who had received the message earlier and had been waiting in the parking lot. Wang Gang was in a state of inner turmoil. Clutching a parking receipt and an accommodation invoice from the previous night, totaling 240 yuan, unsure how to bring up the subject of reimbursement with Qin Feng. After assisting Shifuya by taking her boss to her home, he had worried that her boss might require something later that evening. So he chose to stay at a nearby hotel, considering the possibility of needing to respond promptly if her boss had to return home or go to the hospital. He opted for caution. However, after a peaceful night, he felt guilty about his unnecessary expenditure and hesitated to mention it. Sigh. I should have just bought a sleeping bag to sleep in the car. But there's nowhere to wash up, and being disheveled would embarrass the boss. Wang Gang wrestled with his thoughts internally, but maintained a stoic exterior, silently following behind Qin Feng and the others. Yi held onto Qin Feng's pinky with one hand and her mother's with the other, walking quietly in between them, exuding an air of obedience. Yi is so well behaved. Having a daughter like her must be worry-free, Qin Feng praised. This little one is quite clever. She knows not to play around here. Once we enter the mall, you'll see your true prowess, Shifuya replied with a smile. You can't run in places with cars. You need to hold an adult's hand across the street, Yi chimed in sweetly. Impressive. Are they teaching these things in kindergarten now? Qin Feng exclaimed. He could hardly recall his own childhood, only remembering when a teacher had placed a big red flower sticker on his forehead. Most of it is what I taught her. I was a bit strict, which is why she remembers so well, Shifuya said casually. Qin Feng sensed a formidable maternal instinct in Shifuya's tone, indeed. A mother's strength is formidable. Seeing him silent, Shifuya, worried he might think she mistreated Yi, laughed and clarified. I've only scolded her a couple of times. Mostly, I reason with her. But sometimes, children just won't communicate without a bit of firmness. You'll understand when you have kids of your own. The two chatted casually as they held on to Yi, resembling a sweet family from a wealthy background. As they walked, passers-by, regardless of gender, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at their idyllic scene. The gentleman exuded charm, the lady radiated beauty, and the child was adorable. All while being trailed by a towering figure reminiscent of a bodyguard. They epitomized the archetype of life's winners, leaving onlookers wishing for such love in their own lives. Upon entering the mall, Yi tugged at both of them, leading them swiftly to the central climbing area. It was a towering rectangular structure reaching 9 meters high, featuring climbing walls on all 4 sides, adorned with brightly colored climbing stones that stood out vibrantly. Despite it being working hours, several children were already climbing on the walls. After paying, Qin Feng ensured the coach securely fastened the safety harness before sitting alongside Shifuya to watch Yi perform. Will Yi manage? Should we hire a coach for her? Qin Feng inquired. Climbing here costs 60 yuan for one ascent and descent. Hiring a coach for a session is 120 yuan for 40 minutes. It's not exorbitant, but it's not exactly cheap either. No need. Although Yi has little experience, she possesses a natural athleticism, Shifuya confidently asserted. True to her word, Qin Feng observed as Yi nimbly scaled the wall, moving with ease like a monkey. He couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. She had a natural inclination for lively activities and was interested in anything outdoors. Shifuya's gaze followed Yi closely, her expression filled with pride and joy. Who would have thought that the tiny infant she once held could now traverse walls? I adore such an energetic little girl. I wish she were my daughter, Qin Feng remarked wistfully. Shifuya glanced at him, smiling but choosing not to respond. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Feng. Oh, right. I should top up my account here so she can come and play more often. Watching Yi nearly reach the summit, Shifuya casually remarked, there's no need. No matter how much money you load, if no one accompanies her to play, it would be a waste. Chapter 62. Once a person harbors mischievous thoughts, their audacity significantly increases. At that moment, Qin Feng finally comprehended why Shifuya often emphasized how spirited Yi was. He genuinely anticipated that the little girl could be so vivacious, bursting with energy like a husky. The climbing session took only a few minutes. After conquering the wall, Yi began to dominate the entire mall. She dashed around the first floor, then the second, and now she was racing on the 3rd floor. Qin Feng chased after her, racking up over 10,000 steps in a short period, utterly exhausted. Yi, come back. I'll buy you candied hawthorn. He shouted, breathless. No. Yi laughed and dashed ahead. Then what do you want? A plush toy? A little monster? Qin Feng asked. Yi paused, deep in thought. Then replied in her sweet voice, I want roller skates. Roller skates are out of the question, Qin Feng swiftly rejected. Without wheels, I can barely keep up. With wheels, it'd be a disaster. Yi pouted, falling silent, then turned to run away. Qin Feng could not let her escape again and immediately employed his trump card. How about I take you to the beach to catch crabs? Yi hesitated, her steps faltering. Qin Feng quickly picked up his pace and continued to entice her. What if I take you to go rafting and surf on the waves? Yi stood still, turning her head to gaze at her approaching uncle, a look of contemplation gracing her petite face. Did Yi wish to visit the amusement park? At that moment, Qin Feng resembled a cunning wolf enticing a little rabbit, drawing closer to the enchanted creature. Suddenly, he seized her and laughed heartily, declaring, "This time, let's see where you can run." Yi allowed him to lift her, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, "Uncle, are you really taking me to the amusement park?" Qin Feng pressed a kiss on her adorable cheek and replied, "Of course. How about I take you and your mother along?" Yi hesitated, saying, "Mommy sleeps during the day and works at night. She doesn't have time to play with me." Qin Feng playfully pinched her cute little nose, assuring her that won't be the case anymore. "Uncle will ensure that Mommy can stay home and play with you every day." "Really?" Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. "Indeed, but you must side with Uncle and share more about Mommy's interests and hobbies." Qin Feng gently coaxed. "Do you know what Mommy loves the most?" "Mommy loves money," Yi asserted confidently. "What else does she like?" Qin Feng continued his inquiry. "She also loves Yi." "Then what does Mommy dislike the most?" The goose from Grandma's neighbor." "I meant what does Mommy dislike, not what Yi dislikes." "Mommy doesn't like going to Grandma's. I guess it's because the neighbor's big goose scares her. She dislikes going to Grandma's." "Yes, Mommy finds it noisy there." Qin Feng pondered this while hurrying towards Shifuya. Shifuya strolled leisurely, occasionally entering stores to browse, with a locator on her daughter's wrist and 2 burly men following. She felt at ease. Children around 5 or 6 years old can be quite troublesome. When she took Yi out alone, she often had to use a leash to keep her in check. Shifuya entered a Givenchy boutique, her favorite brand. However, the prices were steep, with dresses costing several thousand. Although Shifuya earned a good salary and could afford them, past expenses for the child and future savings had made her hesitant to buy. Now, however, circumstances had changed. She had a partner willing to support her, dispelling her previous concerns. After browsing the store, Shifuya fixated on a deep black lace evening gown, contemplating whether to call Qin Feng to model it for her opinion. Just then, a rotund, balding man approached her, asking, "Are you here alone, beautiful?" Shifuya glanced at him. Noting his gray collared shirt and his belly protruding over his belt, his gaudy gold watch and squinty eyes creating an unappealing impression. Disgusted by his lewd demeanor, she silently set the dress down. "Oh, you don't like this one? I think it suits your figure perfectly. Why not try it on? If it fits, I can give it to you," Bao Hongbiao suggested, flaunting his extravagant watch. He had come to the mall at his girlfriend's insistence, waiting on a sofa while she tried on clothes. Upon spotting the stunning woman with cascading chestnut curls, wearing an elegant black slip dress, he was momentarily spellbound by her beauty. She was far superior to his girlfriend, who only sought money and lacked allure. "No thanks, my husband is wealthy," Shifuya replied flatly. Bao Hongbiao, noticing she was alone, presumed her relationship was strained and began criticizing her husband. "How could your husband let such a gorgeous woman roam the mall alone? He clearly doesn't understand." This self-satisfied buffoon only repulsed Shifuya further. "Get lost," she snapped. Unfazed by her attitude, Bao Hongbiao pressed on, "Come on, beautiful. Don't be so fierce. Let us add each other on WeChat and chat." Shifuya's brows furrowed as she coldly regarded the rude middle-aged man, contemplating whether to slap him. However, she didn't wish to give Qin Feng the impression that she was a troublesome widow, so she chose to endure and silently turned to leave. Bao Hongbiao was momentarily taken aback by her icy gaze, which sparked an inexplicable desire to conquer her. Recently, he had made a considerable sum, which had bolstered his audacity. He chased after her, pleading, "Hey, beautiful, how much for your company just once? Name your price." Shifuya halted and turned, her eyes flashing with cold fury. She felt an urge to call for help. Having run a bar for many years, summoning a van to handle such a nuisance would be effortless. Such men only learned their place through a good beating. If that didn't suffice, she could always scare him with a dip in the water. After all, she had plenty of options. Bao Hongbiao was intimidated by her fierce demeanor, which suggested she meant business. He retreated a step, but then felt a loss of face. Just as he was about to speak, a man entered, carrying a little girl, followed by a burly bodyguard. "What is going on?" Qin Feng asked. Sensing the tension in the air, Shifuya took a deep breath, softening her expression as she greeted him with a smile. "Honey, you're here." Chapter 63. Qin Feng was quite formidable in his youth. The way Shifuya addressed him as honey momentarily stunned Qin Feng. He felt her warm, soft body lean into him, causing his heart to flutter. Although he was unaware of the preceding events, the fear evident on the other man's face and the sudden shift in Shifuya's demeanor suggested something had transpired. Embracing her waist, he inquired, "Wife, what happened?" This bold gesture made Shifuya's eyelashes flutter slightly, a hint of panic crossing her eyes. She understood that Qin Feng's intentions were protective, not predatory. She had felt the comfort of being sheltered by a man in quite some time. Unable to resist, she looked up and met his tender gaze. Quickly lowering her head to answer as calmly as possible, "It's nothing. Just someone trying to chat me up." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng frowned and directed his gaze at the balding man. It was entirely normal for a beautiful woman to attract attention from other men. But the thought of his partner being approached by another man stirred discontent within him. Coldly, he asked, "Who are you?" Seeing the beautiful woman's husband approach. Flanked by a bodyguard, Bao Hongbiao was taken aback. Bodyguards were not hired lightly. Only those with substantial means could afford such protection. The man's expression indicated he was not someone to be trifled with. Accompanied by a stunning wife, it was clear that only someone with wealth could truly secure her. Bao Hongbiao cursed his earlier folly in provoking a woman of such stature. He meekly said, "Brother, I apologize. I saw sister-in-law alone and thought she was single. So I chatted with her for a moment. I truly meant no harm." His humble apology did little to soften Qin Feng's demeanor. It is crucial to understand that Shifuya currently held a fortune of 60 million. Just a little more, and the funds would be transferred. With a genuine 60 million to his name, he would ascend to the ranks of esteemed players on earth. At this moment, anyone who stood in his way would face dire consequences. Even Jesus could not intervene. This man dared to flirt with his woman, and in the narratives of those novels, such an act was a capital offense. Qin Feng, his expression darkened, pondered whether to summon Wang Gang to deal with the situation. However, he was taken aback as Bao Hongbiao, in a panic, stumbled back 2 steps, trembling as he said, "Brother, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. I beg you, show mercy and let me go." Onlookers, sensing the commotion, turned their attention toward the scene. Shifuya, not wishing for Qin Feng to escalate matters on her behalf, softly advised, "Let it go, brother. He hasn't said much." Qin Feng, considering the public setting, deemed it rather unrefined to resort to violence, so he inquired, "What is your name?" Upon hearing that Qin Feng sought his name, Bao Hongbiao assumed it was a prelude to future retribution. As a businessman, he understood that if someone were intent on causing him trouble, his livelihood would be jeopardized. Realizing he might have provoked an individual he could not afford to offend, he observed the cold confidence in Qin Feng's gaze, which instilled fear in him. To avert retaliation, Bao Hongbiao resolutely slapped himself across the face and pleaded, "Brother, I should not have spoken out of turn. Please, show leniency." This unexpected act startled Qin Feng. He felt a flicker of familiarity with the man, as if he had encountered him before, prompting his inquiry. He did not anticipate such cowardice. The man had struck himself. Shifuya was equally astonished by the middle-aged man's sudden submission. Did they know each other? At that moment, a sales assistant, having witnessed the altercation, hurried over to apologize and urge the parties involved to maintain peace. Shifuya, wishing to avoid further escalation, gently tugged at Qin Feng's arm and whispered, "Let him go. I still want to continue trying on clothes." Noting that Shifuya appeared unperturbed, Qin Feng refrained from forcibly intervening on her behalf and coldly warned the man, "Do not let me encounter you again." Upon hearing this, Bao Hongbiao felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders and joyously expressed his gratitude, repeatedly thanking Qin Feng. Even his girlfriend, who had been changing clothes, rushed out, oblivious to all else. Hearing a man in his 40s refer to him as brother made Qin Feng feel somewhat strange. Dismissing the oddity, he accompanied Shifuya to the front to continue their shopping. The crowd of onlookers, who had gathered to witness the drama, began to disperse. The more beautiful a woman, the more likely she is to attract attention. If a man is not vigilant for even a moment, someone may swoop in. If the man lacks competence, a stunning girlfriend can easily be taken away. As they walked, the crowd murmured in disbelief. Just when everyone thought the spectacle had concluded, a reasonably attractive girl emerged from nowhere, loudly accusing, "Qin Feng, is it because you latched onto this rich woman that you dumped me?" Chapter 64. She has arrived. What? He latched onto a wealthy woman? Heartlessly cast aside his girlfriend? The onlookers were now thoroughly captivated. The previous incident of flirting with another wife paled in comparison. The drama of a wealthy man discarding his long-term partner was far more intriguing. The crowd instinctively gathered once more. The staff, too, refrained from intervening, determined to witness the unfolding events. Qin Feng froze upon hearing that familiar voice behind him. He turned abruptly, locking his gaze on the fierce woman before him. She wore a striking red dress emblazoned with Givenchy and was heavily made up, her narrow eyes and sharp features betraying her demeanor. Jiang Manxue. Recognition dawned on Qin Feng in an instant. He had previously noted the bald middle-aged man's somewhat familiar appearance and had been mulling over where he had seen him. Now, this woman's presence triggered his memory. The man was indeed involved with Jiang Manxue. That night in the car had made everything clear. Qin Feng sneered and asked, "What business is it of yours with whom I associate? You are no longer my girlfriend." Jiang Manxue's eyes widened in fury, her voice piercing. "After all these years, you now forsake me for this woman's wealth? Have you no shame?" Jiang Manxue had indeed accompanied Bao Hongbiao. She had overheard the argument from the fitting room and mistakenly believed Qin Feng was confronting her about being out with another man. Initially hesitant to emerge, she eventually recalled their breakup and felt emboldened to step outside. However, upon witnessing her boyfriend's humiliating retreat and Qin Feng's joyful demeanor with a beautiful woman gazing at him affectionately, her anger surged. Why should they revel in happiness while her man was driven away? She recalled how Qin Feng had abruptly deleted her from his life, berating her for being wealthy. Jiang Manxue concluded that his newfound confidence stemmed from his association with a rich woman. Unable to contain herself, she resolved to expose his true character. Qin Feng, you disgust me. How could you stoop so low as to play the role of a sugar daddy? I endured so much for you, standing by you through your struggles, while you now chase after a second-hand woman. As she continued her tirade, Qin Feng felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. His patience waned, and he retorted, "Can you not maintain some dignity? Must you be so repulsive?" Afterward, he pointed to his head, explaining to Shifuya, "Ignore this lunatic. She has some issues." Jiang Manchue feigned sorrow, exclaiming, "Look at yourself now. Have you forgotten the promises you made? You said I was your salvation, that you would love only me, and strive to provide me with the best life, even if it meant suffering yourself. I never imagined you would abandon me for such a woman. Is money truly that important to you? Do you truly think you deserve to tarnish our years together?" Qin Feng's expression grew icily resolute. This woman had squandered 3 years of his life, and now sought to ruin his present. Anger surged within him. "Wang Gang, restrain her. I intend to teach her a lesson today." Wang Gang's expression hardened as he strode purposefully towards Jiang Manchue. Jiang Manchue believed Wang Gang was a friend of Qin Feng. Seeing his aggressive approach, she dared not take any risks and hurriedly hid behind the crowd, shouting, "Help. This couple is trying to kill someone." As she cowered, she cried out, "Everyone, stand up for me. This man is a cheater, and that woman is certainly no good either. She might be fooling around behind her husband's back." Her outburst sparked a flurry of chatter among the onlookers. "That woman is far too beautiful. She can't be a good person. I heard on the news about a wife who partnered with her lover to poison her own husband. Wow, how thrilling. A modern-day Wu Dalong? People today will do anything for money. Look at that man. He must be with that woman for her money. The wealthy have such twisted tastes. That man must be quite charming with his words. He's excellent at sweet talking. What's the use of that, now that he's been exposed by his ex-girlfriend? Look at how red that rich woman's face is. She might break up with him right after this." Shifuya's expression darkened. Regardless of Qin Feng's past actions, she would not let that woman insult her man. With so many people around, calling the bar's bouncers would lead to an unpleasant scene. They would have to leave first and deal with that woman later, perhaps even pulling her hair out when they caught her. She took Qin Feng's hand and said softly, "Let's go, brother. Don't let yourself be angered by such a woman. She's not worth it." Chapter 65. Still Shifuya's fragrance in a person's life. There are always some particularly shameful moments that make one feel embarrassed and sleepless when recalled at midnight. Qin Feng was furious because he had indeed done many foolish things in the past. Now, being publicly exposed by this woman made him want to strangle her. However, as Shifuya held his hand, he gradually calmed down. He understood that her feelings were what mattered most at that moment, seeing victory within reach. He did not want to upset Shifuya. He gently placed Yi, who was in his arms, under Wang Gang's care. Then, he tightly grasped Shifuya's hand and softly reassured her, "Wife, do not listen to that woman's nonsense. I was just playing around with her." "Yes, I know." Shifuya nodded. She was not overly concerned about the woman's slander against Qin Feng. With his wealth, how could he possibly be a delivery driver? What delivery driver would have 60 million and be willing to deliver for someone? This must be a wealthy young man's way of experiencing life. Shifuya harbored no doubts about Qin Feng. She merely worried that being with her, a widow, would make him the subject of ridicule. Her earlier address of him as brother was not only for Qin Feng's sake, but also for her own. Indeed, for a widow, being an older sister was far better than being a wife. At the very least, it wouldn't embarrass her brother so much. She had no intention of seeking anything. She had merely felt a fleeting thrill when Qin Feng had called her wife. Overwhelmed by guilt, Shifuya quietly said, "From now on, just call me sister." Qin Feng gazed into Shifuya's pitiful eyes, suddenly realizing that she might be afraid of burdening him, fearing ridicule. Thus, she had asked him to call her sister. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. If he didn't care about others' opinions, would there be a chance to deepen their bond? Now was the perfect opportunity, and he wished to test it. "Sister, don't be afraid." Qin Feng boldly stepped forward, embraced Shifuya's delicate figure, gazed deeply into her eyes, and softly declared, "No matter what others say, I like you." Shifuya was taken aback by this sudden confession, her pupils dilating, heart racing. Observing the slight tremor in her body, Qin Feng smiled and continued, "Since they say I'm a sugar baby to a wealthy woman, how about we show them? I'll give you money, and you can take care of me, all right? I will treat Yi as my own daughter. How does that sound?" Shifuya's eyes grew dreamy, wanting to respond but unable to find the words, remaining motionless in astonishment. Qin Feng noticed her slightly parted lips, so alluring, evoking an impulse within him to kiss her. He decided to heed his desires, and before the astonished gaze of the crowd, he kissed her fervently. As their lips met, inhaling her unique fragrance, Qin Feng was instantly lost in her kiss. Shifuya felt the warmth of his affection. In that moment, the walls around her heart crumbled, and she instinctively embraced him. Yi, with her curious big eyes, watched her mother kiss Qin Feng, her little mind pondering who knows what. The spectators nearby were dumbfounded, their eyes burning with envy and jealousy. Wasn't the script supposed to be about a wealthy woman dumping a scoundrel and then falling for someone like herself? How could this pair be so affectionate in public? Look at their blissful demeanor. It seemed their relationship had grown even stronger. How could such a beautiful, wealthy woman fall for this smooth-talking fellow? Is there no justice? No law? Is there still a chance for them? They cursed silently but dared not voice their thoughts, for after all, it was a public display of affection, and that was hardly illegal. As some noticed the couple had ceased their quarrel, they began to disperse. Jiang Manchue, hiding in the back, did not dare to utter another word. She had said all that needed to be said. The wealthy woman clearly did not care about Qin Feng's past. If she continued to meddle, she would only invite trouble. The scene fell silent, no one interrupting the couple. After a long while, their lips finally parted. Qin Feng embraced the blushing Shifuya and teased her softly, "Sister, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your silent agreement." Having not experienced such a sensation in a long time, Shifuya closed her eyes, nestled in Qin Feng's embrace, and whispered, "You don't mind us being mother and daughter?" "I could never resent you," he replied. "Why do you like me?" "Because your beauty and strength give me a sense of home." "Have you ever said this to your ex-girlfriend?" "Never. I swear I never even touched her." Shifuya remained silent, her gaze searching Qin Feng's eyes, finding only sincerity. This stirred within her an impulse to be with this man. Sensing the moment was right, Qin Feng gently said, "Sister, be my woman." Shifuya smiled sweetly, "As long as you don't mind me." System notification, Shifuya's affection level 10, current affection level 89. Spending amount 60.05 million. Congratulations, host. Cashback successful, you have received 60.05 million in cash. Cashback amount has reached 50 million, reward for a lottery draw. Hearing the system notification, Qin Feng was overjoyed. After much effort, he had finally succeeded, and he even had a chance to draw a prize. This was beyond his expectations. Indeed, Shifuya was remarkable. Just a kiss had earned him 10 points. If unexpected events occurred in the future, perhaps he could secure a full 100 points? Qin Feng envisioned a beautiful future, delightfully clicking through his mind as he anticipated the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining hypnosis 3 times. Hypnosis, strong psychological suggestion to non-divine units, compelling them to steadfastly execute the implanted thoughts. What an extraordinary skill. Imagine persuading a wealthy individual to transfer billions or grant me shares. It would be utterly devastating. With such power, I could dominate the world. Qin Feng was exhilarated, nearly rushing to intercept someone. However, he soon realized that regardless of the wealthy individual, their funds are closely monitored, and any unauthorized transfer would likely attract scrutiny. Besides, he already possessed considerable wealth, sufficient to rival nations, rendering it unnecessary to invite trouble for a mere sum. Calming himself, Qin Feng extinguished the thought. It appeared that this hypnosis could only serve as a means of self-defense or for posturing. Nonetheless, it was still a skill at his disposal. Should Jiang Manchue provoke him again, he would demonstrate the true meaning of cruelty. Having taken advantage, Qin Feng gazed at the alluring Shifuya and couldn't resist stealing a kiss. The onlookers, witnessing the shameless display from this couple, were incensed and muttered curses. They wondered why the man's ex-girlfriend was silent and not rushing to confront them. Jiang Manchue also contemplated intervening to disrupt Qin Feng's moment, but she feared retaliation from the affluent woman. The thought of a wealthy individual's vengeance dissuaded her. She decided to slip away discreetly. Just then, a beautiful woman emerged from the crowd, angrily addressing Qin Feng and Shifuya. "What are you doing?" Chapter 66. Xia Ting chose the most comfortable path. Bao Hongbiao, having briefly concealed his face, was still seething with humiliation. Contemplating finding a woman to vent his frustrations and reclaim his lost dignity, he remembered his girlfriend was still in the store changing clothes. So he stood still and messaged her, informing her that he was waiting in the car. Suddenly, he spotted a stunning beauty approaching, even more enchanting than the women in the store. Coincidentally, she was alone, appearing to be shopping by herself. Her delicate oval face was radiant, adorned with exquisite features. Dressed in a sweet yet alluring manner, she wore a fitted, vibrant shirt with a red bow at the neckline that was slightly unbuttoned, paired with a pink plaid skirt. Her long, shapely legs were encased in white stockings, complemented by round-toed shoes, exuding an air of innocent seduction. Bao Hongbiao drooled as he watched her waft by. And without a second thought, he followed, contemplating how to ask for her contact information. This beauty was Xia Ting, defying her conservative mother. She had deliberately dressed sweetly and even wore enticing white stockings to emphasize her youth and beauty compared to Qin Feng's sister. Upon arriving at the rock climbing area, she found no trace of Qin Feng, surmising that they had likely moved on to the mall after tiring of climbing. Xia Ting refrained from calling him, preferring to encounter him serendipitously, reminiscent of classic television moments filled with nostalgia. As she strolled, searching for Qin Feng, she noticed a crowd gathered near a women's clothing store, catching snippets of people calling out Qin Feng's name, prompting her to hurry over. This man truly was impressive, kissing a wealthy woman with a child in front of his ex-girlfriend. The wealthy woman was stunning. He was envied and desired. Some thought it was a scene of infidelity, but to their surprise, the man charmed the affluent woman effortlessly. The little girl was adorable, obediently standing by. As murmurs filled the air, Xia Ting, hearing mention of the woman with a child, hurriedly pushed through the throng, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. There was Qin Feng, kissing the sister he had just recognized yesterday, both seemingly lost in the moment, unashamed in public. Xia Ting's fury ignited. She had known all along that this man was a scoundrel. "Qin Feng, what are you doing?" Her voice startled the onlookers, who had been on the verge of leaving. now captivated by the unfolding drama. What a scandal, they murmured, some wishing ill upon the man. Bao, initially hesitant to enter the store, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing such a beautiful woman confront the man, rushing in to enjoy the spectacle. Qin Feng was startled by Xia Ting's voice, momentarily thrown off by the prospect of being caught by his legitimate girlfriend. He considered releasing Shifuya but steadied himself, bolstered by the confidence of 60 million. Ignoring Xia Ting's outburst, he lingered on Shifuya's lips for a few moments before reluctantly pulling away. His composure was remarkable, as if he were not the one being caught in a compromising situation. System notification, Xia Ting's affection level. 1. Qin Feng turned slowly, appraising Xia Ting. Her attire was indeed captivating, aligning perfectly with his tastes. The white stockings accentuated her long legs enticingly. Yet, at that moment, her wide, furious eyes and the rising anger in her chest made her resemble an irate kitten. Ting, you've come. Qin Feng greeted with a smile, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Xia Ting, seeing him still embracing Shifuya, felt tears welling up from her anger and pressed him again. What are you doing? Shifuya glanced at Qin Feng and teased softly. Are you going to let go? She understood that being with Qin Feng inevitably led to such encounters. A wealthy, handsome man with a charming demeanor was simply irresistible to many women. She didn't mind, as long as he was present when she needed him. Qin Feng did not release her. Although he had feelings for Xia Ting, he had previously made it clear in the car that he would have other women. His prior restraint served only to bolster his confidence in this moment. It's just a kiss. Why the fuss? You're unbelievable, Xia Ting shot back, almost ready to bite him. What is wrong with that? Qin Feng feigned innocence. You have no shame. You promised to be with me, Xia Ting exclaimed, her disdain palpable. Indeed, if you join us, wouldn't we all be together? Qin Feng replied, puzzled. Xia Ting was taken aback by his shamelessness, incredulous as she retorted. You want me to be part of this? Well, is that acceptable? Qin Feng asked earnestly. Xia Ting was momentarily stunned, and it took her a while to regain her composure. You are insufferable. I despise you. Tears glimmered in her eyes, her voice laden with grievance. Qin Feng, emboldened by his newfound confidence, was unperturbed by her impending tears. He sensed a peculiar anomaly. Realizing that Xia Ting's affection had only decreased by 1 point upon witnessing him with Shifuya, an audacious thought crossed his mind. Don't cry, come here for a hug, he said, releasing Shifuya and smiling to console her. Embrace you? You scoundrel. Xia Ting seethed. Would you like to be my little sister? Qin Feng stepped closer, gently posing the question. Xia Ting was utterly unprepared for such a proposition. She had vowed never to become a mistress in this lifetime. Yet, when that man uttered such words, it was tantamount to inviting her into that very role. As a respectable lady, how could she endure such humiliation? Presently, she faced 3 choices: to turn and walk away, to berate Qin Feng before departing, or to confront him fiercely, declaring, You scoundrel, I shall fight back. Tears welling in her eyes, Xia Ting angrily bit Qin Feng's shoulder. He gasped in pain. It hurt immensely, yet he found it bearable. Enduring the excruciating pain, he resolutely embraced Xia Ting. Shifuya stifled a laugh, only to be glared at by Xia Ting, who bit down even harder. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Did it seem like everything was fine between them? What enchantment did this man possess? How could he embrace a young lady right after wooing a wealthy woman? This wretched scoundrel deserved to be cursed. As the crowd observed Qin Feng seemingly relishing the bite, they were filled with an urge to draw weapons against him. Among the crowd, Jiang Manchue recognized Xia Ting. Though they had not been in the same class at school, the beauty's fame was undeniable, drawing attention wherever she went. Upon Xia Ting's entrance, Jiang Manchue surmised that Qin Feng had likely taken the wealthy woman's money to keep this beauty. She had anticipated a confrontation between the two would leave Qin Feng embarrassed, but to her surprise, they were soon locked in an embrace. The speed of their union left Jiang Manchue unable to intervene, as she had planned to ally with the beauty to denounce the scoundrel. Jiang Manchue's frustration mounted. The man who had once toyed with her affections now appeared to be triumphantly surrounded by women. She couldn't bear the disparity, a nameless fury igniting within her. Unable to restrain herself, she leaped from the crowd, wailing for sympathy. Someone, please judge this scoundrel. He juggled 3 relationships, abandoned me after years of deceit, and now, with a new love, has cast me aside. As her words fell, the already envious onlookers began to murmur and point fingers at Qin Feng. However, their demeanor remained composed. None stepped forward to defend Jiang Manchue. After all, scoundrels were abundant in this world, and Qin Feng was but one among many. Who could blame that foolish woman for falling for such a rogue? Yet, Jiang Manchue's subsequent revelation piqued their interest. Not only is he a scoundrel, but a pervert as well. When I was on my period, he wouldn't relent. He threatened to send my nude photos to my family if I refused him. The atmosphere grew still, all ears attentive to her scandalous disclosures. This was the gossip they craved. They yearned to discover even more sensational details. Last time, when he got me pregnant, he only gave me 300 yuan for an abortion, claiming the child wasn't his. The unfolding drama left the crowd astounded. Eyes widened. They watched Jiang Manchue, disregarding her image, slump to the ground in despair, passionately recounting her lover's transgressions. Her raw emotion seemed genuine, especially with the man in question entwined with 3 women, a fate he richly deserved. In that moment, the crowd's perception of Qin Feng shifted to one of disdain. They had never imagined that the seemingly charming man could be so reprehensible, igniting a desire to chastise him. The noise grew. A cacophony of voices blending into an indecipherable clamor. Xia Ting, upon hearing Jiang Manchue's lamentations, momentarily forgot her bite. She turned to glance at Jiang Manchue, then at Qin Feng, her eyes reflecting disbelief. She was not astonished by Qin Feng's villainy, but rather by his penchant for self-destruction. This was perilous. It could lead to illness. Xia Ting felt compelled to enlighten Qin Feng on women's health. At that moment, Qin Feng felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, his discomfort palpable. He had not anticipated that she would stoop so low as to make such claims to tarnish his reputation, although he wished to clarify matters. The woman before him was unreasonable, throwing accusations without restraint. With a sigh, he resolved to engage fully in this confrontation. Jiang Manchue, do you know why I broke up with you? His voice, though not loud, carried a confidence that compelled everyone to listen intently. Such presence was automatically bestowed upon those with wealth and assurance. Is it not because you have set your sights on another woman, you heartless scoundrel? Jiang Manchue accused, feigning tears and gasping for breath to elicit sympathy from the crowd. Qin Feng, with a disdainful yet sorrowful expression, replied, it is also because you have become increasingly unattractive. When I first met you, you were quite lovely. Now, even with makeup, you are a sight to behold, quite pitiful. Jiang Manchue gasped, struggling to believe his words. Trembling as she asked, what did you say? With a mocking smile, Qin Feng continued unabated, I said you have aged. Your skin is dull and wrinkled, devoid of collagen, and your hair is thinning. To insult a woman in the most painful way is to attack that which she holds dear. Such targeted remarks would ensure that she recalled them every time she gazed into the mirror. The moment she noticed even the slightest signs of aging or hair loss, paranoia would set in, especially when uttered by a man. Jiang Manchue was infuriated, unable to fathom Qin Feng's humiliation, particularly in front of so many witnesses. The memories of him cherishing her were now eclipsed by his merciless words. Screaming in rage, she charged at Qin Feng, as if a string in her mind had snapped. With fury, she raised her hands, intent on tearing his mouth apart and marring the faces of the women beside him, ensuring they would never dare to show their faces again. Her movements were swift, and in an instant, she stood before Qin Feng. Just as onlookers anticipated a confrontation, Wang Gang, who had been standing behind Qin Feng, stepped forward, positioning himself before Jiang Manchue. His towering figure, clad in a short sleeve, exuded an intimidating presence. The muscles in his arms bulged, and as he flexed, the contours of his chest became apparent. Jiang Manchue immediately regained her composure. Halting just shy of half a meter away, fear flickering in her eyes. The height difference of over 20 centimeters forced her to look up at Wang Gang, whose expression was devoid of emotion. She sensed that should she take another step forward, he would easily toss her aside. Wang, could you advance my salary for next month? Qin Feng jested. Wang Gang offered no thanks. He intended to project an aura of intimidation, dissuading Jiang Manchue from pursuing further confrontation. He preferred to avoid physical altercations, fearing he might inadvertently harm the fragile woman, which would complicate matters with the authorities. Qin Feng, may you meet a disastrous fate, tomorrow. Your entire family shall suffer a tragic car accident, and the women in your household will be subjected to unspeakable torment. Jiang Manchue's eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet she dared not approach him to take action. Instead, she stood with one hand on her hip. Her other finger accusingly pointed at him as she unleashed a torrent of curses. After all, uttering insults is not a crime, and no one could hold her accountable. Do you truly believe that I lack the courage to confront you? Qin Feng's expression gradually darkened, for his family was his Achilles heel. Those who dared to touch it would face dire consequences. He had often found himself in confrontations due to his mother. Come on, strike me just like before. You wretched creature. If you have the guts, kill me in front of everyone. I wish to unveil your true nature to all. Jiang Manchue berated him with increasing fervor, gradually projecting her anger onto Qin Feng, reminiscent of her ex-boyfriend who had not only coerced her into an abortion, but also resorted to violence against her. You heartless monster. Beating me with a towel-wrapped stick at home and forcing my head into the toilet. Her heart-wrenching cries convinced the audience of the truth of her claims, prompting some compassionate onlookers to dial the Women's Protection Association, urging them to dispatch someone to apprehend Qin Feng. Xia Ting, unfamiliar with Jiang Manchue, began to feel a sense of unease as she listened to her vehement assertions and hesitantly inquired of Qin Feng, are you too? Qin Feng gazed at Xia Ting with a somber expression. Do you truly believe her words? Xia Ting felt a bit embarrassed under Qin Feng's gaze. Their interactions over the past few days had led her to perceive him as a pure-hearted young man, gentle and considerate, showering her with affection. He had never forced her into anything, either in bed or out of it, instead being compliant to her wishes. This was one of the reasons she chose to stay. Shifting her gaze away from his face, she murmured softly, who knows if men like you harbor such twisted thoughts? Qin Feng frowned and replied, I never strike women. Internally. He added, if there were to be violence, it would be at the hands of another. Xia Ting let out a small huff, retorting, if you ever dare to hit me, I shall retaliate by striking your son. Chapter 68, the first use of hypnosis nearby. Bao Hongbiao was elated upon hearing that his girlfriend had been struck. The man had actually committed such a heinous act against his beloved. Without hesitation, he took out his phone to report the incident. Justice would surely prevail. As her boyfriend, it was his duty to stand up for her. With sufficient evidence, he could easily sue that man. If the assault had occurred while she was pregnant, hiring a competent lawyer could even lead to a prison sentence for him. The thought of him behind bars made Bao Hongbiao giddy, imagining the two stunning beauties by his side being single. As he indulged in these fantasies, he loudly informed the operator, yes, at the Givenchy store in Entai building, a man is assaulting a woman, and we all witnessed it. Qin Feng, standing tall and unafraid, knew that even if the police arrived, they could do little more than question him. It was absurd to think he could be wrongfully accused while simply accompanying a girl on a shopping trip, only to find himself ensnared in his ex-girlfriend's deceit. He coldly addressed Jiang Manchue, you know I have never laid a hand on you. Are you truly intent on causing trouble? Jiang Manchue is aware that Qin Feng is not her former boyfriend. Nevertheless, her animosity towards him remains unabated, for it is evident that he has acquired considerable wealth. The two stunning women by his side, coupled with his frequent visits to bars and luxury car dealerships, serve as undeniable evidence that Qin Feng has indeed struck a jackpot of 90 million. The mere thought of her former admirer, who once pined for her affection, now reveling in his newfound riches with other women, fills her with a profound sense of revulsion, as if her heart were suffocated by a thick layer of grease. With a fierce determination, she exclaimed, are you finally feeling afraid now? Weren't you quite pleased when you dismissed me the day before yesterday? Now that you have acquired wealth, you cast me aside, do you not? Ought you not to compensate me for the years of youth I have lost? Qin Feng chuckled in disbelief. After years of bestowing countless gifts, was it still insufficient? Now, they had the audacity to cling to her. Did they truly believe her to be so easily trifled with? Qin Feng said in a low voice, how much do you desire? Jiang Manchue felt a surge of joy, believing there was a possibility. She hastily articulated the price she had long contemplated, 2 million. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and inquired, what if I choose not to comply? Jiang Manchue was taken aback for a moment. After pondering, she realized that she truly had no means to contend with him. So she began to shout again, then you shall not think of leaving here today. Qin Feng chuckled at her, replying, is it you who has the final say here? Can you hold back the police when they arrive? Jiang Manchue pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized that the dark secrets of the wealthy could be quite valuable. Fortunately, she possessed an abundance of Qin Feng's hidden past, and with excitement, she exclaimed, if you refuse to pay, I shall reveal our conversation to everyone. Are you threatening me? Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. His records of sycophancy were utterly mortifying. Anyone who laid eyes upon them would be engulfed in embarrassment. Upon noticing the expression on Qin Feng's face, Jiang Manchue believed she had uncovered his vulnerability. With a proud demeanor, she inquired, do you not remember the vows you once made to me, pledging to ensure my happiness? Now that you have attained success, are you truly unwilling to part with 2 million? Who is this audacious woman, attempting to extort money from my brother? Do you not possess a shred of dignity? Xia Ting could no longer contain her fury and erupted on the spot. How dare anyone lay a hand on my man's finances? She truly does not regard me. Xia Ting at all. If Qin Feng had indeed laid a hand on that woman in the past, then there would be no recourse, 2 million it is. However, from her words, it appears that Qin Feng did nothing more than pursue her. This woman audaciously resorts to the despicable tactic of extorting through chat records. Xia Ting, unable to contain her indignation, retorts sharply, what caliber dares to demand 2 million? Do you realize that even 2 million can incite someone to douse you in sulfuric acid? Do not even think about claiming a single penny from this. At worst, you can reveal the chat records. I am quite curious to see what secrets lie therein. Who among us has not had a pristine signature in the past? What harm is there in a few risque remarks? She, Xia Ting, would never admit her desire to see it. Brother, let us depart. This woman can deal with Shifu later, she advised. The crowd surrounding her was somewhat overwhelming, and the cacophony of voices was not conducive to a child's well-being. Bao Hongbiao promptly stepped forward, declaring, no one is to leave until the police arrive. Jiang Manchue echoed loudly, indeed, unless you compensate me for the loss of my youth. For these past years, I have endured hardship alongside you, cooking and washing for you, allowing myself to be mistreated. Now that you have found someone new, you cast me aside. How inhumane. The women in the audience swiftly voiced their support, resolutely condemning Qin Feng's moral character. A girl's youth is invaluable, and you squandered it on this scoundrel. 200,000 is hardly excessive. Good heavens. To endure beatings and abortions. Should it be me, I would see you stripped of all your possessions. Fear not, sister, we stand behind you. If he does not produce the money today, we shall not let him go, they rallied. Let us quickly take photos and expose this man online. A scoundrel who abandons his responsibilities deserves to be punished. If the law cannot reach you, I shall take it upon myself. Seeing the multitude rallying in her favor, Jiang Manchue grew ever more emboldened, placing herself defiantly before Qin Feng, preventing passage. Meanwhile, the male spectators, under the onslaught of feminine outrage, appeared weak and intimidated. Fearful of inciting displeasure in their significant others, a handful of men stepped forward, donning the guise of benevolence to utter a few superficial remarks. Brother, given your apparent wealth, consider this an investment in a lesson learned. A man must have dignity. When mistakes are made, one must acknowledge them. Henceforth, you must keep a close watch on your companions. 200,000 is not a loss, after all. She has washed your clothes for several years and has borne your child. Qin Feng found himself ensnared by the moral judgments of so many for the first time. Momentarily believing he was part of some absurd show, he stared blankly at Jiang Manchue, whose cheeks were flushed with color, his mind momentarily adrift. How could he have been so foolish as to find favor in such a person? At that moment, the entrance was tightly blocked, with only a few mall security guards attempting to maintain order. The mall manager had yet to arrive, leaving the guards uncertain about how to proceed. There were only two options: pay up or break through. Venturing outside would likely lead to headlines the following day, yet surrendering money would render him a fool. Alternatively, they could wait for the police, but Qin Feng was unwilling to waste time at the precinct. With no other recourse, Qin Feng issued one final warning, demanding that Jiang Manchue and Bao Hongbiao step aside or face the consequences. Their derisive laughter was the only response. Losing his patience, Qin Feng targeted Bao Hongbiao and initiated his hypnotic powers. Suddenly, Bao Hongbiao felt an intrusion within his mind, his consciousness beginning to blur as he gazed vacantly at Qin Feng, as if awaiting instructions, despite it being his first attempt at wielding such a skill. Qin Feng instinctively grasped its application. In essence, he could impart his thoughts to Bao Hongbiao through sheer will, leading him to believe whatever was uttered. Initially, Qin Feng contemplated instructing Bao Hongbiao to strike Jiang Manchue, but the thrill of the skill inspired him to concoct something grander. He wove a narrative within Bao Hongbiao's mind. You are a reborn individual, returned from the future. Chapter 69. I, Bao Hongbiao, am the protagonist. My name is Bao Hongbiao. I have been reborn. In the not-so-distant future, I will marry the woman beside me, Jiang Manchue. I love her deeply, working tirelessly to provide her with a life of comfort and fulfilling her every desire. She loves me in return, and we will have a beautiful son together. I believed myself the luckiest man on earth. However, I never anticipated that upon my premature return, I would discover this woman in bed with another man. When I confronted her, she insisted it was a misunderstanding, claiming he was merely my female friend, and that nothing untoward had occurred. She argued that as a fragile woman, what choice did she have? She had merely made a mistake that any normal girl could make. Rest assured, the child is undoubtedly yours. Disbelieving her words, I disregarded her pleas and took our 2-year-old son for a paternity test. When the results revealed I was not the biological father, I was consumed by fury. She continued to offer excuses, suggesting perhaps it was due to excessive soy sauce during her pregnancy or that the hospital had mixed up the babies. She maintained that as long as the child bore a resemblance, did blood relations truly matter? Why must men be so fixated on outcomes when genuine love existed between us? I was so enraged that I fainted, only to awaken in emergency care. In a haze, I heard my wife requesting the hospital to cease treatment and witnessed her attempting to remove my oxygen mask, struggling for breath. I desperately opened my eyes to call for help, only to see my wife entwined with another man, discussing the division of my inheritance. In a fit of rage, a blood vessel burst, and I was plunged into darkness as my heart ceased to beat. Just as I believed I had met my end, a voice echoed within me. Do you wish for rebirth? Yes, I desire rebirth. I seek vengeance against that woman. In the next instant, I found myself back in the mall 3 years prior. Tears streaming down my face as I realized the heavens had granted me a second chance. I vowed to dedicate my life to exacting revenge on that woman, Jiang Manchue. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the hall, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Before anyone could comprehend the gravity of the situation, the man who had been allied with her suddenly swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap to the woman beside him. The loud crack reverberated, a clear indication of its force. Jiang Manchue felt the searing pain as her cheeks swelled, ringing in her ears and flooding her mouth with the metallic taste of blood. Her mind went blank, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos, as she clutched her face in terror, staring at her boyfriend. The world fell silent, as if the very air had solidified. You treacherous woman, I will end you. Bao Hongbiao, fueled by rage, rushed over, seizing Jiang Manchue by her hair, and unleashed a flurry of blows upon her face. Each slap struck with unyielding ferocity, echoing like gunfire, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, too shocked to breathe. Ah, help! Jiang Manchue screamed frantically, her face swollen and marked with angry red welts, collapsing to the ground in agony, twisting and writhing as she attempted to evade the onslaught. Yet, the man's grip on her hair was unrelenting. She could not escape, and her only defense was to clutch his wrist and shield her face. Then, with a thunderous impact, a fist the size of a sandbag struck her squarely. Jiang Manchue felt her face cave in, an excruciating pain radiating from her nose as blood gushed forth. The agony was unbearable, magnified 1,000-fold by her most sensitive nerve endings, connecting directly to her brain. Breathing became a torment as she found herself dazed and instinctively began to plead for mercy. Please, stop. I realize my mistakes. I won't do it again. Bao Hongbiao, consumed by emotion, continued to strike her mercilessly, his fury unabated. You dared to remove my oxygen mask. I will end you today. Jiang Manchue lay on the ground, writhing like a worm, her teeth loosening, blood streaming from her mouth, and large clumps of hair ripped from her scalp. her cries echoing in despair. Help! Someone, please. I didn't do anything wrong. Qin Feng, astonished by the potency of his hypnotic abilities, snapped out of his stupor. He quickly grabbed the equally bewildered Shifuya and Xia Ting, gradually retreating to allow the stage to the frenzied couple. The onlookers were riveted, oblivious to the fact that the original protagonist had blended into the crowd. The previously vocal female audience members, who had rallied to support Jiang Manchue, now shrank back in fear, hiding behind their boyfriends, too terrified to utter a word. The male audience, unable to bear the sight of the woman being assaulted, contemplated intervening to mediate the conflict, yet hesitated, fearing the deranged assailant might lash out at them. After all, this was a matter between a man and a woman, and as outsiders, they felt it inappropriate to intrude. A handful of security guards, however, dutifully rushed forward to halt Bao Hongbiao's brutal attack. Fighting and arguing are distinctly different. Should a serious incident arise, they could not bear the consequences. Calm down, brother. If this continues, someone will get hurt. Let us talk things through instead of resorting to violence. Is it appropriate to strike a woman? The robust security personnel, in their 40s and 50s, quickly subdued Bao Hongbiao. Yet, he clung fiercely to Jiang Manchue's hair, unwilling to release his grip, struggling to kick her. Get away from me. This is none of your business. I will kill this woman today. As the guards provided Jiang Manchue a fleeting opportunity to breathe, she cried out, Bao Hongbiao, have you lost your mind? What have I done wrong to deserve this? In a fit of rage, Bao Hongbiao retorted, you know exactly what you've done. I knew you were untrustworthy when you went to the bar alone. How dare you even ask? Jiang Manchue, realizing her past indiscretions might have been exposed, panicked. I did nothing wrong. I merely had a few drinks. It is not as you imagine. They are my closest friends, heartbroken and in need of comfort. I had no choice but to console them. It was their initiative, not mine. A gasp of shock rippled through the onlookers. All right. As Bao Hongbiao was restrained and could no longer continue his assault, he released her hair, pointing at her with venomous intent. I will make you pay for this. Just wait. Chapter 70. Qin Feng's dream-shattered Jiang Manchue finally freed herself from the man's grasp, her body battered and aching, collapsing to the ground in tears. On what grounds do you strike me? Bao Hongbiao thundered. Not only will I strike you, but I will ensure your life is a living hell. His threats ignited a fierce response from Jiang Manchue. She was not one to be easily intimidated, having dealt with various men, many of whom were wealthy. She knew that Bao Hongbiao ranked low among them. Struggling to her feet, her hair disheveled, she appeared as a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. You repulsive pig. Do you even look at yourself? If it weren't for the money, do you think I would ever deign to associate with you? You vile woman. So eager for a fight, huh? I'll hire someone to put you in your place. Bao Hongbiao, this isn't over. I will bring you to ruin. With a furious snarl, Bao Hongbiao broke free from the security's hold and lunged again, his hands gripping Jiang Manchue's throat. Undeterred, she retaliated, reaching to gouge his eyes. They both leaned back, striking at one another like two enraged animals. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Oh dear. Let them just marry already and spare the rest of us their chaos. Many began recording the spectacle, eager to share the dramatic exchange online. Such a materialistic, troublesome woman. Unbelievable, I can't stomach this. I just arrived. Can someone fill me in on the details? From the male perspective, it seemed the woman had been quite promiscuous, even engaging with multiple men. What right does she have to criticize her ex? While she may have erred, does that justify the man's violence? He's no saint either. His blows were brutal. I saw her lose a tooth. Exactly, she isn't his wife. What was he so furious about? Yi clung to Shifuya's leg, looking up and asking, Mommy, why did that uncle hit that auntie? Shifuya, accustomed to rowdy patrons, merely shrugged. Some men lose their minds, even without alcohol. Squatting down, she solemnly explained to Yi. Because she was disobedient. Yi, her eyes darting nervously, replied, but I am very obedient. Yes, our Yi is the best. Let us go for a walk, Shifuya smiled, wanting to shield Yi from the chaos. She turned to Qin Feng, saying, let us step outside. Reluctantly, Yi followed, glancing back, still curious about the outcome between the uncle and auntie. At last, the mall manager arrived, accompanied by several security guards who swiftly separated the two, pinning Bao Hongbiao to the ground to prevent further harm and calling the police. The fight seemed to have reached its conclusion, fearing the police might implicate him. Qin Feng followed Shifuya outside. Midway, he noticed Xiaodan had lagged behind. He turned to fetch her. Brother, was that woman your ex-girlfriend? Xiaodan couldn't help but inquire. Her perception of Jiang Manchue transformed entirely. She looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, unable to fathom how he could be attracted to such a woman. I am completely uninvolved with her. I have not even touched her. Qin Feng quickly clarified. Xiaodan frowned slightly, sensing the complexity of the situation but refraining from probing further. A wise woman knows when to respect a man's privacy. Naturally, she slipped her arm through his. Where are we headed, brother? Xiaodan tilted her head in question. Qin Feng, uncertain, turned to Shifuya, asking, Sister, where are we going? As he spoke, a sudden, sharp pain twisted in his arm. Ow! Qin Feng gasped, turning to Xiaodan in confusion. What was that for? With a huff, Xiaodan replied, I asked you where we're going, not what she thinks. Are we not together now? Qin Feng assumed Xiaodan's lingering presence indicated her acceptance of coexisting with Shifuya. He hoped to explore the possibility of embracing both women. However, upon stepping outside, he realized Zayden had no such intentions. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Dream on. Don't think this matter is over. As she spoke, she scrutinized Shifuya, noting her modest figure yet beautiful face and elegant demeanor. Shifuya's icy, fox-like gaze held a captivating allure for men, which Zayden recognized all too well. As their eyes met, Shifuya's gentle demeanor seemed to mock Zayden's insecurities. Instantly, Zayden's expression hardened. She realized Shifuya had cleverly lowered her guard, deceiving her into dropping her defenses, and now stood with Qin Feng, unbothered by the confrontation. Very cunning. Ting, what would you like to do? Shall we shop together, away from those boys? Shifuya smiled, extending an invitation to the serious-faced Zayden. You wish to usurp my rightful place? Dream on. Xiaoting murmured something in a voice only she could hear, and then broke into a radiant smile, saying, Sister, just take good care of Yi. I can stroll with my brother just fine. With such beauty as Ting, who would fear losing a boyfriend? Shifuya remarked with a mischievous grin. Who knows if he might suddenly become indiscriminate? Xiaoting shot a pointed glance at Qin Feng. Shifuya, sensing the girl's subtle hostility, remained unfazed and lightly replied, a man might stray because a woman lacks competence. Oh, I'm not nearly as capable as you. Sister, you call him brother in public, but who knows what you call him in private? Such words wound my heart, for I thought our conversation last night was quite pleasant. The mere thought of last night's events irked Xiaoting. She regretted not having gone over to take Qin Feng away. I had even considered recognizing you as my sister, but to think you would actually set your sights on my boyfriend. Shifuya smiled nonchalantly. I had no such intentions. As you witnessed, it was your boyfriend who took the initiative. What could a mere girl like me do? The two exchanged barbed remarks, their conversation charged with tension. Brother, let us go. Ignore that vixen, Xiaoting said, tugging at Qin Feng's arm as she tried to leave. Shifuya watched Qin Feng with a smile, curious about his choice at that moment. Qin Feng glanced around, swallowed hard. In Chapter 71, isn't a bioengineered individual more enticing than a woman? He found himself beside a school beauty dressed in delicate white silk, while across from him sat a captivating woman in a striking black dress. He desired both. Yet, his instincts warned him that such a choice was fraught with peril, risking offense to both. What would the wolf warrior do in this situation? After a moment's contemplation, he stepped forward and picked up the seemingly easier to manage Yi, smiling as he asked, Where would you like to go? Yi? Uncle will take you, all right? Yes. Yi wants to go back and watch the grown-ups fight. Very well, none of them are easy to handle. He found himself at a loss. To divert everyone's attention, he suggested going to the movies. Shifuya nodded in agreement. Xiaoting hesitated. She wanted to watch a film alone with Qin Feng. But seeing his troubled expression, she feared pushing him too hard, thus remaining silent and sullen. Qin Feng took her silence as consent. The group arrived at the mall's cinema, where the lobby was sparsely populated, adorned with elegant decor and soft lighting overhead, while blue neon lights on the counters stood out prominently. Several automatic ticket machines lined one side, beside transparent containers filled with popcorn and assorted snacks. Yi clamored for snacks, and Shifuya accompanied her, while Xiaoting and Qin Feng went to purchase tickets. Shall we book the entire hall? Qin Feng mused, feeling increasingly bold with his newfound wealth of 60 million. He rarely visited cinemas and had yet to experience the luxury of booking a hall. Huh? Why book the whole place? That would be such a waste. Xiaoting protested. I roughly calculated. Buying out all the seats would only cost around 20,000. Qin Feng replied. Brother, 20,000 is my salary for 2 months. Xiaoting retorted, exasperated. I'm paying, not you. Why are you trying to save money for me? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. Xiaoting pouted, her expression reminiscent of someone witnessing the waste of food, a hint of parsimony evident. Booking the whole hall costs 20,000. You'd be better off giving me that money, and I'll take you to my room to watch, she suggested. To your room? Qin Feng stared intently at Xiaoting's profile, captivated by her soft, rounded features and alluring lips that seemed to invite temptation. Fine, I'll give you 20,000. But you must tell me when your family isn't home, he boldly declared. Xiaoting realized she was inviting trouble and cast a furtive glance at Qin Feng. Seeing his eager expression blush her cheeks, and she playfully nudged him. You scoundrel! Aren't you afraid my parents will catch you? If you're unafraid, then why should I be? He retorted defiantly. Xiaoting dared not pursue the topic further. If her parents found out, she would be the first to face their wrath. If you find the regular hall too noisy, we could book a private room, where it's quieter and the service is exceptional, Xiaoting suggested. In a typical hall, they might encounter unruly children kicking seats, which certainly detracted from the viewing experience. Oh, there's a private room? Qin Feng asked, intrigued. Of course. But it costs 1 or 2 times more, which isn't feasible for the average person. All right, let us book a private room then. Ultimately, Qin Feng insisted on reserving a small screening room, which cost over 10,000. However, he deemed the expense worthwhile to avoid interruptions. Having never been to such a room, Qin Feng was unaware of what to expect. Following a dedicated attendant, they arrived at the VIP self-service restaurant to wait, where an assortment of snacks, small cakes, and cold dishes were available for enjoyment. There were also unlimited popcorn and fries, and Haagen-Dazs ice cream that eyed eagerly, clamoring for 2 bowls. Shifuya only permitted her to have one. Overwhelmed by Ee's pleading gaze, Qin Feng ultimately filled a large bowl for her. Xiaoting lamented that the cinema had no packaging for these items, making it impossible to sneak some away. After a brief time indulging in snacks, the attendant announced that the movie was ready. The 4 adults and 1 child followed the attendant through a private passage to the screening room. Inside, there were only about 20 seats. Each person had their own plush sofa-style seat that could recline, with a small table between pairs of seats. Offering a menu for ordering burgers, fried chicken, coffee, and milk tea. A service bell was available for summoning staff at any time, and the room was thoughtfully equipped with a private restroom, ensuring guests' comfort. The only disappointment was that the film was still a standard version, not a coveted uncut edition. Qin Feng chose a couple's seat in the back row, and Xiaoting immediately nestled beside him, leaning into his embrace. Shifuya and Yi occupied the adjacent couple's seats. Wang Gang, not daring to sit in front or beside the boss lady, took a blanket and sat in a corner, attempting to render himself invisible. As the movie began, the lights dimmed. The sound system boomed, resonating with the emotional peaks of the storyline. It was a romantic film, which held little interest for Yi, who fell asleep shortly after it started. The remaining adults were engrossed. As the film reached its climax, with the leads passionately kissing, Qin Feng felt a stirring within him. Especially in such an intimate and dimly lit room, with a captivating girl nestled in his arms, her body pressed closely against him, separated only by 2 thin layers of clothing. The scent of her dark hair wafted gently, and his breath grew heavier. Yet, with Shifuya present, he hesitated to make any advances toward the girl in his embrace, fearing that Shifuya might diminish his favorability. After all, he was merely 11 points away from acquiring 10 bioengineered individuals, loyal, fully skilled, unafraid of death or pain bodyguards that he deeply desired. With them, he would no longer have to worry about being cornered and extorted. The system asserts that hypnosis and bioengineered humans belong to the same echelon. If hypnosis exhibits such dominance, how could bioengineered beings be any less formidable? If that bioengineered individual were a war god, a king of soldiers, or a super mercenary, who in this world could stand in their way? As Qin Feng pondered this, his desires gradually dissipated. His gaze sharpened, and he refrained from indulging himself, focusing intently on the film. Yet, while he maintained his composure, the woman in his embrace began to act with abandon. Xiaoting traced circles on Qin Feng's chest with her fingertips, deliberately exhaling warm breath that tickled his neck, even planting a kiss on his cheek. Qin Feng shivered, goosebumps rising on his skin. Xiaoting leaned closer, playfully whispering in his ear, "For your flirtations, this is your punishment." Chapter 72. Shifuya has sensitive skin. Fresh to the scene, Qin Feng was unprepared for this, his body ablaze, and a wave of heat emanating from his nostrils. He struggled to maintain clarity of mind, gritting his teeth and enduring. "Fairy, you are playing with fire. I will play. What can you do about it?" Xiaoting giggled, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Do you believe I can make you suffer the consequences?" Qin Feng suppressed the flames of desire within him. "Aren't you afraid of scaring your sister away?" Xiaoting raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Yet, her flushed cheeks betrayed her, revealing her own nervousness. A flutter of excitement coursed through Qin Feng as he gazed down at the girl in his arms. Unable to resist, he pinched her cheek. Startled, Xiaoting quickly placed her hand against his. Her gaze flickered, and she blushed deeply, softly pleading, "Brother, I was wrong." Qin Feng was not swayed by her pleas. Had she not been so playful moments ago? "What do you want me to do?" Xiaoting's eyelashes trembled slightly as she bit her lower lip, shyly suggesting, "Let us discuss it at a hotel." The cinema was dimly lit, visibility low, and with the armrest of their sofa obscuring the view. Those nearby were oblivious to their situation. Qin Feng gently asked, "Are you tired? Would you like to lie in my arms for a bit?" Xiaoting shook her head lightly. She couldn't afford to appear drowsy in front of his sister. Her heart raced wildly, and amidst her chaotic thoughts, Qin Feng pinched her again. "Ah," Xiaoting exclaimed involuntarily. The noise drew a frown from Shifuya, who had endured a lot while observing their escalating behavior. She glanced at Yi beside her and, with a calm voice, interjected, "Qin Feng, in public, don't bully girls." Initially, Qin Feng had merely intended to teach Xiaoting a lesson, but her demeanor had led him to become somewhat reckless, prompting his earlier demand. Hearing Shifuya's disapproving tone brought him back to his senses. "It is she who bullies my younger brother," Qin Feng protested. Xiaoting was taken aback by his defense, her anger flaring. "You shameless. The shameless one is you," Qin Feng retorted, both exasperated and amused. "Focus on the movie. Look at you. Where are your thoughts wandering?" Xiaoting's eyes widened as she regarded this man, who had previously displayed such yearning but now complied with another woman's words, even turning the tables on her. Frustrated, she gritted her teeth and scrutinized him from head to toe before seizing his arm and biting down hard. To her surprise, she found the flesh on his arm more tender than that on his shoulder, prompting her to bite even harder. Qin Feng stifled a groan, enduring the pain. He longed for Xiaoting's formidable physique. Perhaps with it, he wouldn't fear being bitten. Shifuya cast a sidelong glance at the pained expression on Qin Feng's face, a smirk playing at her lips. "Now you know the sting of your teasing, don't you?" Qin Feng managed a stubborn smile, insisting, "It doesn't hurt at all." Shifuya mused, "Xia Ting, would you like to try biting while shaking your head?" Obediently, Xia Ting bit his arm and shook her head. After an entire film, Qin Feng felt isolated. Xia Ting had taken Shifuya's arm, laughing and chatting as they walked ahead, while he trailed behind with Yi, resembling a mere follower. Just moments ago, they had been rivals, yet now they appeared as close as sisters. He could not comprehend the workings of a woman's mind. Nonetheless, their improved relationship was a positive development. After a while of strolling, dinner time approached. The group casually chose a restaurant within the mall and settled at a table in the hall. Wang Gang stood at the entrance, but Qin Feng pulled him inside, instructing him to eat at a nearby table and order whatever he desired. Wang Gang, being frugal, opted for fried rice. Qin Feng perceived this as a challenge to his authority as a boss and promptly ordered 7 or 8 dishes through his phone, preparing to settle the bill when a call came through. Noticing the contact labeled devilish figure, he recalled his promise to dine at Su Beishi's restaurant that night. After a moment's hesitation, he hung up. He thought, "I haven't even resolved matters with the 2 women opposite me, so I want to rush into dealing with her." Casually, he looked up and found Xia Ting observing him with suspicion, while Shifuya lowered her voice when speaking with Yi, evidently intrigued by his phone call. Just a friend. We had arranged to eat together today," Qin Feng explained nonchalantly. "Is it a man or a woman?" Xia Ting inquired incisively. I've never met them," Qin Feng replied vaguely. He had indeed never met her, only seen a photograph. However, his evasive answer led the others to assume it was a woman, and likely their relationship was more than casual. Shifuya felt a twinge of anger. While she was not averse to her man having other women, she was concerned about his reckless behavior. A man who fell in love with every woman he met typically did not invest genuine feelings, which left her feeling deceived. In the span of a single day, his ex-girlfriend, current girlfriend, an online acquaintance, and herself as the sister had all emerged. Yi, let's head back for dinner. Uncle has plans tonight, Shifuya said, gently taking Yi's hand. Brother, you go ahead and busy yourself. It's inconsiderate to leave someone waiting. System prompt. Shifuya's favorability 5. Qin Feng was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out as he realized that Shifuya, appearing calm on the surface, was actually concerned about herself. Had it not been for the system notification indicating her displeasure, he might not have recognized any issue. These women were far too sensitive. Could a single phone call provoke such ire? Chapter 73. Taking 2 girls to find a woman. Qin Feng intercepted Shifuya, exasperatedly explaining, "Sister, there's nothing between me and that woman. I just bought her a custom Porsche and chatted briefly. I didn't ask. Why are you so quick to explain?" Shifuya cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng and smiled. "I was just worried you might be upset." Qin Feng inquired with concern, "Don't overthink. I'm not upset." Shifuya's tone was soft, her smile gentle, as if she truly bore no ill feelings. In his heart, Qin Feng was silently lamenting, "Damn it, if you're not unhappy, could you at least return my favor, you scoundrel?" Upon hearing that the owner of the Porsche was present, Xia Ting couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, and sarcastically remarked, "Oh, how impressive, brother. Just yesterday you accompanied someone to buy a car, and now you're off to dinner with someone else tonight?" Fearing that another potential rival would diminish his favorability, Qin Feng hurriedly clarified, "It's not what you think. She's the owner of a restaurant, and I casually mentioned wanting to support her, so she invited me today. If she wants you to go, then go. I'm just worried about not having dinner tonight," she retorted, her disbelief evident. Xia Ting's eyes darted mischievously as she suggested, "Well, we haven't ordered yet. Why don't we all go meet her?" Qin Feng found himself in a quandary. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to bring 2 girls on a first date? Surely, Su Beishi's favorability would plummet. How could he pursue her after that? The perks and traits of that woman were rather appealing. The skill understanding a woman's heart would undoubtedly make future pursuits far more efficient. Hesitant, he turned to Shifuya, asking, "Sister, do we really have to go eat with her?" Shifuya casually responded, "It's up to you. I'm fine either way." From her tone, Qin Feng sensed her inclination to go. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to set aside thoughts of Su Beishi. After all, that girl had a penchant for spending extravagantly, which could complicate matters. It was better to maintain a stable rapport with the blossoming Shifuya and Xia Ting. Thus, he promptly dialed Su Beishi's number, explaining that he had accidentally disconnected earlier and would be arriving shortly for dinner, 5 people. Since he had no lingering thoughts about Su Beishi, it would merely be a simple dinner, devoid of any complications. Meanwhile, upon receiving the call, Su Beishi appeared pensive. She had initially believed that Qin Feng harbored romantic intentions and would come to meet her alone. To her surprise, he now mentioned 5 people. She speculated that he had invited a group of friends to drink and sought her company to take advantage of the situation. Nevertheless, she was confident, having already arranged for the presence of drinking companions, and felt unperturbed by the number of guests. As Qin Feng sat in Shifuya's car, Xia Ting squeezed in beside them in the back seat, entertaining Yi with playful antics. The 4 arrived first, while Wang Gang followed in his car, slightly delayed by 2 traffic lights, driving with an unexpected gentleness that belied his robust physique. The Zui Xian Lu was situated by the riverside, its nighttime ambience illuminated by shimmering reflections on the water, creating a breathtakingly tranquil and elegant environment with picturesque views at every turn. The establishment had 3 floors, embodying a new Chinese style that combined ancient aesthetics with luxurious opulence. The hostess greeted Shifuya warmly, inquiring whether they had a reservation. Upon hearing Qin Feng's name, a flicker of surprise crossed the hostess's face. Tonight's guest of honor had arrived in such a vehicle. Yet, she maintained her composure. Qin Feng noted that Shifuya's car was second-hand, contemplating purchasing her a new one in the coming days, along with replacing Wang Gang's vehicle. Following the hostess, the 4 entered the restaurant. Meanwhile, Zubeishi anxiously awaited in the lounge. Upon hearing the staff announce their arrival, she stepped out to greet them. When she saw a well-dressed young man accompanied by 2 stunning women, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the man who spent 300,000 to dine with her would bring along 2 breathtaking beauties. What was going on? Did he bring his own drinks? The sight of a little girl trailing behind him further shocked her. Was he bringing his wife and child to meet another woman? Regardless of his good looks, such audacity was hard to fathom. She scrutinized Qin Feng, noting his impeccable attire and confident demeanor. While he may not have been strikingly handsome, he exuded an air of sophistication. He appeared youthful, yet the subtle weariness in his expression conveyed a sense of maturity. Particularly, the affectionate smile he wore while attending to the little girl painted him as an ideal husband figure. For a moment, Zubeishi was lost in thought, forgetting to greet him until she noticed Qin Feng's gaze fixed on her. Flustered, she quickly approached and extended her hand. "Are you Mr. Qin?" Qin Feng, feigning an inability to shake hands due to holding the child, merely offered a polite smile and a slight nod. "Hello, Miss Su." The woman before him stood at 168 centimeters, adorned in 10-centimeter silver high heels, only slightly shorter than him. Her face seemed diminutive, reminiscent of leading ladies from classic Hong Kong films. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, her alluring almond-shaped eyes held a captivating depth. The gloss on her lips sparkled alluringly. Clad in a white shirt and a black silk skirt that accentuated her curves without revealing too much, her figure was undeniably exquisite. The golden waves of her long hair cascaded over her prominent chest, glimmering under the opulent lights of the hall, making her all the more striking. Her beauty was distinct from Shifuya's icy allure and Xia Ting's sweet warmth. It was a sensual beauty that awakened primal desires. A fleeting glimmer of yearning crossed Qin Feng's eyes, yet he skillfully concealed it. He was not ready to entangle himself too deeply with her just yet. Shifuya and Xia Ting exchanged glances upon seeing the resplendent Zubeishi, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. This woman must be the proprietress Qin Feng had mentioned. Her figure and appearance were indeed remarkable. No man could withstand her presence for long. At that moment, Zubeishi felt a bit awkward. Her hand lingered in the air, having been rejected for a handshake for the first time. Her looks typically garnered admiration from men, but today she felt slighted. Attempting to maintain her composure, she withdrew her hand and smiled at Qin Feng's little girl. "Mr. Qin's daughter is truly beautiful. She'll surely captivate many boys when she grows up." Qin Feng remained expressionless, choosing not to engage. He had already regarded Zubeishi as an obstacle, and with the main quest incomplete, he was reluctant to take on this task. Shifuya smiled gently and added, "As long as she doesn't knock down a legion of admirers, we should be fine." Zubeishi, relieved to have someone respond, feigned surprise. "Wow, is this little cutie fierce?" "He is very sweet." "Not fierce at all," the little girl chimed in with a soft voice. Zubeishi felt a pang of envy and complimented. "Hee, Mr. Qin and his wife are truly fortunate. Your daughter is both obedient and adorable." She assumed the girl was Qin Feng and Shifuya's child, unaware that Xia Ting was merely an onlooker. However, Shifuya interjected, "You've misunderstood, Miss Su. I am Mr. Qin's sister." Zubeishi quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, my mistake." Xia Ting then chimed in, "I'm Mr. Qin's sister too." Zubeishi was left utterly astonished. The man calling his family over to dine with him, what does it signify? Is it a matchmaking scenario? Chapter 74. Qin Feng sincerely addresses a century-old conundrum. Soon, Zubeishi realizes she has been overthinking. Qin Feng has consistently maintained a respectful distance towards her, exhibiting a cool demeanor that lacks warmth. Throughout her life, she has been accustomed to the adoration of most boys due to her looks. Yet, this young man, who has invited her to dinner and brought along 2 other women, appears indifferent. What could that mean? Zubeishi feels a twinge of annoyance. After ushering them into a private room, she excuses herself to check on the dishes and steps away. Qin Feng and the others survey the room, which possesses an intriguing ambience reminiscent of an ancient tavern with its windowed alcove. Upon entering, a screen obscures the view, while the walls are adorned with ink-wash paintings of landscapes. One side of the wall facing the river is completely open, leading to a balcony adorned with a 1.6 meter wooden railing that emits a gentle blue glow. Standing on the balcony, one can behold the picturesque riverscape across the lake. As Yi enters, she gasps in wonder, pulling Shifuya outside to admire the river. Qin Feng and Xia Ting follow suit. The evening breeze by the river is refreshingly cool, and the scenery is exquisitely beautiful. Xia Ting, feeling a bit chilly, leans against Qin Feng's arm for warmth. "Brother, what do you think of the proprietress?" she inquires. "Not much, just average," Qin Feng replies nonchalantly. "I think she's quite attractive, beautiful, and voluptuous. Isn't that what you men prefer? Xiaoting teases. Too large to appear harmonious. It lacks appeal, Qin Feng retorts stubbornly. Oh, you men talk one way and feel another, Xiaoting scoffs. Truly, I believe your figure embodies the perfect curve in my mind, Qin Feng suddenly states, measuring Xiaoting's dimensions with a serious expression. Yours must be just right, no? Taken aback by his boldness, Xiaoting blushes and swats his hand away, insisting. I'm not that big. I'm just ordinary. No, it's just right, and I like it, Qin Feng grins. Embarrassed, Xiaoting turns her gaze to the scenery. Shifuya, hearing their conversation about dimensions, glances down at her own figure, remaining silent, her expression tinged with melancholy. Noticing her despondence, Qin Feng contemplates how to comfort her. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gathers his courage and, with a slow yet determined motion, wraps his arm around Shifuyu's waist while concealing her from Xiaoting's view. Shifuyu's body tenses momentarily before relaxing. Casting a sidelong glance at Qin Feng's anxious expression and Xiaoting, who is preoccupied with the view. Unable to resist, she teases softly, "Little brother, how daring you are." This remark captures Xiaoting's attention. Qin Feng, fearing Xiaoting might become upset, wishes to remain undetected. As Xiaoting turns to investigate, he hastily leans in to meet her lips. Having practiced kissing with Shifuya earlier, Qin Feng skillfully closes Xiaoting's eyes with a kiss while tightly holding Shifuya against him, shielding her from prying eyes. The balcony is dimly lit, and with the evening breeze, the young man revels in his dual embrace, overwhelmed by the exhilaration of the moment. At that moment, Tsubashi enters with the dishes, only to be taken aback by the extravagant scene before her. She sees the man sandwiched between two stunning women, one in a cute short skirt and the other in an elegant long gown, both showcasing striking features. If this were captured and shared online, it would surely evoke envy among countless admirers. Realizing that this dinner has little to do with her, Tsubashi recognizes her redundancy. Her initial indifference towards Qin Feng is solidified by witnessing him flaunting his affection for two women, further cementing his image as a scoundrel. Yet, she does not feel anger towards his actions. It is quite normal for a handsome and wealthy young man to be surrounded by attractive women. If the opportunity arose, she too would like to test her worth. However, given Qin Feng's current demeanor, he seems rather preoccupied. Silently, she places down the dishes and quietly departs. Qin Feng notices Tsubashi leaving from the corner of his eye, puzzled by her apparent lack of diminished affection despite witnessing such a spectacle. How curious. As he kisses Xiaoting, his wandering gaze catches her attention. Following his line of sight, Xiaoting spots Tsubashi's graceful silhouette, prompting her to feel slighted. Wondering why he would gaze at another girl while kissing her, despite claiming no interest, she gently pushes away from Qin Feng's embrace, huffing. You don't even put your heart into kissing me. Qin Feng attempts to explain. No, I was just, but Xiaoting dismisses him, turning away and returning to the private room in silence. Just as he considers chasing after her, he realizes that indulging the campus belle too much might lead to being led around. Now that he has wealth, he no longer concerns himself with her few million in returns. He can afford to be a bit more carefree, believing that if he spends wisely, her affection will surely grow over time. Shifuya, smiling, remarks, "Naughty little brother, have you thought of how to appease her?" Assuming Qin Feng is pondering how to win Xiaoting back, she contemplates offering him some advice. Relaxed now, Qin Feng finds himself drawn to Shifuya's radiant smile. Her luscious lips seem more delectable than Xiaoting's. Unable to resist, he leans down and kisses her. Shifuya's fox-like eyes narrow in surprise. Yet she quickly succumbs to the kiss. Qin Feng savors a brief moment before pulling back, softly stating, "You are indeed the best woman in my heart," possessing a grace that the other lacks. Shifuya playfully licks her lips, enjoying his compliments, and responds, "Of course. Being pure and innocent grants one the privilege of being willful, unlike a sister like me, who is merely a faded flower." Qin Feng firmly counters, "Who says that? In my eyes, you are the finest woman. If I am so wonderful, why do you still pursue other girls?" Shifuya unexpectedly challenges, her keen eyes fixed on him. Taken aback by the question, Qin Feng knows it is a perilous one. A poor response could cost him dearly tonight. Reflecting on the plot of the novel, he slowly articulates, "First, let me clarify that I am not a scoundrel. Secondly, I believe I have the means to provide warmth and happiness to the girls I care for. Lastly, my heart is ample enough to accommodate all of you." He strives to sound sincere, yet the essence of his words remains inherently unfaithful, no matter how earnest he tries to appear. Shifuya listens quietly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. "If Xiaoting and I were to fall into water, whom would you rescue first?" Qin Feng groans. Here we go again, the century-old conundrum. With furrowed brows, he ponders deeply, struggling to conjure an answer. "I shall forever prioritize your safety, striving with all my might to prevent any adverse situations from arising. If I were compelled to make a choice, at this moment, I would undoubtedly save you first. For you have bestowed upon me financial assistance and possess a commendable level of affection." Chapter 75. Tsubashi sells herself to bury her father. System prompt. Shifuya's affection level. 6. Nice. The affection has returned. Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. In truth, the answers to such questions are quite simple, with standard responses available. Regardless of the variations and question types, the answer remains the same: you are paramount. I adore you immensely. A girl merely wishes to hear your heartfelt sentiments, not anything else. If your feelings are genuine, you should indulge her. If not, then attempt to reason with her. Qin Feng embraced Shifuya and returned to the private room. Upon seeing their affectionate demeanor, Xia Ting became increasingly irate, pouting and turning her face away, waiting for Qin Feng to console her. When Qin Feng sat beside her, he did not offer the comfort she desired. Instead, he engaged in jovial conversation with Shifuya on the opposite side. Though Qin Feng held a fondness for Xia Ting, her frequent displays of petulance could be somewhat off-putting. Unlike Shifuya, who offered straightforward warmth and affection, Qin Feng found himself somewhat weary of the emotional labor required to soothe Xia Ting, especially since such efforts did not seem to elevate her affection level. He was curious to observe what would transpire if he refrained from comforting her. At that moment, Subeishi transformed into a waitress, presenting a plate of water-bathed cabbage. She introduced it as a delicacy once reserved for the imperial banquet, a dish previously available only to emperors. This unassuming plate consisted merely of a few cabbage florets sculpted into the shape of lotus flowers, artfully arranged yet scant in quantity. Qin Feng, curious, inquired about the price, only to be struck mute upon hearing it was 648. In a street-side eatery, one could obtain a generous serving of cabbage with meat for merely 18. How could these few florets command such a price? Even Zhongli could scarcely afford this. Having never experienced such high-end cuisine, Qin Feng regarded the wealthy with disdain, thinking them foolish for indulging in extravagant presentations of simple vegetables. His contempt for the affluent was palpable until Su Beishi approached with a petite teapot, drenching the exquisitely crafted cabbage with clear chicken broth. In an instant, the dish exuded an extraordinary aroma. Though it appeared watery and devoid of any meat, the fragrance was rich with a savory essence that heightened one's appetite. As Qin Feng prepared to sample the dish, Shifuya had already tenderly scooped a cabbage floret into a clean small bowl, thoughtfully adding a bit of broth before placing it before him. She subsequently prepared a bowl for Yi as well, patiently feeding her. The entire gesture was exceptionally considerate and seemed to flow naturally, as if it were meant to be, in stark contrast to the sulking Xia Ting beside him. Qin Feng mused that if they had a system in place, they would surely receive notifications. Qin Feng's affection level for Shifuya, 10, for Xia Ting, 10. Casting aside his wandering thoughts, he took a minuscule portion of the cabbage, opened his mouth, and took a bite. To his astonishment, he discovered the dish to be exceptionally delicious. The cabbage, softened by the broth, retained a delightful crunch, while the meticulously simmered chicken broth imparted a rich, meaty flavor to the cabbage leaves. Each bite was a revelation, bursting with juiciness and exquisite taste, a delightful contrast that left his palate in joyous surprise. Indeed, only the previous emperors could have savored such indulgence. Qin Feng was wholly captivated by this dish, exclaiming its deliciousness. No longer would he dare to belittle the taste of the wealthy. Meanwhile, Xia Ting sulkily consumed her food, feeling a tinge of grievance as she observed Qin Feng wholly engrossed in his meal, seemingly ignoring her. Glancing at Shifuya, who exuded the aura of a devoted partner catering to Qin Feng, Xia Ting felt as though they formed the quintessential happy family, while she remained an unwelcome outsider. The more she pondered, the more despondent she felt. If this continued, she feared she would be sidelined. No, how could she allow such a remarkable man to slip away? Steeling herself, Xia Ting rose, and, imitating the gesture she had observed, prepared a bowl of cabbage to place before Qin Feng, softly saying, "Brother, if you enjoy it, you must eat more." Qin Feng regarded Xia Ting with surprise, taken aback by her ability to quell her own irritation without needing his comfort. "You're not jealous?" he inquired. "Jealous? What do you take me for?" Xia Ting playfully retorted. "Well, if you're not jealous, you should taste it too. It's quite delightful." Qin Feng replied with a smile. "No way," Xia Ting exclaimed, lifting the bowl, and, with a spoonful of cabbage, brought it to Qin Feng's lips, insisting, "You've eaten hers. You must also eat mine." As the meal progressed, Qin Feng felt somewhat overwhelmed. On his left, a serving arrived, and immediately on his right, another followed. It was impossible to refuse. The proprietress, Su Beishi, did not join the meal, instead behaving like an ordinary friend, occasionally coming over to share pleasantries and toast. Observing Qin Feng being doted upon by two attentive women, she found it unsurprising. However, she was astonished that these two women, who were not inferior to her, willingly coexisted harmoniously, jointly attending to a seemingly unworthy man. Such a notion intrigued her, given that women are naturally drawn to strength. Witnessing Qin Feng's popularity only intensified her previous thoughts, though she refrained from voicing them. After all, it would be discourteous to make such requests after only one meeting. After sharing a few toasts, noticing they were substituting tea for wine, she tactfully withdrew. Once Qin Feng and his companions finished their meal, they decided to take a stroll to aid digestion. Upon reaching the front desk to settle the bill, Su Beishi smiled and graciously declined, stating, "Mr. Qin, you are too kind. The previous 30,000 was sufficient. There is no need for further payment." With Xia Ting and Shifuya absent, Qin Feng adopted a tone befitting a domineering CEO, declaring, "Take it, consider it your service fee." He promptly transferred 100,000 to her. Su Beishi gazed at Qin Feng intently, lowering her head and softly saying, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. No need for thanks, your cuisine truly suits my palate. When I return next time, ensure you accompany me for drinks," Qin Feng replied with a cheerful demeanor before turning to leave. Watching his charismatic departure, Su Beishi took several deep breaths, ultimately resolving to act. She discreetly composed a message and sent it forth. "Mr. Qin, I understand this may be presumptuous, but I find myself in a dire situation. If your financial situation permits, could you possibly lend me 5 million? You may dictate the interest, and during the repayment period, I will adhere completely to your instructions." After sending the message, Su Beishi felt as if all her strength had drained away, leaning against the chair, staring blankly at her phone, apprehensive of rejection yet equally fearful of acceptance. Her heart was a tumultuous sea of conflict. Her father was in peril, her mother ailing from heartbreak, and her already frail health had deteriorated further, leading to hospitalization. To repay customers and maintain the restaurant's operations, Su Beishi had taken on a mountain of loans. Business was dwindling, and with deadlines approaching, she found herself unable to repay. Coupled with her father's substantial debts, she was in desperate need of that sum. Chapter 76. Confined in a small dark room. I was wrong. Qin Feng strolled along the riverbank, engaged in light-hearted conversation with two enchanting women, savoring the picturesque scenery. Upon encountering the message from Su Beishi requesting a loan, he felt somewhat bewildered. It was his first experience with a woman who directly asked for 5 million. Moreover, she seemed willing to be at his service? How splendid. Qin Feng chuckled, intrigued by Su Beishi's figure. "Is 5 million sufficient? Please provide me with your card number." Su Beishi, taken aback by his straightforwardness, quickly sent her card number and typed, "That will suffice. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I will certainly find a way to repay you." Shortly thereafter, her phone chimed with a notification of funds received. Dragonline. Card ending in 7350. Online banking deposit of 800,000,000 yuan. Balance 803,222,391 yuan. Just a single message. And the man had transferred 8 million to her? Su Beishi felt a bit dazed, as if caught in a dream. She began composing words of gratitude on her phone, but felt that no phrasing seemed adequate, repeatedly deleting and rewriting. Until Qin Feng sent her a message, "Don't rush to repay. If it's not enough, feel free to ask me again." She was stunned. No wonder the women around him were so obedient and understanding, often referring to him as brother or sister in public. It turned out this man was a super-rich tycoon. The thought of him being young, handsome, low-key, and immensely wealthy suddenly made her feel he was not so unpleasant after all. However, the realization that this money was essentially a transaction of her body evaporated the newfound affection almost instantly. System notification. Su Beishi's favorability level, 20. Current favorability level, 0. After wandering for a while, Shifuya had to leave for her shift at the bar. Bidding farewell to Qin Feng, she had just taken full control of the bar, and with numerous tasks at hand, she would be busy for several days until she could appoint new management. Shifuya departed with a lingering sense of reluctance. Left with Qin Feng and Xia Ting, they strolled along the riverside promenade like a couple, while Wang Gang silently followed behind, musing about how delicious the shrimp fried rice had been at the restaurant. As Qin Feng walked with Xia Ting, her arm entwined with his, he underwent a remarkable transformation. In just 2 days, the awkwardness and caution that had previously characterized him vanished. He wore a faint smile, keenly observing the vibrant world around him. The riverside promenade bustled with activity, the lights illuminating both sides, with an abundance of snacks available: stinky tofu, skewers, takoyaki, and grilled gluten. The crowd swelled like a scene from a flourishing era. Having often viewed such lively human interactions before, he now felt a renewed vibrancy in them due to his altered mindset. The enthusiastic calls from shop owners, the laughter of couples, the playful sounds of children, and the gentle flow of the river created an atmosphere devoid of worldly troubles, allowing him to fully appreciate the beauty of existence. As Qin Feng indulged in some snacks, he observed the expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness on the faces around him, finding it particularly amusing. In contrast, Xia Ting felt a sense of peril in such places, fraught with hidden dangers. A moment of distraction could lead to her succumbing to the temptation of skewers or chicken legs, which could result in an unwelcome weight gain. She had vowed at the beginning of the year that she would not allow herself to exceed 100 pounds, fearing her mother's wrath. For the sake of her mother's well-being, she could only endure the allure of the snacks all around her. Watching Qin Feng relish his food made her mouth water. Just a little taste won't hurt, will it? No, I cannot let my efforts over the past 2 weeks go to waste. Hey, even if you gained another 10 pounds, you'd still look lovely. Perhaps the weight would even enhance your figure. Heh, you old rascal, you're quite mischievous. Don't worry, chicken is all protein, it won't make you gain weight. Ultimately, under Qin Feng's coaxing, Xia Ting was unable to resist. She picked up a grilled sausage, licked the sauce off, and after satisfying her craving, handed it back to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's thoughts wandered. The way this campus beauty ate made one unable to avoid inappropriate thoughts. Darling, let us go to the car. Xia Ting understood his implication, glanced at him, and retorted, No, you haven't even showered. Qin Feng firmly wrapped his arms around Xia Ting's waist, pulling her close. Savoring her delicate form, whispering, "Then shall we head to the hotel now?" Xia Ting squirmed playfully, feigning resistance. "You scoundrel. You acted so dignified while Sister Xia was around. But now that she's gone, your true colors show." With her mock struggle, Qin Feng led her towards the parking lot. "Be good. You provoked me this afternoon. And I haven't calmed down yet." Xia Ting shot him a glance and replied, "Humph." The following morning at 9 o'clock, Qin Feng awoke in the 4-star hotel where they had stayed last time. Beside him lay the sleeping campus beauty, having exhausted themselves over the previous 4 or 5 hours. She needed her rest. Qin Feng didn't disturb her, instead quietly admiring her beauty. Her long eyelashes curled slightly, her fair complexion soft as water. And her smooth collarbone rose and fell rhythmically with her breathing, embodying the essence of ethereal beauty. As he continued to gaze, the woman stirred, letting out a soft murmur before waking. After regaining a bit of her energy, they both dressed and headed downstairs for breakfast, which was already past 10 o'clock. Although breakfast service had concluded, the hotel still offered steaming meals for the two of them. As Qin Feng sipped his soy milk, he recalled how the protection they had prepared the night before went unused and inquired of Xia Ting. "Ting, are you truly unconcerned?" "I am in a safe period these days. It's fine." Xia Ting, nonchalantly rubbing her abdomen, reassured him. "It's all right." Qin Feng, not entirely understanding, accepted her words without question. Even if something were to happen, he felt untroubled. With his wealth, raising a child would be a breeze. Chapter 77. The multi-talented Ping Jinyan. After finishing breakfast, Qin Feng and Xia Ting prepared to collect their Porsche. They boarded Wang Gang's car and arrived at the dealership. From a distance, Ping Jinyan spotted a domestic vehicle pulling in but paid it little mind until the window rolled down, revealing Qin Feng's face, prompting her to beam and rush over to greet them. "Mr. Qin, you have arrived." "Yes. Is the car ready?" Qin Feng casually inquired. "Everything has been checked. I will take you over for the handover ceremony." Peng Jinyan replied with a smile, leading the way. "A ceremony?" Qin Feng asked, intrigued. "Yes. We have prepared some small gifts for you, and we hope you will like them," Peng Jinyan said cheerfully. "All right, lead the way." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. It was Xia Ting's first time purchasing a car, and hearing about the handover ceremony heightened her excitement. She linked her arm with Qin Feng's and followed Peng Jinyan. Upon arriving at the car delivery showroom, a striking red convertible was parked in the center, adorned with balloons and flowers, and topped with a massive red bow. A display screen above read, "Congratulations to Ms. Xia Ting on acquiring a Porsche 911. Wishing you joy and happiness." On the table were 4 bottles of champagne in various colors, alongside a floral box containing the car keys. The sales personnel in the store formed 2 lines, holding fireworks to celebrate. A seemingly professional photographer stood before the car, gesturing for Qin Feng and Xia Ting to pose for a commemorative photograph in front of the vehicle. As the fireworks erupted, a captivating moment was captured. Xia Ting, standing in front of the Porsche, nestled in Qin Feng's embrace. The scene was exquisite, and Xia Ting's spirits soared with joy as her dreams materialized. Overcome with happiness, she could not help but shower Qin Feng with affectionate kisses. System notification, Xia Ting's favorability 3, Qin Feng smiled slightly. The love he demonstrated the previous night had endeared him to Xia Ting, raising her favorability by 3 points. With the excitement of the new car, he was now just a step away from the coveted 80-point mark for a rebate. However, his focus was not on the rebate at that moment, but rather on reaching the 100-point threshold to earn her formidable affection. After all, without a strong foundation, one could hardly withstand the advances of so many enchanting women seeking his attention. "Miss Xia, would you like me to provide a detailed introduction to the car's features?" Peng Jinyan inquired, adhering to protocol as she approached the owner. "Yes, please," Xia Ting replied, still unfamiliar with how to operate the convertible roof, her agreement enthusiastic. Peng Jinyan summoned an intern to sit in the passenger seat and meticulously explain the vehicle's functions to Xia Ting, who was in the driver's seat. Seeing that he had no further involvement, Qin Feng wandered over to the adjacent showroom to explore other Porsche models, contemplating the acquisition of a more luxurious vehicle for himself. Peng Jinyan followed him with a smile, saying, "Mr. Qin, please come this way. I'll brew you some tea." They may need a moment. There was no rush in purchasing a car, so Qin Feng accompanied the charming saleswoman into the VIP lounge, settling onto a plush sofa. "What would you like to drink?" "Mr. Qin, black tea or green tea?" "We also have coffee," Peng Jinyan inquired, casually adjusting her hair and leaning slightly forward to speak softly. Clad in a stylish suit that revealed a hint of spring at her collar, she caught Qin Feng's eye, prompting a silent admiration for her elegance. "Anything is fine," he replied nonchalantly. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "Then I'll prepare you a cup of oolong tea." Qin Feng nodded in agreement and added casually, "It would be best to include a couple of goji berries." With a playful tone, Peng Jinyan teased, "Oh, Mr. Qin, you're so young yet already embracing health practices?" Qin Feng chuckled, noting that everyone eventually adopts a healthier lifestyle. Peng Jinyan instructed a staff member to brew the tea, then boldly took a seat beside Qin Feng. Her voice softening as she remarked, "You seem a bit fatigued, Mr. Qin. I happen to know a technique for head massage. Would you like me to help you relax?" Intrigued, Qin Feng realized he had never received a massage before. Oh, you possess such a skill? He inquired. Indeed, I have many talents. I've studied dance, yoga, cooking, and flower arranging, she replied with a smile. Seeing that Qin Feng was not opposed, she placed her hands on his shoulders, gently guiding his upper body down onto her lap. The unexpected maneuver startled Qin Feng, who had anticipated a standing massage instead. Before he could voice his surprise, he felt her delicate fingers caressing his chin, softly kneading the area around his ear. Speechless, he experienced a tingling sensation where she touched him, and when he looked up, all he could see were the towering mountains, obscuring her face from view. Inhaling her unique fragrance stirred something within him. Yet he refrained from indulging in fleeting pleasures with a woman who offered no tangible rewards. After all, each instance of physical pleasure could enhance a woman's favorability. Reciting a calming mantra in his mind, Qin Feng closed his eyes, simply savoring the sensation of her massage. Ping Jinyan lingered on his face, playfully teasing him as she expertly manipulated his head with her fingers, her laughter light and inviting. I also learned full-body massage techniques that can relieve tension and fatigue in men. If you have time, Mr. Qin, you're welcome to come to my home to experience the effects. Qin Feng adjusted his position comfortably on her lap, responding lightly. I'll reach out when I have some free time. Peng Jinyan felt a surge of hope, believing there was still a chance, and smiled sweetly. All right. I will await your call. As Qin Feng relaxed, Peng Jinyan wisely refrained from further interruption, continuing her skilled massage. Observing her deft technique, he considered purchasing another vehicle from her, asking, do you have any high-end models available? Are you considering a personal purchase, Mr. Qin? I would recommend the Porsche Cayenne, our most popular model, particularly favored by women, Peng Jinyan suggested. I find the headlights unappealing. They resemble a frog, and those who drive that car tend to be scoundrels. Which does not align with my demeanor, Qin Feng replied coolly. What about the Panamera? It's understated yet luxurious, quite classy, she proposed. Porsches are too youthful and ostentatious, suited for driving rather than riding. Having Wang Gang chauffeur me in a sports car would surely lead to misunderstandings. Imagine the horror of being perceived as a pampered boy toy. Qin Feng decisively rejected the notion. Never mind. I prefer the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Its rear seats are both soft and spacious. He favored the type of vehicle that Shifuya, the boss, drove, which sparkled brilliantly as she exited. Wow, Mr. Qin, such youth yet you can afford a Rolls-Royce. How impressive. Peng Jinyan's eyes lit up. For the Phantom was a multi-million-dollar vehicle, a symbol of immense wealth. The thought of such a wealthy man left her yearning to ensconce him in her embrace. Is the Rolls-Royce immune to traffic? Qin Feng mused, gazing through the mountains at her barely contained excitement, smiling faintly. I'm just lucky. I've merely earned a bit of money. Mr. Qin is being too modest. If you're interested in a Rolls-Royce, how about I accompany you to make a purchase? I happen to know their supervisor and can help you secure the best price. Peng Jinyan replied with sparkling eyes. The automotive sales industry is neither too large nor too small. A few inquiries will reveal the right contacts. Furthermore, securing a customer for such a high-ticket item can yield a notable commission, requiring only a bit of finesse and strategy. A multi-million-dollar sale is a rare opportunity. Grasping it could mean a substantial boost to one's earnings. Certainly, price is not a concern. I simply require a well-equipped vehicle that can be driven away immediately. Qin Feng stated with casual confidence. Ping Jinyan, brimming with excitement, quickly responded, I'll inquire about available stock right away. With that, she gently pressed her finger against his forehead while using her other hand to message someone on her phone. Seamlessly multitasking, she managed both tasks with ease. After a short while, Xia Ting, having familiarized herself with the new vehicle, called Qin Feng. Anticipating her arrival and not wishing for her to find him reclining in another's lap, leading to jealousy and the need for placation, he stood up and stepped outside. Ting Ting, would you like me to buy you a Rolls-Royce as well? Xia Ting responded with confusion. What? Qin Feng spent considerable time explaining that due to family circumstances, valuable possessions could not be registered in his name. Thus, he intended to use her identity for the purchase, as she was the only person he trusted. Xia Ting finally closed her astonished mouth, accepting this explanation, and felt a surge of joy at being the sole focus of Qin Feng's attention. However, she couldn't help but wonder about his true identity and how he had amassed such wealth. Under the blazing midday sun, a brand new red Porsche crawled along the road at a snail's pace. It frequently slammed to a halt, coming to a stiff stop in the middle of the street, before starting off again in a shaky manner, reminiscent of a novice female driver. In truth, that was precisely the case. Xia Ting had never touched the steering wheel since obtaining her driver's license. This was her first car. She drove with utmost caution, her heart racing, afraid to press the accelerator. Spotting the red light of the car ahead, she slammed on the brakes from a considerable distance, terrified of losing control. Qin Feng, who did not know how to drive, sat in the passenger seat, nearly nauseated by her erratic driving. The once delightful image of a beautiful car and a beautiful woman seemed like a mere joke. At that moment, he longed for Shifuya, who drove swiftly and steadily, surpassing even seasoned drivers. Next time, he resolved to inquire about her favorite car and procure one for her, vowing never to ride in the car of an inexperienced female driver again. Fortunately, the journey was not long. Xia Ting brought Qin Feng to the Rolls-Royce dealership, a 10-minute walk that took her 20 minutes by car. When they arrived at the parking lot, she awkwardly parked across two spaces and prepared to get out. Qin Feng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Ping Jinyan had arrived first and was waiting at the entrance with a well-dressed middle-aged woman. Seeing Qin Feng step out of the car, they hurried over to greet him. "Mr. Qin, welcome. Miss Xia." The two women greeted them with broad smiles. The middle-aged woman glanced at Xia Ting but did not seem to mind her poor parking. After all, the whims of the wealthy could be quite peculiar. And some preferred to occupy two spots. "Hello, hello," Qin Feng replied after catching his breath, smiling back. He refrained from scrutinizing the middle-aged woman. As even if she were a perfect 10, he had no interest. A woman in her 40s was simply not appealing. "Mr. Qin, allow me to introduce you. This is Qiu Lily, the sales manager here," Ping Jinyan said. "Hello, Mr. Qin. Welcome to our dealership," Qiu Lily greeted warmly, extending her hand as she gestured for him to enter. "Yanzi has already briefed me on your requirements. We currently have two vehicles in stock. One is the extended version, which is relatively more expensive. Then I'll take the longer one. A man must have the extended version." Qin Feng interjected before she could finish. Qiu Lily was taken aback, sensing that this young gentleman had a rather playful personality. She adjusted her demeanor and replied in a similarly jesting tone. "Indeed, a handsome man like Mr. Qin certainly deserves no less." Qin Feng was amused by her bold flattery, feeling a sense of pride. "It's just how I was born. Sometimes it can be quite bothersome," he quipped. Xia Ting, knowing Qin Feng's strengths, felt a bit shy hearing this and nudged him playfully, admonishing, "With so many girls around, can you not be so boastful?" Qin Feng chuckled, realizing that such bravado at the Rolls-Royce dealership was indeed inappropriate. Just as he intended to change the subject, Ping Jinyan chimed in, smiling as she teased him. "Miss Xia has a car to drive, so she doesn't know how hard it is for us women without cars. Sometimes we simply wish for the chance to hear the engine roar." Indeed, it seemed female drivers were more daring. Xia Ting ignored Ping Jinyan and tugged at Qin Feng's arm, saying, "Brother, let us hurry and look at the cars. I've never been in a Rolls-Royce before." Qin Feng feigned indifference. "What's so special about it? It can't transform." Xia Ting giggled. "If it could transform, could you even afford it?" "Fear not. As long as you like it, I could buy the sun for you." Qin Feng replied fearlessly. Xia Ting shot him a shy glance and playfully retorted, "Stop joking. On a serious note, how much is that extended version?" Leading the way, Qiu Lily heard the question and smiled. "Miss Xia, take a guess. You have 3 chances. If your guess is within $1 million, I'll personally gift you 3 lamb's wool floor mats, each worth 68,000. Xia Ting's mouth fell open in shock. 68,000 for a single floor mat? That's the price of an ordinary car. In her mind, the Porsche was already the pinnacle of luxury. She had never dared to imagine anything more extravagant. 10 million? She guessed, aiming high. Far off. Qiu Lily smiled. 2 million? Xia Ting let her imagination run wild. That's still too much. It's not that outrageous, Qin Feng interjected. Having read extensively, even if he had never driven, he had a rough idea of such vehicles' prices. It should be around 18 million. Qiu Lily clapped lightly, admiringly stating, as expected of Mr. Qin, to guess the price without even seeing the car. Truly impressive. While she outwardly expressed admiration for Qin Feng's price estimation, inwardly she harbored skepticism. The car was indeed priced at over 18 million. The likelihood of guessing correctly could stem from many factors, either sheer coincidence or prior knowledge of such a vehicle's existence. The wealthy often have interconnected circles. Inquiries could easily yield such information. Isn't it exorbitant? Xia Ting exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Rolls-Royce is unparalleled in the automotive industry. And the Ghost is a symbol of status and identity. Your boyfriend has excellent taste. Whether in cars or in people, he only chooses the best. Qiu Lily's flattery made Xia Ting feel a delightful surge of pride, and she beamed at Qin Feng. The group laughed and chatted as they entered a small exhibition hall, where only a single black vehicle stood, shimmering under the opulent lights. The car, nearly 6 meters long and 2 meters high, lay quietly like a slumbering steel beast, exuding an imposing aura. The signature square grille, flanked by striking headlights, showcased the model's uniqueness. The iconic suicide doors further emphasized its distinction. While the spirit of ecstasy on the hood welcomed Qin Feng and the others. Mr. Qin, allow me to present the overall price of this Rolls-Royce Phantom. The base price is 9,800,000, with an additional 260,000 in taxes and 570,000 for optional features. The total comes to 18,100,000, Qiu Lily explained. Xia Ting gasped, muttering, are the options really that expensive? That could buy 2 Porsche 911s. The hall fell silent, and Xia Ting's words were distinctly heard by Qiu Lily. She chuckled, donning gloves to touch the wheels as she elaborated. This polished black wheel option costs 380,000, equivalent to a BMW 5 Series. Rolls-Royce, being a luxury brand under BMW, made such comparisons effortless. She guided the crowd to the rear of the vehicle, pointing at the chrome exhaust pipe, and remarked, this chrome exhaust pipe costs 150,000. The illuminated welcome lights at the entrance, adorned with a logo, amount to 180,000. The embroidered patterns on the seatbacks, 140,000. The electric curtains in the back, 260,000. Worth a BMW 3 Series. The 2 executive airline seats in the rear, 900,000. The golden gallery on the central console, 700,000. The dazzling starlit ceiling, 600,000. Not to mention the sound system, the body assistance system, and the electric retractable emblem. Stop, please, Xia Ting exclaimed, burying her face in her hands. After witnessing such a luxurious automobile, she suddenly felt her $3 million Porsche lacked appeal. At that moment, she yearned to experience it firsthand, but recalling her previous rejection, she hesitated to approach. Qin Feng, however, remained unfazed. To him, money was merely a figure. Acquiring this vehicle was primarily for its comfortable rear and the prestige it conferred. Driving it would help avoid numerous unnecessary frustrations. He nudged the serious-looking Wang Gang and inquired, "Brother Wang, what do you think?" Wang Gang nodded gravely, embodying a demeanor of few words and steadfastness. Yet, upon hearing that the electric curtains cost 260,000, he was already drenched in sweat. The thought of actually owning such a vehicle made his legs tremble. Goodness, it's like having 10 houses on the road. If it gets scratched, will my salary even cover it? I might have to wear a protective suit just to drive it. What if some mischievous child, like in the news, sneaks up at night to remove the emblem? Where would I find someone to compensate for that? Wang Gang silently screamed, though no one heard him. Noticing his calmness, Qin Feng secretly admired Wang Gang's remarkable mental fortitude, a trait honed from his military background. He decisively summoned Qiu Lili to draft the contract, opting for a full payment and specifying that the vehicle would be registered under Xia Ting's name. Qiu Lili, accustomed to such matters, understood that the wealthiest individuals required their assets to be discreet and well-maintained. Showcasing luxury cars and mansions could attract unwanted attention from influential figures. Mr. Qin's affection for Miss Xia is truly heartwarming. It takes immense trust to place an 18 million vehicle in her name. Your relationship is so enviable that it brings tears to my eyes, Qiu Lili remarked. Xia Ting, basking in her blissful state, gazed at Qin Feng with a radiant smile. Qin Feng appreciated Qiu Lili's words, as they resonated deeply with him. This was akin to why ancient emperors favored cunning ministers. Flattery could evoke the emperor's delight. Observing Qiu Lili's continued attentiveness towards Xia Ting, Qin Feng began to entertain the idea of recruiting her as his housekeeper. She would undoubtedly cater well to any lady he brought home. Miss Qiu, may I inquire about your salary here? He asked. Startled, Qiu Lili quickly deduced his intent. After a moment's reflection, she smiled and replied, the salary is decent, slightly above average, yet not extraordinary. The main allure of this job is its ease. There aren't many contracts throughout the year, managing them is not taxing, and it's close to home. Qin Feng discerned the underlying message in her words and sighed. Oh, that's unfortunate. Ping Jinyan, nearby, caught on to the implication and teased Qin Feng. Hee, Mr. Qin, are you attempting to poach her? Indeed. Supervisor Qiu is both beautiful and meticulous. Her manner of speaking is delightful. I was contemplating if I could entice her with financial incentives, Qin Feng chuckled. I'm unsure of Supervisor Qiu's annual salary, but our supervisors typically earn around 1 million. What amount do you intend to offer her? Ping Jinyan asked, intrigued. Such extravagant offers from the affluent were common in their world, and she was eager to share the news with others. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and replied solemnly. Perhaps 2 to 3 times her current salary. Although he could afford more, he believed that an excessive amount might diminish her drive. The room fell silent, and everyone was taken aback by his statement. No one dared to question Qin Feng's words. After all, someone bold enough to purchase a Rolls-Royce carried weight in their assertions. They were merely astonished by his casual offer of a high salary. 2 to 3 million was no trifling sum. Even the most elite assistants would not receive such treatment. Peng Jinyan felt a pang of jealousy. Although she was younger and more vivacious, she possessed skills too. Why had Qin Feng chosen this woman in her 40s? Life truly was unfair. Had she known, she would have kept her thoughts to herself. Qiu Lili was equally astonished by Qin Feng's proposal. Her dealership couldn't compare to the popular Porsche outlet. While there were many wealthy individuals in Huaxia, few could afford a Rolls-Royce. Thus, during lean periods, some employees' annual earnings barely reached 1 million. Hearing that Qin Feng could offer her 2 to 3 million piqued her interest, although she concealed her excitement. With a beaming smile, she invited Qin Feng to the VIP lounge, instructing others to prepare the contract and insurance. Once everything was settled, she brewed tea for Qin Feng and his companions before politely inquiring, "Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Qin. I've been considering a job change, but I haven't found a suitable opportunity. What role do you envision for me?" Qin Feng replied candidly, "I require an assistant to manage my daily affairs and handle some household matters. How many companies do you own, and what are their functions? Will there be a need for frequent business trips or client engagements?" Qiu Lili asked, her concern evident. "I currently have no companies, but I plan to establish some in the future," Qin Feng stated nonchalantly. Qiu Lili felt a wave of relief wash over her. She surmised that Mr. Qin might not have taken over his parents' business yet, or perhaps he had siblings assisting their parents, sparing him from worry. If he were to launch a company later, the pressure would be lessened, as she would be familiar with her employer by then. As long as he was satisfied, she need not worry about others' judgments. Mr. Qin is truly extraordinary, preparing for the future. Since you plan to start a company, may I ask what kind of business you intend to pursue? I would like to learn relevant skills in advance, Qiu Lily inquired. Rubbing his chin, Qin Feng fell into contemplation. He had no current plans to start a business. With the system in place, it felt akin to possessing an infinite coin modifier. Launching a company was unnecessary. However, should the system ever fail, he needed to consider the future for any potential offspring. What kind of company would be most advantageous? As he pondered, a sudden inspiration struck him. He could establish an entertainment and media company to scout for outstanding talents, financially support them to become stars. Wasn't that an exhilarating thought? The young women who garnered the most affection could be promoted prominently, with ample funds at his disposal. Qin Feng mused that investing in resources to elevate individuals was merely a matter of capital. His so-called fanboy fund could easily support an entire girl group, training them as idle trainees until they debuted. Once they achieved stardom and his company was on a stable trajectory, he would no longer have to worry about his offspring's sustenance, even without a system in place. Perhaps he might even enjoy the benefits of proximity? This thought invigorated Qin Feng. However, for now, he resolved to first attain a formidable physique and secure a bodyguard, ideally donning a resurrection suit as well. With no background or influence, reckless behavior could attract unwelcome attention. In the event of a malicious accident, he would have nowhere to lament in the underworld. It was wiser to develop cautiously and refrain from recklessness. Qin Feng composed himself and declared, "There is no rush for the company. We will primarily focus on the entertainment and media sector. For now, your main task is to manage the household affairs and ensure that Miss Xia and I are well taken care of." Qiu Lily paused, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Are you suggesting that I be hired as a nanny for 2 to 3 million? Rather, as a steward for both myself and Miss Xia," Qin Feng clarified. Upon hearing that the position was intended for her, Xia Ting perked up, scrutinizing Qiu Lily closely. The middle-aged woman, tall and dignified, bore the marks of time on her face, yet these only added to her unique charm. Her features conveyed a wisdom and finesse in dealing with others. Xia Ting found herself fond of this older sister figure and had no objections to Qin Feng's recruitment, as long as he harbored no peculiar inclinations. Qiu Lily felt uncertain about the reliability of this venture and, after some deliberation, said, "Mr. Qin, this is quite a significant industry shift. May I take a few days to consider?" Qin Feng nodded in agreement, of course. The role of a nanny may require extensive hours of attention, so you should discuss it with your family first. Upon hearing the term nanny, Qiu Lily forced a wry smile. Reflecting on her status as a manager at a luxury car dealership and the embarrassment she would face if she were to take care of children. Had it not been for the prospect of a 2 to 3-fold salary, she would not have even entertained the idea. "I'm divorced, and my child resides with my ex-husband. My working hours are flexible, but I'm concerned about my lack of experience in caregiving. You need not worry. Simply maintain the demeanor you displayed earlier. We are all respectable individuals," Qin Feng reassured her. He was quite pleased with Qiu Lily. She understood boundaries, exhibited charm, and possessed managerial experience. He would undoubtedly require multiple villas and a cadre of servants in the future, and he felt confident in trusting this perceptive woman with such responsibilities. Furthermore, among the many young women, she could assist in coordination and care. Qin Feng had never contemplated employing a woman of equal caliber to serve others of the same standing. Fearing potential discord among them, it was far more prudent for a wise older sister to attend to the mistress of the household. "Should you agree, we can start with an annual salary of 2 million, with the potential for a year-end bonus of no less than 1 million, contingent upon your performance. If you can ensure my partner's happiness and foster her affection for me, you may dictate your salary increase." Qiu Lily was thoroughly captivated by the generous offer. Following an accommodating employer certainly seemed more promising than her current position. There were instances where attractive salespeople were quickly whisked away by the boss, leaving their jobs behind. She never anticipated encountering such an opportunity at her age. "I am grateful for your kindness, Mr. Qin. May I provide you with a response by tomorrow at the latest?" Qin Feng nodded, then turned to the silent Wang Gang, smiling, "Brother Wang, you will be evaluated by the same standard. Your performance these past few days has been commendable. Consider yourself pre-approved." Wang Gang's eyes widened in surprise, overwhelmed with joy. What was it like to transition from an annual income of 100,000 to 2 million in less than 3 days? This happiness was so sudden that he was unprepared, struggling to articulate his excitement. "Thank you, boss. I, Wang Gang, am willing to go to great lengths for you." "Why would you go to such extremes?" Xia Ting interjected, irritated by violent imagery. Wang Gang hesitated, contemplating saying he would reach for the moon for his boss. But fearing it might lead to misunderstandings, he held his tongue. "There is no need for that. If you ever see someone causing trouble in front of me, do not wait for my instruction. Subdue them immediately," Qin Feng stated calmly. Wang Gang realized the boss was referring to the incident at the mall yesterday. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that the woman was the boss's ex-girlfriend, and he had focused solely on preventing physical attacks, neglecting the potential for psychological ones. Now that he understood the implications of his boss's words, he assured, "Rest assured, boss, if anyone dares to disrespect you again, I will ensure they are dealt with swiftly." Qin Feng waved his hand, not inquiring if Wang Gang could manage a 200-pound adversary. Returning to the main topic, he asked Qiu Lily, "When can the car be delivered?" Qiu Lily promptly replied, "It can be delivered tomorrow." Qin Feng nodded, "Very well, I will have Brother Wang come to collect it." Please take note. Understood, Xiao Lily said, taking the documents from the salesperson and presenting them to Xia Ting for her signature. Chapter 81. Learning to be a femme fatale, becoming one, and surpassing one. Xia Ting readily signed her name. Upon seeing another Rolls-Royce added to her possessions, her gaze towards Qin Feng transformed. Initially, she perceived him merely as a successful individual worth millions. However, his recent actions led her to suspect that his true worth might be far more substantial. Possibly in the billions. For an ordinary person, achieving a net worth in the millions or even tens of millions could take a lifetime of effort and luck. Yet, breaking into the billion realm typically required familial influence. She speculated that Qin Feng's father might be feigning poverty, concealing the fact that he was a billionaire. Raising Qin Feng in modesty to strengthen his resolve, much like the poor prince concealed for over 2 decades. Alternatively, perhaps he had been reunited with a wealthy and powerful biological father after years apart, transforming from a pauper into a young nobleman. Having a boyfriend of such stature would typically delight a woman, yet Xia Ting felt a twinge of apprehension. This disparity in their backgrounds could imply that he might not be able to marry her. Conflicted, she pondered whether the notion of arranged marriages would hold any sway over her father. She had heard that some wealthy families simply sought children without regard for the mothers. The more she contemplated, the more anxious she became. After all the paperwork was complete, Peng Jinyan and Xiao Lily stepped outside to deliberate over commission matters. Qin Feng settled into the lounge, awaiting their receipts and various documents. He turned to find Xia Ting wearing a troubled expression and inquired, "My dear, are you not pleased with the car purchase?" Xia Ting cast a melancholic glance at him, devoid of unhappiness. "I am merely contemplating our future," she mused. Qin Feng chuckled. "In the days to come, I shall love you just as I do now, ensuring that you live a joyful life." Xia Ting, with a hint of grievance, replied, "But I feel as though I am drifting further away from you." Qin Feng, with a mischievous grin, retorted, "Last night, our distance was negative. How can it be that we are far apart?" Xia Ting playfully nudged him. "You jest. I am being serious. I sense that you change with each passing day. And it frightens me. What is there to fear? No matter how much I change, my love for you will remain constant," he reassured her, mistakenly believing she was accusing him of being fickle. "Do not overthink it. You are my most cherished girl. Regardless of how many women surround me, you will always be the one I love the most." As she listened to his sweet words, Xia Ting leaned closer, nestling into his embrace, softly saying, "You are so handsome, and your family is so accomplished. I can't help but feel somewhat unworthy of you." Her heartfelt confession startled Qin Feng. How could such a stunning schoolgirl experience self-doubt? He gently massaged her shoulders and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Then borrowed a line from the television drama, "If even you are unworthy of me, then no one in this world could ever be worthy." Xia Ting's spirits lifted considerably. Tilting her head, she teased, "Humph, you are quite the smooth talker. I assume you say the same to other girls?" "No." Qin Feng quickly seized upon the essence of her words, responding earnestly, "It's not deceit. All I speak are words from the heart. Only a fool would believe you." "You scoundrel," Xia Ting gradually revealed a smile. Gazing at the man she found more appealing by the moment, she could not resist the urge to playfully ask, "Brother, will you ever abandon me?" Qin Feng declared resolutely, "Never." Xia Ting's eyes flickered, and hesitantly, she inquired, "Is there a possibility that you might marry me in the future?" Qin Feng's brow furrowed. This question was quite complex. The last time her affection level hit 79, it had plummeted because she wanted to meet his parents. And he had not agreed. Now, at 79 again, it felt as if they had returned to that moment. He understood that a single affirmative word could elevate her affection to 80, but he was reluctant to do so. For, if he answered affirmatively, he suspected that to reach a perfect score of 100, marriage might indeed be necessary, and he was not ready for that commitment. To avoid a repeat of previous experiences that led to a decline in affection, he resolved to take the initiative. "Before I respond to your question, I wish to ask you something," Qin Feng said calmly. "Do you truly love me?" Xia Ting was taken aback and quickly asserted, "Of course I love you. Why else would I want to marry you?" "You do not love me," Qin Feng stated flatly, raising his hand to silence her before continuing. "True love cannot be concealed. Even if you were to cover your mouth, it would still shine through your eyes. In your gaze, I see no love, only a profound sense of possessiveness." "I do not." Xia Ting panicked. She desperately sought words to validate her feelings but realized that aside from physical pleasure, she had not done anything particularly moving for Qin Feng. Instead, she recalled his countless acts of tolerance and indulgence towards her. The affluent young man who could afford a Rolls-Royce had been entirely accommodating, fulfilling her every whim, while she had acted like a capricious princess. In that moment, she was horrified to discover that she had not truly developed feelings for Qin Feng. Rather, she harbored a greedy desire for a comfortable life with him. Marriage should be a testament to mutual love, yet she had witnessed his affection while failing to offer her genuine heart in return. Now, she even dared to demand marriage. Reflecting on this, she felt it was indeed quite unreasonable. Xia Ting shook her head in anguish, lowering her gaze as tears threatened to spill. Observing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. The school belle before him resembled his past self, similarly faced with the challenge of proving her sincerity to the one she adored. Back then, he had been like a lovesick fool, unsure how to demonstrate his feelings. merely wishing to lay his heart bare for the one he cherished, only to be toyed with. Now, the roles had reversed. He had the advantage, while the school belle appeared speechless and lost in thought. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng was eager to intensify the conversation. Just then, Ping Jinyan and Xiu Lily entered the reception room. Not wishing to be interrupted, he waved them off, signaling for them to leave. Upon seeing his gesture, Ping Jinyan and Xiu Lily quickly bowed apologetically and exited. The reception room echoed with Qin Feng's probing inquiry. Look at Sister Xiaoya. She too has feelings for me. Yet does she become jealous? Does she throw tantrums like you do? Does she constantly mention marriage? If you truly care for me, you ought to consider my feelings rather than seeking to bind me with the institution of marriage. A marriage certificate is merely a piece of paper. What truly matters is the individual. If the person is wrong, the relationship is doomed, and when that paper is torn, it will only lead to heartache. In the end, your marriage certificate will bear the mark of divorce, which would be even more painful. Xia Ting, originally filled with sorrow and guilt, felt tears welling in her eyes, on the verge of falling. However, upon hearing Qin Feng praise Shifuya's gentleness and grace, her stubbornness flared up, and she quickly suppressed her tears. She aspired to temper her temperament, wishing to emulate a primary wife, appearing gentle and gracious to leave a good impression on Qin Feng. Yet, she found it impossible. The mere sight of other women near her man ignited a fierce desire to confront them. She could compromise on marriage but could not tolerate Qin Feng's connections with other women. She resolved to extract every ounce of affection from him, vowing to keep him occupied so he wouldn't have the chance to venture out. Brother, I will no longer bring up marriage. Please do not be angry with me, she pleaded with a pitiful tone, seeking his forgiveness. Qin Feng's spirits lifted instantly, believing his words were effective. He ruffled Xia Ting's hair and, imitating the encouragement of past flirts, said, At present, I have no plans to marry. However, should I choose to marry in the future, I would only select a girl who genuinely loves me. You are my first choice, provided you can steadfastly remain by my side. Qin Feng gazed tenderly at Xia Ting, who, upon hearing this, brightened with hope, nodding vigorously. Yes, I will make sure you understand my feelings. I look forward to your demonstration, he responded. Brother, I love you, she declared earnestly. And I love you, Qin Feng replied, his heart swelling with joy. After this exchange, he hoped her affection would surely increase. Would it perhaps skyrocket beyond expectations? The thought filled him with eager anticipation as he awaited the system notification. 10 seconds passed, then half a minute, and finally a minute. Yet Xia Ting's expression remained sincere, her eyes shimmering with tears, embodying unwavering devotion. However, her affection level remained unchanged. What was going on? This was unexpected. Previously, when he had mentioned the possibility of marriage, her affection had surged close to 100. He had even contemplated names for their future children, and in a moment of exuberance, had impulsively purchased an expensive necklace. Upon arriving at Xiaoting's place, why has there been no increase in her affection? System, have you encountered an error? System, please respond. System notification, Xiaoting's affection level, 0, damn. Is this a joke? Can this method only be employed by women? Is it impossible for men? Has my performance been in vain? He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, pondering the inscrutable nature of a woman's heart. Little did Qin Feng know that a woman's affection can only be elevated beyond a certain threshold through unique stimuli that evoke deep emotions. At this moment, Xiaoting was filled solely with guilt and possessiveness towards him, devoid of any love. Thus, the affection barrier of 79 remained unyielding. Although Xiaoting genuinely envisioned a future with Qin Feng, without a spark of romantic feeling, it simply could not progress. This was not a flaw on her part. It was a universal truth among women. Even if the man were the wealthiest in the world, a woman might only bow down in servitude for his riches. Yet what she truly felt in her heart would remain a mystery. The system's definition of an 80 affection level suggests that regardless of wealth or status, women desire to walk alongside their chosen partner. A perfect score of 100, even if the man were flawed, having served time, suffered ailments, lost all his wealth, or been abusive, women would still steadfastly follow him, hoping for his redemption. Even in the face of opposition, they would remain unwavering in their devotion. Such foolish women are all too prevalent in this world. Once in love, they would throw caution to the wind, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Passionate men share a similar fate. However, in modern society, they are often met with disdain and unflattering labels. Qin Feng had once been such a devoted man, and he still was, though his growing capabilities allowed him to pursue multiple objects of affection. Yet, he still failed to comprehend the intricacies of a woman's heart. He had hoped that mere words could win him a robust physique, but it seemed far more complicated than that. Thus, he contemplated various means to win Xiaoting's love. What kind of surprises could he conjure? He was lost in thought. Congratulations on becoming the proud owner of a luxurious Rolls-Royce. May the goddess of fortune illuminate your path, the sales manager proclaimed as Qin Feng smiled and waved goodbye, exiting the dealership. He informed Xiaoting that he had matters to attend to and would join her later before stepping into Wang Gang's vehicle. Upon seeing Qin Feng depart, Xiaoting wore an unwilling expression, wishing to linger with him. However, as he had claimed to have pressing business, she refrained from inquiring further, driving home in a gloomy silence. Yet, she soon recalled the delight of flaunting her new Rolls-Royce Phantom before her mother, and her spirits lifted. Surely, her mother would be astonished to see a car valued at 18 million. She imagined her mother's shocked expression as she drove home, only to find her father, who was unexpectedly home from class, assuming she had been engaging in reckless behavior. Without hesitation, he reprimanded her. Shouting, stunned and infuriated, staged a hunger strike in protest. But those are stories for another time. Back with Qin Feng, he sat in the car and asked Wang Gang, Brother Wang, if you were exceptionally wealthy and sought to win a woman's heart, what would you do? The straightforward man replied, just give her money and say, I love you. That poses risks. Is there a more reliable approach? Feed her delicious food until she has no other options but to stick with you. Qin Feng retorted, is there a quicker method? Perhaps something romantic? Wang Gang confidently suggested, buy her a gold ring, flowers, or lipstick. My wife adores such things. All right, focus on driving. Understood, boss. Men who have served in the military are indeed tough. Qin Feng shook his head, reflecting on the futility of his inquiry. Pursuing a woman is as simple as providing her with things she cherishes. Such an elementary question, and yet he had sought advice from others. Qin Feng pulled out his phone and opened an app, searching for the villa Xiaoting had previously expressed a fondness for, intending to orchestrate a little surprise to see if it would yield any results. He quickly found the contact information and dialed. It was the same agent as before. Although he had previously stood them up using Xiaoting's phone, he felt no embarrassment. Hello. Hello. This is Angel Real Estate. How may I assist you? Qin Feng responded. I found a villa on your app that I wish to purchase as a gift for my girlfriend. Will she need to be present to sign? The agent hesitated before replying. If the property is to be registered in your partner's name, she will indeed need to sign. I intend to surprise her with the purchase. So I would prefer to handle it discreetly. That could be complicated. You would need a power of attorney or similar documentation. Would you be able to meet to discuss this? Certainly. Please provide your address. All right, my surname is Zheng Daji. May I ask your surname? Qin. As in Qin Shi Huang. Very well, Mr. Qin Shi Huang, our address is. Please call me when you arrive. I will be at the office. Zheng Daji hung up, smacking his lips in frustration over mistakenly addressing a client as Qin Shi Huang. However, he vaguely recalled a client named Qin who had called to view a villa a few days prior, only to leave him waiting for 2 hours without showing up, ultimately refusing to answer his calls. The voice of this caller sounded familiar. Could it be the same individual? Zheng Daji furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Chapter 83. It's south embarrassing not to drive a Rolls-Royce. Qin Feng arrived at the designated office and made a call. A slender young man with a shifty expression, dressed in a suit and tie despite the heat, emerged. He scanned the area and, upon spotting Qin Feng and his tall companion, greeted them with a broad, monkey-like grin. Welcome, gentlemen. I'm Xiao Zhang. Which of you is Mr. Qin? I am Qin Feng. He stepped forward to introduce himself. Zhang Daji approached, shaking Qin Feng's hand enthusiastically before turning to Wang Gang. What should I call this gentleman? Wang Gang, standing behind Qin Feng, remained silent. Qin Feng smiled. He asked Wang. He asked not much for conversation. Ah, Brother Wang, welcome. Please, come inside. Zheng Daji gestured, inviting them into the office. Qin Feng followed him inside, taking in the modest setting. The small real estate agency occupied a space of about 40 square meters, furnished with a few sofas and coffee tables in the lobby, along with a manager's office partitioned off. 5 employees, both male and female, were busy typing at their computers. Qin Feng seated himself on the sofa, feeling a twinge of disappointment at not encountering the rumored beautiful female agents. Wang Gang remained steadfastly behind him, his demeanor serious, observing the 2 men. Zheng Daji began to grow suspicious. The scene appeared reminiscent of a boss accompanied by bodyguards. However, he did not treat Wang Gang as an inferior. He courteously placed 3 cups of water on the table, saying, Gentlemen, please have some water. It is indeed sweltering, despite it being autumn. Just look at that blazing sun outside. Qin Feng, unhurried, glanced at Zheng Daji's suit and casually remarked, if it's hot, then wear lighter clothing. Zheng Daji lamented. I wish I could, but the company forbids it. I have no choice. Qin Feng chuckled and replied, you could step outside. Zheng Daji sighed, no matter where I am. If I'm seen, my salary gets docked. Sigh. The 2 engaged in light banter. For some inexplicable reason, Qin Feng felt an innate fondness for this young man who had just started to complain about his company. He seemed to embody a reflection of his past self, struggling for money, ensnared by societal expectations. Though still young, he donned a mature suit, projecting an air of subservience. Yet, Qin Feng was no saint. He could offer no more than a commission for helping him buy a house. As they shifted to the main topic, Zhang Daji adopted a serious demeanor, taking a sip of water before explaining, Brother, I must tell you, secretly buying a house for your girlfriend is rather complicated. First, the purchase must be made in full, as involving a bank for a loan is risky. We cannot afford to deceive them. Secondly, we require your sister-in-law's household registration book and identification. Lastly, we need to arrange a power of attorney, which is straightforward. But it incurs additional fees since it must remain discreet. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng realized that aside from the household registration book, the rest posed no issue. After all, it was merely a matter of money. Moreover, the system permitted the clandestine purchase of gifts. He pondered for a moment and sent a message to Qiu Lily. requesting her to contact Xia Ting to have the household registration book delivered to the dealership for vehicle registration, hoping to acquire it under the radar. Xiao Lily quickly reached Xia Ting, who had just returned home, and, not yet having faced any consequences, readily agreed. Upon entering, she rushed to ask her father for the household registration book. Her father, having never heard of needing a household registration book for purchasing a car, was incensed by the sheer value of the 3 million Porsche, leading to an altercation. Seeing the situation unfold favorably, Qin Feng smiled and said nonchalantly, "All right. You can start the process. Money is not an issue. How soon can it be completed?" Zheng Daji was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how he could proceed without even knowing which property to purchase. "Boss, have you already selected the house?" Qin Feng replied. "The villa priced at 8 million that your childhood friend Hongshu owns." Zheng Daji scratched his head, perplexed. "Boss, I don't recall ever hosting you." Qin Feng sheepishly responded. "I called you a couple of days ago, but I couldn't make it." Zheng Daji exclaimed. "Wait, you're the one who stood me up the other day?" Qin Feng awkwardly admitted. "I apologize, something came up." Zheng Daji maintained his astonished expression, speculating. "You can't possibly be buying the house without even viewing it, can you?" Qin Feng smiled and nodded, primarily due to a lack of time to visit. After all, the property remained in place. If it were unsuitable, he could always renovate. "Are we not going to discuss the property prices? Are we not going to discuss our commission fees?" Zheng Daji exclaimed incredulously. "Are you serious?" Qin Feng cast a cold glance. Wang Gang also looked up, slightly puzzled, contemplating if this could be considered a mental assault. Zheng Daji raised his voice, attracting the attention of several other salespeople who craned their necks to eavesdrop. Their conversation was not conducted in hushed tones, making it impossible for anyone with intent to miss the content. The salespeople whispered among themselves, "Is this person truly a big shot? Or is he just here to toy with little Zheng? I think he is just here for amusement. Who buys an 8 million villa without even taking a glance? Exactly. He even hired a bodyguard to create an air of importance. Who brings a bodyguard out unless they're a serious person? Did you see his car? I just saw him get out of a common domestic vehicle. That confirms it. He must be a fool, playing with little Zheng. What a dullard." Zheng Daji, having graduated from university and worked at this company for nearly 2 years, had never encountered someone who would buy a house in such a manner, after a brief meeting. Based on a video, declaring he would spend 8 million to please his girlfriend. It seemed utterly implausible. Even dramas wouldn't dare portray such scenarios. If there truly existed a spendthrift tycoon, they would certainly have dedicated financial advisors to assist them. It was inconceivable that they would personally come to this small firm to discuss full cash purchases discreetly, coupled with the fact that Qin Feng had previously stood him up. Zheng Daji was willing to bet that these two were undoubtedly unhinged. "Boss, please don't play me for a fool. I'm just an ordinary person. If you enjoy watching villa videos, I can recommend a few properties worth over 1 billion. You can discuss with their agents, all right?" Qin Feng, maintaining his composure, replied indifferently. "I'm not interested in men. I'm not joking with you." Zheng Daji emphasized, "This is an 8 million villa, not 800 yuan. Who buys a house like one would pick a watermelon, without even a glance, leaving it to the seller to choose?" Qin Feng glanced at his phone. Shifuya was inquiring if he had time to take E out. As he responded to the message, he said, "If you don't believe me, I will inquire at the neighboring real estate company. Surely there are more properties than just yours." Chapter 84. If I call you father, would you dare to respond? Zheng Daji found it hard to believe that this pretentious individual could afford a villa. Witnessing his calm demeanor, he impulsively challenged, "Fine, if you can provide a 100,000 deposit, I will call you father on the spot." Qin Feng chuckled. "What if I offer 1 million? Zheng Daji, irritated, replied, "Then I will strip down right here and run around outside." "Are you serious?" Qin Feng inquired. "Absolutely," Zheng Daji asserted. Qin Feng gave him a thumbs up. "All right. You've got guts. Go prepare the contract and provide me with a corporate account. I will transfer the funds." As the words left his mouth, onlookers were taken aback. Wow, this person seems to be serious. Could he possibly be a genuine big shot? A spectacle is about to unfold, regardless of the truth. I sense little Zheng may be in for a rough time. Ha ha ha, if the big shot pays up and little Zheng doesn't run outside naked. What will happen if the big shot gets angry? Who knows? I just know that if he truly runs naked, the company will surely dismiss him. Serves him right for being so cocky. Indeed, working overtime every day, exploiting his colleagues, it's better for him to leave sooner rather than later. With his beady eyes, Zheng Daji appeared far from trustworthy, yet he maintained a facade of being a good person, which was thoroughly hypocritical. Zheng Daji disregarded the surrounding murmurs. His face flushed as he stood frozen, hesitant to draft the contract. He regretted making such a wager. If this brother truly produced the funds, he would be left humiliated. It was a dilemma, to run naked and be dismissed, or to offend a powerful figure. Running naked is truly a lifelong disgrace. An indelible mark that cannot be washed away. Once one engages in such an act, not only is their livelihood jeopardized, but they also risk a visit to the police station. However, choosing to offend powerful figures can lead to even graver consequences. Those wealthy individuals who spend millions to please a woman can indeed be quite intimidating. Who knows what they might do? Just as he found himself in a dilemma, Caught in a situation he could not escape, the door to the manager's office swung open, revealing a poised woman, clad in a cream-colored suit paired with a white blouse. Her form-fitting skirt accentuated her long, fair legs. Her understated yet elegant appearance emanated a subtle sensuality, and she possessed a distinctly feminine allure. Qin Feng assessed her quickly, 29 years old, a solid 88 points. Alas, just a fraction short of perfection. The woman, introduced as Lu Ziki, approached him and admonished Zhang Daji. Xiao Zhang, what on earth is the matter? Why are you shouting? Can't you express yourself properly? Zhang Daji, flustered, replied. It was me causing the ruckus, Sister Lu. It's this gentleman who insists on purchasing an 8 million villa in cash, and that threw me off a bit. Lu Ziki was momentarily taken aback. She had only heard her staff shouting from inside, and rushed out to investigate. Upon hearing Zhang Daji's explanation, she realized the gravity of the situation. An 8 million villa indeed warranted a reaction. Turning from her initial anger, her expression transformed into one of radiant charm. I apologize, sir. Our staff service was lacking. Please share your requirements with me, and we will strive to meet your expectations. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. I have no particular demands. I was merely curious as I have never witnessed anyone running naked before. Lu Ziki, momentarily perplexed, soon understood after Zhang Daji recounted the betting incident. She scrutinized the composed Qin Feng and the stern Wang gang behind him, and her experience quickly informed her of the situation. Instantly donning a smile, she said, Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. Our younger staff sometimes jokes too freely. Please disregard their words. Running naked would reflect poorly on our company. With the manager earnestly seeking to appease him. Coupled with Zhang Daji's bowing in submission, Qin Feng had no intention of making things difficult for this employee. After all, no egregious remarks had been made. Only a hint of skepticism. He smiled amiably. I merely jest. Let us move on and draft the contract. After some effort, Lu Ziki successfully placated this valuable client. Feeling a surge of pride, she presumed Qin Feng's graciousness stemmed from her beauty, so she proactively suggested, Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Qin. Perhaps we could dine together sometime? Sure, Qin Feng replied dismissively, returning to his conversation with Shifuya on his phone. Lu Ziki, satisfied, invited him to her office for tea and instructed Zhang Daji to prepare a deposit for the villa. Zhang Daji, thrilled to find himself forgiven and still pursuing the property, couldn't he help but exclaim, You're amazing, big brother. Seeing his audacity, Qin Feng teased, What were you going to call me earlier? With a thick skin. Zhang Daji boldly declared, Dad, you're amazing. As long as I feel comfortable, it's others who should feel awkward. Let us go with adoptive father then. Qin Feng retorted, No, just stick with big brother as before. After signing the agreement and paying a 1 million deposit, they arranged for the homeowner to come by to finalize the contract the next day. Consequently, the other sales staff began to regard Qin Feng with newfound respect, while simultaneously feeling envious of Zhang Daji for encountering such a wealthy benefactor. Goodness, he's really bold, calling him dad like that. I wouldn't accept a commission from a deal like that, even if it was handed to me on a silver platter. How does this fool have such luck? Effortlessly attracting rich clients? Perhaps Xiao Zheng has a different background. He surely knows influential people. True, it's rather disgusting. In the end, it's all about family connections. The murmurs among the sales team were laced with jealousy as they resented Zhang Daji's substantial commission. Unwilling to exert the same effort, they conspired to ostracize him instead. After all, it's far more gratifying to find fault with others than to acknowledge their excellence. Thus, those less fortunate in appearance must toil harder than their peers. Thankfully, there exists a figure named Ma who sets a commendable example for them. After confirming that Qin Feng was indeed wealthy, Lu Ziki's demeanor became even more enthusiastic. Mr. Qin, are you free tonight? We still have some commercial properties and office buildings for sale. If you're interested, perhaps we could have dinner and discuss? As she spoke, she poured tea for him, bending low in her office, where only Wang Gang was present. Qin Feng cast a casual glance at her attire, noting the appealing view beneath it. Her figure was quite striking, delicate, and fair, evoking an irresistible allure. Since acquiring wealth, such sights had become increasingly frequent. Yet, after a mere glance, he withdrew his gaze, feeling little interest in the modest offerings. Let us discuss the office buildings another time. I'm not in the mood for that right now. Lu Ziki, maintaining her posture while tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, suggested. Then let us simply have dinner, without discussing work, shall we? She believed Qin Feng to be the type of man who only acted upon firm intentions, and thus decided to show some initiative. After all, a man who could so casually buy an 8 million villa in cash was certainly deserving of a meal and some conversation. Lu Ziki, confident in her natural beauty, felt certain that with a little initiative, even the wealthiest men would ultimately succumb to her charm. To her astonishment, however, Qin Feng stood up and turned to leave, merely saying, I'll pass on dinner. I'm busy today. Lu Ziki extended her hand, watching in disbelief as he vanished through the office door, her eyes wide with shock. He hadn't even mentioned when he would be free. Chapter 85, Shifuya's beach attire. Adoptive father, whatever you need in the future, just give me a call and I promise to be at your service. Zhang Daji exclaimed excitedly as he escorted Qin Feng out. There was indeed something Qin Feng had been contemplating. I'd like you to find a wedding planning or event organizing company to help decorate that villa romantically. So I can surprise her. Do you understand? Absolutely. Crafting a romantic atmosphere is my forte. Back in the dorm, all three of my roommates managed to win over their girlfriends with my assistance, Zhang Daji boasted. Oh, do you have a girlfriend? Qin Feng inquired curiously. Zhang Daji's smile faltered, becoming strained. Let us not discuss that. Due to his looks and humble background, he found courting women to be exponentially more challenging than for others. After graduation, he became preoccupied with work, constantly contemplating how to sell houses. He worked overtime searching for listings, honing his sales techniques and oratory skills, and filming videos to attract traffic on various platforms. At times, he became so engrossed that he would skip meals, leaving no time to pursue romantic interests. His plan was to save enough for a down payment and only then consider a partner, believing that owning a home would give him the confidence to engage with women. However, based on his current salary, it would take at least 3 to 4 years of hard work to afford a down payment on a house. His parents had little savings to assist him, so he had to rely solely on himself. Noticing his embarrassment, Qin Feng refrained from probing further. Life was challenging for adults, and being single was entirely normal. He offered a few words of encouragement, assuring him that as long as the results were satisfactory, money was not an issue. They then got into the car and headed towards Shifuya's neighborhood. Shifuya had been busy all night and only woke up around noon. After picking up Yi from her parents, she initially planned to take her out for some fun, but Yi insisted on being taken out by her uncle. Consequently, Shifuya sent Qin Feng a message, inquiring if he had time to accompany Yi. After receiving a positive response, she held Yi's hand and waited at the community entrance for Qin Feng. The mother and daughter wore matching white printed t-shirts and shorts, standing out strikingly together. Men passing by couldn't help but think how fortunate Shifuya's husband was to have such a beautiful wife and an equally lovely daughter. If only they could have such a charming wife and daughter, they would work 3 jobs a day to support them both. As Shifuya received the admiring glances from onlookers, she gently reminded Yi, when you're out, don't eat indiscriminately, don't run around, and don't shout. Before she could finish her sentence, a domestic car slowly approached. Yi, being quite clever, instantly recognized Wang Gang's vehicle and excitedly broke free from her mother's grasp, calling out as she dashed over. Shifuya shook her head, exuding a sense of helplessness. From afar, Qin Feng spotted Yi running toward him and hurriedly got out of the car to greet her. When she reached him, he squatted down to welcome the little princess. Did you miss me? Yi asked. I thought of you once before bed, once upon waking, and just now again. She exclaimed with a giggle. Seeing Yi's serious expression melted Qin Feng's heart. He lifted her up and playfully attacked her with his stubble, causing her to burst into laughter. With a doting smile, he said, Yi, you're so good. How about I take you to the beach to catch crabs today? Yay, Yi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement in his arms, her little feet kicking joyfully. Noticing the happiness between the two, Shifuya couldn't help but smiled gently as she approached. Yi, don't move around too much, be careful not to fall. Yi, unfazed by her mother's warning, cheerfully replied, I won't fall. Uncle won't let me. Qin Feng chuckled, assuring her, don't worry, I'm as steady as a rock. Shifuya sighed in resignation, do as you wish, but if you fall, don't come crying to me. Yi danced around, proudly displaying her steadiness. After some playful banter, the 3 of them settled into the back seat of Wang Gang's car. Did you greet everyone? Shifuya instructed Yi. Hello, Uncle Wang. Yi obediently called out, her sweet voice softening Wang Gang's stern demeanor. Good girl, he replied, causing Qin Feng to feel a shiver run down his spine. As the car began to move, Yi started to get restless. She stood up, leaning over the front seats to ask Wang Gang how much longer it would take. After receiving an answer, she would switch from one window to the other, eagerly looking out at the scenery, creating quite the commotion. Meanwhile, Shifuya was discussing plans for the bar with Qin Feng, asking if they should change its name, consider a renovation, or remove certain staff members. As someone who only delivered food, Qin Feng had no expertise in bar management. Such decisions directly impacted revenue. He couldn't pretend to understand, so he responded evasively. Seeing Qin Feng defer to her on everything left Shifuya both amused and bewildered. She thought he was merely fulfilling the promise he made when he delivered the bar. He only came to enjoy the food and drink, not to get involved in management. This made Shifuya feel trusted and valued, which was a pleasant sensation. She changed the subject, asking, Brother, are we really going to the beach later? Yes, I promised Yi yesterday, he replied. But it's so sudden. And Yi hasn't brought her swimsuit or sunscreen. No worries, they have plenty of those at the shops there. What's the worry with money? Shifuya reminisced about her youthful dreams of wearing a white dress to stroll along the beach, and as she glanced at the extravagantly confident Qin Feng, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. All right, I'll trust your judgment. Jiangcheng, being a coastal city, attracts countless tourists with its unique seaside scenery, delicious seafood, and pleasant climate. The beach was not far away. The nearest coastal area was just over an hour's drive. After navigating a few hills, they arrived. Upon exiting the car, they were greeted by a row of small shops selling beach toys, including various water guns, plastic shovels and buckets, swimming rings, flip-flops, swimsuits, and sun hats. They casually chose a store, purchasing everything they deemed necessary, all of which were piled onto Wang Gang's arms. Next, They went to a clothing store to buy a few outfits suitable for the beach. Once everything was set, Qin Feng took Yi's hand, leading her down the path toward the beach. Shifuya, beside them, discreetly snapped photos of the two. Behind them, Wang Gang carefully carried an assortment of items in both hands and had 2 water guns slung over his shoulders, taking cautious steps to avoid dropping anything. Upon reaching the beach, they found a dedicated shower facility where they could change clothes. The cost was 10 yuan per person for a public shower or 100 yuan for a private shower room. To save money, Qin Feng opted for a private room, intending to share it with Shifuya. However, to his surprise, Shifuya and Yi teamed up to push him out, leaving him no choice but to go to the public shower. After a quick rinse, he put on a floral shirt and loose shorts, stepping out to wait by Shifuya's changing room. Moments later, the door opened to reveal Shifuya in a newly purchased white spaghetti strap dress. The dress, long enough to reach her knees, revealed her smooth, long legs, while the minimal fabric showcased her flawless back, only partially obscured by her chestnut hair. The alluring off-shoulder design accentuated her beautiful collarbones, and the soft fabric clung to her figure, highlighting her exquisite physique. No doubt, she looked like a goddess of the beach. And Qin Feng found himself captivated by the sight. Chapter 86. Brother, you have met a tragic end. Shifuya, clearly unaccustomed to wearing such a youthful and innocent style in front of Qin Feng, felt a bit self-conscious, especially under his unabashed gaze. She gently tapped him, signaling him not to stare. Then, taking the hand of Yi, who was adorned in a sweet pink princess-style swimsuit, they prepared to head to the beach. In the presence of such beauty, Qin Feng felt his heart flutter, longing to admire her up close. He concocted a plan and quickly grasped Shifuya's arm, saying, Sister, you have not evenly applied sunscreen on your back. There are still some white patches. Let me help you reapply it in the room. Shifuya glanced at Qin Feng, noticing his serious demeanor, which made her skeptical. She lacked confidence in her daughter's application. It would indeed look a bit unsightly to have a patch of white on her back. Yi interjected, I've already applied it evenly. Uncle is just talking nonsense. To prove his point, Qin Feng dabbed his finger on Shifuya's back and presented it for her inspection. Seeing that there was indeed some sunscreen on his finger, Shifuya reluctantly believed his words. Once inside the room, facing away from Qin Feng, she casually remarked, just wipe away the excess. No need to reapply. That won't do. The sun is too strong. If it's not evenly applied, it will clump up. Why don't you lie on the bench, and I'll reapply it for you. Qin Feng closed the door, grinning as he added, Yi is right here. Do you fear I would do anything to you? Yi, feeling her contributions were disregarded, stood with her hands on her hips, insisting that her mother hadn't applied any sunscreen on her back earlier. All right. Shifuya considered for a moment and then lay across the bench, her curves compressed together. Qin Feng's scheme had succeeded, and he chuckled to himself, realizing that the tricks he learned online still worked. He squeezed out some sunscreen, rubbed it between his hands, and began applying it to Shifuya's back. His palms felt the silky softness, accompanied by a hint of coolness, and he noticed her body tense slightly. Sister, relax. If you're tense, it won't apply evenly. He encouraged, his hands gliding gently over her back, caressing it as if it were a precious jade artifact. Shifuya took a deep breath and gradually relaxed. Though her skin remained sensitive to the touch, perhaps due to the long absence of male contact, causing her heart to race. To ease the tension, she feigned casualness and asked, Brother, your technique is quite skilled. Which girl did you learn this from? Aside from you, I have never applied sunscreen on another girl. Qin Feng playfully replied, Come now, do you believe that? Ultimately, you were my first. You can take it as you wish, he quipped. Shifuya chuckled softly, ignoring him as she turned her face away, slowly closing her eyes to savor the sensation of his hands. It was unexpectedly pleasant, and she couldn't help but say, You can apply a bit more pressure. Encouraged by her words, Qin Feng became bolder, transitioning from gentle strokes to kneading, to ensure an even application. He even slipped his fingers beneath her clothing, moving towards her ribs. Stop, Shifuya exclaimed, startled, as she quickly sat up and swatted his hands away, giving him a disapproving look. Hey, weren't you the one who asked for a massage? He chuckled, scratching his head. Shifuya was not genuinely angry. She merely whispered a gentle reprimand. Yi is still here. Qin Feng's heart soared at her words. If Yi were not present, would he not have free rein? The thought crossed his mind, and he almost wished to send Yi away immediately. However, he knew that leaving Yi alone outside would surely anger Shifuya. Thus, the child served as both a bond and a barrier in their relationship. Having taken advantage of the moment, Qin Feng smacked his lips, feeling unsatisfied. Yet, he recognized that further action was not feasible. He would have to wait until the evening to send Yi to her grandmother's house. The four of them arrived at the beach. Although it was a tourist hotspot, the season of school openings meant that there were not many visitors. The temperature in September was just right, pleasantly warm, but the sea breeze quickly alleviated any heat. At 2 in the afternoon, the golden coastline curved like a crescent moon. The distant sea lay tranquil and silent, sparkling under the sun, blending seamlessly with the sky, a vast expanse of blue. The nearby waves danced restlessly, occasionally rushing onto the shore, crashing against the rocks with cheerful sounds. The sand, a distance away from the water, was heated by prolonged sunlight, reaching a scorching temperature of 670 degrees. It was too hot to walk on barefoot. Yi, without shoes, dashed towards it only to quickly retreat, demanding Qin Feng carry her. Wearing flip-flops, Qin Feng scooped her up and, holding Shifuya's hand, strolled leisurely towards the sea. Gazing at the boundless ocean, he marveled at its magnificence. On the other side of the sea, there must surely be another world. The waves occasionally lapped at their feet, leaving behind a trail of moisture before shyly retreating. The sand here, having absorbed water, could be molded, and several children nearby were building castles. Qin Feng gently set Yi down in a safe spot to play with the sand and search for crabs, instructing Wang Gang to keep an eye on her. Meanwhile, he took Shifuya by the hand, meandering along the beach. As they approached the water's edge, the cool sea breeze washed away the heat from the sand, as well as Qin Feng's earlier desires. They conversed about mundane matters, primarily revolving around Yi. With the sea nearby, the wind caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing coolness tinged with a hint of salt. Their spirits lifted, becoming tranquil and serene. Sister, you live in Jiangcheng. Have you never been to the seaside? No. You should come out to witness the beauty of this world. When I was younger, I certainly wished to visit, but I never had the opportunity. After having Yi, I had even less time for leisure. Has no one taken you out for fun? No. What about him? He is too preoccupied with ambitions, always busy with grand endeavors. Where would he find the time for such frivolities? Was he involved in a high-risk profession? Qin Feng inquired with surprise. Yes, he died in a brawl. Shifuya's expression was calm, as if discussing someone else's husband. Impressive, Qin Feng remarked, acknowledging the inherent dangers of that lifestyle. If he had lived to this day, he would surely be a wealthy man like Brother Luo. What a pity. That's all right. It's merely a matter of wins and losses. What about you? What about me? You seem to have never visited here either. Haha, indeed, I have not. I only caught a glimpse when passing through and thought about how nice it would be to bring someone I care about to stroll along the beach. Have you found someone you care about? I am currently holding one, he declared. Shifuya smiled softly, her eyes sparkling as she gently said, so aside from me, do you have another person you like? Without hesitation, Qin Feng mentioned a name, Xia Ting. Anyone else? No. Shifuya laughed, sensing the boy's sincerity. Reminiscent of the night he vowed to support her. Brother, there are many wicked women out there. If you trust me, you can bring your crush home next time. And I'll help you vet her. You want to be jealous? Qin Feng scrutinized her expression, seeking assurance of her sincerity. I would be, but feeling jealous is futile. It's better to help you discern, ensuring you are not taken advantage of by women. Shifuya's face bore only a subtle concern. Chapter 87. Even the most beautiful little girl can be detestable. Rest assured, Qin Feng, relying on the system to gauge affection, remains indifferent to the scheming of women. I, your younger brother, am quite astute. Typically, it is only the foolish who incessantly imply their own intelligence. Shifuya gently covered her mouth, her crescent-shaped fox eyes sparkling with mirth. So, dear sister, with your brilliance, do you discern what I am currently contemplating? Qin Feng replied with a mischievous grin. I do not wish to know. Qin Feng removed her hand that was shielding her mouth and swiftly kissed her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Applying a slight pressure to pull her into his embrace, savoring her exquisite essence. Gradually releasing her, he left a teasing remark. Tonight, I shall enlighten you on how a fool conducts matters. A faint blush rose on Shifuya's cheeks as she shot him a gentle glare, remaining silent. Seemingly acquiescing to the notion that there would be a rendezvous later, Qin Feng was elated. After lingering a while longer, they turned to seek Yi. Yi had unearthed several treasures after digging for some time. A moon snail, a starfish, 4 or 5 crabs the size of a fingernail, and a few unidentifiable small seashells. Qin Feng was astounded, continuously praising Yi's cleverness. The little girl was even more invigorated by the compliments. Since they had come to the seaside, it was only logical to venture out onto the sea. With his pockets brimming, Qin Feng noticed a speedboat rental nearby and suggested, Sister, there are yachts over there. Shall we rent one to explore the sea? No, Yi is too young to go. Then the 2 of us can go, and let Brother Wang look after Yi. Shifuya's expression turned troubled. She was reluctant to board the yacht, primarily because she was hesitant to let Yi out of her sight, especially while having fun. It wasn't that she distrusted Wang Gang. Rather, Yi meant more to her than life itself. If something were to go awry, she would be utterly distraught. Noticing her demeanor, Qin Feng wisely refrained from pressuring her, instead gazing enviously at the group of youths surfing on the yacht. Brother, I am sorry, Shifuya said apologetically. Next time, we shall bring Tingting along. You, and she can surf while we wait for you on the beach. Qin Feng consoled her with a few kind words. Indeed. It was inconvenient to bring a child. They dared not venture near any place that posed even the slightest risk. Earlier, while passing the dock, they had seen several fishing boats anchored by the shore, with a sign stating 1,000 yuan for a boat trip to go fishing, allowing patrons to keep all the seafood they caught. Qin Feng had thought to ask Shifuya if she wanted to go, but upon seeing Yi in his arms, he immediately quashed that thought. If an accident were to occur, would he choose to save his mother or his daughter? Such a choice was unbearable. The most critical point was that Qin Feng himself could not swim. He was merely waiting to be rescued. This realization instigated a desire within him to learn how to swim. After playing in the sand for a while, digging numerous holes without any luck, he managed to catch another crab. Frustrated, he tossed aside his shovel and, along with Shifuya, retreated to the sunlit beach. Spending 100 yuan to rent a shade tent, reclining on chairs to bask in the sun. The tent was furnished with 2 lounge chairs and a small round table. Wang Gang approached, placing chilled drinks from his bag on the table before quietly returning to watch over the child. Shifuya donned sunglasses she had brought from the car, resting her hands on her abdomen as she lay back in her chair, closing her eyes to rejuvenate. The sun was just right, the breeze gentle, and the fresh air stirred her skirt, subtly revealing the allure of her legs. Her delicate features, framed by sunglasses, exuded an air of cool elegance, while her white dress added a touch of fresh sweetness. Qin Feng recalled their first encounter, where she had coldly commanded others to strip, resembling a formidable leader. Yet now, she lay quietly beside him, occasionally glancing at Yi, embodying the essence of a devoted wife and mother. This contrast fascinated Qin Feng deeply. Sister, how about I buy you a villa with a swimming pool? You could sunbathe like this every day without worrying about Yi running off. No need. Yi enjoys being outdoors. Then I shall get you a car. What brand do you prefer? Porsche? Mercedes? What's wrong? Does my car embarrass you? Not at all. I merely wish to provide you with a better quality of life. Hee, silly brother. If I were after a luxurious lifestyle, I could have attracted many wealthy suitors to support me over the years. Shifuya pushed her sunglasses atop her head, turning to Qin Feng with a smile. Having a car and a house is sufficient. I am not one to covet indulgences. My greatest wish now is for Yi to grow up happily and for you to live safely. Her tone was gentle yet resolute, her laughter imbued with hope, a simple yet profound desire. Yet, this seemingly ordinary wish stirred something within Qin Feng. He had to admit, he was captivated by this woman. Since graduating high school, no one had cared about his personal life, nor had anyone wished for his well-being. Everyone was only concerned with how high he could soar, how far he could reach, and whether he had wealth. Shifuya's attitude, accepting everything as long as there were no mishaps, touched him inexplicably, akin to a true family bond. Qin Feng expressed earnestly, but I want to provide you with a better life, to buy you a nice car, a house, and hire maids and servants, to make your life more comfortable. Shifuya smiled tenderly. Silly brother, have you forgotten that you have 2 million in my possession? I will buy what I find suitable and appealing when I see it. So do not worry, I will never skimp on you. Qin Feng realized he must not rush her, thus refraining from pressuring her to accept his gifts. Pursuing romance was an art. He was unsure how to make a woman like Shifuya, who was already satisfied with what she had, fall completely in love with him. As Qin Feng lay back in his chair, deep in thought, he heard Shifuya's voice. Come here and give your sister a massage. He sprang to his feet, grinning as he approached her and mimicking the techniques he had seen, gently scratching from her chin to her ear. Shifuya closed her eyes, relishing the unusual comfort. Qin Feng's hands moved from her neck to her shoulders and then downwards. After a playful smack, he darted to the side to help Shifuya with her leg relaxation. Her delicate, fair legs bent slightly, evading Qin Feng's mischievous hands. Returning from the beach to Shifuya's home, it was nearly 5 o'clock. The three of them were a bit soiled from the seawater. Shifuya took Yi to wash up first while Qin Feng idly sat on the sofa, messaging to comfort the battered Xiating. Xiating sent a voice message, sniffling. I just said, this is a gift from my man. It's none of your business, and my dad hit me. My mom didn't help, and even said my car is ugly. Worse than a yachty. I can't stay in this house for another day. Brother, take me and elope. Qin Feng speculated that she might have been beaten for demanding the household registration book, putting himself in her shoes. If his daughter returned home after a night out with a luxury car, only to demand the household registration book while asserting her man was wealthy, it would be difficult to assess. There are countless ways to court disaster, and Xia Ting had chosen the most direct approach. I hope her father does not succumb to anger. Qin Feng attempted to pacify her slightly, reflecting on the tribulations of raising a daughter. One must cater to her like a princess from a young age, and as she grows, there is the constant worry of her being led astray. However, raising a son seems to be no less troublesome. Mischief, brawls, and the potential for calamity loom large. Qin Feng sighed, contemplating the burdens of parenthood, feeling somewhat hesitant about having children. At that moment, Shifuya emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a blue silk camisole nightdress. The satin's smooth and soft texture, combined with the cool hue, accentuated her porcelain skin. The lace trim at the neckline exuded an air of sensual elegance, while the hem of her dress danced, creating ripples in the air. Her entire being radiated a captivating and delicate femininity, stirring excitement in Qin Feng. Had it not been for that pesky little one nearby, he would have seized the opportunity to express his feelings. Unexpectedly, the little one, dressed in a Pikachu-themed children's pajama, dashed out and leapt into Qin Feng's arms, exclaiming, Uncle, help me dry my hair. Qin Feng, feeling exasperated, glanced at Shifuya, who merely shrugged her shoulders with a smile, indicating her inability to assist. Thus, he reluctantly fetched the hairdryer to tend to the little girl's hair. As Yi grew older, she would eventually learn to dry her own hair. Yi, don't grow up, she protested. When you grow up, you can play outside without your mother hovering over you. No, Yi insisted. When you grow up, you can eat ice cream, wear pretty clothes, and have many friends to play with. Will Uncle accompany me? She asked. Uncle has to spend time with your mother. Then doesn't he want to grow up, she declared. Seated on a stool, swinging her little feet, Yi leaned back to gaze at Qin Feng earnestly, saying, Yi wants to be with you forever. Qin Feng, internally lamenting the bothersome child, mused about enrolling her in a boarding school, allowing him to take Shifuya out without her being a third wheel. Does uncle not like Yi anymore? She sensed his impatience, her expression shifting as she pouted, her big eyes pleading. No one could withstand such a pitiful sight. Overwhelmed by her watery gaze, Qin Feng acquiesced. Of course, uncle likes Yi the most. Then why doesn't uncle want to be with Yi? Uncle misspoke earlier. After much coaxing, he managed to pacify the little imp. With great care, he dried her hair and found a tutorial on how to style it, creating a simple bow that made her smile even more enchanting. Seeing their harmonious interaction, Shifuya's brows relaxed, and she quietly prepared noodles in the kitchen, serving 2 generous bowls at the table and calling them for dinner. Qin Feng led Yi to sit down. The noodles, though simple, were adorned with a fried egg, a few slices of greens, sausages, and beef, all vibrant and fragrant, stimulating one's appetite. Ignoring the heat, Qin Feng twirled a hefty portion onto his chopsticks, blew on it slightly, and devoured it in one swift motion, chewing carelessly before swallowing. His voraciousness was akin to a wolf at a feast. Meanwhile, Yi, being fed by her mother, stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng, her spoon clattering into the bowl. Noticing his gluttony, Shifuya admonished, Slow down. No one is competing with you. The noodles made by sister are truly delightful, Qin Feng praised. Unable to resist grabbing more beef. Are you full? Should I prepare another bowl? Shifuya inquired. No need. It's better to eat lightly for dinner. Qin Feng waved his hand. Continuing, otherwise, there won't be room for a midnight snack. Yi wants a midnight snack, she chimed in. Midnight snacks are not suitable for children, Qin Feng gently advised. Mommy, is it really poisonous? Yi asked, looking up. Indeed, Shifuya nodded with a light laugh. Seeing her mother smile so casually, Yi furrowed her brow, pouting, her eyes darting as if pondering something. Qin Feng, fearing this little one might disrupt his plans, hurriedly suggested, Yi, be a good girl and sleep with Grandma tonight. Tomorrow, Uncle will take you to the amusement park. No, Yi wants to sleep with Uncle, she pouted. Taken aback, Qin Feng quickly responded, Uncle needs to fight tigers tonight. Are you scared? Yi is a good baby. Tigers don't eat good babies, she replied weakly. The male tiger doesn't eat good babies. But tonight Uncle is fighting a female tiger, exceptionally fierce, and it eats everything. Shifuya's ears turned slightly red as she shot a disapproving glance at Qin Feng. Her beautiful eyebrows, slightly arched at the ends, exuded a captivating allure. Qin Feng felt his heart flutter at her gaze, and upon seeing her not objecting, a foolish smile crept onto his face. Shifuya, blushing, could not help but exclaim, Don't lead Yi astray. Yi, glancing between Qin Feng and her mother, sensed something amiss and shouted, Uncle is lying. There are no tigers. Uncle just doesn't want to sleep with Yi. At that moment, Qin Feng genuinely wished to send Yi away. Yi, stop causing trouble. Tomorrow Uncle will buy you a big toy car to play with. How does that sound? No. What about roller skates? Humph. Then what do you want? I want Uncle to tell me a story and help me sleep. Qin Feng felt exasperated. Entangled by the little imp, his face filled with distress. Shifuya stifled a laugh beside him, planning to sneak away after the little one was sent off. He was dismayed to see her on the verge of tears, ultimately softening his resolve and sighing, Fine, I'll endure tonight. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There's no rush. Unexpectedly, the little one jubilantly added, Mommy should sleep with us too. Qin Feng was left dumbfounded, realizing the little girl was becoming increasingly audacious. With her nearby, Shifuya would undoubtedly refuse, making his situation even more torturous. Just as he was about to decline, Shifuya remarked, If he eats her meal obediently, Mommy will sleep with you. Yay. Mommy, roll the noodles like Uncle does. I want a big bite. Watching the exuberant Yi, Qin Feng gulped, apprehensive about the night ahead. As the clock struck 9, having showered and donned his fresh sleepwear, Qin Feng played childish Ultraman games with Yi. After Shifuya washed his clothes, she went to the balcony to take a call from the bar, remotely overseeing the establishment's affairs. As they played, Yi suddenly leaped into Qin Feng's arms, yawning and resting her head on his shoulder, gradually falling silent. She hadn't napped during the day, and after a full day of play, she was genuinely tired. The unexpected joy filled Qin Feng's heart, and he gently carried Yi to the bedroom, placing her on the bed and softly murmuring a few words. Seeing her fast asleep, he controlled his excitement and tiptoed out of the room onto the balcony of another room. Were those the individuals we had previously expelled? How many were they? Were they merely distributing flyers at the door? Have they opened a small bar as well? Let Zhang San handle it, but don't be too harsh. As Shifuya was discussing matters, she was suddenly embraced from behind by a man, startling her into a brief gasp. Quickly regaining her composure, she continued her conversation on the phone, saying, No, it's nothing. Come to the venue tonight. If anything comes up, just message me. Qin Feng leaned his head into Shifuya's neck, softly planting a kiss like a strawberry, his hands wandering restlessly over her silk pajamas. Meanwhile, a flustered voice came through the receiver. Sister Xiaya, are you okay? Are you sick? Where are you? I can take you to the hospital. I'm fine, just like this. Shifuya nervously hung up the phone, feeling the man's heavy breathing and his body radiating heat. Still, She forced herself to remain calm, holding his hands and softly asking, "Is he asleep?" Qin Feng responded with a deep, rumbling sound from his throat, reminiscent of a lion's excited growl before an attack. Shifuya's heart raced as she noticed his fingers lightly tracing her waist, each touch sending shivers through her body. The room was illuminated by a switch that could transform the lighting into a bright, cheerful glow with a single press, or a warm orange hue with 2 presses. After 3 presses, Shifuya surrendered to Qin Feng, allowing the alluring warm tones to envelop her, as the atmosphere became thick with unrestrained intimacy, making it feel as if they were running out of breath. Chapter 89. Qin Feng's desire to purchase toys. After they finished, Qin Feng lay in bed smoking, and the woman beside him had no objections to his habit. Unlike the enthusiastic shouting, Shifuya was far too indulgent, allowing him to misbehave with no boundaries. Watching her tenderly wipe the sweat from his forehead, Qin Feng completely lost his temper. "Sister, if you pamper me like this, I might turn bad. Hee. I never expected you to be very good." The following morning, at 7:30, Qin Feng woke up to find Shifuya missing from his side. He got up and went to the next room, where he saw her sleeping with Yi in her arms. Not wanting to disturb them, he freshened up and went downstairs, planning to grab some breakfast and bring back a loving meal for them. On that early autumn morning, the temperature was just right, and the fresh air was invigorating. The sun had risen early, casting a warm glow upon him. As he stepped out of the community, the streets were bustling with people, workers rushing to their jobs, elders taking children to school, and vendors out shopping for groceries. Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the community, admiring the serene scene. Suddenly, a beautiful woman ran past him, leaving a trail of fragrant air. She wore a form-fitting pink yoga outfit on top and sports shorts below, her long, athletic legs gleaming in the sunlight. A red headband, inscribed with words of perseverance, adorned her forehead, and her long, dark hair was casually tied up, bouncing with her movements. Her profile was stunning, with delicate features, a slightly upturned nose, and rosy cheeks, resembling a radiant flower in spring. As he watched her pink silhouette disappear into the distance, it seemed to add a vibrant hue to the beautiful morning. The more he looked, the more enchanting she appeared, evoking a sense of familiarity. It felt as if he had seen her before, but he couldn't quite recall where. Qin Feng opened an app to scan her from afar. Name, by seeing, age, 22. Charm, 91, romantic experiences, 8. The name didn't ring a bell, and given her young age, she was definitely not a classmate. Yet, her youthful charm and romantic history suggested she was quite adventurous. Qin Feng had no particular thoughts about her, but the way she ran intrigued him. His back was a bit sore from last night's exertions, and he felt a slight attraction, fearing his body might not keep up. He suddenly felt inspired to exercise and decided to jog after her. Thus, he followed closely behind her, mirroring her pace. She would glance back occasionally, catching him in her gaze. With newfound confidence after coming into some money, he offered her a clean smile and a nod. Her bashful reaction made him think he had startled her, and he shook his head in resignation, halting his pursuit. He had merely found her attractive and enjoyed her graceful run, so he decided to let it be. As he strolled along, he scanned the streets for a breakfast shop. To his surprise, he noticed that she was slowing down, glancing back at him, seemingly inviting him to catch up. Qin Feng smiled. He didn't rush, maintaining his leisurely pace as he approached her. Bai Xiying paused, waiting for him to draw near, and with a friendly smile, she asked, "Hey there, you look familiar. Have we met before?" As Qin Feng stepped closer, he took in her captivating beauty, like a rose blooming, shedding its youthful innocence. Her bright, peach blossom-like eyes seemed to shimmer with an enchanting flow, and her sweet voice resonated with charm. Suddenly, he remembered. During his days as a delivery guy, he had delivered food to her several times. Back then, she wore a nude yoga outfit, seemingly live-streaming at home. The thin fabric clung to her, accentuating her figure with every movement, leaving a lasting impression, especially with her distinctive dimples and endearing voice. He recalled her, along with her 200-pound friend, who had once boldly asked if he could fix her computer during a live stream because it kept lagging. Had her friend not been so imposing, he might have actually gone in to help. "Maybe I just have a common face," Qin Feng chuckled. Bai Xiying cupped her chin, pondering for a moment but still failing to remember him. After all, why would anyone remember what a delivery person looked like? She shrugged it off casually, saying, "Are you out for a morning run too?" "No, I'm out looking for food." "Then let me recommend an amazing breakfast spot. Their crab yolk buns are incredibly delicious, and the spicy soup is perfect for warming up." "Oh, where is it?" Qin Feng asked, intrigued by the crab yolk buns. "Just turn right up ahead." About 300 meters down, Bai Xiying enthusiastically pointed towards the fork in the road, smiling brightly. Qin Feng was touched by her enthusiasm. His mood lifted as he gratefully replied, "I was just looking for a breakfast place. Thank you so much. How about I treat you to breakfast?" No, that is not necessary. I'll continue my run," Bai Xiying said, waving goodbye with a smile, before striding off towards the lakeside park. She had just noticed that Qin Feng seemed somewhat familiar. His composed and relaxed demeanor, his carefree smile, and the floral shirt he wore all exuded an air of distinction. It was these qualities that prompted her to engage him in conversation. The chance meeting felt a tad peculiar, akin to dining with a stranger. If she were to agree to his invitation too readily, It might lead him to believe she was a girl lacking in modesty. Thus, she politely declined and hurried away, hoping that Qin Feng would pursue her and extend his invitation repeatedly, thus demonstrating sincerity. This was precisely how her admirers typically courted her. Chapter 90. How could I possibly fall here? Qin Feng noticed the girl glancing back at him with a smile, a subtle invitation for him to follow. He responded with a faint smile and waved to her but did not pursue the young lady, who had already been in 8 relationships at such a tender age. Inviting her to dine was merely a means to gather information for his own purposes, not an endeavor driven by romantic interest. With responsibilities at home, including a dependent child and an ailing sister, he had no time for frivolous pursuits. Furthermore, a girl whose eyes sparkled with infatuation was not worth the effort. Today she might smile coyly at him, but tomorrow she would extend the same charm to another stranger. At most, should they cross paths again. He might indulge in her company, but he had no intention of engaging in the cat-and-mouse games of courting. As he sauntered leisurely, Qin Feng soon arrived at the dumpling shop she had mentioned. The establishment was spacious, adorned in a style reminiscent of ancient eateries. A banner fluttered overhead, proclaiming the renowned top scholar crab soup dumplings. The clientele was sparse, with only 3 tables occupied out of 10. Steam billowed from baskets stacked in the kitchen. The takeout orders were incessant, the sound of a cheerful jingle frequently resonating. Upon examining the menu, Qin Feng was taken aback to find the prices listed: 20 yuan for a large crab soup dumpling, and 30 yuan for a small basket containing 5. He felt a surge of disbelief. 20 yuan for a single dumpling was exorbitant. He recalled that not long ago, 2 hefty meat buns and a soy milk cost merely 5 yuan. In days gone by, one could procure a meat bun, larger than one's face, for just 3 yuan. Were these dumplings possibly filled with gold? Deciding to try one of the crab soup dumplings, Qin Feng placed his order. Sitting at a table, he followed the server's instructions to bite into the dumpling, allowing the steaming broth to cool before savoring it. The broth was clear yet rich, neither greasy nor overwhelming, and its flavor was exquisite. He swallowed the entire dumpling, the taste of fresh crab filling his mouth, accompanied by a delightful hint of saltiness, likely from the crab meat sauté over high heat. Whether it was worth the price remained uncertain, but the flavor was undeniably pleasing. Indeed, there was a reason behind the high cost. Satisfied, Qin Feng ordered additional dumplings and soy milk, requesting 2 of everything. He even ordered 2 portions of fried dough sticks and tea eggs without concern for whether 3 people could finish such a feast. At checkout, the total came to 160 yuan. Qin Feng paid with a sigh, reflecting on how times had changed, as a simple breakfast now cost over 100 yuan. Shaking his head, he hurried back to Shifaya's home to prevent the dumplings from cooling. Shifaya's home was equipped with a fingerprint lock, and having recorded Qin Feng's fingerprint the previous day, he entered to find Shifaya still asleep. However, Yi was awake, seated in the living room with children's books. Upon seeing Qin Feng return, she rushed over, whispering excitedly, "Uncle." Qin Feng affectionately ruffled her hair and gently instructed, "Go wake your mom for breakfast." "But mommy usually sleeps in the morning. We can't disturb her," Yi replied, her voice hushed yet earnest. Qin Feng cast a glance at the half-open door to see Shifaya's graceful figure still resting on the bed, a thin blanket outlining her alluring curves. A thought crossed his mind. He laid out the breakfast on the dining table, handed Yi a pair of chopsticks, and said, "Yi, you eat first. I'll go check if your mom wants to wake up." With that, he entered Shifaya's room, closing the door behind him. Yi furrowed her little brow, worried that Qin Feng might disturb her mother's sleep, and even more concerned that her mother might scold her uncle. She stared at the closed door, her cherubic face betraying a hint of anxiety. "Sweetheart, time to rise," Qin Feng exclaimed cheerfully as he leaned over the bed, kissing Shifaya's lovely face and whispering in her ear. The beauty stirred, emitting a soft, indecipherable murmur, her long eyelashes fluttering, yet she showed no intention of opening her eyes. Her exquisite form shifted slightly, as if protesting the interruption of her dreams, though her eyes were closed. The captivating allure she usually possessed was replaced by an indescribable softness and gentleness. Qin Feng gazed at her delicate features and the kiss mark on her collarbone, unable to resist pulling back the thin blanket and placing his hand upon her. Shifaya, deeply asleep, sensed someone teasing her. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and upon realizing it was her man, she first glanced at the closed door before reaching out her porcelain-like arms to wrap around Qin Feng's neck. With her enchanting fox-like eyes wide open, she murmured, "Brother, don't be mischievous. Just a little fun," Qin Feng replied, inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered on her skin as he gently pulled the blanket away and climbed onto the bed. Shifaya lightly protested. "Too much frequency isn't good for your health." "It's nothing. We haven't even begun," Qin Feng confidently asserted, "going on an empty stomach isn't wise. Let me prepare breakfast for you, and then we can talk," Shifaya coaxed softly. "No need. I've already bought breakfast," Qin Feng announced proudly. Shifaya, without other options, playfully pinched Qin Feng's cheek. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. "Uncle, hurry and open the door. Let Yi wake mommy up," a little rascal shouted from beyond. "Yi can eat first. She'll call after she's full," Qin Feng replied, startled, raising his voice. "But mommy needs to feed Yi," the little one insisted. Frustrated, Qin Feng disregarded the noise and leapt towards Shifaya. With a playful smile, Shafaya used her knee to block him. Brother, let us have breakfast first. Qin Feng wore a look of feigned grievance. Sister, how can you be so cruel? With a gentle yet firm push. Shafaya managed to lay him down, soothingly saying, Yi is still small. She can't go hungry. Once she finishes eating, I'll take her to her grandma's, okay? Biting his lip in irritation, Qin Feng remarked, Sister, didn't you say that private international school is a boarding school from elementary? Yes. But I don't plan to send you there right now. Why not? Because sister has money now, Shafaya replied. Wrapping her arms around Qin Feng's neck and planting a kiss on his forehead, smiling as she added, I have time to be with her. So I don't need to worry about whether it's prestigious or not. As long as she is happy, any school will do. You'll help me take care of her, right? Shafaya affectionately nuzzled Qin Feng's face, her voice tender as she asked. As Qin Feng contemplated the days ahead, where Yi would shadow Fuya like a lingering specter, he realized that he must engage in a battle of wits and courage with Yi to secure a blissful existence with her mother. An overwhelming sense of despair engulfed him. He forced a smile that bore the weight of unshed tears and replied, Of course. I shall cherish her as if she were my own daughter. Fuya chuckled softly, kneeling before Qin Feng, her enchanting eyes glinting with mischief. Shall I have Yi call you daddy then? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by Fuya's unexpected proposition, leaving him in a state of fluster.